ass kicking. And offensively, this is just bad. You can't beat man coverage. You don't have any explosives. The play calling was stale. The quarterback was worse. Just a disaster at Levi Stadium. It's not the fact that you lost. It's how you lost. And we're going to get into it today. 888-957-9570. I don't even know where to start, Spadoni. 888-957-9570. Spadoni in for Shasky. Shasky feeling under the weather. We got Carter on the board here. Niners lose yesterday, 28-18. I thought defensively they played well. But boy, we're going to have to talk about it. I know the Warriors are coming up on Wednesday. We'll be ready for basketball. We may have to be ready for basketball a lot sooner because this football team now is 3-4, knocked out of first place in NFC West, Spadoni, and Mahomes didn't even play his A game.
No, he didn't, and he hasn't played his A game all season long, Bonte. That's what's so frustrating because we've seen the height of heights with Patrick Mahomes, with Andy Reid, with Travis Kelce, but when push came to shove, he made the plays that needed to be made. He had that 33-yard scramble. He had that little Brett Favre flick pass to Travis Kelce, to Noah Gray, to whoever he wanted. It just seemed like when plays needed to be made yesterday, Patrick Mahomes was making them and Brock Purdy was not. And that was the difference in the game. And it's just brutal. And we're waiting news on Brandon Aiyuk. The fear is a torn ACL, probably going to be out for the year. That's just brutal. Yeah, we saw Ricky Pearsall get the standing ovation yesterday. He made his NFL debut. But it's just not enough right now. Deebo Samuel's out. When I was just watching the game yesterday, it just seemed like that was a team in Kansas City that was fresh, coming off a bye, and the 49ers looked like they needed a bye in the worst way possible.
Well, they won't get that bye.
They're not going to get it, and for one more game. And you best not lose to the Dallas Cowboys, I'll tell you that. Another team coming off a bye, Bonte Hill, next week. We'll have all week to preview that game. But right now, it's just the focus on the team you can't beat. And no one can beat Kansas City right now. So that's you take some solace in that, but it's not really going to be much.
No.
Because this is a team that's prevented you from winning 2 Lombardi trophies, and you played them so much better than you played them yesterday. That was their worst performance, I think, against the Chiefs, all things considered, in the Kyle Shanahan era. I know a couple years ago he got blown out at home. That one was ugly too. But I don't think I've ever seen Brock Purdy look as bad as he did yesterday, Bonte. That was what was frustrating.
Oh, that was his worst game as a pro. There's no sugarcoating it. We can do a sugarcoat job. We're not going to sugarcoat it.
Thanks, Joe.
And I ran into Joey Lightyears yesterday. Joe and Kirk. Joey Lacob had the beer going on, man. I was like, man, what's going on here?
You had a beer?
He had the little goatee coming in, but, a little beer coming in. But Joe Lacob, they're feeling good about basketball season. I ran into him about 30 minutes before kickoff.
Shout out Moses Moody. Contract
Shout out Moses
extension.
Moody, 3-year, $39 million, a very team-friendly deal. And I think Moses Moody is a hell of a deal. Keep a young man like that here on and off the court. The guy's a pro. Now, Brock Purdy and the 49ers. It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing we've talked about through the first 7 weeks of the season. Third down efficiency, you're 2 of 11. Red zone efficiency, you're 2 and 4. Special teams, not being special. You missed an extra point. You allow a long punt return. That gave Mahomes great field position. You're turning the ball over left and right. Your run game went nowhere yesterday against a Kansas City team that shuts down the run. Look at this. Kansas City ran for 184 yards to the Niners 101. I mean, they ran the ball down and they played power football. Kareem Hunt, 22 carries, 78 yards.
Off the street, Kareem Hunt. That guy was just not even in the NFL.
Well, he looks like he's getting in shape. Looks like they lose Juju Smith-Schuster. They control the clock. They have 35 minutes of time of possession. 888-957-9570. It's one of those losses, Spadoni, where it makes you think as a 49er fan, is that it? Is this where we're at in 2024? Is this what the season's going to be? One guy comes up, one guy goes down. Aiyuk goes down. Pearsall comes up. Deebo comes up with an illness. There's no Jawan Jennings. Jordan Mason's playing with a separated shoulder. Defensively, you got D. Winters out there, but he missed a couple tackles. Devondre Campbell is getting picked on.
Malik Mustafa getting just bodied against Patrick Mahomes in the end zone. Although he made some plays yesterday.
He made some plays yesterday, but Tig Brown getting picked on.
Yeah.
Is this the way the season is going to play out? It's tough for me not to drive home away from Levi Stadium yesterday, but only thinking maybe it's just one of those years.
Maybe, but the Chiefs do this to a lot of teams, right? So that I understand they've done it to you more often than not, and it's frustrating and it's demoralizing and it sucks. But I'll say this. Again, next week is next week. You win next week. You're 500 heading into the bye. You don't feel as bad. But right now it feels like the sky is falling.
No, you know what? And I don't even care. It's not to cut you off, Spinoni. I don't care about next week today.
Okay.
Today I want to assess what happened yesterday. And what happened yesterday?
You got your ass kicked.
You got your ass kicked
yes,
in every ass. You got your ass kicked.
Did.
But not only that, the same things persist. And I read into Baldy's booth yesterday after the game, and I think it kind of proved what I saw, what every 49er fan saw yesterday. They cannot beat man coverage. They go against man coverage and press man. They cannot beat man coverage.
Sticky man coverage, yeah.
It was alarming how many wide receivers, when Debo was in, they cannot uncover against man coverage. They got no man beaters.
Well, and when
so they're not getting separation.
And when they did, Brandon Aiyuk dropped the pass. That's the frustrating part. And then the Boo-Birds came out on him, and then it's unfortunate. So even when you did make some separation, even Ronnie Bell, where he did create separation, but Brock threw it just 5 yards past him, and it was picked off.
It was a bad throw.
It was a bad throw, and that was on Kyle. That was Kyle Shanahan said after the game. That was on Brock. That was just a mistimed, whatever it is, throw, and it was just an unfortunate set of circumstances yesterday because all week long, hell, our roasters, people were calling in, was this the biggest regular season game of Kyle Shanahan's career up to this point? Yeah, you can go to the Seattle game up in Seattle a couple years ago where Jimmy Garoppolo had one of his greatest performances. They ended up winning division on the last game of the year. Sure, that one. But besides that, given what you have gone up against with this team, when it's Super Bowls, whether it's in the regular season, you want to measure yourself up against the best. The only undefeated team heading into that game, Bonte, because heading into that game, the Vikings had already lost. Detroit beat them. That was the last. And it is the last unbeaten team in the NFL right now. You want to measure yourself up against the best. When you still got Brock Purdy, you still got George Kittle, one of the best tight ends. You still got Brandon Aiyuk, say what you will, second team All-Pro last year. The Deebo Samuel thing, I don't know what was going on. An illness. He just was sick. I don't know. He was suited up, just couldn't play, I guess.
Well,
that was frustrating. You got Jordan Mason there, a separated shoulder. I thought it was just an AC joint
separated
sprain.
Shoulder.
I don't know.
Let's be real, Spinoni. Let's be real. We saw a quarterback yesterday that did not look like he was a $60 million a year quarterback. Let's just put it out there. Let's just put it out there. And there's not just me thinking that. There's a lot of people I ran into yesterday. I'm not even trying to flex here this morning. Are we sure, Purdy, when it comes time to measure yourself against the big boys, the first 3 plays, and he set the tone of the entire football game. The Niners received the opening kickoff. Look at what that drive persisted. Now you hold down Kansas City. You shut them down on a fake punt, right? You keep your starting defense out there. You run the punt safe. You shut them down. You get the ball first and 10 at the Kansas City 45-yard line. And what do you do? You throw an interception into double coverage, and it wasn't even close.
That was a bad pick.
It wasn't even close, Spinoni.
He had a defender in his face, too. It looked like he was rushing it. He set his feet. It was bad.
Throw it away.
Yeah.
Throw it away. But he doesn't do that. And you waste field position, and you throw an interception, an egregious interception. And so, when I see the quarterback set a tone like that, Brock was off. He was off. It's by far his worst game as a professional. But when you think about the big boys, and you think about the teams that you're going to have to see in January, the Green Bay Packers, very good man coverage team, very good defensively. Saw what they did to C.J. Stroud yesterday. Detroit, Minnesota going back and forth yesterday, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Both teams playing really good man defense, right? The New York Giants, their defense, they got a defensive line that gets out their quarterback. They can't score a lick, so you'll be good there. But Kansas City, Baltimore, but all these teams play man coverage. Sticky man, press man, and they blitz your ass. And the Niners, they don't have an answer for the blitz. They don't have an answer for Steve Spagnuolo. They don't have an answer for the Kansas City Chiefs. And they don't have an answer for man coverage. That's sad. And the lack of explosion offense. Spinoni, they look slow.
They did.
No athleticism. Slow.
But Bonte, that's the best defense in the league. I know, I get it. You're not going to face them again. They're in the AFC. It's one game. I get it. It's a massive game, and we gassed it up all week. I just go back to it at the end of the day and say, you know what? That's the best team in the league, and right now the 49ers are reeling. It's not good. I'm not going to sugarcoat it here. It's a bad loss. I'm just saying. They did that to the Ravens. They did that to the Bengals. They done that to the Chargers. They did that to the Saints. Those are pretty good quarterbacks in that group. Those are some pretty good quarterbacks in that group. I'm just saying, Lamar, Joe Burrow, Kirk has been playing well this year.
Lamar was cooking against Kansas City week 1. They came within the toe. They came within the toe of winning that.
They did, but he struggled at times,
but the Saints stink. The Saints stink. The Chargers got nobody to throw to. Herbert's been meh. All right,
Burrow,
he's been meh.
They played Burrow.
Burrow's fine, and Burrow did his thing. Purdy yesterday got undressed. The Niners offense got undressed. Offensively, they could get no push off the line of scrimmage. They could not. They just couldn't. 2nd and 1, 3rd and 1 inside the red zone. You get stuffed. You got to settle for a field goal. You got no push up front. No push whatsoever. You score a touchdown. You decide not to go for 2. Then you miss a damn extra point anyway. I mean, this team got undressed. Spinotti, let's be real. Yesterday, I know it's just one game, and the season's not over.
I feel like a lot of Niners fans feel like the season's over after that loss, though. That's what I'm getting at. When I talk to my friends that are Niner fans, they honestly feel like this team's cooked. After one game?
It was 14-3, and it felt like it should have been 28-3. I mean, thank God Mahomes was mortal yesterday. Thank God Mahomes was human yesterday, and he's been human for most of the season.
And he still made some superhuman throws yesterday when he was just getting sacked, throwing it to Noah Gray. He's unbelievable. He really is.
The difference between Mahomes and Purdy. Forget the stats, because I know I brought up the stats last week, and the stats favor Purdy. But just look at the quarterbacks. Look at them play. Who's in more control? Who's calm? And that's the thing. The Chiefs got this Warriors like when the Warriors were winning their championships. They're in the locker room. They were just keeping it. They were staying within the moment, staying within the moment, staying within the moment. That's the Kansas City Chiefs right now. They're not thinking about three-peats. All they're thinking about is winning the AFC West first.
When I was watching the game yesterday, and it may have been apropos that, Tom Brady was on the call for Fox Sports alongside Kevin Burkhardt. I think Tom's getting better and better each week, but he's the perfect guy to call a game like this, and this is why you want Tom Brady in the booth to be talking about Patrick Mahomes and talking about quarterbacks like Brock Purdy, because they have a Patriots-like feel to them right now, the Kansas City Chiefs. Mm-hmm. And the Patriots of, let's say, 2012, 13, 14, 15, 16, like, they have, obviously, the great tight end. Gronk was there.
Yeah.
But then they have just, some good receivers. Some Xavier Worthy's a rookie, but they have some players, but no one that you're going to write home about. You think of Edelman and stuff like that, and he was pretty damn good in the playoffs, but he wasn't someone you had to, scheme up against. It's like, oh, we got to worry about Edelman. No. He was a slot guy. But they just have an elite defense and a guy that at quarterback's going to get it done at the end of the day. And that's all you really need. If you have the number one defense and you have Patrick Mahomes, I'll take my chances. And that's what they have right now. No Rashee Rice, no Hollywood Brown, no problem. And that's what's really frustrating if I'm an opposing fan going up against this team is it's like, really? Like Travis Kelce's like an old man right now. He's a shell of himself, it looks like, this season, and still not enough. Like we still are letting guys like Noah Gray get out and doing wiggles. Like I haven't heard of some of these guys. Like they were talking about Watson, whoever there was, is for the tight end. Tom's like, I used to play with that guy. I was like, who? Yeah. He's just throwing in nobodies. But that's just how good Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are at scheming. And it highlights just how poor of a game plan. And maybe it's not the game plan. Maybe it's just Spags just having Shanahan's number. I don't know what it is with Kyle Shanahan and going up against some of these defensive coordinators, whether it's a Jim Schwartz, whether it's, it was last year, whether it's against Brian Flores this year. Like certain coordinators just have Shanahan's number and he can't seem to shake them. No. I don't know what it is.
He can't shake Spags. He can't shake Spags. At one point, and I was just kind of tracking this as we got through the games. So it was 7-3 Chiefs. With about 11:24 left in the first half. At that point, Kansas City had 128 total yards to the Niners 28. Penalties was 4-1 San Francisco. They had been penalized 4 times. Kansas City once. First downs was 8-1 Kansas City, and the only first down the Niners received at that point was due to a penalty. Time of possession at that point was 12 minutes, 50 seconds for Kansas City, 5:46 for the Niners. Then you fast forward 5 minutes, and it's 14-3 Kansas City. And at that point, the total yardage was 158-36. Kansas City. First downs was 11-1, Kansas City. And again, the first down the Niners created on their own without a penalty was on the Kittle play when it was 1st and 20. And he caught a pass over the middle of the field for 22 yards from Brock Purdy. Nice little pass over the middle of the field. Third downs, they were 0-4 at that point. Kansas City was 4-6. They had only had the ball for 6 minutes and 26 seconds. Wait, these are the 49ers. This is a team that that are accustomed to holding on to the ball and taking the air out of the football. It dominated the time of possessions, Purdy. They got dominated in every facet. I get it, Kansas City's number one defense. But how it looked in real time. Carter was at the game. We're all at the game. We see the all-22 vision. Spadoni, they could not uncover. Kansas City basically said, we're going to play man defense. We're going to blitz. We're going to do what we do, and we're going to dare you to beat it. And I don't know. I got Kyle Shanahan as the OC/head coach. We can't scheme nobody open. Brock Purdy, we can't scheme anybody. We can't make any plays. Wide receivers, we can't uncover. We can't win your one-on-one matchup.
Well, the frustrating part is, too, Bonte, like when you had those players beat, you underthrew them. Whether it was George Kittle, whether it was Jacob Cowing, those should have been touchdowns. And that's the rat on the table, right? Brought to you by Atco. Like, you had the mismatches and you just didn't hit them. And you were at the game, so you didn't listen. I was listening to the broadcast, and Thomas said, man,
he underthrew them.
That was an average ball by Brock. A better ball, that's a touchdown.
No,
both
twice.
Times.
Exactly.
Yeah, both times.
Brock was not good yesterday. So when the Spags is up there waxing poetic about Brock saying, I see no weaknesses, blah, 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 that's all coach speak. It's coach speak. All right? Damn.
It's frustrating.
This is bad. No,
this
is, you know why it's frustrating, Spadoni? Because they came out with 10 days off. I know Kansas City had a bye week. The Niners had a mini bye.
They did.
And they come out in the game. They get the opening kickoff. And right away, Jordan Mason, -1 yard, carry, boom. Now you're facing the second 11. You get a run play, you get 8 yards. Boom, 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 boom. Jake Brendel, call for holding. So then you got 2nd and 21. Purdy scrambles for 2 yards, and then on 3rd and 19, you run a fullback draw to Kyle Juszczyk. That's how the game started, and that was a microcosm of things to come. So 888-957-9570. Roasters, we need some help today. I need some help. We need to find solutions. What are solutions to get over a loss like that yesterday? What are the solutions to beat man coverage? What are the solutions to get a better push from your interior offensive line? What are your solutions to making some tackles? What are your solutions to some pretty predictable play calling by Kyle Shanahan? What are your solutions to the red zone woes? What are your solutions to bad quarterback play? What are your solutions to the passing game that may not have Brandon Aiyuk for the rest of the season?
I was watching that game, Bonte, yesterday, and that was the first game really all season long. And I know they've had their red zone woes, and I understand they've been in some bad games against the Minnesota Vikings, but yesterday they really missed Christian McCaffrey. That was evident throughout the whole game. They really, really missed Christian McCaffrey. And that was what was concerning to me when I was watching that. That was the first time I felt yesterday. I was like, oh, maybe this team isn't a title contender anymore. Yeah. Maybe this is just, they're going to be the season. You lose Brandon Aiyuk potentially with a torn ACL. That's the fear right now. We're waiting on confirmation from that this morning. When we find that news, we'll hit the breaking news sounder. Whenever Schefter, Rappaport, whoever has it, we'll break it down. But that was the game yesterday. It was just like, damn, they need CMC bad. And are they going to get him back? That's the reports. They're optimistic after the bye. We'll see, but you can't count on that. Not right now.
The word before the game about McCaffrey was they expect him a couple of weeks into November. But where are you going to be at as a team?
That's
a couple of weeks into November.
And are you going to be are you going to be playing him a lot? Are you going to be managing his touches then? That's the thing. Are you going to be having training wheels on him? There's just so many question marks with this team health-wise right now that it's hard for me to even take them seriously as a legit contender at the moment. Things can change.
No,
but that was a loss yesterday. You kind of have to just look in the mirror and say, who are we as a team right now? At
the moment, you're not a legit contender. You're a 3-4 football team that is desperate for a win going into the bye week. Operation 4-4 had a chance to get greedy. Well, you lose. You beat the Cowboys next week going into the bye week. Then you can try to stabilize the season.
And that's a desperate Cowboys team, too.
Yep, coming off a bye. And they're going to want to do something after getting blown out by the Lions. So we're going to talk about it. 888-957-9570. What went wrong yesterday for the 49ers? Brock Purdy, your thoughts. Kyle Shanahan, your thoughts. Boy, it is doom and gloom right now for the San Francisco 49ers, and I don't know if it's going to get better anytime soon. Shout out to our great friends at Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you'll be flushed. Brought to you by Floyd Water Plumbing and Drain. Look, our guest line today is simple. It's you, the caller. It's you, the texter. Comcast Business Text Line, Niner fans, 888-957-9570. As you sat in that sun yesterday, and you were fired up for the Kansas City Chiefs. How you feeling this morning? How you feeling how were you feeling at halftime? How are you feeling at the end of the third quarter? And how you feeling right now knowing what's happening with this receiving core, what's happening with this quarterback, what's happening with this football team? That's all coming up. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. For your 15-minute drive-through oil change, visit the friendly expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
With me and Dad?
Mommy's not feeling good.
You need to vaporize that cold.
Vaporize?
Yeah, with Dayquil VapoCool. It's Dayquil plus a rush.
misses it. Steps away, gets around Fred Warner. Oh, what a run. Now dances the ball. He's still in bounds. Patrick Mahomes racing to the end zone. He's out of bounds. They mark him at the 4. How did he do that? 33 yards.
And even that little pump fake, probably pump fakes more than any quarterback in the league. And because they know he can throw that, Winters comes in.
Hit my rejoin. Carter, give me a rejoin in here. Give me a rejoin in here. I got my rookie on the board right now. It's all good. We'll get the rejoin. Kevin Burkhardt on Fox Sports alongside Tom Brady. That was a 33-yard scramble by Patrick Mahomes, a missed tackle by Fred Warner, a missed tackle by Dean Winters, and Mahomes made that play happen. Again, I look at some of the stats here. The Niners are now 27th when it comes to red zone efficiency. Red zone efficiency, 27th in the league, 14-31 now, Spadoni, 14-31. Yesterday on third down, the Niners, 2 of 11 on third down. Kansas City, 8-14. They were able to stay on the field and extend drives. The Niners had a few 3-and-outs. They could not extend drives and continue drives there. So just an all-around rough day. And defensively, Nick Sorensen and company, I thought they did what they had to do. You get 2 Patrick Mahomes interceptions. You keep it about the end zone. You were in that football game. I have no problem with the way defense played yesterday. Sure, there's some things we could nitpick, some missed tackles here and there, some blown coverages. It's all good. This loss yesterday, Spadoni, is on Purdy, Shanahan, and the entire offensive unit. And you want to throw in special teams too? Because they haven't been special all year.
No. Well, it just goes back to you have to at least have complimentary football. And the 49ers throughout this season have just not had complimentary football. I need 2 phases to not just dominate, to just be good. Mm-hmm. And they just haven't had that all season, whether it's special teams in the offense, whether it's the defense in the offense, whether it's pick any slice of it you want. They have not had complimentary football this year, and it reared its ugly head again yesterday, whether it's special teams and it's letting a long return come, whether it's, hell, they were in another position yesterday where I was like, oh my God, is the kicker going to have to make a play again?
Yeah.
I was like, this cannot happen again. You're already on your 3rd kicker, Anders Carlson. I know he missed the extra point, but it was like, for all things considered, being on their 3rd kicker, he had a 55-yarder, he made another chip shot. He was fine. But you put him in a position where he has to make another tackle. It's just like you're going to lose a 3rd kicker now. It's just stuff like that where it's just if you're a fan, you're ripping your hair out. Like, how does this keep happening under Kyle Shanahan and Brian Schneider, the special teams coach? If you're going to make a move, it's probably going to be after the bye week or during the bye week. So that's going to be next week. I don't anticipate that unless something a meltdown happens because I think Kyle Shanahan likes to stick with his guys during the season. But it's just not good enough right now. But I do think Nick Sorensen and the defense should have some credit holding Kansas City to 14 points through 3 quarters, and then they were just gassed. It gets to a certain point where even if the Kansas City offense isn't lighting it up, they're just ground and pound, and you're just going to be wearing down, and that's what happened.
They got worn down yesterday.
Carson Steele was getting
and if I hear another thing like, tell the kickers not to tackle, what are you going to do? You're going to let them score a touchdown? No. Kicker's got to tackle. Well, the lads, it shouldn't get to the kicker. No. That's the problem.
Yes.
It shouldn't get to the kicker. Yeah. Too many deep returns. It's just a nightmare. Let's go to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Adrian and Hayward. Adrian, what's happening? You're on the roast. What's up, Adrian?
Hey, what's up, fellas? Good morning.
Morning.
How's it going?
Good.
So I called in to Joe Spadoni about 3 weeks ago. I talked about how Purdy's been figured out. They're 6-6 when Purdy plays since the Christmas massacre, and I heard Joe talking about this is the worst Purdy's played. He's done that against the Browns, the Ravens, now the Chiefs. Since the Ravens game, off the top of my head, 3 interceptions there, 3 interceptions yesterday, and then you add in all the other interceptions and all these losses they've had. This guy's not it. We need to stop beating around the bush and sugarcoating and babying Brock. This the guy you want for the next 5 years? Obviously, he's not that good enough. The tape's out. They know how to play him. Man coverage, he can't thread the needle.
Wow.
People talk about accuracy. Oh, he's so accurate. He can't thread the needle. He needs guys to be open 5-10 yards to hit them. That's all I got to say, fellas. Thank you.
You know what? I know Matt Nahiga's kind of scoffing at that, whether or not Brock's the guy. Well, it's another stinker for Brock Purdy. Let's just be honest. That's another stinker for Brock.
He honestly, too, the inaccuracy part is correct. He's 22 in the NFL right now in completion percentage.
22nd.
Yeah, 63.9%. Not great.
All right.
Yeah.
He had the stinker against Arizona, and he had a stinker yesterday. Spags is confusing him. Doesn't know where the blitzers are coming from. They changed their defense right before the snap. They changed the photograph, and boom, next thing you know, he's lost. The deal is with Brock, and he's right. Adrian and Hayward's right. We got to be scared. We just got to call it like it is when it comes to Brock Purdy. He's not the greatest thing since sliced bread. He's not the worst thing ever. But I'd be lying, Spadoni, if I didn't walk around Levi Stadium after the game yesterday and hear little whispers, little murmurs saying, and I tell the fans this all the time, I don't know how to lie to you. All I know how to do is keep it real. It's part of my, sometimes it's a gift and it's a curse. So when I say this, all I'm doing is keeping it real about the murmurs I heard yesterday. And the murmurs I heard yesterday was, Bonte, you sure this is a $60 million a year quarterback?
Wow.
You sure you don't want to just tag this guy? You sure that you want to give him a 4-year, $200 million deal and be like 2 and Jalen Hurts? You sure you want to do that with this guy?
So you're what you're saying is you're Lord Varys from Game of Thrones, the Master of Whispers, and all the little birds out there were chirping yesterday and saying, maybe pump the brakes on Brock Purdy getting paid?
This is a big decision.
Wow.
This is a big decision. Now, you look at his game logs here. Let's just look at the game logs. And he had a bad game, but I don't care. When it gets to Kansas City Chiefs, we expect the big boys to show up. And Purdy didn't show up yesterday. You mentioned 22nd in completion percentage.
Not great.
All right? And then we think about the playoffs. Now, he came back in those victories against Green Bay and Detroit. But for 3 quarters against Green Bay, he was not good. The Baltimore game, he was not good. For the first half against Detroit, he was not good. It is what it is. Yesterday against Kansas City, the first throw to George Kittle. Where the hell was he throwing it? Carter, you got that play? Can you pull that play up when you can? Where was he throwing it? Did he feel the rush? Was he seeing ghost? Because Chester reached out all over it. It was the easiest interception he'll ever have in his career.
He also set his feet, too. That was the thing. Like, he set his feet and, like, planted. I was like, okay, so you weren't throwing on the run or anything like that. He saw where he was throwing to it. There was a defender in his face. And I go back to a little bit, like, the shortcomings a little, like, he has a lot of tipped balls every single game. And some of that is just, you know what? He's 6 feet tall. And that it is what it is. And that stuff matters. In games like this, where I see him throwing it at a helmet of his offensive lineman getting tipped in the air multiple times, that is concerning when I'm paying a guy that much money. Now, again, 2 things can be equally true. He's having a stinker year. It's not his best year. He's 9-7 touchdown interception ratio. He's the second most picks in the NFL, tied with a bunch of guys at 7. It's not great. He was also an MVP candidate last year. So that, like, I can't take that away from him. And I get it. This year is this year and last year is last year. But there has to be some sort of nuance in this conversation, right?
It's what have you done for me lately? And there's a lot of money on the line. This is big business. Last year's last year. Last year's last year. What do we want from Purdy? We want to see him elevate other players. We want to see him do what he did against the LA Rams when he had nobody on defense. And Purdy played excellent in that football game. Now, yesterday's a chance where you're going to have to make throws in tight windows. You're going to have to be on time. Even the deep balls to George Kittle and Jacob Calvin. You're going to throw those bad boys. Those should be touchdowns. Instead, you get an interception and a field goal. Instead of getting 14 points, you get 3 in that situation because of the underthrows on the deep balls. He wasn't good yesterday. It's okay. It's okay. But, boy, 7 interceptions. And all 3, everybody was quick to, you know what was funny? Look at the Ronnie Bell. Because everybody was, Ronnie Bell ran the wrong route. Ronnie Bell. No. Brock Purdy just sold it. Made some bad throws. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno. Rob, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Rob.
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
Hey, like I said before, it's levels to this coaching and scheming. When Cal goes up against another great schemer, whether that's defensively or offensively, Andy Reid don't come out on top. That's what it comes down to. We're going to beat the Dallas Cowboys next week. We're going to beat Tampa. We're going to beat Seattle. We're going to win 3 straight. When it comes to beating them upper teams, we're not built for that. Cal can get the job done. And with Purdy, I've been saying this about Purdy. He's a product of the system. If the system is off, he's going to be off. If Cal's off his play calling, he's going to be off. You know what I'm saying? The only reason he's starting is because of CMC. If the Niners never traded for CMC, Trey Lance is still here. But since they got CMC, Kyle was able to make magic, or I can just run it and run some play action, get some short stuff across the middle. It's going to be wide open because they so worried about CMC in the run game. So at the end of the day, it is what it is. We know what Purdy is. We all know what Purdy was.
So you're putting this game. So you're putting this game more so on Kyle Shanahan.
It's a scheming contest. When I looked at the Kansas, even before all the injuries, Kansas City when they came in, because they started roster out there yesterday, I looked at the 49ers. Oh, they got better weapons on offense. You know what I'm saying? Outside of Mahomes, they got better weapons, but Andy Reid's he's not just going to do one style of play. Andy Reid done went from a running quarterback to your basic, prototypical quarterback, and he finds different ways to win. He'll change the scheme up within the game. Kyle's not doing that. Kyle's going to run what he's going to run. So it's levels to this, and Kyle's just not at the Andy Reid level, and that's fine. It's like what the Portland Trailblazers was to the Golden State Warriors. You're just not there yet. Like I said, we might win. We going to win 3 straight, go to 7-4. But when it comes to beating them good teams that we got to win the Super Bowl, Purdy and Kyle together just ain't going to get it done. You need a superstar quarterback. And Purdy's just not that, and that's fine. We're just not going to beat the Baltimores and the KCs when it matters most.
All right, Rob.
That's interesting.
It's very interesting. I don't want to get into that, and I also want to get into Brandon Aiyuk. And what a disastrous season this was for Brandon Aiyuk.
Just brutal.
Now, he got his money, and if he didn't sign his contract, could have been a problem, but just a lost season for Brandon Aiyuk. I don't even know what to say. We'll talk about it on the other side. Shanahan, Aiyuk, Purdy, just overall.
This is a lost season for the Niners.
It's just Brandon Aiyuk just. I can't believe it. The drop pass, he got booed yesterday. He got booed. You got to make that play. You have to make that play for Brandon Aiyuk. All right, we'll get more into it. Niners lose to the Kansas City Chiefs. They've lost 5. Kyle Shanahan is now 0-5 against Andy Reid. 0-5. 0-5. Doesn't look like a win's coming anytime soon.
You think the Niners would be in the AFC West with that record?
Ooh. More on this coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Celebrate.
you got to wonder how much of that Debo sickness factored into them changing their game plan a lot yesterday too. But I'm just saying, because you look at that game yesterday and I was like, where's the creativity at with like reverses? Because I saw the total juxtaposition from Kansas City on their offense. How many different like reverses did you see yesterday? Whether it was Mecole Hardman, Samaje Perine, whether it was Xavier Worthy, they were trying to get their speedsters involved any way they can, because
screen game.
Exactly. Because they understand that they don't have the depth that they thought they were going to have this season. Rasheed Rice out for the year. Hollywood Brown out for the year. Juju Smith-Schuster was out after the first quarter.
With a hamstring.
With a hamstring.
Midway through.
Like, they didn't have anyone. They had an old man, Travis Kelce, who had just not even a great game. With 4 receptions, 17 yards. Kelce, he had a couple of big ones out there, but
nothing special.
Really, it was nothing special. It was Noah Gray. It was Justin Watson. It was Patrick Mahomes. The creativity was just there, though, with Andy Reid when push came to shove. Hell, you saw it in the end zone. I know it didn't work, but they brought in like Carson Wentz for this like 3-back look. It was just interesting, and it was fun, and it was creative, and we didn't see that from Shanahan yesterday.
No creativity whatsoever. Lack of screenplays, lack of jet sweep, just no creativity whatsoever on the side of Kyle Shanahan. And again, I thought he coached timid. I thought he coached as if he was giving Spags a little too much respect. So improvising, getting away from, sometimes you got to say, you know what, the hell with my system. Let's just play football. And, Gary Danielson was on the call for Michigan, Illinois Saturday. And Michigan kept feeding their tight end, this guy named Loveland. That's his last name, Loveland. And Gary Danielson said something that kind of stuck with me over the weekend. And he's so true. Instead of calling plays for a player, sometimes you got to figure out just a way to get the ball to the player. Mm-hmm. And what I mean by that is, yesterday, obviously, Kittle's rolling. How can I match him up on one of these linebackers and get him going? How can I get Jacob Cowing in space? How can I get Ricky Pearsall in space? How can I create opportunities for my playmakers and not just be so damn dependent on my scheme and the play action passing and the slant and the timing? Sometimes you just need to help your ballers be ballers. And I thought Shanahan did a poor job yesterday putting his players in position to try to make plays. He veered too much into the scheme. He didn't veer off the scheme. Maybe sometimes you got to veer off the scheme and do some things a little differently. You're playing the Kansas City Chiefs. What do you have to lose? They're undefeated. They've beat you in the Super Bowls, Spadotti. You're 0-4 against Andy Reid. Sometimes you got to just throw the kitchen sink at them. And yesterday I thought it was a very vanilla, a very timid offensive game plan by Kyle Shanahan.
They didn't play like a desperate team yesterday. They played like a team that was okay with just, you know what, we're going to lose to the Chiefs. It is what it is. Yeah. We're going to take our lick. No, you were at home. Like, I felt the vibe through the TV yesterday early on in that game when they were yelling defense early on.
That was short-lived.
That was very short-lived.
The crowd had nothing to cheer about yesterday.
No. And but I felt it early on in that game, the intensity of the fan base yesterday, that they wanted this one bad. Like, you felt it all throughout the week, Bonte, whether it was through the callers, whether it was our guys like Nick and Berkeley, everyone was calling in saying how badly they wanted this game to get the monkey off their back. And it's just the status quo once again. And not even that, because even in the 2 previous matchups, whether it was in the Super Bowl, let's just go there, you were beating them. You kind of had them on the ropes. And this one, it was the opposite. It was the inverse. They had you on the ropes. They were kicking your ass early, and they never looked back. That's what it was so frustrating.
No, they kicked your ass all game long. All game long. Let's go to the lines. Let's go to Jason in San Leandro. Jason, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, you guys, and thank you for taking my call. You just hit it right on the button. I mean, that's exactly why I called, dude. It's coaching, man. Look who we have, what we have. And look, everybody's dealing with injuries. So does the Kansas City Chiefs. Rice is down. Pacheco's down. Look what Reid is doing. It's Andy Reid, dude, versus Shanahan. Shanahan, too conservative, too predictable for me. A regular fan, I'm looking at the plays. I'm telling myself, I know what that play is. He's way too predictable, way too many times. Look at his history. This guy's not the guy who's going to get us over the hump. Look at the Super Bowl. Players don't know the rules. Time management. So many things. I'm done with Shanahan. You need a great quarterback and a great coach to win ball games. We have neither. Purdy can be that guy, but not with Shanahan. He needs someone like Andy Reid. Look at Mahomes. Wow. What does Kansas City have? Mahomes. That's all. Even Kelce without people. He ain't Kelce that we know no more. Who do they have around? Mahomes. they got Andy Reid and we got Shanahan.
Damn.
Thank you.
Damn. You know, walking out of that stadium and seeing that uniform, the Chiefs uniform, and it's hard not to think about what happened in Las Vegas in February.
You were
and
there.
the opportunity, and the opportunity the Niners blew in that game to win that Lombardi. And now here we fast forward, and we're in October, and you couldn't be farther away from that Super Bowl. You couldn't be farther away from a trip to New Orleans. It is what it is. And I just thought Shanahan, he just coached timid. And that resonated on to Purdy. It did. I mean, it goes hand to hand.
If I was to ask you, what's wider right now? The gap between Kyle Shanahan and Andy Reid, or Brock Purdy and Patrick Mahomes? What's a wider gap? See, because I think it's Patrick Mahomes and Brock Purdy.
That's the wider gap?
I think that is a significant gap between the greatest potentially of all time and just a very good quarterback. That was the difference yesterday. When I saw the talent around Patrick Mahomes and what he was able to do in the biggest moments of the game yesterday, whether it was the scramble, whether it was getting sacked and completing a third down completion, whether it was bodying Malik Mustafa in the end zone and bullying his way through, I thought Patrick Mahomes was the difference yesterday more so than Andy Reid.
And Mahomes threw 2 picks.
He did.
He threw 2 picks.
He did.
I thought the difference was Spags and Shanahan.
Okay.
That's what I thought. Andy Reid. Andy Reid. I mean, he's light years ahead of Kyle Shanahan right now. He is.
Light years. Wow.
He is. So the gaps between both Mahomes and Purdy and Shanahan and Reid or Shanahan and Spags, it's a wide gap. It's a very wide gap. And you saw it yesterday on the football field. Let's go to OG in San Jose. OG, San Jose, what's happening, OG?
Hey, guys. I mean, that was a depressing loss. But, you know, Kyle Shanahan's offense has been putrid all year long. And even several times over the last several years, you know, it's fallen short in the big games. In the Super Bowl, they scored 19 in regulation. It's not enough. I feel like he shows up to the games with his play sheet and no game plan. It's just a very, very mechanical, you know, kind of stuck in the rut offense that the whole league is on to. And I would fire Kyle Shanahan at the bye.
Flush
that
him,
guy.
him.
Get him out of here.
Mind.
Come on.
You're out of your mind. You're not going to fire Kyle Shanahan during a bye week. You're not going to fire him, period. Sorry, your call's not good. You need to contact Floyd Water Plumbing and Drainage, FloydWater.net. Go ahead, drop OG. Drop him off. That's just, I'm not here for that.
Was that Anunoby?
No, it wasn't Anunoby. Trust me, his rich ass ain't calling this. You know, there was a play where Karlaftis sacked Brock Purdy. It was on the play before he dropped the dime to Brandon Aiyuk, who dropped it. This is the second quarter. You see Sovereign and Banks, they both pulled, and neither of them blocked Karlaftis.
Well, they blocked each other. they ran into each other.
So, yes, Shanahan was stale, I thought, with his game plan yesterday. I thought Purdy was awful. But the players, man, they're not executing at all. This is not a button-up football team. This is just not. Special teams, offensively, just on a play like that, you got 2 guys pulling. And Karlaftis is like, oh, neither one of you going to block me? And it blows the play up. They're not on the same page.
It was I keep going back to this, though. When you don't have Christian McCaffrey, when you don't have Deebo Samuel, and that stuff, you know, the X's and O's become more and more important, Bonte. Like, you can't just do the simple things right. You're going to have a tough time against any team in the NFL, whether it's the Carolina Panthers or the Kansas City Chiefs. If you just don't have basic blocking, it's going to make your life difficult, let alone if you're without all of your best weapons on top of that. So that even becomes more and more highlighted as the game goes on. That was a game where you felt like, again, I said this at the top, a team coming off a bye was more buttoned up. And a team that desperately needs a bye right now in the San Francisco 49ers, they just, And that's what's frustrating, though, too, because you're coming off a mini bye. So you thought at least you were going to be buttoned up there.
Exactly.
So that's on coaching. That's on the play. I don't know.
Yeah.
And
you're at home. And you had a short flight. You had a short flight to Seattle. You come back. You had the mini bye. You didn't have to leave the time zone, the Pacific. You didn't have to leave the Pacific time zone. So the excuses miss me with them.
No. And I kept hearing last week, and Carter, who's running the board today, he's been at the practices. Jake Hutchinson, our Niners insider here at 95.7 The Game, was at the practices. They were saying that was the loosest they've seen the 49ers practice this. They've just felt great. They felt loose. They felt in control. They got a boost from Ricky Pearsall. So I thought heading into this game that everyone was going to be, this is going to be great. But did they play loose, Bonte, yesterday? Or did they play tight?
They played tight. And it happened on the first 3 plays of the game.
And where does that come from? Is that from the quarterback? Is that the quarterback? Is that the head coach? Is that everyone?
That's lack of execution. That's maybe on everybody. Kansas City right now has a mental edge over the 49ers. Mentally, they see Kansas City, and it's like, oh boy, we're. The difference was Kansas City was trying to play to win, and the Niners were playing not to lose. Yeah. They were playing not to get embarrassed. Yeah. That's what it started playing out like. I watched the game. Evan Giddy sat right next to me. Second play of the game, offensive holding, boom. Offensive holding. Now all of a sudden you're behind the 6 on the first possession of the game, and this is the last team. We talked about this on Friday. The key is 3rd and 2. 3rd and 3, 2nd and 3, 2nd and 2. And for so many times, you're getting in 3rd and long situations. It's the wrong team to do that because they're blitzing from everywhere. And again, you don't even know who to block on these blitzes.
I mean, they're one of the best teams when it comes to not having 3 and outs in the NFL. And what did they do in the very first series? 3 and out.
3 and out.
And that was, and what did Kyle Shanahan loves to get, the defer when they get the coin flip and stuff like that. Half. But they didn't get that. It was the inverse this time. And, and KC, they get the ball back and then they get a turnover on downs because they got to go to the fake punt. It's like, great, you got the momentum right back. And then what do? You throw a pick. Give the momentum right back to them. It was just this constant tug and pull. It's just like, man, can something go our way? And then you lose Aiyuk for the game. It was a mess yesterday. That was definitely one of the worst losses in the regular season, given the circumstances in the Kyle Shanahan era.
There's no doubt.
It was just not even close.
There's no doubt. Let's go to RJ Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
We've got the heavy hitters today.
All right, what's up, players? Key takeaways. Brock Purdy, he's a trailer, not a tractor. Another one, Kyle Shanahan has learned nothing since the Super Bowl. Kyle Shanahan has learned nothing since the Super Bowl. I mean, come on, guys. We all know what coverage Casey was doing, and he's still unable to scheme people open, jet sweeps, no creativity. And then I'll just come to realize as a 49er fan that, man, we ain't no playoff team, man. I mean, come on, look at the top of the NFC. We don't even deserve to be in the playoff talks right now. We learned nothing. I mean, KC was in their bag. I mean, our defense was giving multiple opportunities to our offense to score. And what did we do? Punt, and field goals at the end and picks everywhere. So this ain't on the defense. This is strictly on offense, guys. And I'm just sick of it, man. I'm coming to realize this ain't a playoff team. So it's easier to deal with that. And there ain't no championship this year. So that's what it is.
Let's go to TC and Sack.
Already? After one game, this team's done.
TC and Sack. TC and Sack. What's happening? So, my bro.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up with my bro, man? Good morning. Spadoni, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Hey, before I get started, right, you already know. Before I get started, listen, Spadoni, I got to disagree on that. It's not Shanahan and Andy Reid are way apart, bro. Way apart.
Really?
Shanahan is not on Andy Reid's level. Period. Point blank.
You don't think Mahomes has a lot to do with that, TC?
No, Andy Reid was doing it long before Patrick Mahomes.
A Super Bowl before
that could be the end all be all. He's taken a lot of quarterbacks to Pro Bowls, All Pros, borderline Hall of Famers. The Philadelphia Eagles were very, very successful under Andy Reid. It's not fair to Andy Reid to just say, oh, he's just a good coach because of Mahomes. He's got a track record. This guy's been in the league for 26 years.
We're underselling the greatness of Patrick Mahomes.
And Andy Reid helped mold Brett Favre. So that's another thing. Andy Reid's resume is impeccable, man. I'm with TC. Shanahan's not on Andy Reid's level.
We're underselling Patrick Mahomes and his greatness. That's all.
No, we're not. We're underselling Andy Reid.
Go ahead, TC. Sorry.
No, yeah, exactly, because that's the easy answer. I don't want to get stuck on this because I want to get on Brock and Shanahan, but that was Spadoni. That's the easy answer to say, oh, Patrick Mahomes is light years better than Brock. Everybody knows that, bro. You know what I'm saying? We all know that. We're talking about the real Shanahan is not on Andy Reid's level. Let's move on. Brock Purdy, bro. The anticipation throws. We already told you about that. That's going to get you in trouble, brother. Everybody's talking about Ronnie Bell. No, Ronnie Bell cut the route short because that was the opening. If he would have ran straight and ran that out, that corner route, he would have ran right into the DB because he was dropped in coverage. He cut it down for Brock. That was Brock trying to throw to a spot, hoping that his guy was going to be there. Brock had an awful game yesterday. I don't care. You run J.P. Mason, Kyle, 50 times. Andy Reid did it. He grabbed Kareem Hunt off the couch and ran him 50 times. I don't care about the 14 carries. You run that guy 50 times, bro. Period, point blank. Shanahan is not the guy, bro. And I call and tell you about this dude all the time, Bonte, and everybody is starting to see it, bro. That's all I got. I'm going to let these callers have their piece, bro.
All right, TC. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG, FM, and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the Odyssey app. Nobody's underselling Mahomes. We know Mahomes is great. There's no doubt about it. And Andy has got this toy. But nobody, and here's the thing about Mahomes being great. We didn't know he was going to be great when he entered the draft. Nobody, he was a wild card.
He was a first-round pick.
But he was a wild card, though. He was a wild card. There's a lot of first-round picks who flame out. That means nothing when you're a first-round pick. We see misevaluations all the time.
But the talent was obvious.
Trey Lance.
Yeah.
But Andy Reid has done this with many quarterbacks. He's been a very successful head coach. There's a lot like Marv Levy. We're gonna disrespect Marv Levy because he didn't win a Super Bowl. Marv Levy's a great coach.
Yes.
But Buffalo fell short.
But did we not learn our lesson with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady? As soon as Tom left, we realized it was a lot to do with Tom Brady and the Patriots' success.
And also
because he won a Super Bowl immediately after leaving.
Well, also
and we saw what the Patriots turned into after Tom left.
But you also had a lot of buy hires there when you give Joe Judge and Matt Patricia the keys to the offense. Yeah. That's a terrible move. But the quarterback does help you. But Andy Reid has had Brett Favre. He's had Donovan McNabb. He's had Jeff Garcia. He's had Mike Vick. He's had Kevin Costner. He's won a lot of games. The guy's got 3 seasons in which he's won less than 8 games.
Yes.
3 in 26 years. So Andy Reid gets a lot of credit, and right now he's coaching better than Shanahan. There's just his creativity on offense is light years better than Kyle Shanahan's right now. It's not even close.
I thought yesterday, and a lot of calls are going to disagree with me, I thought the gap yesterday was more so because of the quarterback play than the head coaching play. Like Patrick Mahomes, he wasn't amazing yesterday, as you said. He's threw 2 picks, but he made the plays of the game multiple times.
Yeah,
whether it was falling down, getting sacked, whether it was scrambling, whether it was 4th and goal, running up the middle and bodying Malik Mustafa, like he was the difference in that game to me. Whether it was that little flick pass,
I don't know about
that.
I don't. Mahomes looked very pedestrian yesterday. He threw for 154 yards.
He did, but he made the plays of the game.
He was off on Xavier Worthy the first play of the second half where he threw it deep. He was off yesterday. The difference to me yesterday was Kansas City and Spags defense undressing the Niners offense and saying, we're going to play man defense right now, in your face, sticky man coverage. Brock beat us with some throws.
Undressing Brock Purdy. Yes.
And they undressed him.
Brock Purdy. Yes.
And they undressed the entire offense.
I mean, I can't blame Kyle Shanahan for Brock Purdy missing back horribly on some of those. That's not Kyle Shanahan's fault.
Well, Shanahan's play calling sucked. Purdy's quarterback play sucked.
Okay.
The offensive line sucked in the run and pass game. The run game sucked. The wide receivers sucked getting off of press coverage. The entire offense is culpable for yesterday. Culpable what happened. They sucked. Okay? The offensive line sucked. How many times I need to say it? They sucked. They all stunk yesterday. And that's the difference in the Super Bowl and in this game yesterday. Kansas City's defense dominated the game. And that cannot happen when you have an offensive-minded head coach who's quote-unquote a genius and a quarterback who's going to make $60 million a year. In Kansas City, the last 2 matchups, Purdy didn't look like a $60 million quarterback, and Shanahan didn't look like an offensive genius, and the offensive line couldn't get a push up front. It happens over and over and over again in these big games. It just is what it is. Mahomes wasn't great yesterday.
No, he wasn't.
He wasn't great at all.
But he made great plays when they needed to be made. And that's the difference sometimes.
Team stunk. Now I'm starting to get ticked off. Let's go to unbelievable yesterday.
Just one game, Bonte.
No, it's not just one game. It means a lot, man. It means a lot yesterday to get undressed by the way you did. They coach scared. They coach timid on offense. It was embarrassing. Eddie and Oxnard. What's happening? Now I'm getting ticked off because now I'm playing the game back in my head and I watched it next to Evan. Offensively, it weren't even close. Nobody's getting open. Nobody's getting any push on the offensive line. Just awful. Eddie, what's happening?
Well, hey guys, that goes all the way back to Kyle. You have to talk about two things with Kyle: the scheme, which even Baldy said the offensive scheme is very vanilla, the passing scheme. How many rub routes did you see yesterday?
Not many.
How many screens did you see? How many crouching routes did you see?
Not many.
You saw none. And it's primarily because Kyle believes he can out-scheme everyone with his motion. And even if you go back to the Super Bowl and you see all the motion he does, did you see the Kansas City defenders move at all? No. They just stay there and know we can play 7 on you, stop your offensive line, stop those gaps open, play gap integrity, smart football, and make you beat us man. And he doesn't he doesn't include man beater routes into his passing scheme. His run scheme can be creative at times, but he doesn't lean on it. He just decides to stop passing, and he just assumes he can scheme everyone open, which he can't. And this goes back to his drafting the offensive line. We've been talking about the offensive line needing draft picks for the past 4 or 5 years now. All the way back to McClinchy when he was terrible on the right side of the line, and the answer is, we're going to put McKivitz there to play the right tackle, and he's terrible. You have a bad center in Brendel who's constantly being pushed back into Brock, constantly getting caught for holding penalties on passing and rundowns, and he's controlled. He has full control of the offensive personnel, of the team personnel. We like to talk about John Lynch, but really Kyle's a de facto GM in many ways.
Yeah.
He chooses who gets drafted.
Eddie, good call. Look, the crossing routes that you mentioned, did you see any crossing routes? There's plenty of crossing routes. The problem is these wide receivers couldn't get open on the crossing routes. And what Baldy said a few weeks ago when Shasky asked him, what's the identity of this team right now? And Baldy said slow. Well, yesterday I saw slow and unathletic. Crossing routes, drag routes, they could not get open. So in one sense, you can say, well, where the hell was Purdy going to throw the football? I mean, just an offensive disaster yesterday. We're going to focus on that all show long. Everybody, we're getting to everybody. Damon, David, Caitlin, Jay, Ricky. I'm annoyed right now. This loss annoyed me. It annoyed me. Offensively, it's just not good enough. Not good enough. Not even close to being good enough.
There's a big brother mentality, little brother mentality when it comes to the Chiefs and Niners right now, and that's very tough to shake. Having 5 older brothers myself, I understand it.
Oh, boy. More coming up, brought to you by our great friends at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. I'm due for an oil change, by the way. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through Spadoni. 15 minutes, that's it, in and out. 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly expert technicians at local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and much, much more. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
multiple blitzers. Picked up. Purdy coming to the side. Is intercepted. It was way high, and it was picked off there by Chris Roland Wallace, the rookie.
This is Adam in the City, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Purdy after the game said it was on him. Shanahan after the game said it was on Purdy. He said Ronnie Bell ran the right route because Lord knows in real time we're all ready to run Ronnie Bell out of town. Oh, definitely he ran the wrong route. No doubt about it. Well, that's why we don't know what's going on in that huddle. We don't know who the primary receiver is. We got to stop playing the coaches all 22. We don't know what's going on. We don't. And it felt like Ronnie Bell ran the right route, was wide open for a first down, and Brock Purdy with a chance to take the lead. All you got to do is kick a field goal. You're up 15-14. You throw a pick. You throw a game-changing pick, and that's what's happening here. Spinotti, by the way, shout out to Jack's for Friday.
Love Jack's.
How about that breakfast at Jack's?
Delicious. I had multiple burritos from Jack's, and it was,
Never got in 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're gone.
15 minutes.
Well, Baldy hammered like 5 of them, it felt like.
Yeah, probably.
He's a big man.
He's a big man.
He needs his food.
But all the roasters who came by, we appreciate it. It was a lot of cool. They got to ask some questions of Baldy at the end of the show. It was really cool.
It was a great time on Friday.
But Jax did it. The burritos ran out so fast that Shasky started eating granola. He never eats granola.
Well, they had the guacamole there too.
Yeah,
they had the salsa verde. They had the pico de gallo. God, I'm all up with the fixins with the Mexican food
the
too.
little bacon breakfast burrito.
Well, Jack's is great too because they have just such variety. They have American, they have Mexican, they have Greek. Everything's all in one. It's just like, you know what? I like all of them.
I like all of them. Shout out to Jax for providing the breakfast on Friday. Shout out to our roasters who are on the line. Don't forget, though, the most wanted tickets in the Bay Area are here. And we all may need a concert soon. Trust me. We all may need a concert.
Are you down that bad?
Look, Hip Hop Made the Bay started Too Short, Ja Rule, Bold Thugs, DJ Quick, Friday, November the 1st at the SAP Center. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. Again, Ticketmaster.com. This is going to be a fun concert November the 1st.
I mean, Bone Thugs right now, they have a famous song.
Meet me at the crossroads.
Is this team at a crossroads right now?
Absolutely incredible. Yes, they're at a crossroads. It's Operation Win It All Costs next Sunday. They don't win next Sunday, the season's over. Just point blank. You don't beat the Cowboys next Sunday, season's over. You're not rattling from a 3-5 deficit this year. You could fall to 3-5 this year. Because I tell you right now, I'm looking at the schedule. I don't want to do this today. We're going to get to everybody and talk about this loss. You lose to the Cowboys, and you're 3-5. Then you come out the bye week, you're playing at Tampa. All right? You're playing at Tampa. Yeah. Then you're playing Seattle at home. Yeah. Then you're playing at Green Bay. Super Bowl favorites. Green Bay's really good.
That was a really good win over the Texans yesterday.
Then you got to go to Buffalo, Orchard Park, Sunday Night Football against Josh Allen in that place.
It's going to be cold, too. The elements going to be into play there. Brock Purdy and the elements, not great.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Did you host the Chicago Bears?
Been playing better.
That defense is real. You want to talk about sticky man coverage? Well, guess what Matt Eberflus does? Sticky man coverage.
Montez Sweat, yeah.
All right. Then you got the Rams. Who the hell knows where the Rams going to be at December 12th?
Massive win yesterday against the Raiders.
Big win for them. Now you got to play the Dolphins. Two of them probably back, but they stink. And then you got Detroit December 30th, who will try to put the knockout blow to you. Yeah. So the schedule doesn't lighten up. So it is what it is. We're going to get into it. You lose Sunday to the Dallas Cowboys, season's over. Season's over.
It's a week-to-week league, Monte. All right, I
I'll tell you that right now.
Here.
Lose to the Cowboys, season's over.
Let's get there first. I don't think they're going to lose to the Cowboys. It's early.
Well, who's going to play? Who's not going to play? Debo was sick. What, did we find out what the illness was? We know Aiyuk. And
you're down bad right now. This team,
the Brendan Aiyuk situation cannot have played out worse for Brendan Aiyuk, nor could it play out for the team.
It's unfortunate. It really is, because you felt the pressure with him each and every game since the hold in, whatever the hell you want to call it. He wasn't there. And you felt it every single. You felt the frustration from the fan base, from the player. He's being short with the media afterwards. He's doing these podcasts with Deebo Samuel. He doesn't want to be there. The whole thing has just been a mess the last 6 months. Ever since you lost the Super Bowl, it's been whispers. Oh, maybe I'll stay in Vegas. Maybe I'll do this. Maybe I'll go there. Maybe I'll play with Jaden Daniels. And for it to culminate in a potential torn ACL and him to be out for a season, It's just unfortunate. It is. And they need him. That's the thing with all this. They need Brandon Aiyuk right now desperately. No McCaffrey. Juwan Jennings was out last week. He didn't have Deebo Samuel. And you were, relying on Ricky Pearsall making his first appearance as an NFL player, coming off a chest wound, getting shot a couple weeks ago. It was not a recipe for success yesterday in Santa Clara, and it just was bad. It was just bad.
Just focusing on Brandon Aiyuk, who received. So Brandon Aiyuk obviously signed a 4-year, $120 million deal, $76 million guaranteed with the new deal. He's received $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025. So think about Jay York. He had to dish out $96 million to Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams.
I saw Baldy chopping it up with Jed York on the sideline.
Yeah. Well, I was right there.
Okay, Bonte was there too. Everyone.
No. I said no.
Give him the drop. Give him the drop.
No, don't give me the drop. No. I got to shake. I talked to dude. Yesterday
shaking hands, kissing babies. Bonte.
It was a lot of fun. I got to talk to Jay York for a couple minutes. That was.
Did you talk to TB12 though?
I did not talk to TB12. Did not get the TB12.
Suit game was looking good for Tom.
Did not get the TB12. But when you think about what Aiyuk did to sign the 4-year, $120 million deal, and he was already behind the 8 ball because of the way training camp went down. And now he's got a torn ACL. From the team perspective, this is a disaster. An absolute disaster. For Brandon Aiyuk, it's a disaster because now with this fan base, your Q rating is at an all-time low. He dropped the pass yesterday, and the fans started booing instantly on third down. There's no remorse for Brandon Aiyuk right now.
It was a bad drop.
Not a lot of fans feel bad for him right now. And I do because he tore his ACL. Now you're going to lose the season. Who knows how he recovers? But this also proves, too, that if you're a player for new money, and you need a contract, imagine if Brandon Aiyuk was playing on the $14 million and he tore his ACL. I guarantee you he's not getting $76 million guaranteed.
No, he's getting a 1-year prove-it deal from someone else.
Right.
That's what's going to happen.
So for Brandon Aiyuk, it's a blessing that he secured the bag. But by securing the bag in the way that he secured the bag, now the fan base is going to say, 1 year, waste. 1 year, already looks like a bust. That's what the fans are thinking. And the team is thinking, boy, we just gave this guy $76 million guaranteed. Do you look at the production? It wasn't pretty.
I mean, not only did you sign and re-sign Christian McCaffrey to a deal, and he hasn't even played a snap this year, Bonte.
Oh, my gosh.
But now you did the same with Brandon Aiyuk. So that's 2 all-pro players that you re-signed this year that are potentially out for the season.
Wow.
It's just not good business. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because it's an injury thing. The Christian McCaffrey one is a little more perplexing, and that's maybe something where the 49ers should have examined it harder with their doctors. I don't know how much knowledge they had with the bilateral tendonitis, with all that sort of stuff. But the Aiyuk one is just, it feels unfortunate. You can't predict things like this, but this gets baked into the equation, right?
Yep, no doubt.
And now what's going to happen with Deebo Samuel moving forward, his contract, with George Kittle, all that sort of stuff. There's going to be some question marks going forward with the construction of this team and this roster. Are they going to have to revamp some things going forward here? Because right now, you did a litmus test going up against the Kansas City Chiefs. Yep. You came up very small.
Very small.
And they don't even have all their talent with them.
No, they don't.
And that's even more frustrating.
Yeah, no, don't miss me with the injury excuses because every team's dealing with them, especially the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Especially the Kansas City Chiefs. 510 Comcast Business Sex Line was the stadium booing Aiyuk after the drop.
Yes.
If you can, Carter or Evan,
you can hear it in the
find that play if you guys can, because I want to hear the boos. We heard the boos in the press box as soon as he dropped it. Boo! That may have been the loudest the stadium was yesterday. Was when they booed Brandon Aiyuk. Let's go back out to the line, Spadone, and let's get to Jay in Oakland. Jay, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
What's up, Jay?
Hey, what's going on, man? You guys are killing it. First of all, I'm a Raiders fan by marriage, 49ers fan, but my wife is a Raiders fan. So
God bless her.
Spadoni, you see it firsthand. Andy Reid is the man. I mean, he had Alex Smith playing Pro Bowl quarterback for 3 years. Alex Smith being a Pro Bowler for 3 years. So Andy Reid is definitely the man. And speaking of that, man, I don't give a rat's ass what Kyle Shanahan birth certificate say. Andy Reid is that man's daddy. He's his daddy. Mike Shanahan might be the stepdaddy. We need an investigation into that. 0-5 against Andy Reid, that's ridiculous, man. And like Bonte said, man, like, where was the creativity coming from Kyle? It's like it seems like every game, Kyle game plan is becoming more and more predictable. And I hate to say it, it seems like for the last 2 years, we've been kind of regressing as far as Kyle and his play calling. And I get it, players are out and you got to adjust on the fly and things like that. But that's when the wonder kid genius is supposed to show his stripes. Like, you're supposed to go on the fly. And then last thing, when did Brock Purdy start throwing Jimmy G medicine balls and getting players hurt? What is going on with my team? I am really frustrated. And I know that Kyle's not going anywhere, right? And I know fans are calling him to get fired. That's ridiculous. But after the bye, man, somebody head got to roll. And I'm thinking maybe it's a special team.
Yeah, maybe it's Schneider. Well. Maybe it's Schneider because thanks for the call, Jay. It's one thing for people to say, we don't need the kickers tackling, don't make the tackle. Well, you got to make the tackle, number one, or this other team scored a touchdown. So you want to give up a touchdown, or you want the kicker to try to get his nose dirty and actually play some damn football for once and not just kick. All right? That's number one. Number two, why are these returners getting to that level to where the kickers have to make a tackle at the 45, 50-yard line? It's because the first wave is not making tackles and not containing, and they're missing tackles left and right. Spadoni?
It seemed yesterday they were consciously kicking it right before the ball hits the end zone. So they wanted them to return, it felt like. That was part of the game plan of doing that. But if you're doing that, then you got to be buttoned up. And they just weren't. There were so many alleyways coming to the left, coming to the right. Like, that's all great that you want to design it and do that and want them to get past, the 20-yard line and then you can swarm them. But just kick it in the end zone. Everyone else is doing, just kick it into the damn end zone. Carlson's got the leg for it. He made a 55-yarder like it was nothing. Right. Just kick it in there, man. It's really not that simple, not that difficult. And yeah, is firing the special teams coach going to galvanize the team? I don't know. Does that ever really work? No. But something's got to change there. Sorensen wasn't the problem yesterday. And yes,
Sorensen was fine.
Sorensen was fine. And I get it. Shanahan was not great yesterday. I get it. I'm not here to cape up and say that he was, the greatest thing and it was all Brock and all this. No. I just thought Brock just came up small in comparison to Mahomes yesterday. Yep. And I'm not saying that Andy Reid isn't amazing. I'm not saying that. Yes, I know firsthand, as Jay was saying, he dominates the AFC West. He's dominated the AFC West. He dominated the NFC East. He is legit. But when you have the quarterback of Mahomes' caliber, it just is on display exponentially more than a guy like Alex Smith.
It is.
It allows you to do so much more.
But you know what, Spadoni? He didn't do much yesterday. He threw 2 picks. He threw 2 picks, and the Niners, and I'm looking offensively.
He made that was the difference in the game. That was the thing.
The difference in the game to me was Brock Purdy's 3 interceptions. The difference in the game was Kansas City's defense kicked the Niners' offensive ass. I look at the first quarter. Tone setter, 3 and out right away, boom. Kansas City gets the ball. They run the fake punt. Your defense actually, keep your starting defense on the field, and you made a good special teams play because their starting defense didn't go for the fake punt. So you stuff them. Now you got 1st and 10 at Kansas City's 45-yard line. Reminds me of early third quarter of the Super Bowl when you had 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 44-yard line when you picked off Patrick Mahomes and you didn't score.
Take Brown. Yeah.
Well, what do you do on the first play here? You throw an interception. Okay, you throw the pick. You force Mahomes, he throws a pick because Kalia Davis, something we didn't even mention. One of the great plays we've seen all season from a defender. Kalia Davis coming up with the deflection and the pick, bats it to himself, basically comes up with the interception. So now you got a 1st and 10 at the 32. You get 8 yards right off the rip. You got a 2nd and 2 and a 3rd and 1. And what do? You gain a single yard. No creativity because you think you could run the ball on Kansas City. Well, you know what? You can't run the ball on Kansas City. When you try to run the ball on Kansas City, look at the running back yardage from Kansas City this year. Derrick Henry, 46 yards rushing. Bijan Robinson, 31 yards rushing. J.K. Dobbins, 32 yards rushing. Alvin Kamara, 26 yards rushing. At one point, Jordan Mason had 7 carries for 6 yards. So, Kansas City shuts down a run, and yet on the 2nd and 2 and 3rd and 1, you run it right at the damn middle, and you get nothing, and you got to punt again, and you waste all that field position in the first quarter, Spadone.
If you look at the total numbers, it's not horrible because that's where stats can be deceiving, right? In the box score, you look at 24 carries, 101 yards, averaging 4.2 yards a carry.
It's not
there
good.
was just a couple of big runs from Mason there where you thought at some point, oh, wait, maybe they're getting something here. But that just goes to show the depth and the quality of Steve Spagnuolo, because it's really Chris Jones, Karlaftis, and a bunch of guys you're not familiar with. Now, we're diehards, so we know the McDuffies of the world, right? The Chanels, all that sort of, the Nick Boltons of the world, right? But outside of that, it's just like you don't have the Honey Badger, right? You don't have L'Jarius Sneed anymore, but they still find ways to mix and match. And that's why it's just so frustrating going up against that team, because Kansas City hasn't played their A game all year long. And that's why it's scary for the rest of the league right now. You literally said something to me off air where you're just like, they're going to three-peat again, aren't they? It sure feels like the Kansas City Chiefs are probably going to three-peat because no one else is on their level defensively. And when you have Patrick Mahomes as your quarterback, it doesn't matter. Like who I give him the respect that I give Peyton Manning when he elevates all the players around him, that I give Tom Brady when he just elevates all the players around him. I gave that same respect to Patrick Mahomes, that he can get the best out of guys named Justin Watson, Jody Forston, Sky Moore.
But even
just all these guys.
Yeah, I know. But to me, my big takeaway was Mahomes was a pedestrian. The Niners defense actually did a pretty decent job on Patrick Mahomes in their passing game.
They got to him.
They did get some pressure on him. They got pressure on him. Actually, may have been one of their better games when it comes to a pass rush, the 49ers, that is. But I look at this offense, and I know there's no Christian McCaffrey. You had Brandon Aiyuk for most of the first half. You don't have Debo. This is on the offense, though. This is on the offense and the game plan and the play calling. I just didn't like what I saw on that end of the ball, on that side of the football yesterday. Let's go to Caitlin, who's been on hold for a while. Caitlin down in Santa Cruz. Caitlin, good morning.
831.
Hi, guys. How are you?
I'm doing, I've been better, Caitlin.
Doing great.
All right. So here's my thing. CMC's been out, out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. Jordan Mason, who's been serviceable, but I swear the guy gets like 2 or 3 just open lanes where if it was Christian, he would be in the end zone. And I'm like, scream at the TV, go, go, go. And the secondary always catches him. And it's like, that's like, I don't know, 8 touchdowns that we haven't been able to convert. So he's been fine. He doesn't get, the 1-yard runs that we need. But he also just doesn't have that explosion after he gets, past the line. So, he just always gets caught. And I'm like, damn it, that would have been a touchdown if it was Christian.
It's a good point, Caitlin. They missed the explosion of Christian McCaffrey. There's no doubt. In the red zone, outside of the red zone, they miss CMC.
Passing game, running it, just everything.
Red zone.
He's literally the offensive player of the year last year.
They're 14 of 31 in the red zone. They're 27th in the league when it comes to red zone efficiency. So, yes, Christian McCaffrey, he's missed. And it makes me wonder, when McCaffrey does bypass checkdowns, is that because number 23, Christian McCaffrey's not on the field, and that's his trusted agent, and he doesn't trust Jordan Mason yet, maybe in the pass game? Because there are some checkdowns at times. You're like, yo, just check it down. Just get anything. Instead, you're forcing it down the football field. Now, you want to hear the blues from Brandon Aiyuk?
I do.
Purdy was playing like crap up until that point anyway, but he finally made a good throw. And here's what happened.
4-man rush. Purdy has time. Floats over for Aiyuk. Blocked it. Finally an opportunity on offense, and Aiyuk couldn't bring it in.
Well, you talked about slow starts to the season, KB, earlier with Aiyuk. And again, they finally get some space. The Chiefs are playing a lot of man coverage. They got McDuffie on them. And Aiyuk comes down with that 99 out of 100.
I would have loved to see Tom Brady and his reaction if he was playing quarterback that day, because it would be a lot different, I'll tell you that right now.
Kevin
ripping into him on the sideline.
Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady. And you hear the fans. You hear the crowd.
I don't blame him. He's not been good this year.
No,
and it sucks that he got hurt, because I don't
it's going to be a loss. It's a loss year.
It's a lot.
It's officially a loss year. If it's a torn ACL as a Niners fear and he's out for the season, it's a huge, and it's going to be, when it comes to the end of the season, and if this season does go awry, and the Niners don't end up in New Orleans in the Super Bowl. I don't even want to bring up the Super Bowl right now. Not even first place in NFC West. So let me stop there. Let's try to get a damn playoff game for crying out loud. But at the end of the year, when we look at things that went wrong, the Brandon Aiyuk situation is going to be 1, 2, or 3. And I'll probably put my bottom dollar on it not being 2 or 3. Probably number 1.
Definitely feels like they had an opportunity to trade him and get some draft capital back, and they whiffed on that. The whole Pearsall pick, everything just seems so out. This entire offseason leading into the season has just been weird. It's just been odd. It's been tense. It just hasn't been 49er football that we're accustomed to seeing under Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. Everything's just been amiss. And it culminated yesterday in a lopsided loss against a team that has had your number. And you felt the frustration boiling over from the fan base yesterday in that call. You just feel it right now. And I understand it. 3 Super Bowl losses in the last decade plus will do that to you, Bonte Hill.
Right.
I don't have to tell you. You're a 49er fan. You're a diehard. You were there in Vegas. Joe Shasky. You guys witnessed it. And the gap feels wider than ever right now between you and the Kansas City Chiefs.
It is.
It's the widest it's been.
916 asked, where are the crossing routes on man-to-man? Well, 916, they ran some crossers. Carter, you watched the game. They're running drags. They're running crossers. 916 on the Comcast Business Text line, the ones that 916 is asking for crossing routes on man-to-man, you can run all the crossing routes in the world, but if you can't uncover and separate from these defenders, then your crossing route is just going to be a crossing route that's getting covered. There was no space. There was no openings. These wide receivers cannot beat man coverage. When we get Baldy on tomorrow at 7:30, he'll point to it. The lack of explosion, the lack of firepower, the athleticism. It's alarming. The lack of athleticism on this 49ers offense right now is alarming. They can't get open against man coverage. They can't.
And now you're going to rely on Ricky Pearsall. If Juwan Jennings is out, if Brandon Aiyuk is out, we'll see with Deebo Samuel. Obviously, he'd shift into your wide receiver 1 when he's healthy, but Ricky's got to step up now. I don't know if that's a good thing when he didn't have the entirety of training camp, when the guy was dealing with a physical and emotional damage that he sustained getting shot in the chest. How can... I feel for Ricky Pearsall now in a way because he has to be this guy that is getting thrust in this position that's going to be, he's going to have to make plays.
He is.
He's going to have to make plays. But you know what? Maybe that's the best for him. You got to trial by fire, right?
Well,
that's just what's going to have to happen.
Well, so far physically, Ricky Pearsall
looked small.
He looked very small, and he got rerouted very easily when defenders got their hands on him. But I'm going to stall him out because it's his first ever game and we know what he's coming back from. But the attention is on Ricky Pearsall, and it's going to be expedited with Brandon Aiyuk out for a while here. So 888-957-9570 is the number. What you think about yesterday? How deflating is it to lose to that team once again? Kyle Shanahan 0-5 against Andy Reid. Bosa 0-4 against Andy Reid and the Chiefs. Fred Warner 0-4 against Andy Reid and the Chiefs. George Kittle, 0-4. Deebo Samuel, 0-4. The Niners, 0-4 against Andy Reid, the Chiefs. Well, they did beat them back in 2014, but that was a long, long time ago. Long time ago.
This is ownage levels the Seahawks against the Niners of the Harbaugh days, it feels like. Does it have that feel to it, Bonte?
Yeah, I mean, mentally, it just looked like they weren't ready to be on the same field as Kansas City. Yeah. They talked about being loose in practice. They talked about, it's just another game, blah, blah, blah. But they came out tight, and they played like it wasn't another game. They played like, we're playing a team that dominates us. It definitely
felt like it should have been more personal for them. They took the Eagles, and maybe because there was trash talking involved last year, maybe that was adding on to it. I don't know. They had to manufacture something last year, but it felt personal last year against the Eagles. Why didn't it feel that way against the Chiefs?
Well, I think why? I think it was personal. I just think the Chiefs punched them in the mouth. I think the Chiefs just punched them in the mouth and told them, hey, this is the same old deal. We're going to play man. I was talking to Chris Jones in the locker room afterwards. Evan was too. I talked to Chris Jones for a little bit. I was like, man, you guys really love that man defense. He goes, we play straight man. And guys just got to do their jobs.
They weren't hiding anything.
We're playing straight man. You heard Brady on that broadcast. All they're doing is playing man against you. We can't scheme anything open with man. We can't run those screen passes, jet sweeps. And then finally, when you do get some guys open, Kittle and Cowing down the field, the quarterback underthrew these guys. Let's just be real. Brock Purdy's deep ball accuracy this year has been hit or miss. It is what it is. It is what it is. He's a very good quarterback, but the deep ball accuracy has been hit or miss for Brock Purdy. And we got to stop being afraid of saying things like that. We have to stop being afraid of criticizing and giving constructive criticism to these guys. We give them credit when they ball out. When Purdy balls out, I'm quick to say, hey, man, he's got numbers. Da, 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 da. Yesterday, Purdy he did not look good. It was not good.
No.
It was not good.
It was not good enough. Again, that was my main takeaway from yesterday. I saw at times, again, and I know you disagree a little bit, that you thought Mahomes didn't have his greatest performance, and I understand that.
He was good. He was solid.
But he made the plays that needed to be made, and Brock Purdy didn't. That was the difference in the game to me. He made the plays that needed to be made, and Brock came up small.
I thought
that was the difference. Hey, that's great that you hit Cowing, but you know what? That should have been a touchdown. You underthrew it, and then what happened? You threw a pick in the end zone a couple plays after that.
That was a bad pick.
That was really bad pick.
Oh my gosh!
I don't care that he got hit.
Oh my gosh! Let's go to Mr. D in the city, and then we'll get to David. We got Andre. We got a lot of people here. We'll get to everybody. Mr. D, what's happening?
What's up, D?
Yeah, man. Listen, I'm disappointed. I'm using the D word right now. I'm just. Listen. First of all, when we did get a running back play, it was penalties. What's up with all these penalties?
Yeah.
What are we, the Raiders now? I mean, this is ridiculous. That's coaching. I'm sorry. That's coaching. And listen, Kyle Shanahan, I'm sorry. He's got lemon booty. He gets lemon booty in the big games. And we can't have that. Listen, I don't care if you don't have all your weapons. You don't have to have all your weapons. He's supposed to be a genius. Y'all told me he was a genius. He's supposed to be able to scheme something out. Now, Spagnuolo and Reed, I saw an interview with them, and they were heaping all kind of praise on Brock Purdy, and that's because they knew he was the weak link. Now, what they did was they said, okay, we can't give Brandon Aiyuk all this money because we got to pay Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy ain't even proved nothing yet. And now he missed all training camp and all that. He got all this pressure on him. And now look what's happening. He's out of the game. You signed Christian McCaffrey before that. You gave him a deal. You gave Williams a deal before you dealt with Brandon Aiyuk. Hey, man, he's got to be feeling some kind of way about that, too. So, I mean, I know he had something to do with that, too, but still, we're not ready for prime time.
No.
We're not ready for prime time.
You're right.
Well, you got prime time next week against the Dallas Cowboys.
And you better win that game.
All eyeballs are going to be on you.
You got to win that game next Sunday, or the season's over. David in San Francisco, what's happening?
What's up, Dave?
Hey, how you guys doing? Yeah, I watched the game. I thought people may dispute this. I thought it was pretty close. We were within 2 points in the third quarter. If Purdy didn't throw the 3 picks, I think it would have been a different outcome. I have faith in Purdy. He has heart. I saw him do a lot of first downs by running, rushing. So I'm not giving up on him. But I thought we could have won that game, actually, yesterday. As horrible as we played.
No, that's the first dirty part, David. The game was left on a silver platter for the Niners. They had every opportunity to take over that football game because their defense was slowing down Patrick Mahomes and that offense. They really did. The defense did a great job yesterday, I thought, at times. Now, Mahomes is going to make crazy plays, but I thought the defense held their own. Kansas City walked into the fourth quarter with 14 points on the scoreboard, but the quarterback didn't play well.
No.
I thought the coach and Coach Shanahan, I thought his game plan, he coached a very timid game. It was like he was nervous about Spags, and he coached not to lose. It was a very safe vanilla game plan, in my opinion, by Kyle Shanahan. And the lack of creativity, as Worthy is running jet sweeps, and Kareem Hunt's getting screen passes, and Kelsey's getting screens, and all these guys are getting end rounds. I saw no creativity on the side of the 49ers offense.
I would have loved to just... And I see this with so many offenses, and I don't see it enough with Kyle Shanahan's because I understand his game plan is get a lead, run the ball, do that. But sometimes you just got to throw out the game plan and just go empty set and go hurry up.
Just play.
Just go hurry up. Just do what you got to do.
No huddle.
Get into a no
call.
huddle. Just get into a rhythm. Let Brock get into his own, because you have to have confidence in your quarterback, right?
Yep.
And I have confidence in Brock that he could throw the ball down the field and dissect a defense. Does he have the biggest arm? No, but he has an accurate arm. And just let him take control. It felt like he was afraid of Brock Purdy taking control yesterday.
Yeah.
He didn't want to give him the reins to the offense. And Brock, in turn, played scared. He played scared a little bit yesterday. He was indecisive. Like, there was just, you felt from top to bottom, it was a trickle-down effect from Kyle Shanahan's confidence level in his quarterback. That trickled down to the offense. And it was just erratic at best yesterday at times. And that settled with, just not being able to execute when you needed to execute the most.
What do you make of Shanahan talking to Brock Purdy in his locker after the game?
That was interesting. That was interesting.
There's some conflicting reports there, but Purdy say, we were just having a conversation about what went right, what went wrong. But
I mean, Kyle Shanahan's had history of berating his quarterbacks and being very frustrated with his quarterbacks, i.e. Jimmy Garoppolo, right? You see the tumultuous relationship between Jimmy and Kyle. Now, there was a little different circumstances there because Jimmy played for Belichick. He was part of a winning organization before coming to the 49ers. So there was some, that Jimmy knew something else prior to Shanahan.
Yeah.
All Brock is known as Kyle coming to the NFL. So there is a different give and take there where Brock, is going to be a little more, I think, okay, boss. Okay, yeah, you're right. You do this. You put me in positions to win. I can't argue with you, sort of thing. But I would like to see Brock, push back a little bit, maybe.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not there. I wasn't there to see that interaction. So
yeah,
I'm not sure.
I wasn't there. Yeah, I didn't see it either. 888-957-9570
But it's
is the
interesting
number.
nonetheless. That's something to keep a pin in throughout the year, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I thought Kyle just coached now I think about it more and more as we're talking this out with everybody out there. I appreciate the participation. Shout out to YouTube and Twitch and X and Comcast Business Text Line. Listen, Spadoni, the more and more I think about it is Shanahan was very timid in his play calling. I thought he lacked a lot of creativity, and it was tough on Purdy. Now, Purdy is thrown into double coverage. He's got to stop taking chances like that. It was not a good game from him, which raised a lot of questions afterwards, which we'll reset with that 8 o'clock. By the way, cannot forget this. Jerry Rice, 8:30. Jerry Rice, 8:30, folks. The GOAT.
Huge.
I saw him before the game. He was feeling it. Goat fuel chain on, silver suit. He was feeling it. How's he feeling this morning? How is he feeling this morning? Jerry Rice is going to join us at 8:30 on the River Islands guest line. And don't forget, all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Is it a time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Hell, I wish I was in Lathrop right now. I do after that game. Damn. You imagine driving to Lathrop, coming from Levi Stadium after watching that?
Probably toasty out there yesterday, too. A nice tan.
Man, it was cooking yesterday. Let's go to Andre and EPA.
Was cooking.
Andre, it was cooking, Spadone. Andre, what's happening?
Kansas City barbecue.
What's happening, my guys?
What's up, Andre?
You already know my take. You already know my take, man. I'm going to put it on the person that's the head coach. What you mean? Like Kyle Shanahan, game.
Oh, what happened there? What happened
he
there?
cut off.
He cut off?
I don't know.
Let's go back to Andre EPA. I think he's still on line one. There we go. Sorry, Andre.
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, what happened? Oh, okay. My bad.
No, it's all good.
Like I said, you know how I'm playing on Kyle Shanahan. I feel like you this morning too, bro. Dead to the heart. Because it shows every time. We play this team better than anybody. Yeah. Anybody in the NFL. It shows it's an improve. We get Patrick Mahomes rattled, throwing picks, coming out of the second half. That's 3 games in a row. He's coming out the second half, throwing interceptions. What do you mean? And then the fall guy, the coach we had, the defensive coordinator, he did an awesome job in the Super Bowl.
Steve Wilkes. Yeah, no, Steve Wilkes did a good job in the Super Bowl. He did.
That's what I'm saying. Even Spags did great yesterday. He did awesome. No, we didn't have all our weapons, but we rallied. He just made stops, had them punting, getting turnovers. What do we do on offense? Shit the bed, wet the bed. Kyle Shanahan not being.
Sorry,
all right.
Andre.
People are fired up.
Hey, never fails on the show. Drop an S-bomb. It's all good.
He tried to pivot.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Should we squeeze in one more call before the injury report?
Listen, real quick before that. I get it. You're allowed to be frustrated. This is a loss. We want to hear from the fans. 888-957-9570. Sometimes you just get beat by a better team. Yesterday, the Chiefs, and they're the only undefeated team left in the NFL right now. The Niners, they don't have Christian McCaffrey. They lost Brandon Aiyuk.
You know what?
We got
to stop. Stop, Spadoni. Stop. I'm not letting you do this.
This is just the facts.
I'm not letting you do this.
They just lost.
They don't have Rasheed Rice. They don't have Isaiah Pacheco. They lost Juju Smith-Schuster in the first quarter. In the first quarter, I don't want to hear anything about injuries this morning. I don't want to hear about it. I'm sorry. I can't do the injury thing. I can't make the excuses.
And you don't, Bonte.
No, so what? He threw 2 picks yesterday.
Okay, one of the picks wasn't his fault.
They got Spags yesterday shutting down this offense. I got Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, and Jordan Mason, who's a league leader in rushing. All right, Brandon Aiyuk still on the team. I don't want to hear this about injuries. I don't want to hear about excuses. I'm sorry. Not today. Not today. I can't do it. I can't do it. You forced 2 interceptions. You had great field position in the first quarter, great field position in the first half, and you didn't take advantage of it. You didn't go for 2 when it's 14-12. You kick an extra point, and the guy goes wide left. All right?
And now we're saying we got to fire Shanahan, and we can't pay Brock Purdy.
We're not saying that.
No, you're not. Fans
We're not saying that. But you know what? They're frustrated. I don't want to hear about, who's our, see, and I'm saying this, and this is my problem. 415. They still have their best player, Patrick Mahomes. We don't have our best player. I thought Brock Purdy was our best player.
As seems like it's Christian McCaffrey now.
I thought Brock Purdy was our best player. I thought we had Brock.
Do you think Brock Purdy's the 49ers' best player, Bonte Hill?
He's one of them. We got the quarterback.
Is he the best player?
He's a top 5 quarterback in the league.
Right
it's
now?
Inexcusable to throw 3 picks yesterday the way he threw 3 picks. So I don't want to hear anything about excuses, injuries, anything like that. This team, all season long, through 7 weeks of the season, has not been buttoned up. You've blown multiple double-digit leads to Arizona and the Rams. You got undressed by Brian Flores in Minnesota. You got punked yesterday by Spags in Kansas City's defense. I don't want to hear any excuses this morning. Today's not the day. Not going to have it. Not going to have it. I mean, I'm sorry, Spadoni.
There's no excuses. It's just the reality. You're missing a lot of your best players.
We parade around town like we're a Super Bowl contender. Well, you know what? We played another Super Bowl contender. And what happened? They didn't belong on the field with Kansas City yesterday.
Well, no one has because they're undefeated.
No. They didn't belong on the field yesterday. Not even close. We're supposed to be. We're not at. See, that's the problem. The Niners are just not anybody.
Quarter.
We're not the New Orleans Saints. We're not the Chargers. All right? We're not none of these other teams. We're the damn Niners. The Niners, who've been to 4 NFC championship games in the last 5 years. And you're playing another Super Bowl contender, and you don't even look like you belong on the same field. You don't even belong on the same field offensively. So I don't want to hear it. You can't beat man coverage? You're telling me a pro team can't beat man coverage? You can't, can I get a rub route, pick route, something? Screen, jet sweep, something?
Yeah, you'd kill to be the Chargers right now. They're a playoff team.
Got destroyed yesterday offensively. Oh, I'm annoyed. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm annoyed this morning. I'm annoyed. I got an offensive play caller, like just timid to call plays. Timid. And I got a quarterback who's seeing 3 ghosts. I'm tired of the excuses. I'm tired of them. Not today, folks. Injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurt.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
I'm tired of losing to this team. My ego's bruised. My spirit is bruised. It's injured. My psyche's injured. Niner fan psyche's injured. Nah, Spadoni, this ain't it, man. This ain't it. Guys can't uncover on man coverage. So you run across those drags, anything doesn't matter. Because you can't beat man coverage. And every team against the Niners, we see 7 teams now. Arizona, who lives in zone defense. They play quarter zone all game long. You know what Arizona did when they came to Levi Stadium? They had no days of quarters, and they said, we're just going to play man. Just play man against this team. Play man. Aiyuk, feared to have a torn ACL. Could be out for the remainder of the season. As if things can't get any worse. Just paid the guy $76 million, guaranteed, 4 for $120. I'm all for the move. But now he's out for the season, possibly with a torn ACL. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm. Maybe my voice is going to get injured. I don't need Boxer and Gerson. Helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40
Dude, you got to
years.
insure those vocal cords, man.
Man, where's Hillary at? Where are they at?
She have a baby?
Yeah, it's getting close.
Good
getting
for her.
close. Getting close.
You can focus on that, not the Raiders, because they stink.
Wow.
Talking about nightmare seasons.
What's coming up on the game brought to you by our great friends at Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises. Richie Rich. Up. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. My favorite day of the week, or Monday. That's right, Evan and Carter. Mondays are my favorite week. Instant reaction. And last night, the Niners got their clocks cleaned by the Kansas City Chiefs. 28-18. Defense played well. Game was closer than what the score indicated. It was a 2-point game. It was a close game. There's no doubt about it. But the Niners, too many turnovers, too many mistakes, too many missed tackles. And they dropped to 3-4 on the season. And this operation win at all costs against the Dallas Cowboys next Sunday, something we'll get to. Jerry Rice will join us in the next 30 minutes on the River Islands guest line. Jerry Rice, that's right, the greatest of all time. He'll join us to discuss what went wrong yesterday at Levi Stadium for the San Francisco 49ers. Spadoni in for Shasky. Shasky feeling under the weather. We'll get to all the lines. Look, is the season over, Spadone? No, it's not.
No.
It's not over. You win next week, go to 4-4 before the bye. You're feeling good. Great. But you may have to move forward without Brandon Aiyuk. We don't know where Juwan Jennings is at. Deebo Samuel came up ill. Ricky Pearsall's a rookie, just trying to just shed the run. I mean, the guy just
fire now.
I mean, gosh, the guy hasn't been on the field much. I just, Shanahan and Purdy goes back to the head coach or the quarterback. I thought the game plan was very vanilla. I thought the game plan, it was almost as if they showed Spags too much respect. And the quarterback just wasn't good enough yesterday.
No. It was a bad loss. It was a loss that highlighted the deficiencies of the 49ers, and it was a win that highlighted some of the key attributes for the Kansas City Chiefs, I thought, whether it's the head coach and Andy Reid, whether it's Patrick Mahomes, whether it's Steve Spagnuolo, every single phase, whether it was special teams. And even early on in that game, you thought the special teams, they made a play. They made a stop on 4th and 1. Wow, they learned from their mistake from the Ram game, right? They stuffed the 4th and short. But then after that, it was just a nightmare game from all three phases, quite honestly. And yes, the defense played fine, but even on the ground game, the defense didn't play well enough. Controlling the run game, it just was not good enough. And it's unfortunate because you felt like if you can just win this game, if you're the 49ers, that would just go a long way with the psyche of this team, of the players, of the coaching staff, of the fan base. Just win against the Chiefs could go a long way, and it didn't happen. They're the only undefeated team left. And if you just watch the rest of the NFL yesterday, specifically in the NFC, Lions, massive divisional game win. You saw the Commanders. We'll see what Jaden Daniels, but big win for them.
Might be real.
They destroyed the Carolina Panthers. And I don't know what Dave Canales is doing with sticking with Andy Dalton. I don't know what's going on there. They're a joke. You had the Vikings, even in a loss, they showed something for me against the Detroit Lions where they were down. And then they came back, and then they took the lead, and then what happened? It was a back and forth. The Green Bay Packers with a massive win over the Houston Texans.
That's a good football team.
That division is just stacked, by the way.
Good football
the Bears
team.
had a bye. The NFC North is
how about this?
Stacked.
Seattle got back on track.
They did. Big win against the Atlanta Falcons.
And the big win. They won that going away.
Yep.
Won that by 20.
Win. Geno looked good.
34-14.
Bounce back for them, too.
So Seattle, they're going to get healthier. So
they're back in first place.
Look, man, this is a tough loss for the 49ers for a number of reasons.
The Eagles,
Eagles got a big-time win against the New York Giants. Saquon looks great running the football here. Niners didn't run the ball yesterday. They were 2 of 11 on third down. They were just getting dominated. It just, midway through the first half, it was about 6 minutes and change left, and the Niners had one first down to their name, which was aided by a penalty. Their first down that they created for themselves was when Purdy on 1st and 20 hit George Kittle for 22 yards. Poor decision-making for the quarterback. Poor play calling from Kyle Shanahan. Poor offensive line play. Poor separation by the wide receivers, which is why they're last in yards after catch. The Niners are last. After having the Yak Bros and that nickname,
wild.
They are last in the league when it comes to yards after catch.
It's honestly unbelievable. That's what Kyle Shanahan hangs his hat on, is the yak.
Well, these guys aren't getting open, Spadoni. Sorry, I almost called you Shaz. They're not getting open. They're not separating. So I see all the texts on the Comcast business text line. Spadoni, they're running crossing routes and drag routes and sleds, and these guys just cannot get open.
No.
They can't get open.
They need to just go, again, we talked about it last segment. Like, I need some hurry up. I need some no huddle. I need some urgency. Like, break the normal vanilla game plan and stuff like that. We're going to get into that with Jerry Rice in about 20 minutes. Sometimes, I see it with, whether it's a Dak Prescott, whether it's a Patrick Mahomes, whether it was Tom Brady all those years. All right, this S isn't working. Let's just go back to square one. All right, no huddle. Let's go. Post route. It's just so-and-so. Like, you just need something to break up the continuity of something that's not working sometimes.
Evan, crack the mic for a second. You sat right next to me yesterday at the press box. You sat right next to me. He had binoculars just like me. We both had our binoculars. Mine look better than his, but he brought the binoculars.
It's too early for Evan Giddings. He's not used to being up this early.
No. I'm waking his ass up there because he's just chilling. You're not going to chill on this show. Say Steiny and Guru on autopilot. Evan, what's up?
What's going on, man?
What'd you see for the box yesterday?
Well, what I saw was on the KC side. I mean, pretty much everything. It was funny. I was talking with Lo Neal, on the kickoff show before the game. Everything he was saying to watch about this game should be on Kansas City's defense. Like, if you want to see what is not happening on the 49ers side of the football, offensive-wise, watch what KC does, because the Niners were gaining no separation. They weren't able to run the ball whatsoever. And Brock Purdy had the worst game of his career so far. All three of those things are going to put you in a disadvantageous position against any football team, nevertheless the defending champs. So it was a very bad loss, and one that I understand why people are pissed off today and want to point blame at pretty much everybody.
Yeah, well, the blame to me goes to the top of the food chain. Starts with the head coach, quarterback. It's Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan, Brock Purdy. They were awful yesterday.
Wasn't good enough. And
it wasn't good enough. Wasn't even close to being good enough.
Juxtaposing that between one of, if not the greatest coach in the history of the sport, and maybe the greatest quarterback in the history of the sport. And although he didn't look like it yesterday, he made the winning plays that an elite quarterback makes. And Tom Brady, I know you guys were at the game, so you weren't listening on the broadcast like I was, but he was just referencing that throughout the game. He's like, Mahomes hasn't been great, but you know what? I look at the stats at the end of the day. It doesn't matter to him anymore. It doesn't matter to a guy like Mahomes, where he's already been an MVP. He's thrown 50 touchdowns. He's done all this. And it was just refreshing to hear a guy like Tom Brady, the greatest quarterback of all time, I think, and him also getting to that level and getting to that point in his career where it's like, it doesn't matter. I can have 100 yards passing. I'm not a fantasy quarterback anymore. It doesn't matter. I got guys named James White that I'll just dump it off to if I need to. I got Ben Jarvis, Green Ellis. I got Jonas Gray. I got, if it was Patrick Mahomes, Samaje P. Ryan. I got all these guys. It doesn't matter. Carson Steele. Like, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Because I know who I am at the end of the day. And I'll have a 33-yard scramble. I'll have a little flick pass. I'll be getting sacked. And I'll complete a third down. He's just unbelievable to watch. Even when he's not at his best, you still awe at what he does. And I've already seen the play 50 times this morning, whether it's from KTVU, ESPN, Fox Sports, Patrick Mahomes running into the end zone, checking Mustafa, who just bounces off him like a fly running into a windshield. That was just the lasting image of the game yesterday. Patrick Mahomes. He makes plays, man.
He makes plays. That, again, to me, I look at yesterday, and I said, you were able to hold down Mahomes. You were able to make, Kansas City went into that fourth quarter with 14 points on the scoreboard. I thought defensively, Niners did a lot of good things, good pass rushes, good stunts up front by Leonard Floyd and Nick Bosa. I thought they did a very good job of rushing and trying to shut down the lanes of Mahomes. Now, he's going to make plays. He's going to do some Houdini type of things. But again, yesterday came down to the execution or lack of execution by Brock Purdy. Kyle Shanahan calling plays, and these wide receivers unable to get open in man coverage, as well as the offensive line not holding up. The offense as a whole just stunk. Let's go to the lines. Wichita, Kansas. Doug, what's happening?
Doug.
Hey, bang, bang, Niner gang, fellas. That's what's happening. One way or another. Hey, first of all, let me give a shout-out to my Uncle Vern, who lives here in Wichita, where I live. He broke the bank and went to the game yesterday out there in Santa Clara. He's a Niner fan just like me, and, man, I feel so bad for him, spending all that hard-earned money to go watch. And I ain't dogging my boy out, but to go watch Brock Purdy throw 3 terrible picks. All on Brock. Hey, man, we have these games, but here's what I thought watching the game. I try not to take too much time. But I thought all 3 of those picks, except for the one in the end zone, he threw it right to the Kansas City guy.
Yeah.
But those other 2 specifically, I don't think he saw what was going on. He didn't see that corner undercut the ball or be bracketed or whatever. And he didn't see Ronnie Bell make a great play to break a route off for a first down. If he's moving out of the pocket, I guarantee you he hits that dude with his eyes closed, man. So I'm just saying, man, maybe we mix in a little bit of moving the pocket. I said that a couple weeks ago, too. I'm not mad. I'm disappointed because I'm tired of Kansas City. But they played defense. They got the win. And by the way, without those 3 picks, I think we win. I'm still on that horse.
Well,
hey, man, bang, bang, Niner gang. Love you guys. You keep rocking it out.
Yeah, without the 3 picks, they win. Without the Christian McCaffrey fumble in the Super Bowl, you go up 7-0. Without a holding call, when you got 1st and 10 at the Kansas City 44, maybe you get a field goal in the Super Bowl.
You got to credit the defense. Yeah, you got to credit the defense there, but also it's self-inflicted wounds. Like, those ones weren't even close, to Doug's point.
Not even close.
What he was seeing there, and you can again, that goes back to the conversation that Shanahan had with Purdy afterwards. He's like, dude, what were you seeing today?
You got the first pick, the one of George Kittle, Carter.
Lord.
Can you play that one? We watched it in the press fight. We were like, where the hell is he throwing it? There was nothing there. Justin Reed just undercut, boom, interception. I mean, Kevin Burkhardt on the call.
He even said it. There was no one there.
Nobody there. Everybody was like, what the hell? One play drive.
That looked like Jimmy Garoppolo. Let's just be honest. That looked like a Jimmy G throw.
No, it was a Jimmy G throw. And it was the first play of a possession that began at the Kansas City 45-yard line. So you think about the way this game started. And then, how about the game? I just see the 415 text. I got to read this. How about the onside kick by Mitch Wishnowsky at the end of the game?
God. It was one of the worst attempts I've ever seen in my life.
It's one of the worst onside kicks I've ever seen in my life.
That looked like a you or I out there. Hey, Spadoni, give me your interpretation of what an onside kick should look like, and it's me just half-assing it out there. That's what it looked like for Mitch Wishnowsky. I couldn't get one legit onside kick attempt. Brutal.
That was bad.
Brutal.
That was bad. That was all-time bad. Let's go to Damon in the city. Damon, line 5. Damon, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Not today, Bonte. Not today. Hey, I remember last week you were talking about how you asked the question, is this, the most important game that the Niners are playing? And I felt that it was. And I felt that it was because, their identity was on the line. The identity as the guys to see, as a route through the NFC was on the line. After losing Arizona, after losing the Rams, after not even having a shot with Minnesota, I felt like coming again against KC, we needed this win to show that we steal those guys and to keep that morale. And I felt that KC, this backbone for the Niners yesterday, man. And
that's what it felt like.
Love this team.
Damon, you break it up a little bit. By the way, Jerry Rice, 8:30 coming up in 13 minutes to go. Jerry Rice, 13 minutes. You don't want to miss what he has to say. He's going to be disappointed. Jerry Rice does not take losses easily. He does not take losses. He takes them hard. You know what I'm saying? Jerry Rice is not going to be a happy man this morning. I can tell you that much. He'll join us in 13 minutes here on the Morning Roast. But Damon brought up snatch their soul. It felt like a soul-snatching victory by Kansas City. And the Niners just mentally the body language, the tone, just felt like they knew we can't beat Kansas City. We just can't beat them.
It's frustrating, too, and it's just kind of perplexing because I get it. I just don't feel the same animosity from the fan base, from the players that they had towards Philadelphia last year compared to Kansas City. And Kansas City has just owned them throughout the years. And I get it. Maybe because they're not chirping as much. Maybe they're not doing that. Maybe Patrick Mahomes is likable. You got Taylor Swift. Yeah. But I needed that hatred towards the Kansas City Chiefs. I wasn't feeling it from the callers last week, Bonte.
No, I wasn't.
There was a lot of scared energy from the callers last week.
There was some scared energy in this
it's just one game. It doesn't matter.
And you know what?
And I felt that from the players yesterday.
We talked about that. I said, the energy is a little different. You're right. The energy was scary. People were scared, and the Niners played scared offensively. They played scared. Now, I know Fred Warner wasn't scared.
No.
I know D. Winters wasn't scared. Nick Bosa played his ass off yesterday. Nick Bosa wasn't playing scared. Number 97, give him a raise. Well, he's a guy, he's a prize pay player. But Bosa was fine. Malik Mustafa, I know he got tricked in the end zone by Mahomes, but you know what? He was making plays. He was tackling. He was making woo hits. Deommodore Lenoir was ready to play. That guy's a player. He played his ass off. He wasn't scared. But offensively, they were timid. So, we got to bounce back next week against the Dallas Cowboys team coached by Mike Zimmer. A defensive team coached by Mike Zimmer. Of course,
really bad defense,
Mike McCarthy is the head coach. So, we'll see what happens next Sunday night. Let's go to...
that's the worst rushing defense. You're going from the best rush defense to the worst rush defense in the span of a week. So maybe that'll cure everything.
Maybe it would. Maybe it would. Let's go to BPA. Brian and Paul.
Oh, there he is. Let's go.
Morning. Yeah, I think they're just not a good team, and it all. I don't want to hear about anybody else. This is all, Kyle owns it solely and completely. They're. You talk about, you're like giving Nick Sorensen some sort of participation trophy. The Chiefs scored the most points they've scored in any game this season yesterday, right? Niners gave up, 220 yards, getting gutted right up the middle, and their Pillsbury soft internal defense.
Well, they gave up 21. KC added it on for a little, participation, little beauty pageant.
3 interceptions on offense don't help BPA.
Right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? This is on the offense, BPA.
It's not good enough on any level, right? In all 3 phases, they're not good enough. And the Chiefs are not an offensive juggernaut this year, right? They got just as many injuries on the skill position side as the 49ers do. So, they're just not a good team, right? And I feel like we walk into a game, Kyle's consistently outcoached by other defensive coordinators. We have a defensive coordinator not a single other team in the NFL would hire. We have a special teams coach who's just a hot disaster every week, who somehow continues to be employed. And you have players like McCaffrey and Aiyuk and all these guys that were more concerned about holding out for more money than, it kind of feels like this is sort of the way it probably was supposed to be, right? They had a bunch of guys. McCaffrey gets a pass for some reason. This guy put the 49ers over a barrel with 2 bum Achilles. And he's played not a single snap this year. Debo, he didn't feel good yesterday. He didn't play. It's ridiculous. These guys, it's like they have better stuff to do. Anyways, have a great day, guys. Bye.
I don't know, is his tummy hurt? What happened with Debo yesterday?
I don't know what happened with Debo. Evan, what did they say about Debo in the locker room? What was he? Did he have migraine? Was he sick? Bubble guts? What was going on with Debo?
Illness is what the official report was.
Illness.
The 49ers fans had an illness watching the team yesterday, too.
You know what he had? Super Bowl hangover.
Oh, no. You hate that.
Well, here's my deal.
Some Tylenol for that.
Here's my... Look, he may have been sick. He may not have been able to go.
It's a 4, by the way.
He may not have been able to go, Debo Samuel, so I'll stall him out because he is a tough player. But I will say, it's not the best look to the fans when you're walking up and down the sideline with a play sheet and a towel over your head and you're moving around. If you're sick, stay in the locker room.
Stay home.
Or just stay in the locker room, get some medicine, take a nap, get the TV on or something like that. But when you're on the sideline pacing back and forth with the players, after you basically take off all your uniform, it's not the best look. If you're sick, you're sick. I know if I'm sick, I'm going in to rest.
Well, yeah,
I'm not going to be out there in 100-degree heat, 80-degree heat.
Are you contagious?
Yeah, are you contagious? Yeah, exactly.
What's going on here?
So I don't know what's going on with Debo. I don't know what's going on with Debo. I'm not going to say he just tapped out. I'm not going to do that.
Do you think that we're, to BPA's point, do you think that we're letting Sorensen skate by today?
The Sorensen, the defense was solid yesterday. It was solid.
Rush defense wasn't great.
At times, it was good. It was really good. Early on, it was time. But they were on the field for 35, 36 minutes.
Yeah.
They got worn down at the end of the game.
Again, the turnover is just, you put your defense in a disadvantageous position when you keep turning the ball over like that.
I'm blown away that the Niners had 10 days to prep for that, a mini bye week. And now was their offensive game plan against that defense? Kansas City didn't do anything creative defensively.
No.
They said, we're playing man defense. We're blitzing your ass, and we dare you to uncover us. They had 10 days to get ready. And that game plan stunk.
And you look at that Chiefs defense, and I get it. They got Chris Jones. Karlaftis is a good player. McDuffie's an all-pro player. You got all pros, too, on defense. Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Charvarius Ward.
Again, I thought defense played okay. I thought defense was fine yesterday. I really do. It was 14-12. You're going in for a lead early, That's
dominating the phases of the game. I go back to last year and everything just felt so perfect for the 49ers. And you keep going back, and I saw Nahigian post it yesterday, the Steve Young clip. That last year really felt like the year for the 49ers.
It was.
And are we just going to be thinking about that all season long, Bonte? Like they missed their opportunity last year.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about it all off season. We're talking about it now. Like you had them on the ropes in the Super Bowl, and it went to overtime, and it didn't need to go to overtime.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. Let's go to Rocky.
You were there.
Yeah.
You were there in person. Allegiant Stadium.
Saw it coming.
Taylor Swift.
I told you what
Ice
happened.
Spice. Usher.
Well, I told you what happened.
Yeah,
they got the interception, and they didn't score. And I said, well, how are the Niners going to lose? That's what went on in my head. How are they going to lose this game?
I mean, who was it that joined you last week from the Kansas City radio side? His name's slipping on me. Courtesy of the River Islands guest line.
Color commentator, right?
Correct.
I forget his name already.
We'll get it. But he was essentially saying there was at no point in that Super Bowl where the Chiefs fans thought they were going to lose that game.
They were completely confident.
And Niners fans, you and Niner fans saying,
how are they going to lose?
How are they going to lose? And that was the difference yesterday.
Let me squeeze in Rocky Vallejo. Let me squeeze him in. Rocky, what's happening?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Great show, man. Very therapeutic. I'm with Bonte, man. Brock Purdy, this is the worst game of his career. 3 interceptions. They're all horrible throws. They're like Jimmy Oh-No throws. Definitely like that. Even the throw he made to the rookie Cowling, the guy was wide open. If he threw it a better pass, he would have scored. And then at the last interception probably was the worst one, because at worst you take a field goal and you're only down by 1 score, and the defense not going to just let them run the ball all the way down the throat. When they're down after that interception, the defense just gave up. That was a horrible performance by Brock Purdy. He didn't do a single good thing. The offensive line really improved in the second half. I know in that first half they had that Aaron Banks and that backup tight end, that double block. That was horrible. But in the second half, they started opening up holes for J.P. Mason, and they gave Brock time. Brock has to own this game. This game was on Brock.
Yeah, good call, Rocky. I hear you, Rocky.
Dan and Hughes, by the way.
Dan and Hughes. Dan and Hughes.
That joined us last week.
Dan and Hughes. Dan and Hughes is his name. All right, the GOAT. Jerry Rice going to join us on the other side. Richie Rich, I want you to hang tight. Will, JSG, Rashawn in Vegas. Rashawn says he's giving up on the Niners in Vegas. He's out in Vegas right now. Rashawn saying that he's giving up on the Niners. So I want to hear why Rashawn is giving up on the Niners. So hang tight, Rashawn. We'll get to you after Jerry Rice as well as Richie Rich and JSG. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Safeway of Northern California.
in the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Oh, man, let's bring in the greatest of all time, no matter the position. He's the greatest football player I've ever laid eyes on, and I know he's not happy this morning. That's for sure. Jerry Rice does not take losses easily. He doesn't take them at all. He don't like losing. He may hate losing more than he loves winning. So let's bring in the GOAT, Jerry Rice, here on the River Islands guest line. Don't forget, River Islands is the best in the business. Go out there to Lathrop and go visit them. River Islands is awesome. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Jerry, good morning, man. Welcome back to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Joe Spadoni, Bonte Hill. I saw you before the game. It was some good energy, and then the game started, and it was bad energy. And to beat a man, you got to beat the man. And right now, the Niners can't beat the man. It's just simple. They can't beat the Kansas City Chiefs, Jerry.
Man, what a frustrating day yesterday. And now I'm still frustrated. Now I'm frustrated at you guys because you guys, I'm trying to get this Zoom link, and for some reason it is not working. What is going on?
No, it's communication. It's just like Shanahan and Brock Purdy right now. There's just a lack of communication right now. It's just it starts with us, you know.
Man, yesterday it just looked like. It was like they were just meeting for the first time. It was that first day of training camp. And, to see what happened yesterday, and we knew the importance of that football game, and we didn't rise to the occasion. And then on top of that, more injuries. I'm like, what is going on, man? I don't know. I don't even know if we're going to have anyone to suit up next week.
Yeah. Aiyuk in the ACL. Jerry, let me ask you this then. Because I need a Go Fuel right now. I need some Go Fuel in my life. I'm down in the dumps, Jerry. I need Go Fuel. Maybe I need the ice around your neck too. That chain that you had on yesterday was shining. That was the only thing that was shining at Levi Stadium. But this team has a problem with beating man coverage, and we're seeing it all season now. These defenses are coming in, whether they're going to L.A., Minnesota, or teams are coming to Levi Stadium, and they're saying, we're just going to play man defense against you. We're going to play press, sticky man coverage. And I think about you. I think about John Taylor. I think about T.O. If teams manned you guys up, you are going to have a field day. You'll be on ESPN all night long. But this team cannot beat man coverage. Why is that, Jerry?
Yeah, and the Chiefs' defense is really elite, man, because I'm going to be honest with you. Patrick Mahomes yesterday didn't actually play his best football. And he hasn't played his best football. He got the worst passing rating in the NFL right now. But that defense is winning ball games. And, you got to be able to not make mistakes and do all of that. But one-on-one coverage, okay, this is my game. I would spread the defense out. I would spread them. I would spread them out. I would spread that offense out. That run pass option thing where everything is so condensed. The passing lanes are way. There's no room for error. And I think right now, because everything is so congested inside, you need to just simplify everything. Spread the defense out. Let these guys run hook routes. Let these guys run square outs. Let these guys run, like comebacks on the outside and spread them out. And then I think Brock Purdy is going to have passing lanes where he can just process everything and it doesn't look so congested.
And I was watching him yesterday, Jerry, and you were at the game, and I was just watching on my couch, but I got to be honest, this is probably the worst game I've ever seen Brock Purdy play as a San Francisco 49er. I mean, all those interceptions, two of them, just go back to the very first one. I don't know what he was looking at. What were the Chiefs doing specifically yesterday to frustrate him so badly?
They knew they throw the ball over the middle. They pretty much know that they don't throw the ball outside, that often. So, and I was like, even if you don't connect on a long pass or, over the top, you got to throw it to let the defense know that, hey, look, we'll throw the ball deep. We'll throw the ball deep outside. And right now they're squeezing everything over the middle because they know that the majority of 49er plays are over the middle. So we got to change that, man.
Yeah.
We got to change. We got to change that. And if we expect to somehow win our division, we're gonna have to just win every ball game now. And it's next man up. We got the Dallas Cowboys coming to town. The team that we don't like, and we got to get a win.
Jerry Rice here on the River Islands guest line on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure you pack some Go Fuel as well. We all need it this morning. Go Fuel, the best in the business. Get some sports energy drinks in your life. Go Fuel. By the way, and he's got a great roster now. Jerry Rice, you're expanding with this roster when it comes to Go Fuel, but you're so right about not throwing outside the numbers or taking shots deep down the field. You got to let defenses know that, hey, we could take the top off the defense and everything is so congested. So what would happen when you were playing? And maybe you guys are running your West Coast offense and you're sticking to the scheme. When did it coach, whether it was Mike Holmgren as your offensive coordinator or George Seifert as your head coach or Bill Walsh, whoever it was, Mike Shanahan as your OC the last time the Niners won the Super Bowl? When did they deviate from the scheme to say, you know what, let's just go play football. Let's just get our playmakers the ball, because it feels like at times Shanahan is just too stuck to the script.
Yeah, for us, back in the day, I'm going to be honest with you. If we played like the way we played yesterday, we would have probably been swinging on each other on the sidelines. We would have been fighting each other. That was that was not 49er standard right there. I would say probably what we would do is just simplify everything, go back to route running, go back to where, Brock Purdy is feeling a little bit more comfortable back there in the backfield, where he can see the lanes where he wants to throw the football and stuff like that. And let these guys earn their money, man. These guys are professionals. And I don't know who's going to suit up next week, because it's like with all the injuries, McCaffrey, Samuel, Aiyuk, Jennings, all of that going on. There's still some veteran guys out there like a DeAndre Hopkins, like Mike Williams, Deontay Johnson, and stuff like that. They might have to bring some other people in, because I don't know what happened with Debo yesterday.
Yeah, he said he got sick. I don't know what happened, Jerry.
I don't know what happened, man, because I saw him warming up. Then after that was it.
Yeah.
And we got to get some guys on the field, but I think just to simplify everything, where Brock Purdy is more comfortable, he can see the lanes and stuff like that. I think that's going to equate to winning football games. And also, our defense fought hard for the longest.
Yeah, I agree.
But, eventually they're going to get tired, so things just didn't happen yesterday. But I'm still going to stay positive. They got to somehow turn it back around, get a win against those Cowboys, which I hate those Cowboys. Oh. They're coming to town. So, but we got to get it.
Talking to the GOAT here, Jerry Rice, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. And Jerry, you mentioned the injuries right now and potentially a massive one here with Brandon Aiyuk and Kyle Shanahan talking after the game, fearing it's an ACL. I mean, just simply put, how big of a loss would that be for this 49ers offense?
Well, that's big, man, because, Brandon Aiyuk is the guy that pretty much he's going to stretch the field. And I know, he had some critical drops yesterday and stuff like that. One in particular, yeah. But, you never want to see a guy get injured like that, because I went through that with the ACL and stuff like that. And, it takes a while to, come back from. So I wish him the best and all of that. But that's a big loss for us. And that's why I was throwing out these other names of veterans that maybe can come in and help this team. And I know Pearsall, he's back on the field. I think he got his first reception yesterday. It was great seeing him out there on the football field. But, we just got to see what the game plan is going to be. But somehow we got to get a victory.
Jerry, you brought up the ACL injury, because I'll never forget watching that. And I'm reliving that play in my head, unfortunately, when you guys lost to Tampa Bay the first game of the season in 1997. Now, you made a comeback. You played on Monday Night Football against the Denver Broncos, scored a touchdown, and re-injured your knee. But going through that rehab process of a torn ACL, what would you tell Brandon Aiyuk? What road lies ahead for him as he tries to recover from this ACL injury?
I think the most important thing, don't rush back. Because I did. I rushed it back a little bit because I wanted to be there for the retirement of the greatest quarterback ever, Joe Montana, night jersey and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. Then I think I ended up cracking my patella, and I was right back in surgery. So it was not a very smart move. So, he got to give that time to heal. And once he feels like he's 100% there and get back out there on the football field. But I think an injury like that, it takes time.
Jerry, I want to get inside your head right now because you've played at the highest level. You've been a part of so many different locker rooms at such a championship level. And when a team has your number, like the Kansas City Chiefs seem to have Kyle Shanahan and the San Francisco 49ers number, how does that affect the locker room after a loss like yesterday going forward?
Well, these guys, they should feel embarrassed. I'm going to be honest with you, and that was that was not 49ers standard football yesterday. So, it's very similar to when the Cowboys kept beating us, and we just we felt like we had to find a way to beat that team. And, we beat them. We beat them then because we wanted to send a message that, hey, look, we beat you during regular season. We're going to beat you during the playoffs. We're going to go and win a Super Bowl. So I think with the Niners, it's the same thing with KC. That was a statement game yesterday. Yeah. That was an important game, and I know, we were 3-3, and and we needed that win, and I heard people saying that, hey, we just going to look at this as another game. It was more than just another game. Richard Sherman and I, we were talking about that, man. It's like sometimes you just got to, just put on the boxing gloves. Yeah. I just wanted somebody to start a fight yesterday. I just wanted to see something like that.
You got Trent Williams. Hey, Trent Williams wanted some smoke, Jerry. Trent Williams got hit in the side of the head. He wasn't taking it. Said, the hell with that, I'm going to slap your back.
Towards the end, but that was a little too late.
Yeah.
That was a little too late. I wanted to see something, I wanted to see something doing warm-up. Like, here we go. You guys are in our house. You guys done beat us in 2 Super Bowls. Today is not going to happen, and we're going to knock you guys around. That's what I wanted to see.
You know what, Jerry? You're spot on with that. You're spot on, because in '94, after the Cowboys, you mentioned it, they came to Candlestick Park, and there was some scrapping, there was some fighting, there was some pushing, there was some shoving. You guys went 21-14, and then what happened in the NFC Championship game? You punch in the mouth and go up 21-0. I thought the Niners yesterday, Jerry, for a game as big as it was, we all know how big it was. They took something twice from this team, a Lombardi trophy, both in the fourth quarter, once in overtime. And the fact is they came out there 3-and-out, and it just felt timid, Jerry. They felt like they were timid.
I'm going to be honest with you guys, because I was telling the fans behind me, hey, look, I'm going to go out here and start a fight. I said, I'm going to go start a fight before the game. And then I even, security, the police and stuff like that. I said, look, I'm going to go start a fight. Then you guys going to chase me. Then this going to go viral.
Jerry, no, to your point, Jerry, it was too Kansas City was way too comfortable yesterday. That's my biggest problem. Exactly. They came in here, it was like, we don't even have to play our A game. We're going to play man defense against them, blitz them, and we're going to walk out of here with a dub. They were way too comfortable on the Niners' home turf.
Yeah, and really, and I look at body language, and before a game, the opponent, the home team and stuff like that. I just felt like we were not fired up for that game. Wow. And it showed. It showed. And it's like, you get the ball. I want to see an offense sprinting to the field saying, "Hey, let's go." And I'm just watching guys just move real slow, and it's almost like hey, just another game. It really doesn't mean that much. All of that. That's what I saw. That's the body language that I saw. And it showed. It just looked like they didn't execute well. They did not, have that fire. And with KC, they just had the confidence. They came in. They said, "Hey, we got this crown on our heads and stuff like that, and we're gonna get this, W, and we're just gonna just ride on out of here without no effort at all." And that was it.
And they're the last remaining unbeaten team in the NFL right now at 6-0 as the Vikings took the L yesterday to the Detroit Lions. And I'm just looking at the San Francisco 49ers team. All right, 3-4 right now. You get the Cowboys next week, you get a win, right, back at 500, and you get the bye week, and then everything, we'll see if Christian McCaffrey comes back. We'll see with all the injuries and stuff like that. This team right now, though, Jerry, heading into this matchup against the Dallas Cowboys, it feels like a must-win, right? It feels like you better have this one. If you're 3-5 heading to the bye week, it's scary hours. Given how the Dallas Cowboys have been playing, they've looked awful, Jerry.
They got to kick their ass.
Hey, guys, look. Okay, I thought I saw the worst game ever. I'm gonna be honest with the Dallas Cowboys. with what happened there, I think it was on Jerry Jones' birthday or whatever. Like that. They got beat down really bad.
Jerry was going at the radio hosts last week. They was going at those guys, getting mad at them.
They got beat 47-9, Jerry. 47-9. And Jerry Jones is telling radio dudes that he'll fire them.
But guys, on top of that, I saw another really bad game yesterday. Yeah. And that one really disturbed me 100%. Because we had an opponent that had kicked our butts twice in the Super Bowl, and then to come into our house the way they did and to win this one and walk out of there. So that game was a must win. Now this game coming up, I mean, we got to win this football game. If we don't win this football game, it shows that this team is just going through the motions. And they know the importance of this game coming up. And I don't want to hear this stuff about, hey, this is just another game coming up this week.
No.
No.
It's the Cowboys.
This is everything. This is the season. This is the Cowboys. And in every game after that, we're going to have to take them, take it one by one. And somehow we got to fight hard. And we still might have a chance of winning the division, get into the playoffs where we can start the season all over again and really, cause some havoc. So I don't want to hear that stuff. I don't want to hear the guys say anything about like, hey, it's just another game. Every game now is bigger and more important than anything. If we plan on doing something during the postseason and getting back to the Super Bowl.
Jerry, I need you in that locker room this week, maybe to give them a pregame speech or something. I'm dead serious, Jerry. I thought yesterday it took me off walking out of that stadium thinking that they let Kansas City come in and punk them defensively. The defense played fine, but offensively, the throw 3 interceptions, to not be able to beat man coverage, to have one first down with basically 6 minutes left in the first half. That's not 49er football. And to your point, the body language was atrocious. So now the Cowboys are coming to town, another hated team. They want to come over and take over the trap. The Cowboy fans are going to be in the building. Maybe we need you to speak to the team before the game and let them know how important this is.
Well, I'm going to tell you, too, the Cowboys, after that ball game that they had, they're going to feel like they need some type of redemption. So everything, and the 49ers, they probably feel the same way. So, hey, this is a mano. Here we go. Back to the old Cowboy days where we didn't like each other and stuff like that. And hey, look, if you try to come into our stadium and try to disrespect us, hey, put the boxing gloves on. Let's go.
Jerry.
Right from the start. Don't sugarcoat it or anything.
Yep.
Let them know right from the start that, hey, look, it's not going to happen today. We're gonna whip that. You know what? We're gonna get that W, and we're gonna get ready for the next game.
That's Jerry Rice, everybody, the greatest football player of all time. Not quarterback, not receiver, the greatest football player of all time for my bottom dollar. Jerry, you're always good to us, man. Keep chugging those goat fuels, man. Keep shining that chain up. Always good to see you at Levi Stadium. Big one next week against the Cowboys. We always thank you for the time, Jerry.
Hey, man, you don't, next time to Zoom, man, because I got my chain on and everything.
I was ready for you guys. Hey, Jerry.
Hey, man, you guys hurt me today, man.
I got hurt. Jerry, I walked up to you at Levi's, and it looked like you was ready to run through my soul. You shook my head and said, yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'll be ready to go. And you had to go for you. I said, you know what? I'm going to just walk away from Jerry. I'm not messing with Jerry on game days no more, man. You was ready to run through me, dude.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell you something. I'm a different guy on game day. I'm a different guy, man. I have always been that way. It's like my game is, and even after retirement, I feel what the players, should be going through. I feel like, what we owe the fans and playing our best football. So I still go through those emotions, even though I'm retired, and I have my game face on, and it's hard, man. It was a hard day, but, sometimes you got to, fight through adversity, get ready for the next one. I expect the Niners to really bounce back hard this week. And after that, just keep fighting each game and start getting some wins and somehow, get into the playoffs.
No doubt, Jerry. No doubt. They got to get a big one. We always appreciate the time, man. 3-4 right now. Got to get to 4-4 and back to 500. Jerry, we'll see you next Sunday at Levi's.
All right. Go Niners.
There he is. Thanks, Jerry.
The GOAT, Jerry Rice, here on the River Islands guest line. And he said a lot.
Ooh, he did.
He said a lot. We'll get that sound clip.
Bonte. That is the word I keep coming back to.
Going through the motions, body language. Somebody going to start something? I see a text here, Comcast Business Text Live. Somebody who said that, 510. Jerry gets it. I was livid when I seen Tig Brown helping up Kansas City players. They're the ops. They're the enemy. Don't help anybody up for Kansas City. The hell with that.
Too much buddy energy yesterday. Whether it was George Kittle hitting up Travis Kelce, too much. Where was the energy that you had for the Eagles last year?
Yeah, there was
none.
Where
was the energy you had for the Cowboys last year? Where was that energy?
It was not there.
Why?
It was not there.
Why?
Because you know why? Mentally, Kansas City lives rent-free in their domes.
Wow.
And they play like it. I'm going to just be straight up with you. Kyle Shanahan called plays like he was timid. He showed too much damn respect to Spags. Way too much. Brock Purdy played timid. Seeing ghost out there. Wide receivers can't uncover. And to hear Jerry say, I looked at the body language, the guys just kind of lollygagging out, running to the field, and I watched Kansas City warm up. They're as cool as a cucumber. Chilling, helmets off, smiles all over the place. Yeah, let's get this dub. We're going to throw the ball. Mahomes played a C+ game.
Yeah.
C- if that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my God, it made me sick. Let's go to, I got to hear from Rashawn, line 3, Vegas, right? That's my guy in Vegas. Said he's giving up on the Niners. Rashawn, good morning. Wow. Why are you giving up on the Niners, man?
Already?
You there, Rashawn?
Oh, no. He's got to get flushed.
He's there. Call back. He's late. He was late on the draw. Call us back, Rashawn. Let's go to Mike in Sacramento. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
What's going on, boys? How we doing this morning?
Could have been doing better.
Fired up after Jerry.
Could have been doing better.
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, I was at the game yesterday, so my voice is tore up right now. But let me tell y'all something real quick. Let me cook for a second. Let me just do what I gotta do. If Mahomes has an average day, you got to make his ass pay. That's number one. If he's pedestrian at all, you have to make him pay. Number two, the Ravens and Chiefs have given the whole league the template on how to beat the 49ers. They own us. That's it. They own us. That's it. Number three, the 49ers and the fans drank a bunch of Kool-Aid over the summer and a bunch of issues with contracts and all that other stuff. And we thought we were just going to waltz in this season and we're just going to go right into the NFC Championship game again. And every season is different. And the players just got filled too full of themselves. And I don't know what the heck is going on. And the last thing I'm going to say real quick, boys, the other teams are smelling blood in the water now.
Yep.
There's no intimidation factor at all. 49ers do not scare anyone anymore. And last season and the couple of seasons before, we had games won before the game even started. We had intimidated the team before the game even started. Now we got nothing. We're just an average team, average quarterback, overpaid players. That's it, boys. Thank you for your time.
He's not happy. Mike in Sacramento.
Well said.
And Jerry's not happy, Spinoni. He said, to be honest, if we played the way we played yesterday, this is from Jerry Rice. To be honest, if we played the way we played yesterday, we would have probably been swinging on each other on the sidelines. We would have been fighting each other. That was not the 49ers standard right there yesterday at Levi Stadium.
It just looked lackadaisical.
That's what I'm saying.
And if you needed a guy like Deebo Samuel to be that spark plug always, that's a problem. You can't rely on one guy, whether it's offensively or defensively, to be the spark plug. You got to have that mindset all around, whether you're the quarterback, whether you're the head coach, whether you're the tight end. Like Trent Williams is the only one that showed up to give a damn, but even then it was too late. That was kind of weak from Trent, to be honest with you. That was weak sauce.
Well,
at the end of
somebody
the game,
hit Trent,
that's fine, but
you get your ass kicked on the scoreboard. You get your ass kicked in the trenches. Somebody slaps you in the helmet. The least you can do is slap them back.
I guess, but
that's probably the most fire I saw all damn day.
That's multiple
so I got no problem with Trent doing that.
That's multiple times I've seen Trent Williams in a losing effort just do a sucker punch.
You know what? When you try to do from East Texas and you slap them in the helmet, at that point, frustration is going to boil over.
Early on
I'm going to slap you right back. I got no problem with Trent Williams slapping you right back.
Look. It was just a bad
but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to get slapped? You're getting your ass kicked in the scoreboard. You're about to drop to 3 or 4. They're running the ball down your throat. You can't score anything offensively. And then this kid, what was it, number 6? What was his name?
5, 6?
No, it was number 6. His name is Brian Cook. You got to let Brian Cook, some dude named Brian Cook, come up and slap you in the helmet? Nah, hell no. Slap his ass back. It's the most fire I saw from that football team yesterday.
Too little,
and
too late.
That's probably why I'm sick this morning. I told myself, look, they may lose the game, and I picked Kansas City to win the game. I pick a pool. I picked KC to win. I didn't think the Niners were going to win the football game, but how does it look? How does it look? And you know what? It didn't look good. That's what's annoying. I saw a lack of fight. I saw, this is the Kansas City Chiefs. They kept you from having 2 parades, Padoni.
The rat on the table, though, is the Niners don't view them as a rival. They just don't.
That's
they have a little brother mentality when it comes to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, it's time to...
They just expect to lose to the Chiefs now.
Well, I'm looking at Carter right now with his Giants hat on. I'm looking at all the fans who went to Levi Stadium yesterday, who left early. All the fans who DM'd me. All the fans I seen at the game yesterday. It was personal to them. And the players alive said it wasn't personal. It's just another game. Now, the hell... See, I didn't like that. See, if we're going to get on Trent about something... If we're going to get on Trent Williams about something, it's not yesterday. To me, it's the message he sent in his pressers last week when he said, well, if we beat Kansas City, it's not like you could pop champagne and confetti's coming down. It's just another game. Nah, it was more than just another game. This is a team that has had oldage on you. Had oldage on Shanahan, oldage on all these guys. And so to send that message, no, it wasn't another game. It's a Super Bowl rematch. We had a Super Bowl rematch last season between the Eagles and the Chiefs. How did Philadelphia go down to Kansas City? It was personal, right? Yeah. There was no trash talking back and forth.
It's a hell of a game.
It was personal.
Yeah.
Personal.
Well, remember, it was Sirianni after the game. He was talking trash. It was big personal to him. Yeah.
And then we're going to act all blasé, like, yeah, it's just another game. We're just, we're 3-3. That's all bull crap. So the tone was set, and they came out timid right away on their first possession. And it was a microcosm of what was to come. That's the frustrating part. My team got punked yesterday. They got punked. You can't beat man coverage. I feel like throwing these headphones. You can't beat man coverage. You can't give me some run routes, some pick routes, something. The lack of creativity.
And you lose Brandon Aiyuk for the season probably too. Insult to injury, literally.
Oh my gosh.
Brutal. That was one of the worst losses given the circumstances in the Kyle Shanahan era in the regular season. You can go back to that game where they got blown out against the Chiefs a couple years ago. That was Christian McCaffrey's first ever game as a 49er. As Jimmy Garoppolo, that wasn't pretty either. They've had some bad regular season losses, but given the circumstances, off a mini bye, You're first place in your division. I get it. It's early in the season. But to go into that game and just lay an egg.
Lay an egg.
That's just what you did.
Lay an egg, Spadone.
A rotten egg.
A rotten egg.
Smelled like sulfur at Levi Stadium.
So it's 3rd and 1 at the Kansas City 5-yard line. 27 seconds left in the first half. 3rd and 1. You had a 2nd and 1. Incomplete pass to Cal. You kind of force it into double. Lucky that was, Purdy threw it high.
You did. He had a back pedal to catch the ball.
I'm talking about the one before halftime.
Oh, okay, got it.
Deep shot that Purdy underthrew. But 3rd and 1 at the KC 5 with 27 seconds left, no timeouts. They run the ball up the middle to Jordan Mason for negative 1 yard.
Tough.
Awful play call. Awful creativity. Just awful. That's what you do on 3rd and 1 at the KC 5? Then you kick a field goal as 14-6 instead of it being 14-10. So then I fast forward to the touchdown. Your scored touchdown is 14-12. Diamador Lenore has an interception to set you up in the Kansas City territory. You take advantage, score a touchdown. Crowd's trying to get fired up. And you know what you do? You take the crowd out of it by sending out Anders Carlson to kick an extra point instead of trying to go for 2 and tie the football game up. So then you go out there for the extra point, and what does Carlson do? He misses it wide left.
Why do you think he did that?
I have no idea. Especially when you know you have no Aiyuk, you have no Debo, you have no Jawan Jennings. It's not like you're going to get plenty of opportunities to score, you know?
I guess the argument to do that is momentum. You just want to take the points. But by doing that and you get the doink there, then you lost all momentum you had anyways.
Yeah.
So you might as well go for the tie at that point.
Go for the tie.
Just given how your defense is playing, you don't know if you're going to get back in the red zone.
That's what I'm saying, Spadone.
It made no sense. Did anyone ask him about that after the game?
I don't think anybody asked him about it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody asked him about it. It was baffling to me. And you took the crowd right back out the game. Your own crowd.
Real quick. The fact that you got Anders Carlson as your kicker now, and I get it, it's slim pickings. You're already on your 3rd kicker, so you beggars can't be choosers. This was a guy last year at Levi Stadium. Heading into the game, his coach, Mike LaFleur, said he closes his eyes and prays whenever he kicks. And that's the guy you wanted as your kicker after Matthew Wright went down. Yeah, I guess the extra point didn't end up making a huge difference, but yeah, it didn't help. It didn't help when you doinked it. Tough scene.
Very tough scene. You're listening to 95.7 The Game,
Yes, you are.
KGMZ, FM and AC1, San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. Spadoni doing a hell of a job for Shasky. Shasky's under the weather.
Matt LaFleur, right? Matt LaFleur's the coach. Mike LaFleur's the brother. Sorry.
Yeah. Matt LaFleur. I got what you were saying. Carter out there, got Matt Nahiga, answering phones. We got a lot of people here sick to their stomachs. Let's get JSG, line 5. JSG, SF. What's happening, JSG? Thanks for holding, brother.
Hey, man. Good morning. How y'all doing, man? Wake your game up. 49ers. I know it was a long one. I know it was a tough one. But I'm always a 49er. Carter called in and said he ain't a 49er no more, man. I'm glad you're off the boat. You feel me? Make room. Man, I just wanted to say that they came out there, KC was out there like that because it was our game to lose. It was Shanahan and Purdy game for them to lose. So as you coming into, as visitors, already the top dog, you waiting for them to hit you. And they didn't do nothing. You said we didn't get a first down until 6 minutes into the first quarter.
Hey, listen.
That's not...
JSG, this is crazy. Not to cut you off, but I'm looking here at the stats, right? And I'm saying to myself, boy, it feels like the Niners haven't done anything. And it was about 6:45 left in this first half, JSG, and the Niners had 28 total yards at that point. 28 total yards. Think about that. All right, so, 6:45 left, JSG, 14-3 Chiefs. The Niners had 36 total yards. The Chiefs had 158. The Niners had 1 first down. The Chiefs had 11. I mean, that's domination.
Big time. And that's what you look at it like, man, they already knew. It's their game to lose. We're going to go out and play our best ball. They play the best thing. And if we lose a game, it's okay, we're 5-1. But for them, this is a confidence boost. So let's take the confidence away from them. And it kind of did. But, I think Purdy, for him to get over the big problem that we have with Kansas City is to have a flawless game. He has to have a flawless game against them. I know we only seen them twice, from Super Bowl to this time. But he had to have a flawless game to really beat them. Even Kyle Shanahan, I feel like he only come up with a game plan for the first half. Like, how your second half game? Like, if you don't win the game, it's the last 2 quarters that win the game. Most definitely the last one. You can't half do it.
No, you can't.
So that's my whole thing, man.
You can't. You can't do it. It's a rough one right now. Let's go back. Let's get Rashad in Vegas. Let's give it one more crack. Rashad in Vegas, man. He thinks you've given up on the team, huh? You giving up, Rashad?
No, you can't give up.
Vegas?
Yeah, good morning, guys. No, not giving up on the team, but just tired of going to war with the rest of the NFL fans and especially KC fans. I'm here in Vegas. I got to hear these Raider fans every day at my job.
Down
in the
bad.
Streets,
Don't listen to them.
talking all the crap about how we can't get it done. We're the new Cowboys. And you know, I hear Bonte, you know, for the last couple of weeks saying that players got to execute. It's not Shanahan, but Shanahan, if he's this offensive genius that people make him to be, then how come he can't scheme up good offensive drives against other defensive coordinators? That's his job, to go against the defense. He just doesn't stand there when, you know, the other team has the ball. He has to work with his players,
no doubt,
get everybody riled up. He just paces the sidelines with this stupid look on his face that what I'm planned isn't working, you know.
But I hear you. Hey, Rashad, real quick. I hear you. But come on, man. He's not throwing those interceptions. He's not missing blocks. He's not breaking contain on special teams. He's not missing field goals. I mean, I get it. Shanahan's game plan yesterday sucked. It was vanilla. It was awful. He coached timid. There's no doubt about it. But we got to stop putting everything on Shanahan, and players got to make plays that they're paid to make.
Okay, well, look at the difference between Andy Reid when he was in Philadelphia. He couldn't get it done. NFC Championship failure over and over and over again, and then they booted him out. He lands up in KC, and with the right team around him, look what he's created.
Well,
and he was even doing it with Alex Smith. A matter of fact, the last time the Niners beat the Chiefs, I was there at that game. That was in Levi's in their
first year
season.
First year.
Is Alex Smith?
Niners ran a fake punt that game.
There you go.
Against Alex Smith. Now,
and that's the difference between Alex Smith and Patrick Mahomes.
And let's not get it twisted. Andy Reid flipped the culture of Philadelphia. It turned the Philadelphia Eagles into the organization they are today.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen without Andy Reid. All right. More coming up, brought to you by our great friends at Safeway, Northern California. Phone calls coming in. Niner San Jose said he's sick to his stomach. David Frizzo's asking, where is the light at the end of the tunnel?
That's one of those losses where you just want to zone out for the week. You just shut down all the noise. Can we get to next Sunday night, please?
Joseph says they are old and soft. Manny Newark says he knew the game was over at their first minute of when it started. So I want to hear from everybody. 888-957-9570. I'm annoyed as hell by the loss yesterday. It's
embarrassing.
Annoyed. And it's all falls on this offense.
Jerry was ready to fight someone. an offensive coordinator and your whole system?
Yes, you should. You should deviate from your system. When a team has your system down packed and knows exactly what you're going to do, I'm with Jerry. Spread them out. Everybody knows you're throwing Patrick Peterson, Kirk Morrison, and now Jerry Rice, former players. Including Jerry Rice, who played at the highest levels, the greatest of all time, in my opinion. Better than any quarterback, any player on that football field. Can we just spread it out? Everybody knows we're throwing between the hash marks. Everybody knows we're throwing between the numbers. Can we get something outside the numbers? Or is our quarterback able to throw outside the numbers?
Well, look at the teams that had success, and I'm going to go specifically in the playoffs and the biggest moments and the biggest games. It's Tom Brady, whether he was on the Bucs or the Patriots, and I get it. That first go-around, it was Steve Spagnuolo wasn't there, but I'll go to that Tampa Bay team, and you go to Joe Burrow with the Cincinnati Bengals. Those defenses for the Kansas City Chiefs got, I'm not going to say picked apart, but they got exposed. And why was that? Got Joe Burrow, an elite guy passing it all around the field, an elite arm, and Tom Brady, the same thing. And they had elite weaponry that was able to separate, whether it was Rob Gronkowski, whether it was Chris Godwin, whether it was Mike Evans, whether it was Antonio Brown, whether it's T. Higgins, whether it's Jamar Chase, right? Like, that's what it takes. And yesterday, you saw Brock Purdy, and Jerry alluded to it. When you're constantly going just to the middle of the field, it's predictable.
Yep.
And the 49ers offense has gotten predictable. It's gotten stale, and it's not good enough right now. Not when you don't have Christian McCaffrey, not when you don't have Brandon Aiyuk, not when you don't have Jawan Jennings. You have to start deviating from the norm.
I agree.
And is that going to start this week against the Dallas Cowboys? We'll see. Because, again, Cowboys have a horrific run defense. So has anything changed in the last couple of weeks? We'll see. Maybe they throw out different looks, different schemes. But something has to change this week, and it has to change fast. Because if you're 3-5 heading into the bye, you heard from Jerry. It sounds like it feels like it would be over.
It's attitude. It's attitude. Jerry talked about if he was playing and the Niners were playing like that, they would have been fighting each other. There would have been swings. There would have been arguments. Somebody would have got cursed out. Gatorade buckets would have been flipped. Eddie DeBartolo would have been waiting in the locker room with a broken TV saying, who's next? Who am I firing today for that unacceptable performance? And he looked at this. I recall it. Matt Nahegan was on this, our program director. The energy last week was just off.
Weird.
Like I couldn't even muster. I didn't know what it was. I couldn't put a finger on it. It was like, why are we not? It just feels like we're just, hey, it's the Chiefs. It's any other Sunday. You can't bring back the Super Bowl. But just to get one against them. Get one against Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Baldy came into studio on Friday and was also Breakfast with Baldy. It was a great hit. It was awesome. Shout out Jax. They were amazing, catering the whole thing for us. But what was the first thing that Baldy asked all of us when we were all just hanging out before the show started? He's like, what have been the callers been like? What are the fans feeling like this week? And what did we say? It's been very odd.
A little blah. Been a little blasé.
Yeah.
And I think the players set that tone.
Yeah.
Trent Williams being one of the captains of the team. And look, I love Big Trent. But he didn't come to training camp. How he got a C on his chest? Well, Bosa didn't get a C on his chest last year. Bosa held out of training camp, was not named the captain. When Trent Williams comes in, he's late to camp, comes in the last week, he gets a captaincy. I don't know. I don't get that one. We have a, whatever. It is what it is. Maybe they know better than me in that locker room. But he kind of set the tone. Like, yeah, well, it's just another game. You're not going to be able to pop, confetti's not coming down. You're not popping champagne, blah, blah, blah. No, the hell with that. We need to get one.
Well, I think Trent, more than anyone else, should probably take that game more personal because he did not have a great Super Bowl either.
Exactly. And Chris Jones was talking to him yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So I just thought the tone, and then they come out there the first possession. Fans are fired up. You get the ball, and usually those Niner teams from yesteryear, you're coming down the field, you scored 7. Here we go. We're taking the ball, we're scoring a touchdown. And instead, you have one of the more lackadaisical 3-and-outs I've ever seen from Shanahan.
Bad.
Run, 1 yard, holding, next play. You got a 3rd and 19. Let's halfback draw to Kyle Juszczyk for 14 yards. That was your opening possession. I don't get it. I don't get the lack of fire against Kansas City.
You get the ball right back, too, which is great. You got momentum. Your special teams finally made a special play, and then you wet the bed. You throw one of the worst interceptions I've ever seen Brock Purdy throw.
Oh, my gosh.
And again, it just goes back to momentum and capitalizing on momentum. And they just, every single opportunity they had, whether it was turnover on downs, whether it was intercepting Patrick Mahomes, not once, but twice. You had a great, one was a miscommunication or a receiver slipped, but great, you got the pick, and you just don't capitalize on those opportunities, just like in the Super Bowl when you didn't capitalize on those opportunities that presented themselves there.
Nah, there's no doubt. And people should have been pissed off. I think the fans were pissed off. I know I'm one of the fans, and I was pissed off that Kansas City didn't even respect us enough to call us a rival.
No. They're
not a rival.
Well, you're not even acting like it. Why should Kansas City even do that? First of all, you have to win in a rivalry. The other team has to win. You have to actually have like a give and take in a rivalry. There is no rivalry right now.
We are the Blazers. We are the Portland Trail Blazers.
Yes.
To the Golden State Warriors. We are.
You're the Blazers. You're the Rockets. You're whoever you want to be.
There's no doubt.
The Chiefs own everyone, especially your asses.
And they own Shanahan and Purdy.
Yes. They are in their heads.
Shanahan coached, he coached like he gave Spags too much credit, where you see these upper echelon teams, they're in attack mode. They don't care what your defense looks like. They don't care who the defense coordinator is. We're attacking. We're attacking you down the field. We're using every blade of grass on this football field to attack you. We're running screenplays. We're running jet sweeps. We're doing whatever we got to do to win this damn football game. Trick plays, something. There was nothing yesterday. Nothing. That's what Shanahan came up with for 10 days in the mini-bye? That was the offensive game plan? That's what you guys produced on a Sunday after having 10 days off coming off that Seattle win? That's what we got to see yesterday? That was atrocious. Fans, the 49ers themselves, hey, fans, here's 50% back from your tickets. Here you go. 50%, they're enough to do that. But seriously, that's what you came up with? In 10 days. That was the offensive game plan. It's sickening, man. I'm so annoyed this morning. Dave in Fresno, what's happening? Dave.
Hey, listen, I will not say the F word on the airway, so don't flush me. I'm not going to say fire. So I'm not going to say fire anybody. But let me ask you guys, what is the light at the end of the tunnel? Because all I hear this morning is questions about the QB and the coach and, everybody. Like, what is this year, next year, what can they hang their hat on? Like, do you just base it off, last year we started off 3-5. In 2022, this team did this. Like, this is a new year. Like, what are you seeing that gives fans hope? Like, you're questioning the QB, the coach. You're saying everything but firing. I'm not saying firing, but all the questions, like, do you have the faith that he can turn it around? Is Brock Purdy one day going to wake up with real arm strength? Like, what you got is what you got. And if you're basing everything off a 30-year-old running back coming back off an injury or Debo not having a tummy ache, that's the problem. You cannot, in this sport, the NFL, when you got your QB and your coach, that should be more than enough. It should never look this bad. So, yeah, we get Christian McCaffrey back then, what? I mean, he can only play for so long, So, yeah, it's rough. It's rough. I don't know how you turn this much around that quick. Even next year, you're not going to bring a free agent in. You're not going to have a crazy draft pick.
Well, Dave, I'm not going to worry myself about last year. I'm in the mud right now. And I'm in the mud trying to figure out how to get a solution to fix the red zone woes. You're now 14-31 in the red zone. You were 2 of 4 yesterday. How do you get better on third downs? You're 2 of 11 yesterday on third downs. How do you not turn the ball over? Spadotti, how do you make a tackle on special teams? I mean, McCole Hardman, I'm surprised he didn't score in the play.
It's coaching, right? Like, that's coaching. Again, I'm not calling for anyone to get fired or anything like that, but how can you have these performances, these special teams performances, week in and week out, year in and year out, and not just, try to shake things up if you're Kyle Shanahan? Again, maybe they do that at the bye coming up after next week. Brian Schneider, he just has not been good.
No.
And that goes back to coaching. That goes back to the penalties. The increased in penalties yesterday that I saw, just boneheadery. Trent Williams, I've seen way too many penalties from a Hall of Fame caliber of a Trent Williams, holding, stuff like illegal hands to the face, stuff like that. Like, you can't be doing this stuff, especially against the Kansas City Chiefs, because Andy Reid coming off a bye is going to be buttoned up.
Yep.
3 losses coming off a bye when he's playing a team that's not coming off a bye. He's 29-3 now.
Yep.
That's not a coincidence. That goes back to the Philadelphia days, Bonte.
Even with that, though, the defense played well enough to win that football game.
Yes.
Like Shanahan, I think he did it to himself. You want to get the crowd into it. You want to get people believing. When you score a touchdown, and it's 14-12, all right? It's 14-12, and you're in the third quarter, You're saying to yourself, boy, all right, here we go, baby, here we go. And you elect to not try to tie the football game up. Again, timid, conservative, a little scared, a little too much respect for Spags. And then you miss the extra point. Then you miss the extra point.
Doink. It's interesting because you juxtapose that with what the Kansas City Chiefs did, and it didn't work for them, but they were aggressive early. They were trying to fake it early. They were trying to, hey, we want to score first, we want to get a lead, and we're going to lean on our defense because we have that much faith in them. Now they ended up getting the league and they didn't look back anyways, but it was the game plan. I'm shocked no one asked him that after the game. And I wish we had him on so we could ask him that. Yeah. Like, why did you elect to just go for the point after there and not go for the 2-point conversion? It just didn't have the look. I don't know, but.
Well, even then, you don't get to 2. All right, fine. You force a 3 and out.
Yep.
Defensively, you force a 3 and out. You get right back off the field. So all of a sudden, you're driving. Do we have the Brock Purdy interception? Interception number 2 when he's looking for Ronnie Bell. All right, you're driving. You're rolling. You're back in Kansas City territory. It's the 1st and 10 at the KC 38. Boom, you miss a pass to Chris Conley deep. You try to run the fade, a deep route on the sideline, there, the right sideline.
That was a good
play.
Yeah,
not bad at that.
Yeah.
So it's 2nd and 6, and then it's 3rd and 6 at the KC 34. You get a first down, you're at least a field goal range. But instead on 3rd and 6, Purdy did this.
Multiple blitzers picked up. Purdy coming inside is intercepted. It was way high, and it was picked off there by Chris Roland Wallace, the rookie.
Chris Roland Wallace.
And Shanahan after the game said that was Brock's mistake, not Ronnie Bell's. And I'm sure everyone in real time was blaming Ronnie Bell because Ronnie Bell is enemy number 1 most of the times here, and Brock Purdy is the golden child, so we can't criticize him. But yesterday, Brock was bad. It was not good enough. Yeah. 3 picks, it was not good enough. And for as good as the defense played, holding the Kansas City team to 14 points through 3 quarters, you did the defense no favors giving the ball up then just getting gassed. And eventually they were so gassed at the end of the game, they couldn't stop the run and stop Kareem Hunt, stop Carson Steele, and stop Patrick Mahomes, who had that 33-yard scamper.
We were doing later grades. Brock Purdy would get an F. Kyle Shanahan would get an F.
Oh, the Grandy report card? Shout out Mark Grandy.
Did Grandy come out? Did he reveal his report card?
Oh, yeah. He always does every Sunday.
What was his grades? Pull up his grades as we go to a call. I want to hear his grades. Let's go to Manny in Newark. We're going to clear the deck here. Manny in Newark, what's happening?
Hey, Bonte, it's actually Manny on the Dumbarton.
Oh, Manny, Dumbarton Bridge. What's up, Manny?
What's up, man?
Guys, the worst part of yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to my own personal experience.
Oh, no.
I'm all set for the game, and I get a text message from Bay. She wants to spend the day with me. She's going to get a babysitter because we had a long week. Now, I had to make a choice. Girlfriend or Niners? Niners or girlfriend? What choice do you think I made that I'm going to have to hear about all week this week?
You made the choice of Niners, which is smart.
Thank you, Niners. Thank you so much, Niners, that I invested my time and opportunity in you, and you just done failed me miserably. I've been saying this all year so far, Bonte. It's about heart, and Jerry touched on it because you know what? Jerry mentioned it. The Niners of old would not have tolerated excellence on the field and fire. That being said, what can Brock do with rookie wide receivers? But I'm not going to make excuses for Brock because 3 picks are unacceptable. Overall, as a team, it's you see all these Niner fans wanting to jump off the ship. I'm not going to jump off the ship because you know what? The problem is that Shanny in big games, he overthinks it. He overcoaches himself. He always wants to prove he's better than his dad, man. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. That is the problem. Shanahan got to get out of his own head. And Shanahan is a good coach. I will give credit where credit is due. But when it comes to big games, he just does too much, and it's always his downfall. We say he's got simplified plays.
because he tries to do too much and he thinks he's in charge of everything. Shanny just got to let it fly, man.
Wow.
And
wow, Betty, hopefully you'll work out everything with Bay. I know the couch is not going to feel good this week.
That's all right.
It'll be over soon. Don't worry. It'll be over soon.
Just like the Niners, you have one bad week and bounce back next week.
Think about what we're questioning. Intensity, heart, pride, want to, and they all fall in the same category. How the hell are we questioning that after a loss to the Kansas City Chiefs? Pride, intensity, body language, heart, the want to fight, the want to push back, the want to hit back.
I haven't seen a team do this to another team in the Bay since, I want to say, maybe the Dodgers and the Giants recently, where they just feel like they own you. But even then, like, baseball's different.
Yeah.
So it's a division rival, but like, how do you not get up for this game?
I mean,
and that does go, and to your point, Bonte, this does have to go back to coaching at some point, because I know Fred Warner was talking about it a couple weeks ago when they had lost to the Arizona Cardinals. Like, hey, if you have to have a pregame speech to get up for Thursday Night Football against the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know what to tell you.
Right.
Just don't even show up then if that's what it takes. Like, you should be up for this game. They should have been up for this game. I know Fred Warner was. I know the people that lost in the Super Bowl multiple times were up for this game. The Nick Bosa's, the George Kittles.
Bosa played fine.
They showed up. It's everyone else where I'm scratching my head. It's Brock Purdy. It's Kyle Shanahan, who, again,
this offensive line too, Spadoni.
I keep going back to the game plan, though.
Yeah, the game plan was awful. You get what I'm saying? The game plan was timid.
He
was timid yesterday.
You have to reevaluate how you do business going forward if you're Kyle Shanahan.
Was there a single jet sweep yesterday? Was there one jet sweep? Was there a screen pass?
There was no Deebo Samuel.
I got to watch the game back. I don't remember one screen pass. I don't remember. Andy Reid had all the creative tricks. End arounds at Worthy, McCall Hardman, screens. He'll line up our boy Kareem Hunt out wide. He motions back in, quick screen to him.
Carson Wentz in there for a play.
I mean, come on. Andy Reid does it all with the motions. And you know what? The Niners are very fortunate because as much as they weren't ready to play at the beginning of the game, we better be counting our blessings. Mahomes missed Worthy on the deep shot, the first play of the second half.
Gotten ugly.
Out of the locker room.
Yeah.
Mustafa was beat big. Worthy was wide open. Mahomes just was off yesterday.
I don't know how Mahomes out threw the fastest guy in the NFL, too.
It would have been 21-6 before you even settle back into your seats for the second half. This team's not buttoned up right now. There's a lot going on here with the 49ers. They better clean it up. And the fact that they came out that sloppy, that poor, after having 10 days, they had a mini bye, but I can't keep. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. You had a big win against Seattle, a mini bye. You know it's a Super Bowl rematch. You know you got to go see Spags and Andy Reid. And you put that product together. You put that on tape. That's what you put on tape.
I expect a bounce-back performance in a big way next week. But
depends who plays.
Well, depends who plays. And I think we'll know the energy of this team and the feel of this team going forward early next Sunday night. Because if they come out timid again and sloppy again, then there is signs of some leakage within this 49ers organization that is very concerning.
It'll be a long bye week, I'll tell you that much. Let's go to Joseph in Rodeo, who believes the Niners are too old and too soft and overpaid.
Wow. What's up, Joe?
Tell us how you really feel it, Joseph.
Yo, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Good.
Yo, I just want to say I enjoy the show every time I listen to it, like every single day.
Thank you.
Yeah, this team is soft. You know, we were paying a wide receiver, like, what, $23 million to call out the game because he has the sniffles? I mean, what are we doing? We're paying BA $30 million to block for a running back that's not even playing this season. And we're sitting here hoping for the receiver that went through a gunshot to come back and beat the Chiefs. I mean, God forbid they had Pacheco and Rashee Rice. I mean, we got let off easy. But that's all I got to say.
Well, they didn't have Pacheco. They didn't have Rashee Rice. They didn't have Hollywood Brown. They didn't have Juju Smith-Schuster.
I know, we got hurt.
They had no one.
So miss me with the injury
Old man Travis Kelce's looked horrible this year.
It's too many Niner fans I've talked to in the last 24. Well, you know, we were hurt and we were this and we were that. Look at the other sideline. They didn't have a lot of firepower.
No.
They found a way. They found a way to win the football game. Let's go to JC and Sack. JC, what's happening?
What's going on, gentlemen?
What's up, JC?
Man, I'm just not. I called it a couple weeks ago, and I said after that loss, I said I'm just not panicked because the division doesn't allow me to be panicked. Like, it doesn't force me to be, and I feel the same way. Like, when I watched the game yesterday, of course that team was there to be beat. I didn't see Kansas City on defense do anything like spectacular.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Shanahan's play calling from the opening series. Your second play, you're doing play action. You haven't even established a run. Why are you calling play action? You're on the goal line, just like in the Super Bowl. You're going 5 wide. You have protection problems already. Why are you leaving them empty in the backfield 5 wide on the goal line? Run the ball. In the second half, you came out in that third quarter churning and running. Get the team going. You should have realized I'm down to my 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers. They don't have rapport with Brock Purdy. They don't have timing. They don't get reps. I need to speed the game up by slowing it down. Patrick Mahomes did not look good. Ricky Schroeder, a.k.a. Patrick Mahomes, has not looked good in almost 2 seasons. He doesn't have a whole complementary of riches. So that's why I feel like Shanahan blew the game. It's something between him and Andy Reid. Andy Reid has the ability to say, you know what, I'm going to adjust around my players, and whatever I can do this game, I'll do whatever I have to do to win the game. They ran the ball how many times yesterday? Because they said, Pat's not balling this season. I don't have the horses outside. Let me try to just run the ball and get some points and score and win the game. We could have did that. Red zone opportunities, not running it. You want to pass. Why are you throwing a go route down the field to Conley on a 2nd and 6? Run the ball. Now you have a 3rd and short.
You know what, JC, though? I hear you on the run the ball. They weren't running the ball well. JC, I'm sorry. I had the binoculars on.
No one's running on Kansas City.
They were not getting a push up front, JC. Not the interior. Brindle, Banks, and Purdy. They were not getting a push up front.
In the second half, they were. Kansas City didn't run the ball well in the first half, but they stuck with it in the second half. I saw last year they would give Christian McCaffrey 2, 3, sometimes 4 carries in a row because they wanted to establish a run and break your will. I'm not saying they were going to dominate on a run, but you know what? If you consistently keep it going with 3 running backs, guess what happens in the fourth quarter? That play action works now.
Yeah.
You can't run play action if you're not establishing the run.
Yeah,
That's
but
all I'm saying.
I just thought they were trying to establish a run early. They had a couple 2nd and 1 and 3rd and 1s. They got stuffed. Remember, they had to punt in the first quarter. They had a 2nd and 1 there.
The first pick was a play action.
Yeah,
they weren't biting.
They just weren't. They couldn't run the ball. Look, the Chiefs this year, they held Derrick Henry to 46 yards. They held Bijan Robinson to 31.
Derrick Henry, by the way, probably MVP right now in the NFL.
Him or Lamar Jackson. Probably Lamar Jackson. But Bijan Robinson, 31 yards. J.K. Dobbins, 32. Alvin Kamara, 26. Kansas City shuts down running backs. That's what they do. Now, Mason got his 58. A little deceiving because at one point he had 7 carries for 6 yards.
He had a 26-yard run. Take away that. Yeah.
It was not pretty.
No.
You do the math.
Listen.
That's 13 carries, 32 yards if you take that carry away.
And that's a problem, though. Like, I hear what he's saying. Like, JC's like, oh, you got to establish the run. That's a Kyle Shanahan formula that needs to evolve now.
Yeah, no doubt.
That's not a sustainable product. Get a lead and sit on it.
No. You gotta be able to rally sometimes.
You think that's what the Chiefs do? They rallied in both Super Bowls.
You gotta be able to rally and make some things happen. Erase some deficits.
But that goes back to trust, Bonte, and trusting his quarterback. And I don't know if he fully trusts Brock Purdy to hand over the reins and say, you know what, Brock, throw us back into this game. Empty set, hurry up, do what you got to do.
Yeah, well, Brock wasn't throwing it well.
He wasn't, but I also don't think, I think he was just confused and timid.
Yeah,
that goes back to the head coach, too.
Let's go to, let's get these calls out. Man, wow, show's flying by. We got about 13 minutes left, Spadone. Let's get everybody in here. Let's get Richard Livermore. Wow. We got Jan. Oh, Jan's calling. That's how you know it's a big day with Jan and Mountain View's calling.
Love Jan.
Rich Livermore, what's happening?
So, Rich?
B, what's up, my brother? What's going on, man?
Rich?
I'm like you, man. I'm pissed, bro. I mean, all the excuses is out of pocket. Like, half the damn NFL right now is injured. You know, the KC smacked us with who? With who? Right? We 2 interceptions, and you stop them on 4th down, and Kyle can't capitalize? Come on, bro. Like, Like Jerry said, go back to the basics, dude. Like, spread the offense out. Like, you deal with what you got, personnel-wise. Why are you not giving the ball to Kittle, who eats them alive? Like, it's just BS, man. I'm tired of it, and we're in trouble. I feel like you know, I'm a Kyle fan, right? So I'm not saying run him out of town, but ask yourself this: is he losing the locker room right now? Like, it seems like they just don't got the firepower and the momentum and the swag like the Niners normally do, and it's showing. Either the offense rolls and the defense doesn't. The defense holds it down, offensive special teams falls apart. Like, from head to toe, they need to just regroup, and they need to get back to the basics and figure it out. Because if not, we in big trouble, man.
Big trouble. Big trouble.
I'm interested to see what the sound of the locker room is going to be like. This is one of those losses, Bonte, where the Bosas, the Warners, the Purdys, what they have to say in the next couple days are going to be interesting.
Well, here's what Warner had to say last night.
The longer I've been in it, you can listen to what people say about you in the outside world. Obviously, what you guys do is important, and, you know, I respect all you guys, but, hey, you know, all the stories can be written that we're not good enough and all these sort of things. For us, it's about just continuing to focus on what we do. We're the ones that are going to be out there on Sunday against the Cowboys and have every opportunity to win that game and do what we need to do.
Also, what about the slow start?
We've been through a lot of tough losses, a lot of tough season starts, but it's all about getting into the playoffs, and you got to do that by winning enough games, winning your division, and that's kind of where our focus is.
That's where your focus is, winning the NFC West, a division that you no longer lead because Seattle handled their business in the dirty, smacking the Atlanta Falcons 34-14.
Not to cut you up, Bonte, sorry, but the Cardinals or Rams are right behind you. Like, they're not done yet.
They're not done. It's a big game for the Cardinals tonight, Monday Night Football.
Rams are getting Cooper Kupp back this week, too.
They are getting Cooper Kupp back. Let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Jan, what's happening?
Hey, Jan.
Yes, good morning. I just got to make a point. You see Andy Reid over there on the sideline, and Schuster goes out and with a hamstring, and what does he do? He adjusts, and like he had a week off, but also he had a mini bye. Well, why? You see Andy Reid over there. He's making adjustments. What's Kyle Shanahan doing? Why can't he make adjustments? Can he make adjustments? That's my question, because I never see him, do anything to make any kind of adjustments as the game goes on. And you see other coaches out there, they make adjustments as the game goes on. And it's not going to get any easier because the NFL is catching up to Shanahan, and everybody has his number. Thank you.
That's as fired up as I've ever heard Jan.
Wow.
He's just a little slower. Cadence is a little slower. Jan's angry. You piss off Jan, you must be doing something wrong. Jan is angry. That's how bad this loss is. So I don't want to hear anything else about this game doesn't mean anything. The Chiefs is just another game on the calendar. No, it wasn't. And they tried to go trick themselves into believing that. That's the worst part about it. The tone was set last week in the locker room by saying, it's just another game. No, it wasn't. And the adjustments Jan is talking about, the adjustments that Shanahan needs to make, there was no adjustments. Debo goes out. You know you got to adjust the game plan. But then again, I don't even know what the game plan was because the game plan looked tired when Debo was in there.
The script was sorry yesterday.
The script is soft.
It was soft. It was not good enough. It was
soft.
Vanilla. It was everything that the Kansas City game plan was. It just wasn't. It just, I looked at what they did yesterday when it came to trickeration, when it came to just innovation, when it came to just what we've come to expect from the Kansas City Chiefs and Andy Reid is to expect the unexpected. And unfortunately, with Kyle Shanahan, it's gotten vanilla and it's gotten predictable. That's the worst thing you can be in the NFL.
Yeah.
Bonte Hill, predictable.
Yeah, it was very predictable. So JC and Sack, I hear him saying run the ball, but the run game looks predictable.
Correct.
You go check all the red zone series inside the 20-yard line. Almost it's like a 90% hit rate. The first play inside the red zone is going to be a running play. Run play, Mason, here you go. The whole league knows it. The whole league. And guess what the whole league is doing now? They've adjusted to Shanahan by saying, we're taking Kansas City's blueprint from the Super Bowl, and we're going to play man defense against the San Francisco 49ers. And we're going to take our chances.
And we got the guys to do it. And we're not afraid to do it.
The Cardinals I don't know who's on the Cardinals defense.
Buda Baker and a bunch of guys.
And a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
And they played man the entire game. The Rams. A bunch of dudes, a bunch of dudes, a bunch of dudes. Man defense. Man up. We're playing man.
And even in those games, and Brock didn't play well against the Cardinals, but he played pretty well against the Rams. It was mostly special teams in that one. But this one yesterday, he was just bad. Just the worst game. I can't understate this enough. The worst game we've seen Brock Purdy as a pro was potentially the biggest regular season game of Kyle Shanahan's career.
Wow.
And it was for both of them, and they both came up failing in that. If that was going back to the report card, both get F pluses for me.
What was Grandy's report card?
F, I think, for the quarterback play.
It was an F.
Yeah.
Let's go to we got about 5 minutes. All right, we'll get everybody on here. San Leandro Mo. We'll start with you, and then we'll get Brett on the Bay Bridge, and then we'll go up to Sebastopol and talk to Logan. San Leandro Mo, what's up, baby?
What's up, fellas? Great show.
Thank you.
Shasky, get better, man. Real quick, hey, shout out to those guys doing the post-game show, Grandy and Sterling and those guys. They brought up a great point last night. Like, when was the last time we, as Niner fans, were wowed by a Kyle Shanahan drawn-up play? It's been a while, and that's why you got to take advantage of getting to the Super Bowl and closing it out. But my question is, Bonte and Spadoni, does it seem like he's tuned out? I mean, based off of the vanilla play calling and the lack of execution, does it seem like he's tuned out? Thanks for the opportunity.
No, anytime, San Leandro Mo. No, I don't think he's tuned out. I think he loves football, but he's right now being outcoached. Yeah. It's that simple. Sometimes you get out schemed.
I do think he's stubborn. Right now,
is stubborn.
And he doesn't want to go away from the norm because the norm has gotten him close to winning 2 Super Bowls. But you know what? That wasn't good enough. And the difference in those 2 Super Bowls was that the opposing team was more creative than you at times. And I do think the last time I was wowed by a Kyle Shanahan play was in the Super Bowl when Juwan Jennings threw it back to Christian McCaffrey. Right? That was like the last wow play.
It's been a while.
Yes.
It's been a while. It's been a while for me, San Leandro Mo.
Outstained. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. Brett on the Bay Bridge, what's happening?
It's Casino Matrix, Brett Bonte.
What's up?
Baby?
Oh, Casino Matrix in the building. What's up, Brett?
You know what it is. I mean, let's just say that was about the poorest effort I've seen. I mean, they literally got punched in the mouth by the Kansas City Chiefs B team. That's the way I see it. And if you look at their schedule coming up, it ain't getting any easy.
No, it's not.
You got Tampa Bay, you got Green Bay, you got Detroit on the road.
Buffalo.
I mean, it's like that scene in Kindergarten Cop when Schwarzenegger's talking to his kids, and he's going, "Who is your daddy? What does he do?" Well, they should all be saying Patrick Mahomes, and he plays for the Kansas City Chiefs. And I'm out.
It is not a tumor.
49ers are now 0-40 when trailing by 8+ points at any point in the fourth quarter under Kyle Shanahan, including the playoffs. They're the only team without a win in that scenario during that span.
Oof.
0-40 when trailing by 8+ points at any point in the fourth quarter under Kyle Shanahan.
That's unbelievable.
The only team without a win in that scenario during that span. We got Logan in Sebastopol. Logan had to cut him. All right, Logan, call us back tomorrow. 888-957-9570. We're just getting started this week. We're going to try to lick our wounds, get up off the mat, and now you got to get ready for the Dallas Cowboys. And if you ain't fired up about the damn Cowboys, then we can't help you. It's a lost cause. It's the Cowboys for crying out loud.
I'm fired up for Fast Five.
It's time for the Xfinity Fast Five. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet. Only from Xfinity.
I guess I'll start. I'm usually not the one to start these. You know, for all this football talk and for all the Chiefs, Niners, we've got a hell of a World Series matchup starting on Friday, Bonte Hill. Dodgers, Yankees, the star power there, Ohtani v. Judge. And let me do a little trivia here for you real quick. I know we're up against it, so let's be fast. Ohtani and Judge are going to win the MVPs for the NL and the AL. Last World Series matchup to feature the AL and NL MVPs of that year.
Oh, that's a great question. That's a great question.
There's only one other time in this century.
Who?
It was the Detroit Tigers and San Francisco Giants when Buster Posey won it in 2012 and Miguel Cabrera won the Triple Crown in 2012 as well for the Detroit Tigers.
Wow, that's a good pull.
Prior to that, 1988, A's Dodgers, Kirk Gibson, Jose Canseco. There you go.
My final thought is with what I saw at Levi Stadium yesterday. And we will be talking about the offseason at some point, but are we sure? Are we 100% sure that Brock Purdy's worth $60 million a year to sign up to a $200 million contract?
Oh, boy.
Are we sure about that? That's where my final thoughts are, because I'm not so sure I'm 100% sure about that.
My final thought is them not going for a 2-point conversion there was the nail in the coffin for Kyle Shanahan yesterday. It sucked the air out of the building yesterday in the stadium, and I think if they would have gotten that 2-point conversion, everyone's in it, the crowd's in it, and the team's in it.
That's Carter. That was Spadoni. We'll try to do better tomorrow. Baldy will join us. Right now, I'm just sick to my stomach. I am sick and annoyed. It's Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all your devices.
NBA season starts tomorrow, Bonte.
You know what?
Are you so excited?
I will trust me. I saw Lake of a Kirk yesterday. I'm excited about the Warriors. But right now, I'm annoyed as hell.
Moody.
I'm annoyed as hell. I just spent 4 hours talking about that game that we watched yesterday. I'm annoyed as hell.
a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. And together, they are Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
There's Chris Jones. 3rd and goal. Purdy. It is he throws. It's intercepted. Oh my goodness. Jaden Hicks picks it off in the end zone.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. I'll tell you what, Goo, that game went about as badly as it could have possibly gone for the San Francisco 49ers. 28-18, they get beat by the Kansas City Chiefs, 3-4. They lose Aiyuk. Purdy struggles. Mason so-so. Just not a good effort by the Niners.
Man, listen, I don't even know, and I told you this, who the 2024 Niners are right now, today as we sit, and they're 3-4, and Brock Purdy in a game where he threw 3 interceptions, and Steiny, I've been listening to the station and the callers and everybody. Montez Padoni filling in for Shasky. I mean, that arguably was his worst game to me. I know people keep bringing up Baltimore. He threw 4. And it started from the jump. But the right on the table to me is all week long, Kansas City week, we talked about how this game would jump off and Kansas City and their offense wasn't playing their best, but yet they know how to go deep within and get a win. If you would have told me Patrick Mahomes would have been 16-27 for a measly 154 yards and 2 picks, and they win the game going away, I would have said you need to go to Kaiser and pee in a cup. Because you were on something. Steiny, they lost that game and got handled when Patrick Mahomes wasn't at his best. You lose Brandon Aiyuk for the season. Are you happy now? Because to me, all I've been hearing was everything bad in wide receiver land for the Niners was Aiyuk's fault. Now he's gone. But you're right, my friend. That was as bad and bitter of a pill as you can swallow yesterday at home. I just don't know where this thing is headed. I really don't, Steiny.
I mean, to me, that game shows that even if you don't play a great game, and Mahomes didn't play great, he made all the plays he needed to make.
Yes, he did.
Every time he needs to make a play, he makes a play. The 49ers, they just have not made enough plays this year.
Why?
That's the $1 million question. That is the $1 million question.
Steiny, Brock Purdy threw a pick on the second series. It was awful. It was like, oh no, I'm not accustomed to that. So I'm not going to sit here and I got to get this off quick. Steiny, I'm not going to sit here and telling you I'm jumping off the Purdy wagon, but there's got to be concerns. This is the second game, and I'm including Arizona of the last 3 to where from the start, it just felt like he was off. And now all of a sudden, the great Niner team under Kyle Shanahan, the offense that is, man coverage is their kryptonite. All of a sudden, nobody in red and gold can beat man? And now you're down a man, because let me tell you who ain't coming through that door. The good Brandon Aiyuk. I mean, he's done. That was tragic, man. He got his contract, hadn't lived up to it or hadn't been playing well, and you're kind of waiting, and bam, he goes out. And then Deebo Samuel, Steiny, what? Hey, I don't know what to say, man. I really don't know where this thing is headed, but I do look at the schedule, and we'll get into it later this week, Dallas. But there's no way I feel like they lose that game, Steiny, but the way this team's playing, would I be a fool to even say that to you?
No. They have no business just thinking they're going to come in and beat the Dallas Cowboys on Sunday, but it's more about yesterday and just absolutely handled by the Kansas City Chiefs. You can say 28-18 all you want, but I mean, you want to talk about a meaningless touchdown at the end.
No, you're right. Could have had 2, but Purdy threw a pick in the end zone.
I mean, that pick in the end zone to me was a killer. It's 14-6. I mean, you got to get 3 there. That's where it's like, be careful what you wish for. We got to have touchdowns. We got to have touchdowns. Well, you take a field goal there, it's 14-9.
Oh, my gosh.
Still got action. Instead, you turn the ball over, and then they drive the field. 888-957-9570 is the number.
We're here for you.
Where you at, 49er fans?
How you feeling?
Just a game with very few, if any, silver linings. I guess Ricky Pearsall would be a silver lining.
No, that was great.
He played 3 catches. Just Mahomes made all the plays when he needed to.
Yeah, and let's put another right on the table, Sonny, about Mahomes. That 4th and 7 run where he trucked Mustafa, who was trucking everybody in a Kansas City uniform. I mean, that to me right there, and I know it's just one play. It's kind of like getting dunked on, NFL version. It happens, but my goodness, for that to – that was so symbolic. The quarterback, the guy that's supposed to not want to be in a collision, truck your dude. The hit stick on Madden, Steiny, like that just right then I just felt like, you know what, the game is over. So I don't know what's going on, and I'm being real with you right now. I mean everything the words that are coming out of my mouth. Steiny, I think I'm plays or minutes away from saying when McCaffrey does come back, it might not be good enough. That's what I'm seeing with this. That's how I'm feeling right now, early Monday, 10:07, that this thing is going left so fast and spiraling that it's bigger than McCaffrey. How crazy does that sound?
Doesn't sound crazy. Big play, the Mahomes scramble, 33 yards. I mean, that's the kind of play I'm talking about. I mean, no, he didn't play well. And he had no touchdown passes, but who cares if you've got 5 opportunities at 4th and goal from the 4-yard line to run it in. And on that I'll tell you what, here's what I was thinking with that Mahomes play. And you guys out there know I'm not a Niners fan or an apologist, but that play's almost unfair when a quarterback starts tiptoeing down the sidelines. You can't really drill him.
Yeah.
You just can't because you'll get a flag. And so a quarterback just gets to tiptoe.
Unless that guy's name is Greenlaw, then he's going to take the 15 and hit your ass, and he might hurt you. But I'm with you. But, Stoney, there's no excuses. And I do wonder if a healthy Fred Warner.
Well, he didn't make that tackle.
No doubt. I wonder he's on one wheel.
Wow.
No excuses. I'm not. Stoney, I'm tired of excuses.
You know what? He doesn't make that play. He's healthy. He played the whole game.
No, and kudos to Mahomes for that scamper.
Exactly.
But all that, we didn't know if we were going to hit him or whatever. I mean, that's not the version of the Chiefs that I thought would come in here and beat this. I thought the Niners were ready to meet the moment. And you know what it is, Donnie? This season, all season long, they have not been ready to meet the moment. Whether it's the end of games against Minnesota, games against the Rams, and yesterday was just Brock Purdy. That was his worst football game, and he's had 2 bad games of the last 3. What are we doing there? Anything to see? Because the quarterback on the other side that's wearing 3 rings, he's showing you how to win ugly. And I thought Brock Purdy was entering the phase of his career, Steiny. I'm not putting it all at his doorstep. I'm not. But I thought the Niners got 13. That's enough. And I think we're finding out this year is not.
And they lose Brandon Aiyuk for the rest of the season. But this is where you got to look at it realistically. He's played 7 games and he's been subpar. So you're not replacing Brandon Aiyuk from last year.
But the hope, though, Stoney.
Well, it ain't happening now.
Right. And
you know what? It wasn't going to happen. And here's the other thing. Okay, yeah, Brandon Aiyuk, he got hurt. He's out for the year. That stinks. You're going to have to overcome it. But he hasn't been good. He dropped another ball yesterday. Yeah. That was a big, big play that gives him a first down, that keeps a drive alive. He drops the ball.
Yeah.
He drops the ball.
That happened.
So,
but my whole thing about him.
You don't get wins in the NFL for having big names and big contracts.
All right, but the right on the table about this season for the San Francisco 49ers, to me, Steiny, guru math here is, if all that ails this offense and it being, impotent and whatnot was the reemergence of Christian McCaffrey, then that was going to help Brandon Aiyuk excel whenever that day did come or that game. So now that you take that off the table, I just can't get over people from afar, Steiny, and I'm hearing from fans talk about all of a sudden now the Niner receivers can't get open. And it doesn't help that Debo had I don't know what you call what he had, but how much does that stink he couldn't play?
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers lose. They're 3-4 right now.
Damn, man.
And boy, they're right back in the same spot I think they were against the Seahawks. This is as close to a must-win on Sunday against the Cowboys. So
Sunday night.
That.
Yeah.
We'll get to that obviously later in the week. We got too much to talk about today. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. And I just think that if you look at this 49er season and you see they're 3-4 and they're in a lot of trouble, there's a big reason for it. And we'll get into that on the other side. But 888-957-9570. Where's this season headed, 49er fans? On 95.7 The Game.
Up $10,000 or more in credit card.
multiple blitzers. Picked up. Purdy coming to the side. Is intercepted. It was way high, and it was picked off there by Chris Roland Wallace, the rookie.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, boy. Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports, along with Tom Brady. Go ahead.
No, Tom getting better.
How was he?
Tom getting better.
Oh.
Yeah, he was disgusted with what he saw from the red and gold, especially offensively, man.
Yeah. Now, I'm not saying this is the reason the Niners have been lousy this year, but I got to tell you, it just feels like more of a coincidence, or less of a coincidence than you think. The three, and I haven't brought this up in a while.
Okay.
I guess this is my Super Bowl when I bring this stuff up.
All right.
Let's put the rats on the table.
Rats.
3 of them.
Plural, okay.
Trent Williams, Brandon Aiyuk, Christian McCaffrey. The 3 guys who got you for money over the offseason. One guy's been hurt all year. One guy just got hurt. And the other guy...
Well, at this point, he's out there playing.
Oh, yeah.
He's available, right?
Is he best left tackle of all time? This guy, Trent Williams?
Well, I don't know how they grade. I'm just telling
me
you,
neither.
He's the best of what you got up front. And all of a sudden, you called me crazy and some were in denial. But, Steiny, I'm noticing game by game, more batted balls from Brock Purdy at the line of scrimmage. And I know it's football, it happens, but I just feel like teams are starting to implement it, like they're looking for that. But I wish that was part of the reason he had 3 interceptions. But are you telling me early on, Andy Reid, after a bye, they go ultra aggressive, they try to fake punt, it gets stopped. The Niners got the ball on the Chiefs' 45-yard line, and bam, Brock Purdy throws a horrific interception. Like, Steiny, I'm not used to that Brock Purdy. And again, that started from as soon as the game started, almost like it did with the Arizona Cardinal game. But, I mean, the defense for a while of this game, Steiny, played or kept you in it. It kept you in it. But the offense is putrid. And I would just like to ask people, is this all of a sudden now just a byproduct of not having McCaffrey? Because now it's gone into Brandon Aiyuk. You can no longer be the whipping boy. You are out for the season, and we hate it. But at the end of the day, I need to know what's going on with the reads from Brock Purdy, or, Steiny, is it just the receivers can't beat man coverage? You don't win as much in the last 5 years if it were that. Okay. So I think it's some of that,
it's not that.
But it's got to be some of what Brock's not doing.
Yeah,
he can't just skate like Nancy Kerrigan.
I don't. You all tell me the reason why. I'm just looking at the numbers. Purdy's completion percentage lower than the previous 2 years. His touchdown percentage way lower than the last 2 years. He's thrown more interceptions. He's got 9 touchdown passes and 7 picks.
Oh,
I mean, that's pedestrian in any league.
So
is it his fault? Well, it's partly his fault at the very least. It can't not be any of his fault. And now you're in a situation where, and this is, with every loss, it becomes more magnified.
Right.
Oh, Brock Purdy's really good. Okay, he's really good.
Right.
But you're 3-4. You're 3-4. So what do you do?
And is he, I'm asking, is his really good enough to win?
Well, it's funny. It's funny because it was plenty before, apparently. Well, Purdy's not a great quarterback. He's not a top 5. That's all right. He's still really good, and we can win a Super Bowl with him. Maybe you can, but I don't know about with this team and the people that are surrounding him.
Yeah, 888. He was awful yesterday.
888-957-9570. Let's go to, let's start out with Logan in Sebastopol. What's going on, Logan? How you doing, man?
What's up, Stein Guru? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
Help us out, man.
Yeah. So I was at Levi's Stadium yesterday, and it was my first time ever at a Niners game.
Oh, all right.
So, yeah, this was not a good one to start it with, and I just want to talk about the general vibe up there.
Okay.
Section 413, the nosebleeds. Everybody was angry up there, man. I mean, we were ready for cathartic revenge after being beat by these Chiefs. And like you said, Guru, they just didn't meet the moment.
Man.
And for the first time, I really, really questioned Brock. And yeah, it was embarrassing, ugly.
Thanks for the call, Logan. They were hot in the nosebleeds.
Yeah, so were the Chiefs sideline. They had the backup offensive lineman. You know, normally they had a report during the game. I don't know if you saw it. The visiting teams, when the sun's out, they have like a tent to block the sun. Chiefs have the backup O-lineman block the sun, Sonny. I don't know if you caught that, but at the end of the day, man, I just can't get over how putrid Patrick Mahomes' day was just from a number standpoint. 2 interceptions, and you couldn't win that game. And you're right, 28-18 is lipstick on a pig. Was it ever really that close? But Kyle Shanahan had Evan and I got into it before the show started, a chance to tie the game, and he elected to kick an extra point, which they missed. But I'm like, you can't be, well, what if they score? What if they don't score? You got a chance and you're down, you're injured, you're hurt, whatever. Now, you got a chance to tie the game. Be aggressive. And that blew up in their face. That obviously, with the kicker missing an extra point, but Steiny, I just would like, and I need your help all throughout this week and the listeners, who do you blame and where do you go from here? Because I thought Brock Purdy was enough that's enough to win a game.
Well, not against the San Francisco.
Forget McCaffrey.
Not against the Chiefs. Like, what are we doing?
Was that really the Chiefs yesterday, though?
Chiefs are good. And
I'm not saying but that wasn't their A game.
I don't think Mahomes was putrid. Okay. I just absolutely don't.
But the numbers,
but that's my point.
Yeah.
If they're throwing the ball up and down the field and they get to the 5 and then they run it in, like, who cares if he doesn't have any touchdown passes? Well, he's getting them down there. Yeah. They're cashing in. They had 4 touchdown runs. That's all that matters is they get down there with the pass, and then they're able to punch it in any way possible.
But you were able to get him to turn it over twice.
Okay. Not when it mattered.
And you didn't do anything with it.
Yeah. And we talked all week about the Chiefs' defense. Chiefs' defense is better than the Niners' defense.
They said you ain't beating us on the ground, and we're going to make you beat us through the air, and they didn't, and we saw what happened.
I mean, as far as Kyle Shanahan goes, I know everybody thinks that when you assess Kyle Shanahan, you either love him or you hate him. But I texted you guys. To me, his play calling is like impatient.
Damn.
Like it feels like he never, it's just not good enough for him to put a 10 or 11 play drive together with 6 or 7 runs. Maybe it's because they couldn't run the ball, but I feel like they just are going for too many quick fixes, and they're not paying the price on offense by running the ball more and getting into 3rd and 3 where they have more opportunity instead of 3rd and 8. But look, they didn't do anything really well yesterday, and Kyle Shanahan didn't either. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Steve in San Francisco. Hey, Steve, what's going on, man? By the way, Warriors season opener Wednesday.
Yeah, right. At least we got that. A lot of things to get to. I'm glad you brought up Shanahan. Sure. I understand the injuries. Look, Purdy, I know that he had a horrible game, but I think he's allowed 1 or 2 of those. I mean, the only other game that he's had like that was the Baltimore game in his entire career. He's really, really that's not his style of game. Now, that aside, because you can't discount the interceptions that broke their back, we're seeing the same stuff week after week, and that's where it comes back to Shanahan. They just seem like they've never found their footing, even in victories here. They're not stringing together those drives that they normally do. They're relying on bigger splash plays to get those scores. Yesterday, one of the biggest, most disheartening things to me was just seeing a team that just came out so lethargic, uninspired, unprepared, and seemed just defeated on arrival. It almost, you could even tell in the leading up to the game, they go, oh, well, it's not like it's the Super Bowl and we can't get back that. Totally understand that, and that's factually accurate. But then Are you just going into this game thinking that it's an afterthought? Yeah, you can't get the Super Bowl back, but in reality, this was an opportunity to take down the top team in the league that's undefeated, recourse correct your season. And it seemed like that opportunity was completely lost on them. They just, top to bottom, they seemed like they didn't want to be there. That was the biggest development that I thought was a problem yesterday. And then otherwise, you see the exact same things plaguing them week after week. Terrible special teams, probably the worst in the league. An offense that can't convert third downs or red zone, and a defense that they played a little bit better yesterday.
Yeah.
But they still can't get off the field when they need a stop or they need a conversion. They can't do that, and that's been an issue in blowing the game to Arizona, against the Rams. And I go back to coaching. That all trickles down for me to Shanahan. There's mistakes. But, I mean, this team does not look prepared to play. And yesterday, it was abundantly apparent.
Yeah, appreciate it. And I'll
Thanks,
say this
Steve.
to that, Steiny. I'm not putting this at the doorstep of the defense. I'm not. Yesterday, were they perfect? No. And when you look at the stats and you look at the game early on, you felt like the Niners made the Chiefs' offense feel them, right? There was a reason Mahomes turned it over twice. But going into this game, the Chiefs had been lousy on third down. Steiny, they were 8 of 14, season high. Then you talk about the red zone. They were hurting in the red zone coming into this game. You know what they were yesterday in the red zone, the Chiefs? 4 of 5. The Niners were 2 of 11. Those are the money downs on third down. The bank has not been open. And I'm sitting here checking myself right now. I'm going to slow down. Oh, Brock's getting 50, 60. Nobody wants to talk about it. Steiny, he's throwing money away. He is throwing money away because this thing looked like you showing up and quarterbacking was enough. And I said it. So now I'm telling you, I don't know what to make, how much to pay. Today's not the day, but we got to call Brock Purdy out for not meeting the moment 2 of the last 3 games. I said it. I do not. That looked like Jimmy stuff yesterday, Steiny. And the DBs are like, oh, the ball. It's like he was off. And we need, if we can't do it, Steiny, to ask the right questions, why?
Yeah, I just
Niners can't beat man coverage. That's a pass.
Well, that's another.
Go ahead.
And just looking at the other side of the ball, that's why I think when we say, Mahomes was not very good. Really?
Wow.
They were 8 for 14 on third down.
Yeah, they were.
And they were 4 for 5 in the red zone with touchdowns. It's
money.
I don't care about the numbers. The numbers matter less when you can't stop the Chiefs on a third down.
Numbers are numbers.
So
that's a great one. I hear you, man.
It's like a guy who's 7 for 17 going into the fourth quarter, and then he has a big fourth quarter.
Would you call this a slump for Purdy if we just focus on the last 3 games? The one against Arizona, you lost, you threw picks, balls got tipped, and then you come out against, the guy that you want to beat, the team that you have. And I'm not saying Brock was the reason you lost, the sole reason. But, Steiny, he's playing different. Give me that.
He doesn't have as good a team around him. He just doesn't.
Well,
he doesn't.
All right, no, you know what? And I'm not going to argue that. I can't. But can we just real quick here before you grab another call? Steiny, I come to work and I don't come to work. And when I don't come to work is when I don't feel good. I have to make a decision. I got to make a decision about the other people. Now, wow. See, we know.
We all know about Thursdays.
Back to you, Steiny. Dude, you little mother. Hey, no, listen. Debo, you know if you're playing or not.
He tried.
What do you mean tried?
He played 3
this
plays.
Ain't Pop Warner. Ronnie Lott had to cut a pinky off, half of it to play. You're either in or you're out. That didn't help anybody. And then you become a sideshow. You're going to play or not. What happened to the boom box? When was the last clip we saw the Niners with the boom box? Something's changed, and I told you this is why they needed to cash out when they were in the Super Bowl last year, because sometimes stuff is just not your day or season, and that's what this looks like. By the time McCaffrey comes back, the Jawan Jennings didn't play. Like, Steiny, when does it end, man? man. That's why.
Why would you think it's going to end if they're not a good team?
I just told you, and it's growing now. Maybe this just is not the year. And it started with McCaffrey, the whole stuff with the money. But Debo said, so what was the...
He tried to play, and he was sick.
So you had a bug?
I don't know. I just know that he tried. What did he play, 3 plays?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Paul in Pleasanton. Hey, Paul, what's going on, my man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Just wanted to make a couple of points. I think it's just time to accept that Shanahan and now the quarterback are like the 2020s version of like Tony Dungy and Manning going against the big bad, Kansas City Chiefs, who are like the 2020s version of the Patriots. So if you recall, right, the Colts got lucky one year. They were down in the championship game and still managed to beat the Pats. And then they faced, Chicago Bears in the Super Bowl. I would definitely find a way to, give Purdy the contract. Take like a 4 to 5 year time frame. Maybe we got lucky. We faced like a subpar opponent and win the big one. That's point number one. Point number two is on, Shanahan. I think now I've called here on other shows multiple times. His biggest deficiency is his arrogance, right? And that arrogance shows up in his inability to ad lib and, change on the fly. I think one of the amazing stats I saw on the previous show is that he is 0-40 when trailing by 8 points in fourth quarter. And I think since he's been here, we're the only team that has not won a game in that scenario, right? I think if you were going to be a Super Bowl, I used to live in New England back in the Patriots days, and there were multiple times they came back, with deficits in fourth quarter. You got to have the ability to come back, and you can't come back, if you're so arrogant in your play calling. So thanks for my call.
Appreciate the call, Paul.
Yeah.
What does arrogant in play calling mean?
Maybe going to, when you're having success on the ground, like they've been in previous games. I think of the Rand game, and you go to passing because, I don't know, Steiny, maybe you want to do it all. But to me, it's when you ignore the rhythm of the game, the algorithm, when you know that the run is working. Why do anything else?
Let me tell you where the run does not work.
Kansas City did
in the low red zone. How many times do they hand the ball off to Mason and he gets a yard?
Yeah, that happened.
They just cannot run the ball in from, inside the 10. And the time they did, that was Kyle's best play of the game. The quarterback sneak to Purdy, where the guys blocked in a weird angle and it left the middle wide open.
Yeah.
I remember I watched that play and I said to my boy Dane, I was like, that was interesting. That was different. That didn't look like a regular quarterback sneak. And then, of course, Brady broke it down and it was a little bit complicated, but it obviously worked, and he got in easily there. But, Mason can't find the end zone in there, and then you get tricky fourth downs. You got to figure out whether to go for it, not go for it. They almost didn't get the field goal at the end of the half.
Yeah, that would have been the second week in a row, but they did get it. But I mentioned for the Chiefs, Donnie, how this was a season best on third down and red zone, and they also held the ball for 35 minutes.
Page out of Kyle's book. Man. Christine in Danville.
Hey,
Christine, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys this morning?
Trying to figure it out. Hey.
Trying to figure it out. Well, I've been a Niners fan a long time, and not that I think I know everything, but I just think Shanahan's been out-coached this season. Everyone's saying he's an offensive guru. Did we not have 2nd and 1 and we ran it 2 times and couldn't get a first down? I think the first time there was a called rollout for Purdy was in the third quarter, and it worked. We got 5-6 yards on that play. If we're not playing well, he's got to call different things, and it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be simple, but it's just too predictable. He can't run the clock. I just think he needs some therapy.
Therapy.
Hey, Christine, let me run this by you. Just hearing your passion, young lady. So we know what Patrick Mahomes is to the NFL. He's the standard at the quarterback position. Brock Purdy's emerging. But why, against yesterday's game, would Brock Purdy have more pass attempts than Patrick Mahomes? Now, hearing you talk, I'm like, that's wrong already. Why would Kyle have Brock throw it more than the standard of Patrick Mahomes? And oh, by the way, Christine, as you know, 3 interceptions in those 31 pass attempts. Why not run it more? Just a thought.
I agree. I still think Mason's not quite right. I think he should have gone to the rookies more, see if they could get something going, and he didn't. He didn't, and he did the last game. And so I don't know why he didn't keep pushing the running game if Purdy was struggling, but whatever he tried, it wasn't working. And it just seems like he's standing on the sidelines frustrated, just like we're all frustrated. And it's like, well, you got to do something different to spark the offense, and he didn't do it again.
Thanks, Christine. Appreciate the call.
And Stoney, here I go. I know it's Overreaction Monday. I am not trying to troll. But if I'm Isaac Guerendo and I close that game out in Seattle with a nice run for the team and myself, my reward is 1 carry.
You realize he fumbled on that carry.
No, I didn't.
Yes, he fumbled, and it went out of bounds.
But it's about trust, though, Stoney.
Well, exactly. So you run him and he fumbles. I'm just saying. They didn't lose the fumble, but
he wasn't in the plans. 1 carry.
Mason, 14 carries. Purdy, 8. How many of those were sneaks? A couple?
Yeah.
So he took off maybe 5 or 6 times. Juszczyk, 1 carry for 14.
Do you understand where I'm at or where I'm coming from when I say I put more of the blame on the offense and coaching than I do on the defense? Starting the defense was, they were making it difficult. Yeah, they ran the ball, and Hunt with 22 carries for 78 yards, and they averaged 4.7 a pop. But if you watch that game, even into the third quarter, when the Niners, when you felt like, oh, my God, they got action, they might pull this out, I can't put it all at the defense's doorstep. They tired, yes, but offensively is what is really blowing me away about this team. And now you have no Brandon Aiyuk. Debo has what do you call it? The flu. I don't know where this thing is going.
Kansas City had 184 rushing yards.
Yeah.
So that's close to gashing at that point. Couple big plays, obviously, from Hardman. Kareem Hunt was good all day. Mahomes made everything happen when he needed
Noah
to.
Gray,
40 rushing.
Not Marvin. That's bad. Noah Gray, Stoney.
Yeah, look, I think there's a couple things going on. One is I think they're just not, their personnel is just not the same.
Well, damn.
And nobody's going to want to hear this today. And I'm the guy who says you got to play with who you got to play with, but if you're not playing with Hargrave, Aiyuk, McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and Jennings against the Kansas City Chiefs, what are you really expecting out there?
Then what about what the Chiefs are doing with their list of injuries?
Well, they have a quarterback named Patrick Mahomes, and he was the difference in the game yesterday.
When are we going to – okay.
Period.
That 33-yard
And he's Michael Jordan and Steph Curry. So we don't have a Steph Curry or a Michael Jordan.
Well, for a little bit, didn't you think we do in regard to Brock Purdy?
No, I would never compare Mahomes and Purdy. Mahomes has 3 Super Bowls. Exactly. But that's the point, is Mahomes yesterday
beat you when he didn't have it. He made the plays.
That's what fantastic. Great players do.
Period. But the Niners are supposed to be a great team, a good team.
Yep.
And of all the 5 in a row you lost to Kansas City, this was the nastiest I believe Kansas City played, and you still couldn't beat them at home.
So, read the writing on the wall.
What's it read?
Trouble. Big trouble brewing. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners fall to 3-4. They lose 28-18 to the Chiefs. It was complete. It was thorough. And it was not good if you're a San Francisco 49er fan. I'm not sure that game could have gone any worse. You lose Brandon Aiyuk, your quarterback throws 3 picks, Your offense doesn't look good. You can't get timely stops.
Your safety gets trucked by the opposing quarterback to go in the end zone on 4th and 7. That happened.
That segment brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine.
fakes, probably pump fakes more than any quarterback in the league. And because they know he can throw that, winners
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt and Tom Brady on the call, Fox Sports. That was the longest run of Mahomes' career.
And he looked
33 yards.
And he looked young old. He looked like the OG Steiny. He was like stumble, bumble, but he got down there and then had the ball like that. Dude, that was a backbreaker. And Warner almost had him.
Almost.
And so did Winners, huh?
Yeah. I mean, the only thing Mahomes
shout out Summer
didn't do on that run was lift up his leg.
Dude, I'm watching the
and urinate on the way down to the 4.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad
I mean,
bod.
it's his world. We're just living in it, man.
Yeah, that's right. That's why you can't get too upset.
Well, no, you get upset
6-0.
when
You're not in this team's class.
Steiny, seriously. I got the Reed interception early on where the play action pass, the rollout to the right. That was an awful you can't throw that. And that set the tone.
I mean, to me, you can't throw a touchdown in the end. You can't throw an interception in the end zone.
If you had, honestly, and I know we're different, and you were with Dana, watching that game, that's how we're different. Steiny, I got to be honest, the more it kept sitting there, I'm like, oh, the Chiefs aren't putting them away. They're not putting them away. Did you really think, you know what?
No. That game, they dominated that game.
Man.
The 49ers couldn't move the ball.
But the question is, and I'm giving credit to Spags and the Chiefs defense because it seemed kind of simple. We're going to do what we did in February in the Super Bowl, where we're going to stop the run. We don't believe your guys can get open. But, I mean, you brought in Cowan, you brought in Ricky Pearsall. I know it was his first game, and it was good to see him out there. But even before, the rat on the table, Steiny, even before Aiyuk got hurt, he wasn't a difference maker. Like, are we really to sit here and believe moving forward that the Niners' offensive weaponry can't beat man coverage? Because I'm asking. Because if the answer is really, truly yes, then how the hell do you get as close and far?
They're not in the Chiefs' class. The Chiefs have a better offense and they have a better defense than the Niners.
But they don't got better playmakers, right?
I think
Kelsey's doing nothing.
But you're not allowing for the fact that they have a quarterback who is a game changer.
And what about the coach calling the necessary right plays? The screens to Hardman when they're called for? Like, Steiny, if Andy Reid was playing a piano right now, he's doing the best job. He's doing it better than Kyle. I'll tell you that.
Vince in the city. Hey, Vince, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey,
talk to us,
How am I doing? I'm pretty pissed. It's getting super irritating watching the Niners have this roster full of supposed explosive talent. We just can't win. It's like I don't know what's going on with Kyle Shanahan and the offense, but I called it back in after the Minnesota game. I think the blueprint's out there on how to beat us. Brock Purdy, the offense really relies heavily on those layered throws and those anticipation throws where he's throwing it to a spot. Minnesota's scheme, they baited him into throwing it into terrible spots on the field that turned into either really bad passes or they turned into interceptions. Real quick on interceptions, I don't know what the hell he was looking at, because how do you throw it to a double team into the end zone? You throw it right at the linebacker who's just sitting there waiting on it. That's the first part. Is the offense needs to change. Hopefully they get to this bye week and they start reassessing their strategy, because it's been the same thing for the last 5-6 years with their game plan. But on the defensive end, I never would have thought losing Eric Armstead would hurt as much as it has this year. Our interior line, on both sides, is pretty bad, the guard position and tackles. But the opposing rush is coming right through the gut of the defense, and they're gashing us up the middle. It doesn't make any sense. You got Fred Warner playing middle, but he's occupied with other guys, and they're just getting 5-6 yards. It still feels the same as last year, where they're getting so many yards just through the middle of our defense. And then back to the offense, it's like, I feel like every great team has always had a go-to play to get 5 yards maybe. We don't have a play to get 2 yards. You might get lucky, somebody misses a block or whatever, or somebody over pursues, and then we get these big runs. But we're the worst team, I feel like, in the NFL when it comes to the red zone. We don't have a play to get it 2 yards. I don't understand what's going on. The O-line used to pick it up, and I don't know, it's looking pretty bleak with BA going down too.
Yeah. Thanks, Vince. Appreciate the call. Yeah, offensive line's not very good.
No, it's not. And but I guess, Steiny, and tell me if today is not the day, because I keep bringing up old stuff, but it's relevant in the sense that it's kind of been that way, that theme, but yet they've gotten to the greatest of heights and almost the greatest. So you don't just go to four straight NFC championship games and your offensive line sucks. Right now, it's definitely not playing well, but it's always, if it's McFlinchy, there's always something. But yet they don't let it, throw them off from winning the conference or getting to the Super Bowl. But the one thing that did stand out yesterday, and you talked about it, 39 rushes, 184 yards, and that's got the Mahomes run in there. But even if you take him away, Steiny, Kareem Hunt averaged 3.5 on the ground, hard yards he was running, and it's just like, man, you never know what you have until it's gone. And I talked bad about one Armstead. And Steiny, I know it's not going to help today, but you miss him in the run game. You miss Hargrave. But the bottom line, nobody's going to cry for you. And the Chiefs, as injured as they are, I feel like they just know who they are more so than the Niners.
So we have, there's another one. Isn't Armstead essentially a victim of the offseason and their payroll?
Well, they asked him to take a pay cut. He said, right. No, I'm not doing it.
Bye-bye. But they gave McCaffrey money. They gave Williams money. They gave Aiyuk money. They redid Juszczyk. They lost Armstead. Now we're talking about how they miss Armstead. Well, they could have had him on the team if they wanted. They're the ones that asked him to take a pay cut. I mean, their off-season's looking like it was a nightmare, quite frankly. Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Larry. Larry's in the city. What's up, Larry? How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Listen here, man.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, you're on, buddy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, listen here, man. This, I'm listening to all this stuff, all the callers and stuff like that. And I've been a Niners fan since 69, man. I'm going to tell you this. This season reminds me of the 88 season, right? We finished 10-6, but yet we won the Super Bowl. And as far as that injury list goes, you remember the TV show MASH?
Yeah. Alan Alda.
Loretta Swit.
Yeah. Well, suicide is painless. Well, that's where we got. That's where we are right now. I wouldn't give up on the Niners. I think we'd be okay. We're just going through some trying times. I'm watching all these Purdy haters on TV is killing me. But they, this is what they live for. But don't give up on the Niners. Remain to be faithful. We'll be just fine. With that, I'm out.
Thanks, Larry. What does just fine mean anymore?
Well, didn't you tell me? You're my only radio
They got one
partner.
thing going for them: the division. That's the one thing they got.
Was just the playoffs.
Yeah, luckily, they still can win the division because they ain't going to be a wild card team. It doesn't look like.
I just don't like how.
You see the NFC Central?
Yeah, and I saw the Vikings lose, and I felt like they won. You know what I'm saying? They played great, but Steiny, it's about yesterday and what this game represented. Man, you needed it just from a math standpoint. You couldn't get it. And what's bothering me is I'm watching Purdy do the quarterback sneak and the Russell Crowe. I always call everybody, doing the Draymond to the crowd, Russell Crowe and Gladiator. Are you not entertained? And I'm watching all that bravado come off of him. I'm like, you got the Niner, yeah. And then it just vamoose. Nobody can make a play. And now I really can't wait. And I know it's not our show.
Here we go.
Greg Cosell this week because you just cannot defend Brock Purdy's decision-making yesterday. Steiny, I thought he was bringing, and he often has, brought something to the table. But this is the second time in 3 games at home where he's underperformed to his standard. And I need to know why.
Jerry Rice on what Purdy struggling against the Chiefs defense means.
They knew they throw the ball over the middle. They pretty much know that they don't throw the ball outside, that often. And I was like, even if you don't connect on a long pass or, over the top, you got to throw it to let the defense know that, hey, look, we'll throw the ball deep. We'll throw the ball deep outside. And right now they're squeezing everything over the middle because they know that the majority of 49er plays are over the middle. So we got to change that.
Jerry Rice, pretty good receiver in his day.
Wow, and I just hate I guess I'd love it if I was an opposing defensive coordinator, knowing I'm going into a game where a team doesn't shoot a lot of threes or we got to defend the line. Like, it just makes it easier. But also, too, we keep harping, I have, on the 3 interceptions. Jacob Cowing, Jerry, had his man beat, and Purdy's got to make a better throw.
He had 2 long throws that he was short on.
Right.
The other one to Kittle.
And the way that your offense is kind of, quote-unquote, sputtering, when you get a chance, you got to take advantage of that. And for whatever reason, he didn't put it out there. Cowens could have walked in the end zone. And you're right, the one to Kittle, like, those aren't interceptions, Stoney, but those are poorly thrown balls.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, you got to make a better throw on that, man.
Damon's in the city. What's up, Damon? How you doing? I want to talk about McCaffrey. All right.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I remember you guys had this conversation maybe a week or so ago about it. McCaffrey comes back and, how it's going to change his offense, open things up. I don't see it because I think that the problem just runs deeper than that. Like, I think that the team, they have an identity issue. You know what I mean? Or just like before, what you could say about the Niners were they were physical. That's what you would hear. They're a physical team. They come in, they dominate, they beat guys up. They're not doing none of that. They got beat up, and they've been getting beat up all, pretty much, pretty much all year. So that physicality, the lack of defense, this is a different team right here. This is a different makeup. I don't know, but McCaffrey coming back, I don't think that it's going to change things that much. And I think also that because we have been at the top, teams have been focusing on them. Excuse me. And we've been spotlighted, and teams have made that adjustment. The league has made that adjustment, and you're starting to see that on the field. And we haven't adjusted to that. We're kind of stuck in position and thinking that we can go in there and muscle our way through, to this win, and that's just not happening.
Yeah, thanks, Damon. Appreciate the call. I mean, what do the Niners do well? What do they do well right now? Wow. Or what have they done well this season consistently? There's not a lot there. They've had stretches, of course.
And number one would be running the ball.
But is it now?
Man, I'm just looking at the end zone. McKivitz block, his guy, number 56, on the interception in the end zone, Stoney. I mean, Purdy got hit, no excuses, but if you just watch that play, 56 took McKivitz to school, but it's just like, when's it going to get better?
Why not? Why would you think it's gonna at this point?
Because your best, we don't know when he's coming, but he was out there yesterday. Maybe he is the identity.
I don't think one guy is going to change this thing dramatically. I think the last caller's right. When you're not doing anything great, so if you improve in one area, you still got room to improve in all the other areas.
So again, because this is fascinating to me. I know y'all, come on. Do you really think the Niners have a problem beating man coverage?
I think the Niners have a lot of problems.
But that one specifically. Well, you never were high on Aiyuk, Debo.
Of course.
Wow, man. Because now it's starting to trickle down to Brock.
Well,
not that he's going to use it as an excuse or crutch, but, I mean, Stoney, at some point, somebody's going to take on that task of who are these interceptions on and why is he holding on to the ball? But all of a sudden now you pay $30 million to number 11 because you think highly of him. I'll leave that there. You got the Swiss Army knife in Deebo Samuel, who had a cold, and then you got George Kittle. So, I mean, all of a sudden, all those, and even Pearsall, even though he got in for a few snaps, so all those guys can't be man coverage. Like, I'm wondering how much of it is scheme.
Oh, now it's scheme.
I don't know.
I thought that's what Kyle did great.
When you have these problems, you need to ask every question.
Well, I think two things.
Jerry Rice just told you they don't throw it outside the numbers. How long can you live like that? They've lived 5 years and gotten damn close. I'm just wondering.
So, I mean, the way I look at it is you haven't been playing well this year, and now you're playing the Chiefs, who are the best team in the league. And there's two things. You're not as good as the Chiefs, and you haven't proven you can beat the Chiefs when you're healthy. Do you really think you're going to beat them without Hargrave, Aiyuk, McCaffrey, Greenlaw, and Jennings? And no Debo. I forgot Debo.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not using that as an excuse, but sometimes when you look at it like that, you weren't going to win this game. You're going to win this game without
but you've lost,
one of the best running backs in the league, two of your receivers.
But you told me I couldn't go to that, though. And the people that were calling in, like, trying to use it as an excuse.
I'm just saying you got to play with the guys you have. And the guys they have aren't as good as the guys who are out.
I'm comfortable in saying this, so before you go to the phones, you tell me if it's fair.
If you want to say, look, we haven't had McCaffrey all year. Debo's missed a couple games. Kittle missed a game. We lost Hargrave. You can do that. That's fine.
I'm going to tell you what I want to do.
And they're 3-4, and so, okay, is this going to be one of those years like the year after the Super Bowl when they got hurt and they went 6-10? Maybe that's what we're looking at. This is too much to overcome. They don't have enough depth.
Well,
the quarterback's not good enough. The receivers aren't good enough. The offensive line is porous. Defensive line isn't as good as it's been in the years past. We all know the defensive secondary has questions. They got good linebackers, or at least they got a great one. I mean, are they really that good? Well, like, without the names, are they really that good? Like, what scares you about the Niners offense right now? Right now, with the guys they're putting out
nothing.
there. Exactly.
And if I were you in your old days, Stoney, you tell me if this is fair, I mean it. I've been consistent during the offseason about the Niners offense during the playoff run, 3 games. What if I told you if I had a pen right now, the title of my piece would be Brock Purdy hasn't played the same since the Baltimore game of last year. Would you say that's unfair? Since the Baltimore game on Christmas last year, I feel like the Purdy the prior to that game, we're not getting this bang for our buck. And why are you laughing?
I'm not.
Oh.
I'm just smiling.
Spadoni, shut up. All right, what I miss, guys? Come on. So that's too harsh.
You said something like, if I got to put a headline on it, and then you said 2 sentences, and Evan said, boy, that's a long headline. That's all. Let's go. Let's go to Lamont in Oakland.
Glad to be back.
What's going on, Lamont? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Talk to us, Lamont. You sound down, man.
Hey, man. So here's the thing that was disheartening about this game to me was that you knew coming into the game that the Chiefs didn't have almost all their offensive receivers in me, right? And Pacheco was out, right? And then they lose Juju in the first period.
That, yeah.
Right? So you know that they're going to have to smash mouth this thing because they have who do they have? So they said, we're going to run the ball. And Tom Brady said this during the broadcast, and I think it was important. He said, they were asking about the Chiefs running game, and he said the Niners need to put 8 in the box to see what happens. Right? And so they never did that, though. Like, they stayed with what they did, and I know it might seem drastic to somebody, but the Chiefs weren't doing anything but running the ball. And then they threw it to Noah a couple times, and Kelsey had like 20 yards. There were no big plays. The Chiefs made no big plays. They got 5 yards, 4 yards, Kareem Hunt. And then Patrick made a couple runs there. But the reality was you knew they didn't have much. They had no weapons. Like, they didn't have anything. And then the defense knew that, but they still couldn't adjust. And they didn't try to put 8 in the box and say, let's see if one of these 3rd, 4th string players that Patrick's got to throw to can make a play. Let's put 8 in the box and take away Hunt to see what can happen. They never did that. And like something that the caller said earlier, the arrogance of play calling, that is so true because in order to be a non-arrogant play caller, sometimes you have to admit my plays aren't working. See, and so when you admit my plays aren't working, that's how you're able to adjust. But if you're arrogant and feel like no defense can take away what I'm doing, then you don't make the adjustment. And so what we see with Kyle sometimes is, you see what Andy Reid said, I don't have enough receivers. I can't do what I want to do. They're not going to allow me to do that because we don't have the talent. We got to do something else. And I think Shanahan is very smart, but the problem is he doesn't want to concede sometimes what he's seeing on the field, which is this is not working. And defensively, the same thing. Yes, we have some good linebackers. Our front seven is pretty good, but we're not stopping the run. They're holding on to the ball. We can't get them off the field. Let me try something else. But in order to try something else, you first have to concede that the thing you're doing is not working. And that's where the arrogance comes in. The best coaches adjust. In-game, real-time, this is not working. Maybe it'll work next week, but guess what? It's not working right now. I got to try to do something different. Chiefs did it yesterday. We saw it. They lost Juju. Let me do it with Versa Hardman. Hardman ain't been on the field all season. Let me do it with Versa Hardman. Let me try to do this. Let me hand the ball off. Let me put Carson Wentz in to do a freaking pitch to, I forgot who it was. Kareem, like they just tried everything because they knew what we usually have is not working, so we got to adjust to something now. The Niners do not do that. And it's because, and like I said, arrogance. I feel like Cal plays like he's got the same roster in front of him every game. And the reality is you don't. And sometimes other teams take away what you want to do. You have to concede that and say, let me try something else. If you don't try something else, you'll never be able to adjust, and you can't get the game. This game was in the balance. They could have won this game.
Well, thanks, Lamont. Appreciate the call.
Yeah, and just think about what Lamont said, Stoney.
I don't think it was in the balance.
Do you understand, though, why Brock would have more pass attempts if both teams are, quote-unquote, injured and you lose Aiyuk? Then just let's focus on that. Then Mahomes?
Well, because they were down 14-3, so they got down 2 scores. I'm just saying, maybe that's what Kyle would tell you.
I mean, you were up 3-0 at the end of the first quarter.
Here's the way I know. Here's the way I look at it, and maybe it's too simple, and maybe it's giving the 49ers an excuse. So, yeah, the Chiefs were missing receivers and a running back, right?
Yeah.
And the 49ers are missing receivers and a running back, right?
Got you.
Yeah, and they have Mahomes. End of story. Like, those are games he wins.
And
they're just games he wins.
You're right, but you can't worry. You got to worry about your Mahomes in Brock Purdy.
Well, you don't have a Mahomes. That's why you only had 12 points in 3.5 quarters.
Okay, but maybe that's where the lesson is to be learned, and why our guy just called wondering why Kyle wouldn't adjust. My thing is, why wouldn't you try to take the air out the ball a little more rather than have Purdy go Vinny Testaverde? Like, why didn't you run it more? Just a thought.
I don't think they ran it well.
4.2 yards a pop.
Yeah, I don't think they ran it well.
Enough?
Yeah, I don't.
Just a thought. Like, I never in a million years would have thought Purdy would have attempted more passes in that game against Mahomes, against the best defense in the league.
Well, maybe they couldn't run the ball. They felt like they couldn't run the ball.
No,
but
or Kyle may think he doesn't have his receiver. They don't have a man coverage problem.
Well, or maybe the reality of the situation is that they got down and he got impatient and he leaned too heavily on the pass, didn't run it enough. But I look at this as all a function.
It was 14-12. Like, the game was there. They were within 2 points.
And then it got to 21-12.
Yeah, but
I'm just saying. Like,
you never had to abandon whatever you thought you set out to do in regard to offensive scheme. That's what I'm talking about.
Maybe they're not as good. Like, they can't run the ball like they have in the past because they don't have McCaffrey. They can't throw it like they have in the past because they don't have receivers. They can't get the protection they need because their offensive line isn't very good. And maybe Purdy is stagnating because of all of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday. Evan Giddings and Lorenzo Neal, 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the...
It's the Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny, Guru, Steiny show. Let's go.
Oh, boy. That
Can't
didn't
go
go
for that.
well.
Well, no, who's happy, though?
Who?
James Daly, or the guy they called in Friday, your friend.
Why?
Remember, he said he didn't like how Vegas had this set up, Niners favored. So anybody that bet on the Chiefs cashed out.
He never said officially he was betting on the Chiefs.
But if you've been around a few blocks, you know what he was saying.
Mm-hmm.
I have.
Oh. Did you take him up on it?
No.
Hate to see it. You hate to see it. Yeah, I thought Kyle got impatient with the play calling a little bit yesterday. But, this is, like, I always keep thinking this. It's like now, okay, and fair. They're 3-4. Coming down Kyle Shanahan's road. We can do that. We can do that. But the same people who are coming down his road are the same people who for years talked about, his scheme is unbelievable. I mean, he schemes guys open. Any running back can run for 100 yards. When the beginning of last year, when the 49ers were beating Pittsburgh 37, Rams 30-23, Giants 30-12, Arizona 35-16, Cowboys 42-10, he was a genius. Now it's a year later, and now we have a problem with his play calling. Well, so was he never a genius? Or was he a genius when it worked and now it doesn't? Has he changed? I don't know what the answer is to that. I don't know.
I don't have him at the top of my list. Like, he's not the one throwing interceptions. I'm just questioning like I would if it were a high school or college game. You got Purdy slinging it around in said game 31 times against the best defense, against a team that plays man coverage, and you got guys that are kind of deficient at beating that. Why would you have him throw it as much as he did? So,
I mean, if you and I'm just throwing this out.
He's not making the mistakes.
If you have wide receivers who can't beat man coverage, well, then the organization made a mistake paying receivers who can't beat man coverage, or getting ready to pay a quarterback who is part of the issue why they're not able to move the ball.
Right now, he don't have all his weapons.
Okay, so pay him. You'd be able to pay him still. I'm just saying this team has been pretty lousy this year. If you really
they would tell you that, man. They would tell you that.
Exactly. Maybe it's just the end of the run. It happens. Good 5-year run.
But
this is the third oldest team in football.
And it's starting to feel like that. Yeah.
Exactly.
And you talked about it in the Super Bowl.
You know who's the third youngest team in football? The Chiefs.
Do you know the other two?
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Well, it matters, but and the other, I mean,
it's just starting to feel like it's not the year, man. Especially with the Brandon Aiyuk situation. You could say whatever. Oh, they're not going to miss him. Stop. There was a long part of this season left. And if you could get to the playoffs, then it's you hit the reset button. But to not have him in this offense and just say you could put in a rookie or somebody else, like, you're going to feel that.
How? I don't think you're gonna. Because you have to take the Brandon Aiyuk that was catching balls this year.
For now. But the whole play was when McCaffrey came back after the bye or whenever that day did come. You would have Brandon Aiyuk, your $30 million man, able to be the byproduct.
Right, because he needs somebody to help.
Yeah, but still,
So you made a mistake with Aiyuk. Let me tell you who didn't make a mistake. Aiyuk. He got over. This is why.
Well, he didn't get over. They paid him.
Right. Could you imagine if he got hurt and they hadn't paid him? Brandon Aiyuk, winner.
But really not, because he's not being able to finish the season. But
and
I get
some would say he didn't really start the season. 888-957-9570. The bottom line is we think these guys are superstars, and they're not playing like superstars. Brandon in San Jose. What's up, Brandon? How you doing, man?
Good morning, fellas. Welcome to Monday Madness.
Sure.
The overreaction Monday.
Yeah, I got a little bit of my perspective here. First of all, yes, you guys are exactly right. We're not equipped as we used to be, for one. Two, we got to look at who we were playing with. We're playing against one of the best teams in the NFL, a better coach, better defensive coach, Obviously, they continue to show us that, number one. Two, I blame Purdy some, but let's remember, when you're a captain, yes, he's the captain of the ship. When you're a captain of the ship, you still have a navigator. A navigator tells you where to go, when to go, what winds are blowing. He has a navigator, and that's Kyle Shanahan. And he is not doing the job, and he is not taking responsibility. What kicks me in the gut when he tells his players, we need to finish it, Kyle, you finish it. I want to see you finish it. I want to see you take some responsibility for once for things that are going wrong. I would really like to see that. And once again, like I said, Purdy is young. He is the captain of the ship, but he is not the navigator. Let's remember that, fellas.
Appreciate the call.
But what if he has to be what's the old adage, Donnie? The quarterback is just an extension of the head coach. So Kyle can't throw any passes. He can't check it down. He can't change the play at the line of scrimmage. That's Brock's job. And right now, the last 3 games, some clunkers for Brock Purdy, which is more alarming to me because I don't know what's going on. Like the game against Arizona, the first pass of the game again to Debo was off, and I was like, okay, it's just a play, nothing to see here. Then you're like the first pass to Aiyuk after halftime, just off. And then you have the Seattle game to where you think, you know what, nothing to see here. You guys overreacted against Arizona. But in a game that I felt like was more than just one game from a mental standpoint, the offense did not show up, and he threw 3 interceptions, 1 in the red zone. And I need to hear the experts tell me if it's a byproduct of guys not getting open. But the one constant from Brock Purdy this year, Stoney, and you can back me up, we've been hearing it, is he's been holding on to the rock longer than ever. And it's not pretty right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think and we talked about this going into the Chiefs game. Oh, the Niners have a Chiefs problem. You can't get over the hump of the Chiefs, Super Bowl champions. It's like, and Evan brought this up first, and then I piggybacked. It's like, you don't beat the Chiefs, you're not very good. I mean, what is so hard to understand right now? They're 3-4.
Right.
Who have they beaten? The New York Jets.
Gotcha.
Aaron Rodgers' first game back. They beat the Jets. They're 2-5. They beat the Patriots. They're 1-6.
Gotcha.
And they beat the Seahawks, who are 4-3. They haven't beaten anybody.
Well, some would say, Scotty, Seattle's over 500.
Until further notice, how can you look at the Niners and say, we're a good team? No, you're not.
Well,
you have not proved it this year. And for the 8 millionth time, last year doesn't matter. Just because you got to the Super Bowl last year doesn't mean you can just throw guys out there this year and.
Well, we're finding that out.
Exactly.
And I was the guy early on that was worried about Greenlaw. So we don't know what his status is, Stoney, whatever, if or what have you. But since then, you've lost Aiyuk. McCaffrey, you just talked about it, hasn't played it down. So, I mean, Hargrave's gone for the year. At some point, that does matter. Like, I'm not making excuses. I just feel like if this were a boat or a ship, it's just headed in the wrong direction.
It is.
And now the guy that you thought you could count on, and I'm not saying you can't, but now all of a sudden he's looking like, you know what, this is just my 3rd year in the league. And that's Brock Purdy. Because
but he's getting 60.
He was the guy you could count on.
He's getting 60.
Well,
why?
That was me talking.
Well, we were all talking that way, not just you.
Yeah, but that'll be handled when it's handled. But these last 3 weeks hasn't looked.
I would like to ask, how can this team get hot?
Wow.
How can they get hot? What are they going to hang their hat on to make a run?
Somebody on the list that you went over, Stoney, it means everything.
That's the problem.
If not one person on that list comes back, you're done.
He can't help the offensive line. McCaffrey can't help the defense.
But he can. And that's what he represents.
Okay, well then there's nothing to see here.
Well,
when they get McCaffrey back, we'll get on a roll.
Well, we don't want to do that today. We don't know
I'm
if
telling
he's
you, they
coming
got
back.
all kinds of problems.
They do, and I'm with you, but we don't know when he's coming back. And that's how I live my life. I don't know if he's coming back.
Right,
that's what's scary. So let's ball.
It's scary if he comes back. Whether he comes back or not, it's scary. Like they're 3-4. They can't beat a good team. 888-957-9570. I mean, like, why can't we just operate right now like this team's a 500 team and we're going to have to limp in and somehow try to win the division at 9-8 or 10-7, and then we'll take our chances.
Yeah, that's it.
That's right. So let's quit thinking. Let's quit thinking we're in the Chiefs' class or Minnesota's class, because we're not right now. Maybe, just maybe, we could level the playing field in the playoffs. But right now, this team, what do they do well? Waterman in Corte Madera. What's up, Waterman?
Gentlemen, it's a rough Monday, that's for sure. Thank you for taking the call. So, Steiny, you've been hitting on it, and Goo too. You know, this team just isn't that good. We've just, what the Chiefs showed us, we are just not on that level. We're not. So that's a positive in a sense, because now you know where we have to get. Like, now you know how far away we are. We're even further away than we were in the Super Bowl last year. So with that being said, you know, Kyle and the offense, you know, they just seem so lackadaisical. So they're just so nonchalant. I didn't see any just grit and just like or hurry. And it just seems so stagnant. The offense just seems so stagnant. Like they just like the defense knows what's coming. And honestly, you guys, I really flat out they're superior coaches on the Chiefs.
Looks that way.
They are out coaching everybody, and Kyle is way over his head when he goes up against Andy Reid. When I was watching that game yesterday, I was watching a team in the Chiefs, even when mistakes were made with interceptions or whatever, not with no worry, because they know they're going to win. They know they're going to get it done. Their defense is incredible. And I'm going to tell you guys honestly, when the play where I knew it was going to be a bad day, and I believe it was the second drive the Niners got where they got the ball.
Yep.
Purdy first down throw, 8 yards to Aiyuk. Next is a run to Mason, stuffed. Third down, they're lining up for the run, and you literally watched the entire Chiefs defense, except for one guy, come up on the line right in the hole where Mason was going to run, and he got stuffed for a loss. There is no creativity. I don't know if it's Brock's fault to not be able to audible out of that, or if it's just the old Kyle, this is what we're doing. They were so ripe for a bootleg over. Purdy probably could have scored a touchdown if he faked the run and ran around the end, because nobody was there. And I watched Mahomes, and don't get me wrong, the guy is amazing. He's great. He's playing happy, fun, nonchalant backyard football with his boys, because every single time that guy needs to scramble and do something, there's a guy right at the first down marker wide open for him. So he can either run it or just flip a quick little pass. The Niners don't have that. Whenever Purdy is scrambling, he's looking 20, 30 yards downfield because nobody is close. I don't know what else to say other than that. They can't. It is too stagnant on this offense, and I don't know if it's all falling on Purdy or all falls on Kyle. But one thing I can tell you guys is we are not at all in the realm of Minnesota or Detroit. That game, I watched two superior offensive lines gives those quarterbacks times to throw. And Goff looked like incredible in that game. So, fellas, we got a long way to go with this team. I'm not giving up. It's 3-4. I said 10-7, maybe 9-8. Man, I'm hoping we can get there, because even if we get in the playoffs, whatever, the way this team's going right now, but it's a tough one right now. It's a tough watch, fellas. I hope the Niners take this opportunity to then, now that Aiyuk is out, is take this opportunity to find out what they have in their rookies.
All right. Thanks, Waterman. Appreciate the call.
And, go ahead, Stein.
No, it's just a text here says 925. According to Steiny, it's over. Let's move on. It's not over.
Yeah,
You're just not very good right now.
Right.
And you're going to have to win the division,
and
most likely, if you look at the standings.
Right.
And that's the silver lining.
Right.
You can still win the division. But it doesn't look good right now. Tell me what this team's doing well right now.
Getting hurt. That's it.
Well,
and I'll say this, Steiny, I'm talking to you because I love you. But you know what? All last week, was this a big game? Was this a big game to anybody that played on the Niners, coaches, players? Some owned it. But the guy that I really wanted to say, you know what? We want revenge. This is a barometer. We had him. You got none of that from Kyle. Okay, that's cool. So I'm thinking, okay, you're taking the professional way to go about it because your play will be loud and violent. But for your team to come out there and look like they did, I just feel like, Steiny, they played like you approached the game, saying this was just one of another. And it was one of another of the 3 losses. Now you have 4. Like there was no urgency. And for Jerry Rice, the great Jerry Rice, the Hall of Famer, to be at the game and say it looked like the first time the guys had met each other, like that speaks volumes. And there's only one man's job to have his guys locked and ready, and that's Kyle.
More Jerry Rice.
They should feel embarrassed. That was a statement game yesterday. Yeah. That was an important game, and I know, we were 3-3, and and we needed that win, and I heard people saying that, hey, we just gonna look at this as another game. It was more than just another game. Richard Sherman and I, we were talking about that, man. It's like sometimes you just got to, just put on the boxing gloves.
Yeah.
I just wanted somebody to start a fight yesterday. I just wanted to see something like that.
Jerry Rice.
Well, Trent threw a punch. I'm trying to help you. Trent threw a punch.
Jerry Rice also said it was too late.
When Trent Williams did that?
Yeah. Needed that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Could you imagine?
He's been a day late and $1 short all season, Trent Williams.
Man. Yeah.
888-957-9570 is the number. I was reading Mike Sando in The Athletic, and he was talking about the Chiefs and the 49ers, and he said he thinks 49ers are now starting to pay the price for the Trey Lance pick.
Wow.
Because yeah, you gave up 2 picks, but then the pick you used, you didn't get a player. So it's 3 guys that 2 guys you didn't have a chance to draft and 1 guy who you drafted who can't play. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Dre in San Jose.
Dre.
What's up, Dre? How you doing, man?
San Ho.
I'm good. Good morning, fellas.
Hey.
I just wanted to call in and touch on some things. You guys I've been on hold for a while, so my point kind of drifted from me. But first off, I want to say to all the guys that are on Purdy today, he's given us 2.5 years of excellent play, like we haven't had since maybe Kaepernick or before that. So I understand the Monday morning quarterbacking, but everybody needs to be easy off of Brock. He came into the game rated number 1. He had a bad game. It happens. Unfortunately, he has these bad games in the biggest moments, going back to, like Goose said, back on Christmas. But we lost that game when Aiyuk dropped that ball in the second quarter. And it would have been for sure a first down or a touchdown because there was 1 guy behind him to beat. The next play, we punt. Special teams have been trash all year. They gave up a big return. Chiefs go on to score, and we've been looking back since that point. It would have been 10-7. Instead, it's 14-3, and we couldn't recover. So that's on Aiyuk. And I originally called in to say, and I hate to say this, but because I don't know, I don't play football, but I've heard from the guys that have that if you're not out there 100% mentally, you are going to open yourself up to a world of trouble, i.e. injuries. Now, what happened to him was a freak play. He got hit high-low, whatever. But his body language and his attitude all season has been off.
Yep.
And I don't want to say he did it to himself, but like I said, I didn't play. But from the guys that I have and told me, you can't be out there half-heartedly or that's what happens. So I don't know where we go from here, but I will tell you this. When Pearsall got in yesterday, it wasn't a far drop-off. He caught the balls that were thrown to him. And at this point in the season, Aiyuk might have just as many drops as he has catches. So, I mean, I hate to see him go, and we're going to miss him, but it's next man up. And unfortunately, with the offseason he had, he may have brought this on himself.
Yeah, I would just throw in there, thanks, Dre, that the Niners were a part of it too. Nightmare season for Brandon Aiyuk. No other way to put it. Just
Unless
a nightmare.
We want to just look at it in totality as far as the financial component. He's got that security because it could have been worse. He could have been out there on a pay-to-play, and then this, how would he be feeling right now? But the fact that he got paid.
Well, if he doesn't
as far as what you're saying,
if he doesn't think it's a nightmare year, then we've got a monster issue.
Right. Now you think about his battle back.
The other thing about Purdy, in a way, and we'll do it. Talk about how Purdy's playing and was he better last year and is he trying to force too much and holding on to the ball and all those kind of things are fair. But in a way, they don't matter because he's the quarterback right now and he's going to be the starting quarterback for the rest of this season. So can he and the 49ers get it together, make a run and get to 10 wins to win the division? That's, I think, the goal right now. But Purdy's your quarterback this year. He's the one guy who's come to post every game, essentially.
But now my question is, with what's around you and what's not around you, Steiny, is Brock Purdy enough? And
he's never been enough. Nobody ever thought Brock Purdy was enough. He's good. He's really good.
Now, when I say
but
that...
But if you don't have a good team around any quarterback, they're not going to do well. And right now, they don't have I don't think they're very good right now offensively.
Wow.
I don't think their offensive line has been good at all this year. I don't think their receivers have been good. Kittle's been good.
How about the play calling?
Yeah, it's been...
See, that, I wonder if that's more than
every
what
time,
you're getting out of
But
everything.
every time a team loses, play calling will be criticized. And you can't really argue against it.
But like the pass to Cowing, if it's a completion, it's yardage. But Steiny, that's a moment in the game. Had you thrown that ball out there, that could have been a touchdown and it changes everything. It wasn't.
Well, maybe that's why they don't throw long. Because the two they threw long, he threw under. 888-957-9570 is the number. 28-18, Niners get beat by the Chiefs. Cowboys coming in here next week to Levi Stadium, and
that's a must-win.
The other thing that, man, it's amazing how things work is, 2-3 weeks ago, we're all kind of laughing at the Cowboys and the Eagles, and here we are at 3-4, and we haven't really beaten a good team all year.
And the Niners are behind Dallas, 11th seed to Dallas is 10th.
Exactly. 888-957-9570. Where you at, Niner fans? Where do we go from here?
Man.
Where do we go from here? We're 3-4. Can we turn this thing around? 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
I have a six-pack. It's just under the dad bod.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse.
on 4th and goal, runs it in himself.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports, on the call with Tom Brady yesterday, and Aaron Andrews.
Yeah, he didn't say everything that happened on that call. That was the shoulder dip on Mustafa. Donut butt. Man, he dropped that shoulder. That had to feel good. OG quarterback and the young cat bringing the thunder.
One reason that I don't think you can put all your eggs in the Christian McCaffrey basket, because they have more problems than just their offense. They're struggling in all three phases.
But you don't got answers for all the others. At least McCaffrey symbolizes hope. You know what I'm saying?
So does Greenlaw. If that's what you want to hold on to, you can.
No, man, could you imagine? But where are you going to be by then? Because he won't be playing. That is, they won't be playing this Sunday, if I'm correct, Sunday night against Dallas. I think that's a walk in the park, but the one thing I'm going to leave the studio knowing today, there are no walks in the parks for this Niner team right now. How can you be, Steiny, when you're 11th in the NFC?
How's Purdy played this year?
I'm being average.
How about Jordan Mason?
Above average.
How about Aiyuk?
Below average.
He was an F before he got hurt yesterday. What about Charvarius Ward? Talk about guys maybe losing money.
C+.
Debo Samuel?
D.
We'll see.
Bosa?
We'll see.
C+.
And they don't have McCaffrey.
What about Trent?
He's been terrible.
B-.
Well, whatever. It's
boy.
He had a hold, too, and a callback in the first quarter.
Brendo had the biggest one on the first run. It felt like the Super Bowl. Mason got like 8-9 yards. Steiny, I'm like, here they go. Holding.
People may say, oh, Steiny, that doesn't mean anything. Trent Williams set a horrible tone for this team in the offseason. I'm sorry.
But why just him singular? Why not Aiyuk?
Because he didn't have a window. Aiyuk was in his place to get paid. Everybody knew he was going for a new contract. But Trent Williams doing it just because he could, that set a terrible tone for the season.
But you think the point to where guys are getting their ass kicked at their job
it's my opinion.
Is because of that?
He has not been good.
Yeah, no, but either of
he set a terrible Trent Williams set a terrible tone for the season by holding out and coming in a week before camp. That's what I think. Yeah, you can disagree with me. That's fine. But
what about McCaffrey?
Well,
he's hurt.
He wasn't due.
Exactly.
The pay.
I mean,
but we understood it at the time. Everybody said they would have did the same thing, right?
I look at it this way. Trent Williams
played
was selfish.
He had, and it worked.
For whom? See, that's the thing. Okay, you're right. 3 cards worked. For McCaffrey, who got paid, for Aiyuk, who got paid, for Trent Williams, who got paid.
Right.
That's great. For all 3 of those guys, it's been great. But what about for us, the San Francisco 49ers? How have those worked out? They've been absolutely, positively awful decisions, at least the way they look right now. Because you're 3 and 4. Mike's in San Jose. What's going on, Mike? How you doing?
Show.
Hey.
I thought the turnaround point and my thought of how the defense was either really trying or playing with heart was when Mahomes ran up the gut in the red zone and the defender, instead of dropping his shoulder, popping him on the side of the knee, wrapping and keeping him out of the end zone, he hit him high, and Mahomes bumped him to the side and then pointed at him later and made fun of him. But the bottom line is that seems to be how they're tackling everywhere this season. That seems to be like there's no gang tackling, there's no pursuit, there's no Ronnie Lott coming after somebody, wrap somebody up and delivering the final blow and make them think twice about wanting to catch the ball. You know, and the other thing was we forget that when we had all these weapons, Purdy had the time to read them all He doesn't have time to go through his progressions anymore. He can't throw off his back foot. And there's one last thing I noticed in the game. Early in the game when he got tackled, he was on his right shoulder. He didn't push up with his right arm to get off the turf. He rolled over to his back all the way to his left arm and pushed up there. That's telling me his right arm ain't 100%. And I don't see him winging the ball around unless he's really stepping into his throws. He's not a Mahomes. He's not a Marino. He's not even an Elway that would step into his throws. He doesn't have time to step into a lot of his throws. They're not giving him time. And it's only a matter of odds before he gets hurt if he keeps scrambling around.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Let me tell you who was not at Mike's house.
Who?
There were no 49ers at Mike's house. Because that was a dog in the background.
Well, the Niners could have used him. Wow. Tough crowd. Sounds like you might have heard that joke before.
Yeah,
hey, listen.
I didn't do it right.
We are not going to do the Dick Tracy thing or the Nancy Drew mysteries. If he's hurt, he's out there and he's being a warrior. They all are, right? But Sonny, I don't know what to do. Brock Purdy, because he was making the point that maybe he's hurt for a subpar play. I can't do that. I don't have room to do it.
Like this is where, and I'm not saying
the caller,
I'm shutting down the conversation because I'm not.
We never do.
But the reality is, it doesn't matter if he's hurt. This is the 49ers playing football right now, and if he's hurt, well, then his play is suffering. And the 49ers are going to have to pay the price for that. Like, I can't say Brock Purdy's hurt. Has he shown up on an injury sheet all year? But maybe he's not 100% like a lot of other guys.
Or the leagues are, like, again, that if the man coverage thing is kryptonite, you go to Brock Purdy twice against Minnesota. Those were L's. You go to the Super Bowl against the Chiefs. That was an L. We talk about what Cleveland did last year in Baltimore on Christmas. Stoney, I do have little baby thoughts or seeds that are starting to grow with, okay, is this a Brock Purdy problem? And that might be unfair. Is it a Kyle problem? That could be unfair. But somebody's got to find out, because if we're just going to across the board today come in and say, oh, Niners can't beat press coverage, the receivers can't, it's not the quarterback's fault, then that's not doing your due diligence. There's a truth in the middle somewhere, and we got to find out. And I don't know what's going on, but I just have never seen a team pay a guy like they did Brandon Aiyuk, all the stuff that went into it, and damn it, you don't even get to the bye week before he's gone for the whole year. Wow. And now what type of receiver he's going to be moving forward, that's for another day, but man, partner, I don't have the answers. I really don't. And if I ask you this, and I'm about to, who's been the best 49er this year? I can't give you. It was Fred before he turned his wheel.
I'd say Kittle.
Well, damn.
But, hey,
I go
you know what?
Warner.
I'll choose to look at the silver lining. Maybe after, Aiyuk, he's probably going to have surgery, rehabs. Maybe he'll be able to beat somebody deep next year if he's healthy.
Well, they don't. Jerry said they don't throw it deep.
That's because Brock can't get the ball there, maybe. We saw 2 long passes yesterday, and both receivers had to wait on him.
Oh, the count.
I'm not saying Purdy's not very good. I'm just saying that's what happens. Like, nothing's
clicking. What grade would you give him this year, Brock?
Who?
Just real quick, Brock.
B-. David in El Cerrito. What's up, David? How you doing, man?
I'm doing well.
Hey, David.
I'm going to say this. I'm not a huge Brock Purdy fan.
All right.
But I think it needs to be looked at this way. There are maybe 4 or 5 guys in the league who can win a Super Bowl, a quarterback, when things aren't going right. There are maybe 4 or 5 guys in the league that can do that. Maybe. And there's maybe 5 or 6 other guys who can win a Super Bowl when things are going right.
All right.
So it's really hard to find a guy. Okay?
Yep.
Things aren't going right for the Niners. The window is closing, if not closed already, for this cast of characters to win a Super Bowl. And then it gets back to the question, Brock Purdy's not one of the 4 or 5 guys that can ever win it when things aren't going right. And they're not going to be going right for a long time. So I think people are realizing today, like, what is the future? It's not about winning 10 games, making the playoffs, because they're not winning a Super Bowl. So that window is basically shut. So it's a question of, can you build a team again around this guy to go win a Super Bowl? Because he's not a guy that wins it by himself. That's going to be clear. He's maybe one of the 11 that could win one in the league. And that's the bigger macro problem when watching yesterday's game and watching this team moving forward.
Wow, you got me thinking about what Steiny said earlier about Sando. I don't know who wrote that article about basically, Steiny, the chickens coming home to roost in regard to those draft picks in regard to the Trey Lance debacle, if you're talking about building. But it all depends on what type of personality you have. Let me tell you something. I tell you who's not quitting. It's the players in the Niners with 10 games left. You beat Dallas, you're 4-4, okay? But you still got that revolving door, who's coming through it or who's not. But they're not giving up. But
well, they might not be giving up.
If you're a fan like him,
but are they
that's
playing?
Real talk right there.
Okay, but
because you have
they're
no
not gonna,
depth right now.
Of course, they're not going to give up.
Yeah.
But the question is,
are you a threat?
No. The question is, are you playing with the sense of urgency you need to play? And I heard 3 or 4 callers today saying, and Jerry Rice too, saying, how do you come out for a game like that looking like it's just another game?
Now that is wow.
Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. Hey, Randy, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing good. It's been a while since I've called you all.
All right.
So
Randy.
anyway, the game that I am waiting for is the game against the Detroit Lions. I believe that the Detroit Lions are actually going to represent the NFC in the Super Bowl this upcoming February. But then also, I'm also looking forward to the Green Bay Packers game. I also just want to say that I agree with the last caller that Brock Purdy is overrated. Okay, and Shanahan is not as good a coach as many people think that he is. Anyway, fellows, thanks for taking my call. Have a blessed day, okay?
Thanks, Randy. Appreciate it. And good luck to your Lions. Well, can't pull one over on us. We know you're a Lions fan.
Well, he jumped out to Kyle. I mean, where do you think this thing is headed?
I don't know. Not sure. But, I do disagree with the caller before the last one who's like, they're not winning the Super Bowl.
Well, you don't know.
Well, it doesn't look like that. Yeah. Of course it doesn't look like that. Yeah.
Right now.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What was Kyle Shanahan's message to the 49ers after the ball game?
I want them to say less today. There's no way to sugarcoat that. We got our ass kicked today. Lots of reasons for it, but those are things that they don't need to sit and think about today. We'll address all those tomorrow. We'll get together. We'll go through the truth of the whole tape and be hard on each other and find a way to put it to bed so we can come out here and make sure we put our best foot forward and find a way to get a win versus Dallas.
Tell me less.
I want them to say less.
Right, because he's sick of we'll get it together and we need to come together and all that kind of stuff doesn't matter. You got to go out and do it.
They had a chance yesterday, man. They let them off the hook.
See, I don't look at that as a game where they let the Chiefs off the hook. I look at that as a game that the Chiefs absolutely handled you. They absolutely handled you. It was 28-18.
Right.
But I mean, I don't think you let them off the hook. You were never winning that game after 3-0.
Yeah, but when your quarterback is not on his A game and he's throwing interceptions, bad ones,
their quarterback played better than your quarterback and made every big play.
Correct, Steiner.
I'm sorry.
But
Patrick Mahomes did not play a bad game.
Okay.
If that's his bad game, they ain't losing in the next 3 years.
You would have signed up for that, though. Because let me tell you, when he was better, the last 2 Super Bowls, he was better and he was more efficient. You're right. He had moxie yesterday. He made the plays. The pitches when he's about to get sacked to go. Those all matter, but I can't ignore. This is a Brock Purdy question, Steiny. He was awful. He was awful. It's not about throwing a party. Hey, that's my Steiny. About Mahomes wasn't bad. But damn, you would have given your right arm to get that stat line going into that game yesterday to think you could win at home when your season is kind of,
the two stats. You're looking at his numbers, and they're fair.
Right.
Fine, yeah. Hey, if Mahomes goes 16 for 27 with 2, yes. But what if I told you they're going to go 8 for 14 on third down, and they're going to be 80% in the red zone, 4 out of 5 touchdowns?
I get that.
It's like he gets them down there. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Schleprock in San Mateo. Schleprock. Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Guess what, Guru? You're going to be horrible when you're losing 3, 4, maybe 5-year best players on offense, and you're the quarterback, Purdy. All right.
Okay.
This is what the Niners need. This is what the Niners need to do. They need to go back to playing 1965, 66, 67 Green Bay Packers football. Go back to the basics. Get the ball to your best players who aren't on the field now. But the bottom line is you got to play buttoned up football on offense, defense, on special teams when you're losing this many players that are key to your roster. Then you might win some games. But until you do that, buttoned up ball, you're not going to win anything. I'm not going to blame Shanahan. I'm not going to blame Purdy. I'm going to blame the players for making too many mistakes, because right now with this roster the way it stands, they're not good enough to overcome mistakes that they put on themselves. And what do you think about that analysis, guys?
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, but I mean, if you don't have a good offensive line, you can't really just play 1960s football.
Well, I'll say this to him, Stoney, as far as the roster, it's just not as deep. And It's not as deep because of all the injuries now. So, I mean, I don't know. I saw D. Winters hit Hunt on the screen, Stoney, and I thought that was Greenlaw. I said, they bringing the hat. And then that kind of went away. But you're right. I know that wasn't Patrick Mahomes' A game, and he was there in money time, and he's more experienced.
And that's what makes it even worse.
But if Brock had played better, you could have taken advantage of the 2 interceptions. You could have taken advantage of, things that went your way, and they just couldn't do diddly squat offensively. And I have never gone into a season to where I'm saying week 8 or 7 you have to beat Dallas, because this is a team you've owned. And if something has really changed to where you can't get it back, that would equal finally a loss to Dallas, who has just been a mess, and the world's watched it together.
Yeah, and I think we got to start lumping the 49ers in with these teams that we think are a mess. Because we call teams messes who have a better record than the Niners. So what does that make what's going on with San Francisco right now? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Benzo in Napa. What's up, Benzo? How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good.
All right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
It's a tough one, though, right?
Yeah,
it's a tough one.
I'm feeling it. Just take a minute for a sec to be like, oh, man, okay, lot to unpack. I'm not going to try and do that all. There's just one thing that came to mind that's been bugging me a little bit. And I'm just a fan. My opinion matters maybe a little somewhere, but I've heard radio professionals and a lot of fans calling over the last few years, ever since Shanahan came along, that he's the offensive guru. And if anything, I think that got stripped yesterday. Like, I don't think we're going to hear that anymore. And I don't like labels because they make expectations crazy, and I don't think that's, it's good for anybody, and no one really deserves that. But nonetheless, it was getting set around. And, I mean, at this point, if he couldn't figure it out with that team, I know there's a lot of injuries and stuff, but just the decision-making was just like, it's cringeworthy stuff, and I know he even feels it. So I'm not sure we have an offensive guru on the hand. I think we got a great coach. A couple things to note. I think McCaffrey, he's not the answer to everything, but, we are grasping at strings of hope, and he's one of them at this point when it comes to the team moving forward. So, I want to, how we're going to move forward, how it's going to get better. I mean, it's game by game. There's a lot of football left. I don't think anybody should be down in the dumps, but, there's a lot to figure out. The Aiyuk thing, oh, man. So, just want to throw those thoughts out there. And I don't think we have an offensive guru on our hand. And finally, I think that label should be thrown in the trash.
Thanks, Benzo. Appreciate it. Yeah. Well, Problem is, you put a label on a guy before he deserves it.
I mean, look, I'm not here to defend Kyle, but the bottom line is been in 2 Super Bowls and 4 straight NFC championship games. You and I have criticized him right now on his run-pass ratio. Like, dude, you got to read the room. If you're doing something and it's working, my critique has been why do you go away for it?
Yeah,
I mean, like yesterday, why did you have your boy in a game that he obviously was struggling in, Brock Purdy, throw it 31 times?
I don't think they ran it well.
Kansas City did well against the run, but when it was all said and done, you averaged 4.2 a pop. Like, could you have run more maybe? And then we find out that your boy's out there, J.P. Mason would have separated his shoulder. But if you're out there, you can play, right? So, again, I don't want to be that obvious in regard to, against the best defense and your quarterback's worst day. Why didn't you kind of take the air out the ball a little bit and see if you could have been more successful on the ground? Just a thought.
They were down 14-3 and then 21-12. So when you get down 2 scores, maybe it feels like there's more of a sense of urgency. But I didn't really see, I thought they went away from the run way more 2 games ago when they lost to, who was it, the Rams? No, Arizona. I thought they went away from the run there. Yesterday, I didn't think they ran it great. And then down in the red zone, I do think the play calling's not very good. I feel like I've watched Jordan Mason. I'd like to see how many runs he's had inside the 10 for 2 yards or less.
Probably leading the league. But is that all on him?
I'm not saying it's all on him. It doesn't matter.
You want a better play.
Get it in. They can't get it in. Skip and Hayward.
Skip.
What's up, Skip? What do you got, buddy?
Hey, you guys. I really enjoy your show. I've been watching for a while. I just made my birthday yesterday, October 20th.
Oh, happy birthday. Happy birthday, man.
Skip.
And I just want to say that, taking words from Guru, what have you done for me lately? Sunday is every given Sunday. Any team can beat any team. And let me tell you something. There has not been good football played. Look on all these teams that have been playing, whether it's New Orleans, whether it's Dallas, whether it's the Jets. There are not a lot of good teams out there. It's just bad football. And I'm going to tell you something else. I have the Red Zone.
All right.
I was watching the Red Zone yesterday morning, and I'm in school taking some classes, and I'm like, Red Zone or classes? You know what I did? I turned the TV off because it was bad football.
Wow.
And you know what? It's just everybody's injured. You guys, I'm going to take it off, and I want to get you guys' opinion about what you think about that.
Wow.
Something's off.
Well, the injuries, thanks, Skip, and happy birthday. They gave you the Jerry Jones present, the Niners did. Stunk it up on his birthday, but, Stoney, I'll never turn the game off. Now, injuries do happen. They're happening more and more, but you and I and Evan haven't had the conversation in Spadoni about the product is insufferable, because that's what it sounds like Skip was saying. You got to watch the Ravens. Pittsburgh looked like they knew what they were doing last night. Who else we got? Stoney, who's at the top? Watch the Rams-Vikings game. That was a damn good game. Watch the Packers and Texans. I mean, those are good teams, and we thought the Niners were. I just want to know I can't do it now. If I could take a poll of the fans, is 90% of the 3 and 4 what you don't have available, or is 90% of the 3 and 4 they've cottoned up to you and you're just not as good as you've been in the past? Because that's what it is, partner.
Look, the way I look at it is everybody's got injuries, and you had injuries or no, you had 2 inexcusable losses. Injuries or not.
Wow.
If you had you taken care of the Cardinals like you should have, had you taken care of the Rams like you should have, yesterday's game would have been far more tolerable.
Wow.
But you didn't, as Stephen A. Smith would say. But you didn't.
Call it
now
like
you're 3 and 4, and it's as close to a must-win game against Dallas on Sunday as probably you could have in week 8. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump in. What are your thoughts on yesterday's game, Niners fans? And are these problems fixable? 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Andele. This is Lil Wayne, one of his best.
Oh, God. Kyle's favorite.
Little Weezy. Kyle who?
Shanahan.
Oh, right.
Learn the backstory.
I'm the one that told you and you didn't believe it. Yoranda. Let me fact check. Carter. He named his son Carter after albums that Lil Wayne had under the Carter name.
Huh. Okay. John Sally.
I'm not going to do this text
And I
line.
named my oldest daughter Josie after her grandfather.
I love that.
Yeah, so everybody's going to.
I named my youngest son after me.
Yeah.
Well,
a lot of creativity there.
I hate Junior. You call him, he's the second. Sounds more ritzy. I'm not going to do what people are doing on the Comcast business text line. Guru, Lions, Vikings, and Raiders, Rams was horrible. Chris A. No, I just like football.
And yet you don't understand it.
That's a...
See,
Spadoni didn't laugh. Maybe
well, he wasn't listening.
I know, right.
Goof said, I just love football. And I said, and yet you don't understand it.
Sports, man. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's known as joking with my partner.
We had one
Settle down.
Have we had one positive outlook call or text today about this team? Will it or bring it? But no, seriously, man. Where is this thing? I'm worried about Brock.
Numbers are numbers.
Yeah.
What are you worried mostly about? That you,
if you're telling
that
me
you
now,
crowned him prematurely?
No, I didn't crown him. He's
good. You crowned superstar. You were calling him superstar.
No,
like the Converse shoe. And now what?
No, I'm wondering now.
Wait a minute. What about the urgency from the Niners, Steiny?
I liked it.
Yeah, that's why they were going to win the game, right?
Well,
because they needed to win more.
See, hey,
Evan,
mouth.
Thank you.
Let me tell you something.
Just get off.
And you know what? If you're gonna jump on the mic, don't have food in your mouth.
You do it all the time. I take from you.
I never eat on the show. I very seldom.
You just suck your teeth.
Oh boy. Like who feels good?
The last thing I said was, I feel like the 49ers have more urgency. It's a bigger game for them, but God, you hate to do it up against Andy Reid in a bye week.
Man.
So I was balancing those two things.
How'd that work out?
Andy
He
Reid
calls some of the most gorgeous plays, man.
Everything.
Just, come on, Kyle, man. Kyle got to flip a spread.
Yeah.
Tell everybody not to talk.
That's the sign of somebody who has no more answers. You don't want to see a spread flipped.
But against
that may as well be Kyle Shanahan saying, yeah, I got nothing, everybody.
Well, I'll tell you what's happened and what this season thus far has shown me is it's McCaffrey-centric. Duh. He's everything. Because that's the only one thing you can go back to. 6 field goals against the Jets. I came in nitpicking. Everybody laughed. Oh, you being overly critical.
No, you said it was a big win against the Jets.
No,
they're a
6 field goals.
They're an AFC.
Oh,
they're going to go to the AFC Championship game.
That's still not off the table, but 2-5. Listen, man, like, if that's your answer, I guess at the end of the day, you've yet to be proven wrong.
Who?
McCaffrey not being here makes everybody on the offensive side of the ball look worse.
Well, then why did you pay them all if they needed McCaffrey?
Well, I think that's why you paid him. No, but like seriously.
Yeah. Well, you know what my point is.
Was the defense not a positive yesterday?
They didn't like. They're not on my list, Evan, of playing bad, and that's why you got beat.
You know what? And I would answer it this way. I just don't think they're playing great in any phase.
But compared to what they've put out there, Stotty, that was a good defensive effort from the Niners. It was not great. Evan, you're right. I really believe I thought the Niner defense kept that game in balance, got 2 interceptions, even if they were bad. And you throw your quarterback those, even at the end when you're trying to put pressure on them, give Kansas City with the ball where one mistake might get you beat. You couldn't even do that because your $60 man that I'm thinking is getting 60 threw it to the other team and was off all day.
How about the defense? How was the defense?
For what they've been.
They allowed 4 touchdowns in 5 red zone series.
But how many of those came off the 3 interceptions from your quarterback that put them in that position?
I'm just saying.
And then
that's
you get
the point.
You stop a fake punt, and you get the ball on their 45, and the first play is a Purdy pick to where you're like, I've never scratched my head. I'm being real here on some of Brock Purdy's decision making, and maybe that's why I'm uncomfortable because I'm not used to it. But yesterday, those were throws.
We should be used to it this year. We got to judge the Niners on 7 games this year. And they've not been, like, that's the thing, I guess. And I don't know if this is too depressing, but there's not one thing. Oh, man, if we get our running game going, we'll be. No. Then you got defense issues. You got special teams issues.
Can you make an extra point?
Let's go to, who's been waiting? Jaime in San Carlos. What's up, Jaime? How you doing, buddy? And actually, you know what, Jaime? Hold on one sec. 510.
Give it to me.
Converse shoes are all-stars, not superstar. Come on, Steiny.
Oh,
Scott and Hayward. Scott,
we let it get
I go back to the 70s and 80s. They had, I'm thinking, you know what? I think I'm thinking of the Adidas superstar.
We'll see.
Hold that.
Yeah,
hold that,
give
Scott.
the win to Scott.
Let me do some research. What's up, Jaime?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
I got a stat for you.
Give it to
Shanahan
me.
should be on the hot seat.
Go ahead.
The 49ers are now 0-40 when trailing by 8+ points at any point in the fourth quarter under Kyle Shanahan, including playoffs. They are the only team without a win in that span. That's terrible. I think Shanahan he should have got up in that presser and said, you know what, it's my fault. The team wasn't ready, blah, 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 blah. But he's too arrogant, and something's got to change. I think this season is done, and we are cooked.
Wow. So that's I think that's the first.
Not yet.
Negativity. But 415, Guru, if the Niners are McCaffrey-centric, why did you call Jordan Mason a potential superstar? I still think he is. Also, have you watched the Niners' defense and special teams? The defense was better yesterday than the special teams. I'm just telling you, yesterday, the Chiefs did not just do whatever they wanted. They ended up getting 28 points, but a lot of that was because of the ineptitude of the offense by the Niners and turnovers. So if you go into a game telling me you're going to keep Mahomes under 200 yards, check. Multiple interceptions, check. And no touchdown passes, check. I'm thinking that's the recipe for success.
Well, let me tell you what else is. 180 rushing yards and 4 touchdowns and 5 tries in the red zone.
Oh, but to Goo's point, though, 2 of those touchdowns came off of picks.
Right.
And the third touchdown was after a 55-yard return by Hardman on a punt. So, they had short fields the whole game.
And didn't break
they didn't have short field on the possession after they got up 3-0.
Well,
the Chiefs only outgained the Niners by 20 yards.
No, I know, but I'm saying you got a 3-0 lead, and then they drove 85 yards on the following possession to go up 7-3. I know it's only one, but you could boil the game down that way too. Is what happened in each team's red zone. Like they both kind of got there, but the Niners didn't get touchdowns except late.
Yeah, but the Niners. Yes, but the Niners have not been good in the red zone this season. To me, that's more of the offense.
But
their offense was so putrid yesterday that it didn't matter how good the defense was. But if you're right, they didn't play poorly.
Who?
The defense.
I'm not saying they did play poorly. I'm saying situationally they didn't make anything happen.
Well, I guess they turned Mahomes over. Oh, you're talking about offense.
I thought the defense was mediocre.
I mean, they got 2 turnovers. They had 3 sacks. What did you want from them? To shut them out?
Yeah, of course not. But
I think they would tell you, Snotty, that was good enough to win had we got anything from our offense. I guess that's the biggest takeaway, too. Had you got anything.
But we talked all week about the Chiefs' defense. So if we're going to give up 28, that means you needed to score 30 against that defense, which is one of the best in the league.
On third downs.
And you're all, and I'm not is it an excuse? I'm not using it as an excuse. But were you going to score 30 in a game without Debo, without McCaffrey, and then you lost Aiyuk halfway through? And no Jennings. Like,
well,
I'll give you, okay, defense was pretty good. I'll even give you pretty good. But, like, that's kind of my point on the Niners. They can't put all phases together.
But when you have everybody that you just mentioned that you didn't have outside of McCaffrey, we saw them still suck in the red zone. Debo's played, Aiyuk's played,
well, the
and
Chiefs
Jawan Jennings has
were worse
played.
in the end zone, red zone.
Yeah,
the
no
Chiefs
doubt.
were worse in the red zone than the Niners.
All right.
Okay.
Well,
now we have
Andy fixed
now
that
we have
against you.
Exactly.
Kyle didn't fix it against the Chiefs. Great defense.
So you had 5 chances, and you gave up touchdowns on 4. That's not good enough.
With you. I hear you.
I mean, Skinny Bob,
our guy.
Hold on, Skinny Bob. We'll get to you in a second. Evan's taking a call. Relax, everybody. It's a game. You got beat by Kansas City. So what? Move on. We'll still go 12-5. Want to bet?
Yeah, that's one.
Who wants to bet? I'll bet on that one. I will bet on that one. Skinny Bob.
Hey, hi guys.
Hey, what's up, Skinny? How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. Hey, like the guy said, it's a game, but I was entertained, and you guys confused me just like that game confused me. The 10 minutes, I thought we were right in there. Things were going well. The rest of the time, I see it's like anything. These guys are in a slump. You get to mid-game, and they get behind. They don't catch up. Next thing you know, turnover. And I like Brock. I think he's a good quarterback. We start out with a holding penalty, or we screw up a lot.
Trent Williams.
But then again, march down the field, Brock.
Yep.
He's not like Garoppolo or anybody else. I think we got a lot of potential. They dominated us. They should have. They're a great team. Mahomes is just a show for sure. But Aiyuk and the kind of money we pay, we got to figure out, and ownership has to figure out, and the players have to figure out how to do some good, get equity and pay. Nobody needs $180 million or $250 million. It's getting too ridiculous, and the people in the stands don't want to pay $20 for a beer.
Oh man, Skinny Bob keeping it real.
How's your Husky doing, Skinny? How's the Husky?
Oh, my Husky's doing good. He just had his annual.
Nice.
He's getting his blood work. And I want to emphasize, when you have an old dog and you can afford it, do the blood work. It's like $500. But I found out he's low on his thyroid.
Uh-oh.
So he was getting fatter and slowing down on the walk. So 5 days of pills now, and he's back to normal.
Right.
What a great owner.
Is he back to retrieving those golf balls at his pace that he had in his prime?
Well, we have so many, we've slowed down. We're actually finishing up the yard. I'm doing beef ribs right now on the barbecue.
Nice.
And, it is nice. And I'm going to share them with a few people. And anyway, life is good on the coast. A beautiful day.
Thanks, Skinny Bob.
Thanks, man.
There it is.
Yep.
It's just a game, people. It's a game.
He was entertained.
It's not no need to get all mad.
Those people trying to fix and rectify. Did you see it was Brindle on that hold in first drive?
All I know is I listened to the first quarter on the radio, and Tim Ryan said they could have gotten Trent on that one.
That's a 4.
I'm just saying, 2 guys held.
Why is he?
They gave it to the younger guy, Ace and Marin. What's up, Ace? How you doing, man?
They could have got him.
Steiny and Guru, nice to talk to you. How's everybody?
Dynamite.
Reaction Monday.
Not really.
Yeah. So I have a math question for you.
Oh.
Do you know how many players are on the Niner roster?
53.
53 is right. Do you know how many start on offense and defense?
11 on each side of the ball.
11 aside.
Mm-hmm.
So I am here at the defense of Brock Purdy. This is a team.
No doubt.
And everyone's been dumping on Brock. I will admit that he had a not so great day. I think he's a very, very good quarterback. But from my perspective, it's a team issue.
I agree.
Special teams are abysmal. Every time there is a play that involves them, I am holding my breath. You know, they know that Hardman is a premier returner. What did he do? He had a big return.
Yeah.
The defense doesn't tackle. And poor Jordan Mason. I mean, the guy's the second best back in the NFL. He got stonewalled. Now, is that all his fault? I don't think so. So I'd like everyone to kind of recalibrate here. I thought they came out without urgency, contrary to what you said, Steiny. In the first quarter, I was thinking this does not look good, and that it was pervasive throughout the game.
But can I give you this? Anytime a quarterback throws 3 interceptions, you got to say he didn't get the job. Purdy was not great. It was his worst game, arguably, as a pro yesterday.
I hear that. It was also against a really, really good defense.
Wow.
But, you know, that's not an excuse. What is an excuse? No Debo, no Aiyuk, no third down Jawan. So now you're down to Ronnie Bell. I mean, who's going to win with Ronnie Bell as your premier receiver?
Yeah. Thanks, Ace. Appreciate the call.
But you drafted Ronnie Bell because you thought, he wouldn't be the star, but if guys went down, he could step up. You drafted Pearsall. You drafted Cowing, who could have had I'll leave that alone because I know you're going to be, Guru, you're harping on that all week. Just damn it, Steiny, a better throw.
No.
He's in the end zone.
It was a deep throw.
So they had their chances.
From the 925. How do you guys feel about Kyle not going for 2 when the score was 14-12?
I hated every part of it. And I know Evan and other guys defended it, but Steiny, I mean, when are you just going to let him hang? Tie the game. Quit giving me the math formula. Oh, if they go down, and how about you stop them, but tie the game? You're at home.
Yeah, I kind of thought it was a no-brainer.
You missed the kick.
I kind of thought it was a no-brainer to go for 2 there, but the theory is if you go for 2 and you don't get it, which ended up happening, which is now easy to second guess. But if you go for 2 and you don't get it, then they score and get the extra point. It's a 2-score game.
Yeah, what if you took that out of it? And you'd probably be stupid to do it.
What?
My defense is going to be so stout they're not going to score again.
If it's 14-13, they lose anyway tomorrow. Oh, yesterday.
I hated it. The guy missed the extra point.
Roy's in San Leandro wants to talk about the Niners. What's up, Roy?
Roy?
How you doing, man?
Hey, how's it going? It's nice to talk to you guys again.
Nice to talk to you, too.
You know, I really don't know what to say about the 49ers except they injured, and I just think that right now Lynch should go ahead on and, trade off a few pieces, and because the 49ers are going to go 7-10. I hate to be negative.
Wow.
But with all those injuries, no. Okay, wait a minute, Guru.
That was me.
What I'm saying, man, is that, okay, listen.
I will.
Okay, just like that last caller said, I mean, that special teams coach, it seemed to me like he don't even know what he's doing.
Right.
Okay, then on the defensive side, not that I'm being negative, but they played well. I give them credit. But, a lot of those young guys are inexperienced. So, in all honesty, the way the season is going, I could see the 49ers going maybe 7-10. What I'm saying is that, okay, the reason I say trade off a few pieces for draft picks, start your planning for next year. And then, be ready for next year because the 49ers are just beat down too bad, man. I mean, they keep on saying this, giving hope for Greenlaw and and some of those other guys to come back. But the situation is that I just don't think that the 49ers could do too much anymore. That's all I wanted to say. And it's always great to talk to both
Always.
Roy. Thanks, Roy. Roy's a gentleman.
He's the man. Class act. He thought that was me blurting in. That was you. Steiny, he's given the 7-10.
Used to what's happened in the past.
We're not there yet, but I mean, how the special teams
7-10 still may be enough to win the division.
Well, yours. Seattle won yesterday, and you said that ain't a quality win. They're 4-3. Oh, by the way.
Okay, so
the Niners do got a quality win on their of the 3, but
okay.
I'm just talking. All I know is this: the special teams has been horrid, and nobody on the current coaching staff, defensive coordinator nor special teams coordinator, has caught the hell that Wilkes did last year.
Well, I thought he the defense wasn't the issue yesterday.
No, yeah, it was pretty damn good for me compared to what they've been putting out there.
And the other thing is, like, I get Mahomes' numbers weren't great, but they haven't been great all year.
Right.
Like, that game that Mahomes played was kind of like the games he's been playing this year.
All day. And they know and have a recipe and formula to know how to win when they don't play their best.
Exactly.
And against Minnesota, and I'm not calling one individual out, the Rams, the last couple times they had the ball, and yesterday, you can't mimic that. So what are we, and that's why I'm not, if Stein, if you tell, hey, Goo, where you at? Am I going to tell you I'm changing everything I thought about Brock Purdy? No, but I'm starting to look at more like, oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
See, I would look at Brock Purdy, and the problem is if you state a fact, you're going to be accused of making an excuse. But it can still be a fact. And the fact is, I wouldn't expect Brock Purdy to have a great game if he doesn't have McCaffrey, if he doesn't have Deebo Samuel, if Aiyuk gets hurt halfway through the game, if he doesn't have Juwan Jennings. Who do we have? Cowing, Pearsall. That's asking a lot to want Brock Purdy to throw 2 touchdowns and no picks when he's got some rookies out there and Ronnie Bell and
I was thinking
they're playing a great defense.
Well, I was thinking of, let me tell you who's not a great defense, and maybe this is unfair because I'm not trying to pick on Brock, but that Arizona Cardinal game, you had everybody there, and he didn't look as great as he had in the past. But I thought the great ones prop you up, whoever you have. So can you understand that it was kind of trending that way? And I'm not saying he's done doing that, Brock Purdy, but Stoney, that's what was the big head scratcher yesterday.
What was?
Like, he does need what you said. You remember how in the offseason, a theme of what you were saying was, Goo, or any quarterback, I just need to see him without some weaponry. I'm like, okay, but I guess I could still say I'm somewhat disappointed without the weaponry from the play that I've seen from Brock and the decision making. Stoney, some of those interceptions yesterday is good as it's been in the past, and it hadn't stopped you.
I would disagree with that. I think the offensive line is struggling. But that's what I mean. That's why,
But it's not playing worse than the defensive line.
The
defensive line is worse.
There's so much blame to go around. If you want to pick one guy, you can do it. But to me, it's a ton of different things. And
it's just feeling like, Steiny, whoever, forget faulting anybody, and this has been my theme, and I said it. They don't look like a playoff team. Obviously, they still can make the playoffs because they control their own destiny. But right now, from everything in its totality, from the contracts to the preseason, it just seems like this is not their year. If somebody were to ask you, Steiny, can you get that? Could you meet somebody halfway and saying, I kind of get where you're going. You're not right, but it just seems like everything's going wrong.
It's week 7. Like, the Baltimore Ravens stunk. Well, they didn't stink, but they lost their first 2 games. They're back. The 49ers have not played good for 7 weeks. There's 10 more games left. Can they be good?
But now you're compromised because now the injuries are starting to really pile up.
Yeah. Welcome to the NFL. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals?
because he's immature.
Hunt's good cut and another one. And Kareem Hunt surging to the end zone. And he is in. Touchdown, Kansas City.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Running roughshod over that defense.
Turn your mic on. Oh, you got it. I feel like you want to pick a fight, but you can't.
There's nothing to pick a fight over.
You know what?
You can keep trying to talk yourself into that. Oh, this is. McCaffrey will be back. Greenlaw. Okay.
Oh, no.
Well, you can't have it both ways, and that's what you're trying to do. You want to push the panic button, say, this team stinks, it's over, they're horrible, and then go, but when we get McCaffrey and Green, okay, well, if you get McCaffrey and Greenlaw, relax. And we run.
Mouth.
We make a run.
If you would let me chime in, you would have known that wasn't the subject matter.
I determine the subject matter.
Please. When am I going to take my Moses Moody victory lap? You guys let me know. That's all.
For what? This ought to be great.
Yeah.
This ought to be great.
For telling you he could play.
Who?
Moses. And they knew he could play, and he's part of the future. And he may crack the start line of Jack. Yeah, 3 for 39. What was it, 36?
Yeah, $11 million a year.
Stay in the Bay and play for the Dubs. Game time.
Shut up.
Do you really want to
Shut up.
Come over here and make me.
Moses Moody. Yeah.
What
Order
about
the
him?
Rings. By the way, your boy's not getting one. Jonathan Kuminga.
We all knew.
They're heading into the 2024-25 season with Jonathan Kuminga poised to enter restricted free agency.
That's different money.
Yeah, a little pressure on you now, Jonathan.
Yeah, that's different paper.
Yeah. Another contract, though, that the Warriors can easily trade. Congratulations.
Team friendly.
Unlike the contracts the 49ers gave to their guys.
I can't believe how you got hurt, man.
Yeah.
That's the worst part of this
I just
game.
can't imagine
Let's
it
be
either in
honest.
football.
Well, you know what I mean.
I mean, they've got 7 guys hurt. Why wouldn't Aiyuk be one of them? Yeah, I know. Tough questions to answer. Let's go to Danny in Stockton. You got something to say to Guru, Danny?
Oh, yeah, man. So a couple things, actually. So first thing is, I hate to be the one that's saying it's Kyle's fault. It's Kyle. Everybody's saying it's Kyle. But, man, it is. It is Kyle's fault because when your quarterback is not doing that well, you gotta help him out, and that's on the coach. It's just like basketball. When the shots ain't falling, what works? You got to do the layups. You got to do shoot from the free throw line just to see the ball go in. And Kyle's not doing this for Purdy. He's not doing it for Purdy. He's not giving some screens, give him some quick outs, give him some quick slants. Like do something that's gonna give him the confidence to throw that ball. So. On the other side of it, too, is like, do you guys think we'd be 3-4 if Andy Reid was our coach?
I think you would have pulled out 2 of the 3 losses. I love that question. That's just me. And I think that was on display yesterday. And I'll say this. I feel like you got training wheels on Brock Purdy. Had you called after his 4th or 5th start and said just what you said, I'd be like, man, I can appreciate that. But the fact that Brock has blown up and played in the Super Bowl, all of a sudden now we talk about this timing offense, and we haven't discussed it, but we need to. The rat on the table is he's trusting his receivers, and he's throwing to a spot. And if whatever reason, Steiny, on their journey to the spot, some of these receivers aren't getting there, his ass is hung out to dry. Like, is that a part of this? But also, something else I talked about. I mean, man, the training wheels are off Brock Purdy, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and maybe that's why he's not playing as well. Because he's being asked to do more.
But the balls are being tipped at the line of scrimmage. I feel like that's happening more. And Steiny, you know why that happens? You play more. They get more film on you. They understand, okay, you're not the tallest dude sitting back there. But I don't think Kyle can do anything to prevent what we saw yesterday.
Are you starting to be concerned that you may have been premature calling Purdy a superstar?
I'm having that thought.
Okay.
But it's not. It's the scoreboard's 90-17.
Yeah,
the other way.
The scoreboard is 3-4.
Well, it ain't, because he went to Super Bowl last year, the NFC Championship the year before.
And that's Irrelevant.
Is it?
How many games has that won for him this year?
Well,
yeah. It's a new season.
What's your answer, real quick, on the
To what?
Andy? If Andy were the coach, would they be 3-4? I really believe they would have beat Minnesota and the Rams.
They would not have beaten Minnesota.
Stoney, he would have kept doing whatever's working. He would have stayed with it. That's what Andy does. He said yesterday, we're going to run the ball down
Andy's
the
got
slope,
Mahomes.
and they ran it. But they ran 31 times.
A function of Mahomes, too. Like, he affects every part of the game.
Well, I'm not saying he doesn't, but he ran the ball.
Stop comparing yourself to the Chiefs. You ain't in the Chiefs league. Kyle ain't in Reed's league. Purdy ain't in Mahomes' league. And the 49ers aren't in the Chiefs league.
Well, I almost beat them twice on the biggest stage.
Oh, yeah, 5 years ago. Get over it.
Well, last February.
Sick of this fantasy land analysis. I'm not really. Paul in San Jose. What's going on, Paul? How you doing?
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Oh, loud and clear.
Hey, so would you say it's pretty objective that the 4 best QBs in any order are Mahomes, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, and Lamar Jackson, right?
All right. Let's go with that.
Yep.
For some reason, Kyle Shanahan is 1-9 against those dudes. For some reason, he just cannot compete against these dynamic QBs. So when I look at that, I think, okay, maybe Brock Purdy can shoulder some of that load. But then when I see that game yesterday, when he doesn't have his best pieces on the field and he starts to struggle like this, it makes me think that maybe there is some credence to the argument when Nick Wright talks smugly about the 49ers, saying that Brock Purdy is a little overrated. You know, maybe there is some credence to that, because if he's getting paid $60 million, that is going to be our future. He's not going to have all these dynamic playmakers. And I wish I could see a bit more from Purdy and it, like yesterday in these instances. You know, what do you guys think?
Right now he's not being paid 60, so let's start right there. Okay, so that'll be handled when it's handled. But I thought one of the greatest attributes about Brock Purdy was if somebody were out, he still could ball. And now that somebody has been out all year, McCaffrey, the Michael Jordan of your offense, but it's a quarterback league. And I will say I'm a bit perplexed. I'm not shamed in some of the decision-making and throws I'm seeing from Brock Purdy. And if the great Jerry Rice is going to join the roast with Spadoni and Bonte this morning and look at his alma mater and say they don't throw the ball outside the hashes, I don't like hearing that. But if you're going to tell me, Mr. Football, that the reason they don't throw the ball outside of the hashes is because that's not Brock Purdy's thing, then he ain't on that list.
It's not the receivers thing either. And Kyle Shanahan is determined that their most effective way to move the ball through the air. With? You answer the question. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You got a lot of high-paid players in this team. Evan, you want to? What do you think of this one? Nah, I can't do it. He's going to think I'm trying to pick a fight with him.
Who?
Well, you have.
You.
Oh, we only got an hour. No, you get loud, then you don't tell you who it's loud at. So you make it look like we're getting in an argument. I'm fine.
Guru's victory laps are the equivalent to a kid finishing a coloring book. Oh, wow, good job, Guru. You finished it.
That was hella weak. That wasn't just weak. That was hella weak.
Oh, stop. Get off my guy, Goo.
You're talking to yourself.
No.
Like Cam's back there. He just came in. He's hearing this middle-aged guy just yell. But you
Is
make
that you or me?
You yell at me.
You're middle-aged.
You were loud.
You're middle-aged.
But he's not.
No, you ran it early and set the tone because you continue to think that this team is a team that it's not. At least through now.
I own that. But I'm not by myself. I'm about solutions.
Oh, really?
And I don't think you got them. That's why I'm telling you this Dallas game. I know it's for later on in the week.
And we're not going to be able to talk a lot about Dallas. Because let me tell you something. I'm going to say, let's not even talk Dallas. Let's talk Kansas City all week. Because I was telling Evan this on Friday.
Well, you couldn't have because Evan wasn't here.
Yeah, he's in Vegas.
You don't know what I'm texting him.
Oh, okay.
Let's go to...
Why'd you think the Niners were going to win the game?
I didn't. I didn't put any money on it.
All week you said it.
Did I put money on it? No. I put money on 2 games this week. The Pittsburgh Steelers By the way, how'd they look? Secondly,
You are not
I
Joe
put money
Fortenbaugh.
on
We don't
the
care.
Maryland Terrapins.
We don't care.
29-28 over USC.
We don't care about your bets.
Well, that's the only thing I care about.
You said they were the more hungry team
I
in the game.
put my
meaning more
money
to the Niners.
where my mouth is. If I don't like it, I don't bet it. And I didn't like it.
But
and
your
you know
analysis all week was the Niners are the hungrier team.
But the Chiefs have the bye, and Andy's 27-4. Remember, I brought that to your attention because you didn't even know
28-4.
Mm-hmm. Javier in Vacaville.
Wait, so they only beat them because they had a bye?
No. That's a big reason. Big reason.
I thought it was the fact that the Niners were in shambles.
I never said that today. I never used the word shambles today. Look at the tape.
Okay.
Hey, stop trying to do to me what I'm doing to Guru.
You do it every day. We all know. No,
see, there's some mean-spiritedness there.
No, but
it is.
Dude, come on.
What?
I'm a Jedi.
Look, he threw up his hands.
All right. Well, go to Javi.
Go ahead.
He was complaining.
Javi can wait.
All right, Javi.
No, you sound disappointed because you liked them and they let you down.
Who? The 49ers?
Yeah.
Well, if I would have bet money on them, then you would have a point there.
But just elaborate on what he said, the letdown. Because you were let down with your analysis that the Niners would come out like gangbusters because they needed it more.
You're right. And they didn't.
Right.
And then
who's that on?
That's the Chiefs having a bye week.
And they didn't play their best football.
They were good. Chiefs were very good yesterday.
They made plays.
Yeah, they did.
I can't hate on them.
No.
Undefeated.
No.
But ideally, Steiny, if that was the stat line by the greatest quarterback currently in the game, you hold them to that. Okay. The defense played their ass off.
Right. And let me tell you
as much as they can of their version of playing your ass off.
Yeah, it's like Steph Curry.
Defense on the last of my
6 for
list.
16 for 3 quarters.
All right.
And then he goes 7 for 9 in the fourth quarter, and they win the game. And so then the 6 of 16 doesn't look as good.
But what did your offense do while Curry did that? You went
2 parts of the
Houston
game.
Rockets.
See, that's the problem. It's 3 parts of the game. They have not put together 3 parts of a game, maybe all year. Have they had one game where we said, boy, special teams were really good today? If it's not the offense, it's the defense. If it's not the defense, it's the special teams. If it's not the special teams, it's the offense.
But now
that's the sign of a team that's not very
your
good.
Quarterback, though, who was mistake-free for the most part.
Well, when he has everybody with him. All right, Javi. Hold on. Let's get Javi in here.
Javi.
You're listening. So, you know what? You're just like my high school coach.
I'm done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go. Oh, you want to go to Antonio first? Antonio in Oakland. We'll get to you, Javi. Hey, what's going on, buddy?
Antonio will. Hey,
what's up, guys?
Hey.
Man, not having Juwan Jennings, Debo Samuel in there, running the wrong route, cause a pick. It's like, Jennings and Debo, they are tone setters, man. They're like our Draymond Green. It's like not having 2 Draymond Greens out there, But at the end of the day, man, run defense was bad, and Spagnuolo, he just makes me sick. He's a top-notch defensive coordinator. I'm sick of him. I'm waiting for him to retire. I'm waiting for LeBron to retire. It's like, damn, man. But anyway, the Niners gonna bounce back. We're gonna be 500 after we beat the Cowboys next week, and after that, we can get some guys healthy. We're gonna make a run again. Don't trip.
Well, there it is, Donnie.
Oh, there it is. Antonio's still positive. Not exactly an upset.
I'll tell you what was an upset. Debo not trying to get past. Drink some Theraflu and go out there, man. They needed you. It hadn't been his year either.
One of the things that you got to be careful of is questioning a guy's injury and sickness. Got to be real careful about that. Guy tried to go out there, played 3 plays, started vomiting.
You don't know if he started
IV. He had to borrow Trent Williams' IV.
You don't know if he was vomiting.
He probably was.
Come on, Steiny.
All right, Javier. Thanks for holding in there, buddy.
Javi.
Oh, jeez. Hey, Javi, how you doing?
Yeah, he was in Southwest. Yeah, he was calling.
Javi, you got to get a better connection.
Yeah.
that just sounded.
Get
like
touch with Filmo Mike, AT&T. We'll take care of you.
Let's see. Who do I want to go with here? Oh, Sean in San Francisco. Hey, Sean, how you doing?
I'm good. I want to talk about why Brock Purdy's not an elite quarterback. I give him credit for being really good, but not elite.
All right.
The couple facts I want to bring up. Kansas City played the 49ers to run the entire game. They loaded the box and dared the 49ers to beat them passing. The game basically came down to the 5 plays that Brock missed. The 3 interceptions, 1 in the end zone, 2 on the plus side of the field, killed the defensive effort that was good enough for the 49ers to win. But the other 2 plays that were crucial that could have gave us an opportunity to still bring out the game were the inaccurate deep passes on great design plays. Yeah. If he makes better passes in those situations, those are both touchdowns. The pass to Kittle and the pass to Cowley. But because they were short and inaccurate, they end up getting tackled short in the end zone, and we all know what happened there. But my bigger overall point is Kansas City said Brock can't beat us. We're not. We're going to dare Brock Purdy to beat us, and you can see how he played.
Yeah, and the Ravens did the same thing Christmas.
Thanks, Sean.
Yeah, so.
I mean, if the 49ers have all this weaponry, then that's the way you got to go about it, don't you? Try to make Brock Purdy beat you.
But we're finding out, Stoney, even in the playoffs against the Packers in Detroit, the originator of that phrase, I'm starting to question the weaponry. I thought the weaponry was above average.
So you're questioning a lot of what you've said previously.
No, I'm reacting to new effort. Look at Deebo Samuel's year. When he's in there, he's not doing anything on the ground with the ball. Man. Well, now maybe Aiyuk gone. He does something, starts to do something downfield as far as a threat. But nobody's played exceptionally well on offense for the Niners this season outside of Juwan Jennings and J.P. Mason.
And now, if you look at Juwan Jennings, he's been okay. Right. He had one great game.
Right.
Hey, Evan, you're a play-by-play man. Did you listen to the game while you were there? Burkhardt and Brady?
No.
Okay.
Well, went back and watched for a few specific plays. I was curious to hear what Brady thought about some of the decisions that Purdy and Mahomes made.
You know what stuck out to me? And Burkhardt's great. Too bad we couldn't get him to the ship.
Next time.
He kept saying cowling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, he kept saying cowling. Brady had it right. Brady knew it was cowling. Anyway, great call, though, by those guys.
Yeah, I loved it.
You know me.
And Brady he ain't scared to criticize you, Stoney. He said Brock was making some bad reads.
Hey,
and some bad throws.
Does Burkhardt deserve Brady now?
Wow. That is, you guys, man. What would I do without you? Well, I know, but
you'd be fine.
I'm a little down on you, Evan and I.
Yeah, you should be.
They're going to win all week because they needed more. Then we ask you,
did I
just
put
have
any money
the
on
presser, the post-game presser, and you're like, I don't know what you guys are talking about and walk out. Yeah. Now it's about who you bet your money on.
That's right.
Oh, God. You're Joe Fortmont now.
I said, very simple. Yeah, I picked the Niners because I think they got more to play for. But, boy, they had Andy Reid. Off of buys, 27-4. So I'm really trying to figure out how to balance those two things. That actually, to me, sounds like what other people would say is right on the money.
Well, don't give him the Cowboys record off a buy.
What is it?
I honestly don't know.
I was like, boy.
Okay, Javi.
Yeah.
What's up, my man?
Javi, Vacaville.
How you doing, buddy?
All right, can you guys hear me now?
We got you. There you go. There you go.
Give it to us.
Goodness. I've never heard you guys say my name that many times consecutively, and I didn't get a word in edgewise. But like I was saying to the operator previous to me getting on is, I'm a realist. I'm a diehard Niner fan, but it's over, gentlemen. And it's over, and it's clearly over. And I'm not saying the timeline of Shanahan, but this season is done. Like, there's not any way – they're just to be a Niner fan and be practical – we need to understand that there's no more expectations, so take them all away. No more. We have no more goals. the team is washed, and it's due to the fatigue of playing in 5 different seasons of NFC Championship, NFC Championship, 2 Super Bowls. The team is done, and it's not even a bad thing per se, because now we can see Juwan Jennings play the X position. We can see Pearsall and Cowling in the slot. When Debo decides to come back from his flu, his fever, everything at Z, you still have Kittle. We're going to spell Garendo at tailback with Mason. But the 3 things that are prominent of wrong is it wasn't about the play calling. It's the mindset. The Niners are never going to beat Patrick Mahomes as long as he's alive and well and or not retired. And Shanahan's a great coach. But for him to come into the game and say, like, Ronnie Bill ran the wrong route. No, he didn't. He adapted his route based on the coverage in the back end. So he sat in the void and covered because they're playing zone coverage. But understandably so, we need to recognize 2 things that are prominent here.
All right.
Is that you're banking Chris McCaffrey and Dre Greenlaw, who haven't played a snap all season. Oh, they're going to come in here after the bye. They're going to win. Yo, what are you talking about? Those are 2 guys that haven't played football in almost a year who are coming from severe injuries, Achilles tendonitis, and coincidentally, Achilles tear. And they're going to come to be the end-all, be-all. I love Lombardi. You guys should get him on air more often because he is brilliant. But his optimism is ludicrous. They are in a position right now because Shanahan's couldn't cut his nose out to spite his face because he's bet his season on a rookie defensive coordinator and a special teams coordinator that any other coordinator would have been fired by now for how many gifts and how many gaps he's had as a special teams coordinator. Seeing their punt coverage and their kickoff unit and their kick return unit gap and miss and whip as much that even in the Super Bowl, granted, that wasn't our Ray McLeod. Who got the brunt of it? Ray, because that ball hit off the cornerback that was covering the gunner on the punt return. At the end of the day, Shanahan, the season is the Super Bowl window may not be close, but this 24-25 season is done.
You know what?
They'll go 10-7, 9-8, but they're not getting out the wild card round at best divisional. This team is done, fellas. They're
all right. At least Javi at the end said they could still make the playoffs. So that means it's not done. Yeah. But I hear what he's saying. I don't agree with him.
Yeah, but what about the crux of what he was saying? The what you've talked about, and I hated it. The journey. Don't stop believing. The 5 years is catching up with you. And maybe it started before you even. That's why it was more imperative that you won that Super Bowl in which Greenlaw got hurt in, because you knew just how hard it would be to get back. But now there's no Aiyuk. Now there's no Hargrave. McCaffrey's not out there. So, hey, man.
Yeah. And they didn't win enough when Aiyuk was out there. They didn't win enough when Deebo Samuel played. How'd Shanahan think Purdy played?
I mean, we didn't do anything really good on offense. I know he'd love to have all 3 of those picks back. So Brock's been playing unbelievable this year. Done some good things in offense this year, but today wasn't that day.
Yeah, he's not been unbelievable.
And he didn't have to say all those picks.
Shanahan on, hey, does Brock need to elevate his game?
Yeah, Brock elevates himself a lot. I mean, regardless of whether guys are down or up. I mean, Brock's been doing that every game. He had some good plays today, but just overall, him along with all of us on offense, we didn't do well. When you do miss your best players or some of them and they go out with injuries, it makes it harder on everyone. And you hope that you can overcome that with some stuff with some of our other guys like Brock, who is very capable of doing that, but it just wasn't his best day.
And what about if Purdy's feeling the pressure of the injuries to try to do more?
All I think about is, what my job is.
This is Purdy.
Going through my reads, trusting in Kyle's play call, and hitting the open guy. I think there was many opportunities tonight or in this game where I could have been better. And so that's just how I feel. Is there more pressure for me to put on a Superman cape and do more? No. I think who we have and the players that we have that step up in those positions, man, they've done a great job, and we have a lot of talent in my eyes. So that's on me, and we'll just all continue to grow and fight on this journey together.
All right, Brock Purdy talking about yesterday's game, 28-18. Chiefs beat the 49ers. Cowboys coming in Sunday. 49ers 3-4, and we'll see where the season goes from here.
Doesn't that score just like rob you? It felt like the Chiefs were up 30-7. The whole, it really felt like, and then you're like, oh my God, late third, they got a chance. They're down 2. Oh my gosh.
I never thought they were winning that game. I just did.
I mean, I'm sure you're not by yourself.
All right. Last segment coming up before the crossover. If you want to get in and talk about this game from yesterday, now would be the time. 888-957-9570 Niners. Where do they go from here? On 95.7 the game.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they...
I got to play better for sure, just with my throws, some decisions, and that's pretty simple. I obviously got to watch the film and stuff, but my instant reaction is just got to play better.
I lost. I'm out.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Brock Purdy after yesterday's game, 28-18. Chiefs win. Chiefs now 6-0. 49ers 3-4. Cowboys coming in
Sunday night.
Go ahead. You said you had a serious question to ask me?
Yeah, you and Evan and the listeners.
Oh, okay.
And just tell me if I'm looking at it wrong.
I thought you were going to put me on the spot.
Because I played, you do that enough for yourself. But look, I played Union City, James Logan High School, varsity.
What sport?
Basketball and football.
As it... What?
That's what you
it's okay. No, you did. You did. Okay.
That was JV.
And you were all state there, so go ahead. Finish your question.
Evan, I just think I have a problem with one of my star players who puts it all out there on the line in regard to our emotional leader, the boombox. That's a game time decision with, the bubble guts or whatever he had going on.
I'm
Debo.
ready to go.
I think I got a problem that you came out of the locker room. If you weren't ready to go and it was that close, just for the optics, stay in. Stay in and catch us there. But to come out after we lose, is that the craziest thing you've heard, Evan? And I'm asking you, Steiny.
Evan
that was both of you. That was so weird. I think, Evan, I would have just stayed in.
Yeah, it never happens in the NBA where they say, well, he's going to work out before the game and then we'll make a determination.
That's not, I got bubble guts.
He tried.
Draymond's a game time decision for Wednesday. I think not actually.
Yeah.
If it indeed was bubble guts, then there is a problem. But I guess I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt that there was something more serious going on.
If he had a stomach issue, then can we say he was gutless?
I'll give you a 1 for trying.
A 1?
That's at least a 3.
Whoa, wow. So you get a 2, but Snotty had no problem with,
no.
There was a fever or it wasn't COVID, knock on wood, but.
Well, you don't know that. We don't know.
If it was COVID, I feel like he wouldn't have been allowed on the sideline.
Well, you're right. And that's how I took that. I don't know, Stein. I know I'm different, but I hate, Debo, this is what I love about Debo and can't stand him. You talk that talk, you do all the stuff, and then you're talking and fighting in Cleveland pregame last year, and then you and Trent don't finish the game. If you're going to be Debo badass, you got to be consistent. Now, this is so not about yesterday.
Call him soft then.
And then you run everybody over. Or but I'm on the ground, my neck and my back, and it's just I just think it's gotta be tiring, the whole Debo experience. Dude, you run cats over, then you're on the ground, you're limping off, then you're back, then you're out, then you're back. It's just and yesterday just gave it to me all, the whole Debo experience of this big-ass game, and now but then you could get dressed and come out, smile, talk. And I'm just not saying that was going on, but dude, would Ray Lewis have finished that game?
There it is.
You know what I'm saying?
That's the best defensive player ever played the game.
I got it out.
Yeah, and what my mind keeps coming back to is you hate Kawhi Leonard, who should retire, and now you hate Debo Samuel, who tried to play through injury and didn't. So what do you want?
Well, he warmed up.
What exactly? And he determined he didn't have it.
This fish is stinking from the head up.
I do wonder, and Evan was with them. You guys did a great job. I was listening to the great Lorenzo Neal, guys that have played the game.
I know.
Not that they would scrutinize D,
no,
but would they tell people like me, Goo, wink, wink, you on to something a little bit?
No, I think Lowe would say, Goo, don't talk about stuff you don't know about. We don't know how hurt he was. Did anybody insinuate that Debo should have played?
No, I think it was just the optics of him being on the sideline after trying to go, warming up, playing a couple plays, and then being too ill.
Go get some lemon tea. Put the blankets on you. Go home. Because we know you really sums up. And then Aiyuk gets hurt, and then it's oh, boy.
Dude, you know what you're talking about now?
Life?
A nothing burger.
Oh, but please.
Matt in Sunnyvale. Hey, Matt, how you doing?
Matty.
It's a nothing burger.
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing today?
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
You sound down.
Yeah, a little down. I just had a comment and then a question for you guys. Comment, no offense to your colleagues out here, but I really wish the media in the Bay Area asked some tougher questions to Coach Shanahan. Aside from Cone and sometimes Eric Branch, I don't really hear any questions that are very challenging to Coach, just my opinion. And I did want to post a very realistic and serious question for you guys. As other people, pointed out, you're going to pay Brock Purdy $60 million a season eventually. The roster you have now, unless you're able to develop young talent into really good players and potential all-pros, Debo's going to be gone. McCaffrey will be older. Aiyuk's going to be coming off an ACL tear, and Trent Williams was probably going to be retired. And you're going to have $60 million less to go out and find guys to replace him. Is he good enough, or is he just serviceable? Is he good enough to lead and elevate talent the way C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love, those guys are? I don't know, but I'm going to pose that question to you guys.
I think it's a fair one. Season-ending injury for Brandon Aiyuk. That's official. Jordan Schultz.
Wow.
Reporting that. Season-ending knee injury.
That is just sports,
something
man.
we knew.
That sucks.
And what was the question?
Do you think Brock Purdy is like C.J. Stroud, other guys to where...
Well, C.J. Stroud had a terrible game.
No, and he's been... This season they're winning, but you could tell growing pains, Maggie Seaver. But to that point, I'm going to say yes on the Brock Purdy thing just because I've seen him lead his team, and you're going to tell me, oh, they're loaded everywhere. He led his team to the Super Bowl. He led his team to 2 NFC championship games. And I'll take this L, Steiny. If now we're finding out 90% of that was what was around him, I don't believe that. I believe when guys have it or do not have it at that position, and why I'm out on the likes of Dak Prescott. So to answer his question, I think Brock is in that category, but this is the realness. You can quickly play yourself out of it. And I got questions, Donnie. I really do about Brock these last 2 or 3 games being off from the beginning. Not when you get hit, just off. And I'm wondering, are defenses showing him different looks to where he's holding on to that thing longer and now just throwing it to the other team? 3 picks yesterday.
Right.
2 weeks ago against Arizona.
And I'll just say...
5 batted balls down in both those games combined. 2 yesterday.
Right. And I'll just say, what quarterback... So, Patrick Mahomes, we're saying he wasn't great yesterday. I'll bet that had something to do with the fact that they're depleted injury-wise. Their skill positions. So Mahomes isn't putting up monster numbers.
But he's still getting the one that counts, the alphabet, the dub.
Because he's Patrick Mahomes. Brock Purdy is not Patrick Mahomes. There's no Patrick Mahomes in the league.
Right, that's fine. But I know this is for another day. How 49, close is he to
my point is,
Patrick Mahomes?
He's not that close. Because Mahomes is one of the we're saying that Patrick Mahomes may be the greatest quarterback of all time.
Facts.
Well, then I'll tell you right now, Purdy's not close. Because Purdy's not one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, and this guy might be the greatest.
But
and here's
when
the
you
other
sit
thing.
down
The
this offseason to pay him, it's not about how close to Mahomes are you. It's how valuable are you around us. And to that caller's point, things are going to change.
Okay, so you expected a better game from Brock Purdy against one of the best defenses in football when he doesn't have Debo Samuel, Juwan Jennings, Christian McCaffrey. He's not going to be able to. Why would you expect Mahomes is going to put up better numbers than his normal numbers when they're playing a great defense and they don't have 2 wide receivers and a running back? If we think his numbers should have been better, I think we're expecting way too much from Brock Purdy or any quarterback to do that, because I would argue not even Mahomes is doing that.
Right. Numbers-wise. That's more than fair. But my number about yesterday was not accumulating 400 passing yards through the air. Mine was 3 interceptions. And Steiny, we're astute enough to know what's a good interception. Oh, what was 50? These were bad ones.
Well, maybe
and
because
that doesn't just
his
go
wide
away because it was Kansas City, because you did it against Arizona.
Right, and they had a rookie playing his first game. and they had Cowing in a lot, and they had Ronnie Bell in there a lot. And to think that Mahomes could elevate that team to a win over that team, I think's asking for something crazy when you go back and you look at the game. And I'm not saying the 49ers don't have any issues. Of course they have issues. But you're going up against the best quarterback in the game. You got you're down 3 big offensive weapons, and they took advantage of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Rich, Atco.
What's up, Rich? Like, these problems are comprehensive. To me, they don't belong to just Brock Purdy or just Trent Williams or just Ward or whoever else.
So we're done judging Brock? How are we judging Brock?
Why would I say we're done judging Brock?
Because you said there's so much going into it.
There is. We're judging everybody, and they're all wanting. Brock Purdy not having a great year. Guess what? Neither about 9 other guys on the team. What's up, Rich?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. And I'll tell you something, Steiny, I don't agree with you much, but I agree with you here. I think what we saw on Sunday was a team effort completely. And that's the reason why they fell short. It wasn't just one particular person or one division or one coach. It was the entire team. You saw mistakes across the board. There was mistakes from the quarterback. There was mistakes from the defense, mistakes from special teams, coaching, play calling. Crucial times of play calling was awful. Okay, I couldn't believe it. You know, you had a situation where you were down 14-12. You could have went for 2.
Yeah.
It would have been something that I don't think their defense would have been ready for. Instead, now you're down 2 points. Now, 2 points may not seem like a lot, but you got to look down the stretch of what this means, what it could mean to the outcome of the game. And I don't think Shanahan did that. Now, I will say this much. I know some people are calling in saying they washed up, season's over. I'm not going to go that far. It's still early. It's still early, and you got guys that will be coming back from injury. So, no, I'm not going to say they washed, but I will say this much. Yesterday's loss was absolutely a team effort. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Yeah. And we both agreed on the 2-point call, but that's not why they lost the game. But I get it, man. This you said, what'd you tell me was a nothing burger? Like, they can't escape the ghost of McCaffrey not being available week 1. Now, he may come back, but Steiny, is piling up to the point to where how can you really assess anybody if the injury list is going to look like this?
Well, you can assess Brock Purdy, quarterback in a team, without his normal weapons, and they're not as good offensively, and Brock isn't either.
Man.
Jay in Santa Clara. What's up, Jay?
Greetings, gentlemen. I think we got to give them all things considered, he has a bad game and out a couple of top receivers, and they lost. They just got outplayed. The reason I'm calling is because I think they should sign Hunter Renfrow. The guy's unsigned. He needs a chance. He was not utilized properly by, McDummy. And he had a concussion. But the guy can come in, move the chains. He's a great slot receiver. Don't believe me? Google Hunter Renfrow highlights and then ask Derwin James of the Chargers.
All right.
The guy's highly underrated, and he'll come cheap and move the chains. What do you think?
Well,
I was going to say, what about Ricky Pierce? Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, what about the video we saw of James Wiseman? It looked good, too. Well, when you Google James Wiseman's highlights, maybe we should sign him as a slot receiver.
Yeah, they were projected.
I'm kidding, Jay. Oh, we got JD in Oakland.
Oh, I thought we got
Here we go.
J-Dog
your new buddy.
JD in Oakland.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, the vacation, man. What's up, Jay?
Listen.
He took it to the...
We're going to save that.
Yeah, he took it to the 2-yard line and couldn't punch it in on Friday with his prediction.
J-Dog.
He was like the 49ers in the red zone.
I'm going to tell you this, Matt. I had 4 of your listeners call me, and I told them all it was a 2-touchdown game. Don't fall for the okie doke.
Wow.
I missed out. It was only 10 points. I told Jarvis Moore, who's a big-time game listener, he called me and said, Jay, what's the play? I said,
take Kansas City. They're going to win by 2 touchdowns. I was a little off on that, but he'll tell you. I told him hopefully he got healthy. But I agree with Guru when it comes to Brock Purdy. You know, Matt, in basketball, your point guard is to elevate everybody's game. He's got to make the forward look good. He's got to make his 2-guard look good. He's got to make his wingman look good. And Brock has the same thing. We understand that he's without some of his stars on the outside and with McCaffrey and Debo, but you got to make sure he is doing his best. 3 turnovers, 1 in the red zone. You cannot – I mean, the optics of that was horrible. And to think that they are even contemplating giving this man $40, $50 million, what that would do to the organization is going to cripple it for years.
Wow.
He's a good quarterback. He has been he needs the stars that he has because he doesn't have the natural skills of arm talent, size, quickness. He's serviceable, and when you put all those stars around him, he can get the job done. However, he's real pedestrian if he has to make other people look good. You look at what Mahomes does when his guys are out. I can go over there and catch touchdowns with Mahomes because he is going to make it easier for the outside guys to look good when he's doing his thing.
All right, JD, I'll take it a step further.
Good call.
Blessing in disguise. Then this is a blessing in disguise that we've gotten to see Purdy quarterback a team like this, because maybe this will be more like the team he's got a quarterback if and when he does get paid. So I've always thought.
I love the point guard analogy.
I've always thought that.
But is that fair, Matt?
Yes.
But we don't know if that's going to be how they're looking at it, because that's a whole. I'm just telling you, that's a whole lot.
What do you disagree with?
That's a whole lot of good.
What do you disagree with me saying it's a silver lining that they're getting to see Purdy now without his weapons?
Now, I don't take offense to that at all. How could it? It's not my point is, you are right to a certain extent. We don't know if that mindset is going to supersede how good he was when things were better around him. Like, that's heavy to say, and I hear where you're going, that we're just going to use the negative, or when you didn't have a lot of riches, but are you truly going to ignore all the good he had when it was greater around him? That's what
It's not a matter of ignoring him. It's about assessing him over a 3 to 3.5 year period and making a judgment on how good he is with certain kinds of personnel, and how good he is without certain kinds of personnel, and then deciding, do we pay him? And if we do pay him, how much do we pay him? But listen, everybody said, 55 was automatic.
I was one of them.
Okay, well,
and I'm
maybe it's not.
Back.
Okay. Well, the good news is you didn't have to pay him when you said you'd pay him 55, and you don't have to pay him now if you want to get him for 30.
And that's where I'm going, because you know why, Steiny? The story is to be continued.
Okay, well, if he gets hurt next game on the first play, what are you paying him?
Well, that
if he misses the rest of the season.
No, that changes everything.
Does it?
Yes.
So what if it's not a career-threatening injury? He just gets hurt and misses the rest of the season, but he'll be ready to go in training camp.
Wow. I don't have that answer.
Let's go to Zach in Redwood City. Hey, Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's good, guys?
Hey.
First of all, I want to give a shout-out to my 7-0 Indiana Hoosiers. I was in Bloomington on Saturday for the 56-7 win.
50 burger.
And then I flew back for Sunday, so I went 1-1 on the weekend. This weekend, Taven Jackson's going to be starting for us. So Trace Jackson Davis's bro.
Sure.
So really looking forward to that. But the main question, and what I was saying right after the game yesterday, is I envision Andy Reid Philadelphia type situation happening with Kyle Shanahan. You know, we have never been able to beat the Chiefs. And not only that, it just looked yesterday that the team was just completely out of rhythm. I wouldn't have mind if we lost yesterday, but just the rhythm, the team chemistry, it was not there, guys. So that's all.
Hey, I got something for you, Zach. How about this? I'm looking at Penn State's schedule. They don't even play Indiana this year. Figures. The 1 year Indiana's good, and Penn State gets to avoid them, along with Michigan. What a joke.
No, we play Michigan. We play Michigan.
No, you guys play
And
Michigan. Penn State doesn't play Michigan.
Yeah.
Penn State doesn't play Michigan or Indiana this year. Thanks for the call. It's a joke. James Franklin. Should have lost to USC, too.
You reap what you sow, brother.
Boy, I'm going to be heavy on the Badgers next weekend in Madison. They stink, though, too. Oh, boy. Steiny, how about Tulane taking care of Rice? We weren't ready. We weren't ready
but you
this
won.
weekend.
Yeah,
but we were coming off a bye, and we took it for granted. And you know what? I had a feeling Darian wasn't ready to go.
And they won
Darian
by 14.
Mensah, our quarterback. Yeah, but they were down 10-3 at one point.
I was like,
They didn't cover. That's why I pulled off them. Go Green Wave.
That is
5-2. Still got to run the table. Tough game next weekend. North Texas. I'm not sure if they beat Memphis or not, but 2-5.
That was a barn burner.
Who won that game?
And he was watching.
Memphis did, because I know they didn't cover.
They were,
wow.
Those were 2 5-1 teams.
It was like 50-point total at the half.
Of course.
Boy,
That's
man.
vintage Memphis.
He said, it's Andy Reid. Everybody slow down.
What did he say?
In Philly, he's getting that feeling of Kyle here.
Yeah.
Early.
Yeah. We'll get one more call. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy's is in Oakland.
Leroy.
He won't sugarcoat it.
Lee.
Hey, Steiny, Goo, what's going on, man?
Hey.
You tell us.
We'll see.
Wow, right? Wow. So as a lifelong 49er fan, I'll make it short. When I left out of the house because I had to go to church, and my son, he's 25, and he's a big Niner fan, but he's 25, right? And when I went out the door, I said, son, in order for us to win this game, each 49er player is going to have to take this game personally and make sure that they are on point with their execution. It cannot be all of these turnovers. It can't be drop passes, because a Kyle Shanahan team does not know how to play with momentum, and he doesn't know how to gain momentum back. And so I'm going, what do the 49ers got to do? Each player got to realize that and go, I got to make sure that I am on point, because if it's 2nd down and 8, 2nd down and 7, and we screw up, it ain't happening on 3rd down, right? So I was just like, and then when I came back home and I heard about all the penalties and all that, and it was exactly what we couldn't do. And one more thing, guys, the reason why I said that to him was because Kyle Shanahan, he will not just coach a game where he doesn't get in his own way. Something will be going good. It'll be going good. And then he'll get away from it. And then the guys look at him more as a friend than a coach. I went back and looked at some of the players, and I went back and I looked and I said, how does the players feel about Shanahan? And I hear everyone saying, oh, he's like our friend. He's like our friend. Well, that's like a parent saying, hey, I'm like my kid's friend. No, I'm not your friend. I'm your parent. And I think because he's like that, there's no accountability. And now you're just letting the kids run crazy in the asylum. So, your friend, you got to start coaching. And you got to start getting on these guys and holding them accountable. And if they're looking at you like a friend, buddy, I don't know. So that's why I was like, players got to be accountable. You gotta really
good stuff,
execute.
Lee. You on fire, man. Yeah, that was.
And then somebody's got to hold Kyle accountable.
Wow.
The beloved Bayview Restaurant and Lounge, perched over Bodega Bay at the Inn at the Tides. It's back. Delight in chef specials paired with live piano music. So incredible, you may decide not to leave. Dining and hotel reservations at inatthethides.com.
It's your boy Guru, and you know Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action with over 10 million.
weekday and afternoon show come together.
Holy crap, what the hell was that? Something's coming.
The blinds have officially failed.
Oh my gosh, we got action.
Even when it becomes a little testy, it always ends on a good note.
I brought cookies. Do you want one?
No.
You sound like you need
Not from
one.
you.
Steiny and Guru, Willard and Dibbs, all together at 1:45 each and every day, only on 95.7 The Game.
There's Chris Jones. Third and goal. Purdy. And as he throws, it's intercepted. Oh my goodness. Jaden Hicks picks it off in the end zone.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox News. Not Fox News. Fox Sports.
3, 2,
Who cares?
and 1.
Oh, no, that's a big difference.
We all
if Kevin
care.
Burkhardt was Fox News, I'd be like, wait, maybe the Niners won.
What would that make
Maybe
Brady?
he was lying to us
get
the
him
whole
in.
time.
No, it's so funny because
just making plays up.
Driving in today, so many times you guys were talking, and I had in my head the Bob Fitzgerald drop, so what? And I said it probably
Mostly
15
when he
times
was
on the
up.
drive-in.
Yeah.
No, just like the whole thing about, Brock Purdy and his shoulder. So what?
Wait.
You played football. The caller said, Brock's got to have a shoulder injury.
Guru, what's it called? He placated him. It was a placation sensation.
I know when I'm
That's a
baited, and I'm adding that to my
rare
repertoire. I'm not going to let him bait me.
By the way, I'll tell you who did have
Shout
a
out
great
Rashad.
game. Tom Brady.
He's terrible.
Dibbs
Dibbs.
just ripped him.
He's terrible.
I like him.
And you watched it twice.
You would, and I watched it again today. And for every time he says San Fran, a guy who's from the Matteo,
He can do it.
No, he can't.
He's from here.
Nobody
No, he
can.
can't. And the fact that he called him Steve Spagnuolo like 17 times.
What about Burkhardt saying Al Cowling?
It was Al Cowling. Did he say Al Cowling?
No, he was saying but he was saying Cowling. There's no L in Cowling.
You guys are a tough crowd.
But there's an L in
Not tough.
49.
When you are the number one crew and you have two sideline reporters, get it right.
Yeah.
Get it right. And I'm hearing Bob Fitzgerald in my head again. Like, Bobby Fitz is a guy who checks all the boxes, and he whether or not you think that he's a little bit too tough on the refs or too friendly to the home team, he doesn't mispronounce anything. And yesterday, Tom Brady, oh my God, the butcher.
Yeah.
Shout out Joe Shasky.
There you go.
Yeah.
Well, the Niners got butchered. I'm arguing with my guy. I felt the defense played well enough, guys. It wasn't their greatest effort to win that game. Is that ludicrous?
Luda?
No, that's not ludicrous. I just don't. Sure, if you want to cut this on the offense more than the defense,
And that's been my
I think
theme.
everybody would agree with that. I just didn't feel good about anything though, and it's not because there weren't like good plays. Demo Lenore, like there's good plays, but the whole thing was undisciplined, and that's what I've felt this way multiple times this year. And I guess there's nowhere else to look to but the top, even though Kyle Shanahan's walking up and down the sideline. What'd you say the mofo count was?
Oh, my God. So many, F-bombs and, especially on that play where Kansas City ran a screen and they lined up in the neutral zone, and the referee called the wrong guy. It was Okawanu who lined up offside. It wasn't Bosa.
Okay. Yeah.
They called it on 97. It was really 91, but that was a play on second down where they had bottled up the screen, and Kansas City's going to have to punt the ball most likely, but you line up in the neutral zone, and so the drive continues.
Yeah. It's not buttoned up, even in little things that you wouldn't see. Brady, for all of the things you want to rip him for, I thought this was a very fair comment on the Patrick Mahomes fourth down quarterback draw into the end zone.
Where he
goes, look at these four defensive linemen. This is wildly undisciplined. You can't rush like that, especially on fourth down.
Yeah, he did.
Let me think. Fourth down. Have we seen the Chiefs on fourth and one before? What do? Of course, Mahomes keeping the ball is a major option on that
like
play.
A gopher.
And they just all flew right by him. They flew so undisciplined. You have to keep your assignments there. And so I just saw it all over the place, from constant penalties to Brock Purdy's decision-making and delivery, which the worst game I've ever seen him play by far. By far the worst game I've ever seen him play. And if you want to get into play calling, it did seem wacky that they didn't try more things close to the line of scrimmage.
And why are you throwing more than Mahomes Purdy, just even before the game started?
I don't know what happens.
31 attempts?
Well, I don't know what happens to a game plan when your 2 wide receivers who are in there are suddenly not in there. I don't know. Debo has a big part of the playbook that no one else can run. So if he gets sick at the last minute, does that take I don't know. Yeah. I don't know that. But yeah, I was scratching my head on those two. But it was everywhere, all the way down to the frustration of the end of Trent Williams punching somebody. And I know he got whacked first, and I'll never understand why that's not a penalty too. But they were unglued. They were unglued the whole day.
Mark, this is where you and we watch games in a way that's, I guess, singular.
Well, we take it in so well that we only need to do it once.
Look what I have on my notes.
Oh, really? It's interesting you say that, but go ahead.
Look at what I have on my notes.
Let me agree with Mark.
Brady. That was terrible pass rush discipline on the Mahomes touchdown.
It was.
Both jumped out at us. It jumped out at you, and then it jumped out at me.
Absolutely.
I don't know if these guys caught it or not.
I mean, geez, really hard to tell that when you have 4 guys rush through the outside, and it's not even a quarterback draw that's called, but when you're the quarterback and you get back to your 5 steps, and you look and you go, oh my God, there's nobody between me and the end zone. Yeah, it was terrible rush.
I'll wait to hear it from Cosell.
On Wednesday.
Yeah.
And you will.
Brady said it was option 2. Yeah. Brady broke that for whatever you want, if you believe him or not. Brady said on a play like that, he's going to look at Kelsey, and if Kelsey's not there, he's keeping it. Yeah. That was the call.
If the middle's that open, yes.
Well,
and if it's not, you'll look to option 2
and
or option 3.
Looked like he had the thought of, it's open. Let me go through there. Yeah. Guess that.
So
and then I'm going to truck your Ronnie Lott. Oh, he laid it.
Whatever. He was already in the end zone. And you know what? Put some respect on Malik Mustafa's name, because he delivered the only 2 real big hits.
Dave,
and maybe if you actually watch the game, Stein, you'll see it. But Malik Mustafa delivered 2 absolute thunderous blows. And other than that, the defense.
So thunderous, I can't remember.
Because you didn't really watch it.
He put him on his back.
Don't sniff that. Don't sniff that one.
Now, I will sniff anything when Dibley comes at me first.
Oh, okay.
Well,
I will. Stein will be
I'll come at you because you came at me.
Congrats, Willard, too.
You came at me.
There was a play in that game that this is where the NFL, it's so hard on defensive players. The Mahomes run.
Well,
it's just so hard. Like, he's tiptoeing. And if you drill him, it's going to be a penalty.
Greenlaw would have drilled his ass.
That's great, and he would have gotten a penalty.
It's not wrong, but the reason I hate that we're making such a big deal on that play is 2 reasons. One, D. Winters overruns the play, so that doesn't mean that he stopped.
Well, he got juked.
The idea of being stopped means you wouldn't overrun it; you would stop. D. Winters flies out of bounds. The other 2 guys did not have a shot at him. They were slow. They were behind him. They were not in position. So
he shook Fred.
Yeah, but Fred
shook him.
Yeah, he did. But Fred was hurt. Fred was hurt, according to Gil.
No, Fred was.
Fred's got a bad wheel, dragging it around.
No, Fred was behind the play. He made a dive at him, and he didn't get him down.
No, he got stiff armed.
Yeah,
he switched the ball to his left hand, and he was there. Mahomes gave him a little bit of a mini stiffy,
a little skedaddle,
and then the bigger
Mahomes
issue.
Is not a small man. It's not like you could just take him down because you touch him.
It was the OG running.
Right. All you people hating on Devondre Campbell. Bring that same energy to Winters today.
Yeah, he was.
Bring that same energy.
He made a stop early
twice.
on Hunt. I was like, 53 ready to play.
Right, but he flew by earlier on a play that was behind the line of scrimmage, and he went.
Yes, that's part of what I'm getting at.
Gone.
It was a complete undisciplined effort by the 49ers. Part of that has to be. I don't know if you want to blame it on injuries. You're talking about a bunch, from Mustafa to Winters. You're talking about very young players who are going to over pursue at times. But you add that in with constant penalties, with turnovers, with offensive line, complete missed assignments. They just weren't buttoned up. You can make it about talent if you want, and there's a conversation to be had everywhere today. But they just weren't buttoned up. So you don't beat the Kansas City Chiefs. Like, everybody also noticed Mahomes didn't do anything that special.
Look at that stat. You would have paid for that stat line if you're a Niner player.
Yeah, people who want to come at Brock for he's slightly underthrew Jacob Cowing. Well, I saw Mahomes have somebody wide open down the middle of the field. He hucked it 10 yards over his head. So, like, Mahomes wasn't great, but they're buttoned up. They don't shoot themselves in the damn foot repeatedly. And that's what is so frustrating about watching this team right now is they shoot themselves in the foot a lot.
Yeah. I'm looking at the game log, having watched it again today, and I'm trying to find a play where Kansas City had second and more than 10 or third and more than 10, and there wasn't a one.
No
one.
And the Niners had a
Well, they were 6 and 11 on third down.
I mean,
8 for 14.
Because they get into manageable, and you talk about the drive that salted the game away, and it was hunt, steal, hunt, and then you threw it to Gray, and then P. Ryan a couple of times. P. Ryan got to get him the ball, and then P. Ryan on a pass, and then Hardman on that jet sweep, and it was night-night.
And if I had $1 for every time Tom Brady from Sarah High School said, the Niner receivers, and this is starting to bother me, are not getting open, I would be a rich man, and I'm starting to wonder, and this was when before Aiyuk got hurt, and that was just tragic. But at the end of the day, are we all looking at each other now that the receivers in the red and gold aren't getting any separation? Like, it's a thing now, and I'm like, how did we get here? And can that all be true? All of a sudden, Willard, he said it more than 3 times yesterday.
Okay, so they used Aiyuk for half the game, Pearsall for most of it.
Pearsall's
they had no Jennings, who may be their best man beater. Dibs.
Maybe.
Greg couldn't answer it.
Got to wait and see, which we didn't wait and see because none of the people we asked about actually played football on Sunday. But anyway, you had Aiyuk for a half. You've got Pearsall playing his first NFL game. You've got Cowing essentially playing his first NFL game where he's running routes, and everyone thinks Ronnie Bell stinks. So what, okay, why did he throw to Kittle a lot? He was open. Kittle was open some. So I don't even know. I don't know how to answer that right now. Yes. And by the way, the Chiefs defense is really good.
No doubt.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
First 3 drives for the Niners in the second half, 3 for 9 for Purdy with 2 interceptions. So does that mean that they're all covered up and there's nothing you can do? Yes and no. Here's an idea. Maybe quick passes or screens or swing passes or something to where you can just get the ball directly to a guy and maybe he can make a play.
But what about the first one, which I think was the most egregious one, where he play action, rolled out to the right and threw it and didn't even see the safe? Like, that was a Jimmy type pick.
Yeah, for me, the one in the end zone was the worst one.
Yeah,
and
that I'm
agreed.
with you, Dibs.
And Kansas City rushed 3. They rushed 3. So you've got 5 blockers, and you rush 3, and Karlaftis with the little spin move on your boy, McKivitz, and he gets through, and Brock, instead of maybe eating it and, getting the field goal, and this is where you want Brock to be a gunslinger and you want him to take chances. That's one where he didn't see him coming, or maybe he thought that he could thread it between 3 guys.
Yeah,
no matter what, that was a bad throw, even if he didn't get his arm hit.
Agreed, yeah, because if he doesn't get his arm hit, if you're looking at an open receiver, you're like, okay, I can see what you were doing. The guy had 2 people in front of him.
I didn't.
And 3 points would have helped you there, too.
Situationally, you're right, that's the worst pick. But the most concerning one is, dude, you threw a 15-yard pass 25 yards.
Wow.
Like, what the hell? And when you watch the slow-mo
defensive
replay,
back made a nice catch and kept his feet in
sure
bounds.
did.
He threw it right to him.
The ball sailed. The ball sailed on Brock.
Yeah.
It just had air underneath it.
Man.
Again, I know today is going to be, and this week is going to be one of the longest weeks of Brock Purdy's and Kyle Shanahan's careers. What I hear from a lot of people that I don't understand is why can't it just be an awful game? And what we hear, and I think this is a lot of social media, is you have to get to the end of one game, and now this means this about a certain person's career. I'm not turning in my Brock card today. I'm not turning.
Well, you asked that. Come on.
No, but I'm not turning it in. I'm not turning my Kyle card in. I'm not even turning my Niner card in. And I can say all that and also say they all sucked yesterday.
There it is.
And
that's off, man.
One play doesn't make the game. When they made it 14-12, I felt like a 2-point conversion was a no-brainer there. What were you guys feeling at the time? I see both sides, but I was like,
I liked
do it not. You make the kick.
I liked the one
because you make the kick, and then they score a touchdown, and it's 21-13. Unless they want to go for 2, which they wouldn't,
Right.
they would kick it, so you'd be down 21-13, one-score game. I thought going for 2 there is a little bit too desperate with, man, you still had like 10 minutes left in the third?
There was something, though, I was thinking psychologically of, you're not really playing well. Look at you. Found yourself just, boom, touchdown, a 2-point conversion, and we got a tie ball game.
But I thought you were playing well because you came out of the locker room and you had a takeaway and you started at their 23. And so that was a kind of a found possession and you scored. And so even if you kicked the 1, you're just down 1.
No, I hear you.
95.7 The Game. Breaking news.
Confirming the fears and more. Brandon Aiyuk has indeed suffered a torn ACL and MCL.
Oh, man.
So this is a complete reconstruction that is going to be necessary. And Ian Rappaport suggests, quote, there may be other damage too. So the season is over. And 2025 is even going to be a challenge, at least for the first part of it, all confirmed by MRI today.
I don't think I've ever heard, I'm serious, with the ACL, MCL, and other damage.
There could be other damage is what it said. So this is that
was nasty.
It's a really bad one, a full reconstruction of Brandon Aiyuk, and what can only be described as just a season and off-season that had negative energy surrounding it from the beginning.
That is
whatever your opinion is, whatever side you're on, whatever you thought the Niners could or should do, the whole thing just seemed destined for problems from the beginning, and this is how it ends, quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just been a nightmare season for him. There's no doubt about it. This is where I was coming from. And again, I'm not saying you're wrong and I'm right. But like that's kind of the way I feel like the 49ers approach games with the Chiefs. You score to make it 14-12, and you're already thinking, well, if we go for 2 and miss it, and then they score a touch, it's like,
I get what you're saying, but I'm not a big fan of chasing points early. Here's how I would describe it. In that moment, I know Dan Campbell would have gone for it. And that's not always a good thing.
But I didn't look at it so much as chasing points because they hadn't missed an extra point there. You don't need, like, in other words, yes, you're even. That doesn't really do anything for you in that moment. There's almost a whole half of football left. Right. Psychologically, maybe?
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, obviously, it blows up in your face when the kid comes out and misses the extra point. Then you feel like an idiot.
No doubt, but
who the hell thought that was going to happen?
Like, that's not what I'm holding. That's not what I'm holding against them. I just thought maybe that might have been the time.
I get it. My first thought when they went in was go for 2. And then I went, wait, don't get caught up in the moment. You're fine. You've got momentum. You know what I mean? Like there's almost 2 quarters left. Don't chase points. Right.
Yeah.
And then the guy doinked it.
They had a 4th and 2 there before that touchdown, I believe. 4th and 1. I actually, this is what I said at that time. I'm like, I know you're going to call me crazy, but I'm taking 3. Because I feel like sometimes when you have we got a red zone issue, then it makes you make the decision to go for it. And I felt like, boy, take the 3 and you're 1 score.
That was the juice push.
It all ended up fine.
The juice squeeze, the squeeze box.
I like that.
And they pushed it. And then when they scored on the other sneak, which was a brilliant play call.
That was a great call.
Brilliant. Where you send both of the guards out and then you still sneak it up in there.
A quarterback sneak that for once you don't know is coming.
Right.
Yeah, that was great. That was great.
Or if you thought it was coming after a split second, you were like,
right. I thought momentum was such a huge thing in this. It always is. But in this particular game, the stadium, when they went in to make it 14-12, was absolutely alive. And then they forced a 3 and out.
Yep.
And that's why when you say what was the worst pick, I pause because the one where he overthrows Ronnie Bell, it popped the balloon. The stadium was alive, and even if you overthrow that thing and throw it out of bounds, you have a 52-yard field goal to take the lead. In that moment, and to throw a pick there. That's why what a head scratching day for Brock Purdy because it wasn't just bad picks. All 3 of them came in moments where you took the entire sails out of the stadium. Even the first one.
No, man.
You stop the fake punt, which, by the way, this is the only moment I'll pat myself on the back on this one. I'm sitting there with the lovely Christy. I go, watch the fake, watch the fake, watch the fake. I'm saying it out loud.
Well, when they left the defense on the field.
Yes.
So they're chalk that up to them learning.
Yes, they knew because it's at midfield and it's a short down to gain and all of that.
The first play.
Great job. And you get Mo.
Yep.
And then, my gosh, he just took the wind right out of the sails.
Wow.
Oh.
They run a little bootleg, which everyone's talking about bootlegs and moving Brock and all the rest of it, and Kittle's just not open, and he throws it anyway. He might have been triple covered on that. I didn't write that down in my notes, but that was oh my God, that was so bad. That was Jimmy Garoppolo.
Was it worse than Debo not being able to go? Like, dude, stay in the locker room, man. It's always something with him.
He tried.
He catches the ball, runs. I'm trucking you over. I'm coming out with the boom box, but then I lay on the ground. I need oxygen. Willard, you know you're a grown-ass man if you can go or not. And then you come out in the camera. Like, I would have stayed or went home and had some chicken noodle soup. I'm just tired of the camera. Like, dude, you let your team down. Like, damn. Take care of your body. Know if you're playing, but you can't tell me that was a nothing burger. But that's just encapsulate everything that he is, man. I'm like, so you can't play, but you can sit out here and watch us. To me, I would have left and gotten the caddy and went home and caught it, and people would have understood.
It was big for me because I had under receiving rushing yards for Debo on Prize Picks. And so,
nice. Good for you.
They still counted.
Oh, they counted. But they did. Actually, the Aiyuk, you get a reboot because he got hurt in the game.
Right.
So, because I was on Aiyuk over on the catches, and then he gets hurt, and so you get that
being
back.
a jerk with that thought,
it crossed my mind. In a moment, I have a hard time getting into other guys' bodies and all of that. Like, I don't like that. But it did cross my mind where I'm like, sick. Right. Like, we're so
but you're cool enough to watch the game.
Well, we're so used to NFL players being just the toughest things on earth. And it's like, this game is happening and you're sick? Like, that's what took you out of all the things that you do. Like, you sacrifice your body on every play, and you got to this moment, and you're like,
some of they just, I can.
I'm not, I can't be mad at it, but it's like, it's surprising.
Okay, all right.
It's surprising.
Come on,
that's a surprising
for sure. When you saw him, Steiny, when you saw him go into the locker room at like right before the half, and you could see him like, it looked like he was fighting it to not throw up on the field. I think he had...
but NFL players, like, throw up on the field.
Sure.
Like, throw up and go to the next play.
DNP bubble guts, I believe.
I think there are... so he's gutless.
I'm with that.
Well, he is after he went in the locker room.
I mean, I make a distinction between him being sick and, he's laying out in the field because he's hurt. It's like, he's maybe the toughest runner in the NFL. Like, that's the price he pays for playing the way he plays. Like, he may get hurt. I don't know what to say about the sickness.
Could have been a flu game, Michael Jordan.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys certainly have a lot to talk about today. And one of the places you're going to be doing it among YouTube.
I was going to say, are we supposed to go somewhere? Is this like a progressive
Comcast
party
business text
something?
line? But your bread and butter is always 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. Hey, cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, let's go.
Yeah.
Here we are. No, let's do this thing. Come on. We want to hear it. Like that's it. Let's go. 888-957-9570. That was undisciplined. That was disappointing, and that was incredibly frustrating. I don't know how a 49er fan can feel differently. No matter the circumstances. no matter the circumstances. I think everybody had, they're like somewhere in there, you do shrug your shoulders and go, my God, my God. You know, if I had told you before the season that the 49ers are going to play the Chiefs and there would be no Christian, no Debo, very, very little of Brandon, and no Jawan, if I had said that, your expectations would change completely in terms of what was going to happen. But we're in it, and they're in it, and there's context to all of it. And so that's not the way we felt going into it. We still expect them to do something. And so I went into this, and I told you this. I go, they're not scoring 30 points in this game. They're not scoring 30 points in this game. And so expectations were lower. The Chiefs' defense is fantastic. But like anything else, Dibs, for me, it's the way. It's not that it happened. It's the way it happened.
Sure.
And that was a performance that you can't accept.
No, you can't.
You can't accept that.
I do think you have to look at it from the other side as well, which is they had no Isaiah, their Super Bowl winning running back. They had no Juju, who's at least a good receiver. Whether or not you think he's great or not doesn't matter.
No Rice, no Hollywood.
They had no Rice, no Hollywood. They only had a little bit of Travis Kelce, and their quarterback was not amazing throwing the football. Now, he was good running it, but if you would take, and Guru said this earlier, and I agreed with him, if you would look at his stat line and then put that forward and say, this is what you're going to get from Mahomes, you're thinking, yeah, I'll take that every single day.
Absolutely.
Yet your quarterback, Brock Purdy, not yours, but ours, threw 3 picks, and he looked out of sorts, like really out of sorts. He was late on throws. He underthrew a couple others. He had a terrible red zone interception, which if they can somehow get a touchdown there, the game feels totally different. So, yeah, Kansas City absolutely dominated them, and I think Kyle Shanahan used the phrase kicked our ass in the postgame, which is fair, but you still had many chances to win that game.
You know what's funny, though? Kick their ass. Yes, they did, but not in what I would say is the traditional sense of the phrase. I thought Kansas City's defense totally kicked their ass. They were fantastic. I expected them to be. They're a very good group. If you're sleeping on Kansas City's defense, you're not seeing what they're doing. The graphics that they were putting up over in terms of how they've held running backs down, some of the top ones in the game in their schedule this year, really hit me. And Jordan Mason did not look like himself. He looked hesitant. There weren't holes. He finally busted through a little bit in the second half. But, yeah, they were fantastic, and give them all kinds of credit. But I thought where Kansas City kicked the Niners' butt was not necessarily up and down the field. It was in terms of their, I'm going to make up a new phrase, their buttoned-uppedness. That's where they kicked their butt. Kansas City made mistakes. They made football mistakes. But they didn't make any hellacious mental mistakes. The Niners made 14 of them.
Yeah.
Like that's what's hard to understand and hard to accept. If you're a fan of this football team.
Yeah, and it's becoming more of a trend than you would want to acknowledge. And whether it's the special teams, which again, the special teams reared its ugly head again with a huge kick return and a missed PAT, which ultimately forced you to be in a 2-score game where it should have been a 1-score game. And yeah, you could say they should have gone for 2. And if they don't get the 2, well, you're down 9. So they chose to kick the 1 and be down 8. And then, or they would have been down 1 at that point. So whatever you want to look at as the decision, it's the execution that's the bigger issue. And special teams, big problem. I thought the defense was mostly good.
Yeah, they were
and then
good.
You got to the second half, and the offense didn't do them a lot of favors. And then Kansas City started to impose their will, and their interior 3 offensive linemen are very good. And if you watch the tape, Kareem Hunt off guard all day, off tackle. They were going straight downhill, and the Niners would give up 6 and 5 and 6 and 7, and that was the ball game.
Well, but even when they didn't, I thought you made a really good point in the crossover. Like, even when they would just hand the ball to Kareem Hunt on first down and he'd only get 2. Okay, 2nd and 8.
Yep.
And then you'd give it to him again, and he would get 3 or 4. Like, okay, 3rd and 4. And Patrick Mahomes on 3rd and 4 is really difficult to stop, even when he throws it to Travis Kelce behind the sticks. Travis Kelce, this has been described to me. I remember when Kyle Rudolph used to come on the show, another former tight end.
Yeah.
And people ask, because you're like, why is Travis Kelce, like, I don't see why he's so dominant. It's not like he's faster than George Kittle or Dallas Goedert or whatever. Like, it's not, what is so great about him? And he goes, it's because he understands leverage better than anyone I've ever seen play the position before. And I go, that's interesting. And then I thought we saw it on that really important third down in the second half where Mahomes throws it to him out in the right flat. And Kelce knows the second that he's going to receive the ball to plant a foot in the ground and go the other way. And he faked the linebacker right out of his shoes and converted the first down. And that's what they did so well. The 49ers, on the other hand, I mean, they couldn't even start the game without 1st and 20. They run into the line. It's 2nd and 11, holding 2nd and 21.
Yep.
Well, that's fun. Like, please.
Get Wisnowski ready.
Stop shooting yourselves in the foot. And I know where this goes. And here's, I think, the hard thing for a 49er fan to sort of navigate. You mentioned it. You look at Kyle Shanahan on the sideline, and he is screaming into his mic. He's covering his mouth. He is every cuss word in the book because he's saying the same thing we are. You undisciplined mofos, will you stop making mistakes? But if you ask any fan, who do you blame when your outfit shows up and they're undisciplined? Who do you blame?
You blame the coach.
I don't know what to do with that. Kyle's furious. He looks like he's got teenagers at home. That's what it looks like. Kyle coaching the Niners looks like you and me with teenagers. They won't do what you tell them to do, but if they're all over town robbing grocery stores, who are the cops going to call?
Yeah.
Hey, Mom and Dad, what are you doing over there? Who's the school going to call? So I don't know what to do with that. You can do whatever you want with that. Sure, it's on the coaching staff.
Yep.
But they're just as ticked as we are.
They can be ticked, and you can, be as mad as you want to be, and you've got one more game before the bye, but the bottom line is this has to get fixed. And I'm thinking about everything you're saying about the discipline, and it's a 3-0 game, early second quarter, 2nd and 10, and the Chiefs run a screen, and the Niners see it coming, and they absolutely snuff it out, but there's a flag, and they call Bosa for lining up in the neutral zone. And I watched it back today, and I realized that it wasn't Bosa. It was Okawanu. And when you look at it, he's in the neutral zone.
Yep.
He's literally lined up beyond what the blue line is, the line of scrimmage line. And so that, instead of a 3rd and 13, it's now 2nd and 5. And so you get another play. Worthy gets a first down. Then you get Givens to jump off sides on 1st and goal from the 8. That's a free play. And then Carson Wentz comes in out of nowhere, and they run a little pistol with Wentz to Kareem Hunt, and then they score a touchdown. But the greater point is those little moments of you had a play totally bottled up, and that's when they went to Kyle, and he, I believe, mouthed, "You got to be effing kidding me."
Bleeping me, yeah.
Right, because he saw what happened, which is the defense called a great play. They stop a screen. It's going to be 3rd and long, and at the very least, they're going to hold them to 3, and it's a 3-3 game. But instead, they get 2nd and 5. They convert. Touchdown. You're down 7-3.
I got 2 questions for you, and then we really want to go to the phones. Okay, let it out. What do you want to point to? Let's do this. 888-957-9570. Those of you who are already on hold, stay right there. 2 questions for you. 1, real quick. You ever seen Brock Purdy play worse?
I would say no. Like, we can look at Baltimore, 4 interceptions.
Sure.
2 of those, Greg Cosell would tell you, were fluky. But I saw yesterday where he had multiple passes batted down. He had one that he threw into Dominic Pooney's head.
Yep.
And
great observation.
And
that was like, how the hell? What on earth is going on?
His first pick he was late on. The red zone pick was a throw he never should have made. And then the overthrow to Ronnie Bell. He looked really shaky is the word I would use, shaky. Yeah. So no, Mark, I've never seen it that bad.
I agree. Worst game of Brock Purdy's career. So here's the extended question. And this is what I think we really want to get to today. Do you take yesterday as just yesterday, or would you like to put a narrative to it? In other words, you know what I'm saying now?
I know exactly what you're saying.
Okay, because this is what
What's
I
the
hear.
backup's name?
This is, well, no, Brandon Allen.
Thank you.
No, what I'm saying, what I hear from a lot of people, I woke up early this morning, And the same thing I always do. About to go for a run. Let's see what Bonte and Joe are doing. Turned out it was a different Joe today, so that was the first surprise. The second surprise.
Restaurant quality?
Spadone.
Thank you.
The second surprise is that the first caller right here uses the two words Trey Lance. And I'm like, now I need to go to AirPods and turn on like easy listening.
I think he could be gotten.
Oh my gosh. So that's what led me to that question. So to me, yesterday is a flat out stink bomb.
Yep.
And there's nobody who's going to miss the guilty verdict. Nobody.
He's the guiltiest, though, I would say.
Of course. It was the worst game of his life, if you ask me. I've never seen him play worse. So you're not escaping that. But how many of you want to take yesterday and make a Kyle or Brock narrative out of it? Or was it just yesterday?
Yeah.
How would you answer that?
It was just yesterday. And I think about the Fade the Dibbers bit where I win 2 games in a row and I talk about how hot I am and you say, no, you need to win 3 in a row to be hot. And at the same time, when I lose 2 in a row, I'm not really cold until I lose 3 in a row. This is kind of what I'm thinking about with Brock Purdy. That was a stink bomb. If we get a stinker against Dallas on Sunday and he comes out of the bye with another stinker,
that's trouble.
Now we can talk about
that's
3
trouble.
straight games where Brock has gone from hero to zero. So for me, this is one game against a great coordinator, a very good defense, and yeah, he was bad. End of tape.
Yeah, Dallas's defense is awful. So if they're not 4-4 7 days from now, then we can have a different conversation. We're not there yet. I would very much. My guess right now with Juwan and Debo probably back on the field on Sunday night, this is going to be very much like the Patriots game, where it's like, oh, that's the Niners. Okay, whatever, we'll see. But they'll be 4-4. They'll go into the bye. Maybe they'll get Christian back for Tampa Bay. And the opportunity to have a good second half still very, very much sits there, and I would still predict them to win the division and all of those things. That's where I sit. Not turning in my Brock card, not turning in my Kyle card, not turning in my 49er card. But this, for example, Comcast Business Text line is what I'm getting at. Okay? 925. What you noticed yesterday was a true Purdy without the weapons game. Why that one? How come when he looked good without weapons, that doesn't count?
Well, he didn't have any of the weapons yesterday.
We didn't have any of the weapons against the Rams either. I know they blew the game, but he was phenomenal. So, anyway, that's kind of, I thought yesterday was the worst thing I've ever seen from him. But is this a bigger issue or a smaller issue? Let's take your calls. You're all lined up. Here we go. 888-957-9570. It is not a Victory Monday on Willard and Dibbs.
Curious about who offers the best deals?
so good, so talented. That's why. Oh,
it's a sneak, and the Chiefs are going to be short. They pulled a fake on the fake punt. San Francisco is ready. On a fake, Purdy looking deep, sets up, lost one. That is intercepted. There was nobody there at all. It's picked up by Justin Reed, and Reed finally going to go down.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Andy, you got to play. That's Burkhardt and Brady, obviously, on Fox. You got to play. At some point, we got to just spotlight the interception in the end zone from Purdy, because Brady ends the call with just a noise, and it was hilarious. Oh, he's like, gosh, and and his arm got in, and I don't know what he sees, and the Niners, and then he just goes, oh, and I was like, yeah, oh, the hell was that? That's a question we should just ask the callers. What the hell was that?
That was Kansas City with a 3-man rush, and they brought a fourth late who never even got into the play. Karlaftis with a spin on McKivitz, and he hit Purdy's arm. So you're telling me from the 5-yard line on 3rd and goal from the 5, pretty big play, and you're down 9, you kind of need a touchdown here, my friends, in order to cut it to either 1 or 3, depending on what you do, and you can't block 3 rushers? You can't have your 5 block their 3? So we can talk about Purdy, and he was bad, and the defense, which in the second half, they couldn't stop the run, and an offensive line who couldn't protect, and a wide receiver room that was full of teens and preteens. Yeah, there was a lot of bad things that were stacked against him, but you had multiple chances to get back in that game. Multiple.
Of course.
And you didn't.
And they did, until they didn't.
Right.
888-957-9570. Let's ride. Burns in Fremont first up. Hi, Burns. Thanks for calling.
Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I too have been listening from the morning when I got to my office. This morning was listening to the morning show, the middle guys, Steinmetz and all that, and it just started boiling. The blood started boiling, and the boiling is for you spoiled Niner fans. You make me so sick. It's unbelievable. Hey, I'm pretty sure even though that nutty guy in Dallas is so nuts, he'd still probably give you Trey Lance if you want, in a heartbeat. You want Bryce Young, Niner fans? I'm sure the Panthers will take Brock. Do you think a Spencer Rattler for Brock Purdy? Saints would do that in a second. It makes me sick, Niner fans. And this is what really gets me. This is what gets me. All you dang Niner fans, I don't want to give them 65. 65 million? Who cares? Give them $1 billion. It's not your money. I don't care. Give them as much money as they want. I do not care about the money. But listen, that's only part A. Part B is the coach. Shanahan, great coach. Who do you want, Niner fan? You want old man Bill? You want old man Bill coming in here and calling the shots? Look how that turned out for New England, right? I mean, give me a break. This is it. If you call in and you're done with Brock and you're done with Shanahan, tell me who you want. Because you know what, Niner fan? You're closer to Buffalo than you are to the old Niners. And that's it, man. That is it.
Burns, thank you very much for the
Rack
call.
that, Burns.
Here's what I'll say about that. And I've learned this because actually the majority of what Burns just said, I very much feel and agree with. But I've also learned that when losses like this happen, you have to give 49er fans at least 24 to 48 hours to scream into the wind. And that's sometimes what comes out is we got to move on from Kyle. And damn it, Brock's not a $60 million quarterback. And those aren't real conversations. That's just frustration. And I totally understand it. But yeah, I actually don't think very many 49er fans have huge overarching questions about Brock. He's not Patrick Mahomes, but they don't have is Brock any good? They already know Brock's good. And they don't actually want Kyle Shanahan replaced. You're just very, very frustrated, and they are a victim of their own success. They have set a bar for themselves that is very, very high. So nobody's impressed anymore by beating the Patriots. Nobody's impressed by beating the Seahawks on Thursday night. That's what the Niners do every year. They will be impressed when the 49ers can beat the flippin' Kansas City Chiefs.
Yep.
That's all that's left. And they can't do it.
Yep.
And it's pretty maddening.
It's maddening, especially when you look at the way that it went yesterday where you had opportunities. Patrick Mahomes was not terrific. He was fine. And what he did running the ball and what he does is he makes plays. When a play needs to be made, he makes a play. And the 33-yard scramble is a great example where he scrambles, he gets the first down, then he cuts back and he gets more and he gets all the way down in the red zone. That's Patrick Mahomes. But if you look at his numbers, quote unquote, not that eye-popping, 154 yards and 2 interceptions. If you would have thought that that would be the number, 16 completions, $154, and 2 throws that you actually were able to take away, you would figure you would beat Kansas City.
Do you want to know what Mahomes did yesterday? I can explain it to a Niner fan in a few words. He had a Jimmy Garoppolo win.
Kind of.
That's what Patrick did yesterday. And we wanted to move on from that.
Well, Jimmy would never have made the 33-yard run that Patrick made.
No, I understand
and
that.
a couple of the completions that he completed were like, oh my God.
Right. I'm not talking about every single
Just
play.
the numbers
I'm talking
of
about the
it,
box
yeah.
score.
Yep.
That's what that is often what would happen. And so you'd win and you'd be like, well, what the hell did Jimmy do? And so I do think we get caught in this sometimes, which is you want the 49ers to win and you also want Brock Purdy to be a fantasy football quarterback. You want 275 yards. You want at least a couple touchdown throws. You want turnover free. That's fine. That's fine. I don't even mind that. You know, again, they've set the bar very high for themselves. And so this is what it's going to sound like when you come up short, but especially when you come up short that way. There's losing to the Chiefs. There's playing poorly. There's doing all of it. And then there's doing it to an embarrassing level of being just completely undisciplined all over the place and having 3 turnovers and having all of them be really, really bad turnovers.
Yeah, and really it feels almost like a 4th turnover. And I'm looking at it here where Kansas City scores to make it 7-3, and you go 3 and out, and you get a 57-yard punt from Wisnowski, and they get a 55-yard return. That's a 2-yard net, Mark. 2-yard net. So for me, that is almost like a turnover where you go from your own 28-yard line and you're going to punt it. Fine. All right, let the defense do their work. And they return it all the way to your 30 because you only were able to get a 2-yard net because your punt coverage is so bad. That is almost a 4th turnover to me.
I don't get it. Every game, there's at least one special teams play where you're just like
more like 2 or 3, I think.
Yeah, but at least one where your hand is over your face.
Yeah,
every
face
game.
palm, right?
Totally. Pat in Foster City wants to respond directly to Burns. Hi, Pat. What are you doing?
Hey, well, just calling in, talking to you guys. But I thought the Niners they had so many opportunities yesterday to take a momentum, and the penalties were just atrocious, and the timing was just terrible. They had so many opportunities, just one big play, and it could have made a huge difference. But I think the biggest loss for the team yesterday is obviously losing Aiyuk. I think that's the bigger issue than anything else that's going on now. It's a shame. But in terms of Brock Purdy, I called you guys maybe a month ago or so, and I said, I don't know about paying Brock, 30, 35 million. And you guys were quick to say, hey, Pat, how about 65 million?
Yep.
I said, I don't think so. So, to me, I've always been a Brock Purdy fan. Since preseason, I thought he looked fantastic, and I still really like him. But to me, he's the 15th to 20th best quarterback in the league, and that's where you ought to be paid. Just because you're the last guy to sign a contract doesn't mean, you should get the biggest bucks. And I just have trouble putting my head around the guy being the last pick in the draft. 200 picks went ahead of him, and then you're going to make him the highest paid person in professional sports.
But why is the draft relevant now, Pat? Why is that relevant? And let me ask you this. If you think, forget is he top 5, top 10, top 15, top 20? How would you compare him to Tua and Jared Goff? Pat? Yeah. What do you think?
Well, it's a good question. Up until today, or up until yesterday, I probably would have said he's at least as good.
Okay.
But now, when he's not surrounded by such super talent, I'm not so sure about that now.
Well, I mean, you know what we don't get to see, luckily, and Pat, thank you very much, because the reason I bring those two guys up is because no one thinks they're top 5 quarterbacks either, and they're making north of $50 million. And by the way, ask the Miami Dolphins if they think Tua's worth 50. He looks like he's worth 80 right now because the team cannot function without him.
Exactly.
So what we can't see right now, as we see the 49ers and Brock have to play without weaponry, and sometimes it's looked very good and sometimes it's looked very bad. Well, the comparison piece that we need to look for, what would they look like without that weapon? What would they look like without Brock?
Yeah, probably a little bit worse or maybe a lot worse, depending. And we're all going to get to see on this upcoming Sunday night against Dallas when you probably will have Juwan back and you should have a healthy Debo, but you're going to have Pearsall and Cowing, and you're not going to have Aiyuk until maybe 12 months from now. Who knows how long he'll be out with the torn ACL and the MCL, and maybe there's other damage in there. Maybe it's a meniscus. Maybe it's, other ligaments. There are 5 of the L's, the CLs in the knee, so hopefully it's not worse than just an ACL, MCL, but just at that level, you're looking at 9 months for sure, maybe longer. Doc Pandia joins us tomorrow to talk more about the ACL, MCL combo and what else is undoubtedly torn in there. And I would imagine that there's going to be meniscus also that's torn. When you lose both those ligaments, usually you have more damage in the knee. So, yeah, you might not have Aiyuk for 12 months or longer. So you're going to get to see Brock Purdy with Cowing and Pearsall and Juwan and Ronnie Bell and all the rest of them.
Coming up right at 3 o'clock, I want to keep going with the calls. Well, obviously, we're going to keep going with the calls all day. I want everybody to know that. We're going to get to every single one of you. But I got some ideas, or at least one idea, that I want to throw by you with regard to the wide receiver room and what the 49ers can do now that Aiyuk is out. Let's do Patrick in South City. Hi, Patrick. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you doing today?
What's up? Actually doing pretty good, Patrick, but go ahead.
Great. Awesome. Hey, I want to run a few quick points by you guys and see what you think. Number one, I really wish people would take an objective, not emotional look at Kyle, and I'll tell you why. And I think a lot of people will agree with me. This guy is not the offensive genius that all the ESPN analysts and all the announcers think he is. He has choked and choked and choked multiple times in key moments. And I think you guys will all agree that his judgment in very important, keen situations is not good. Why does this guy keep getting this, from the analysts and everyone else that he's some kind of offensive genius? You show me examples in the last 3-4 years where his offensive genius carried the day. Well, I haven't seen anything like it.
I have such a hard time with this, Patrick. I really do. Let me ask you a question. Do you want him gone?
I want him out.
Okay. Who do you want instead?
There's got to be a coach somewhere.
Not a good answer. Not a good answer. I'm sorry to interrupt you. It's not a good answer, Patrick. Like you want evidence. What were the Niners before him? And this is where I always go, and I end up being sounding like I'm defending him in bad moments. But when fans like you do this, Patrick, do you understand how dismissive you sound of all of the good? So that's the answer.
I understand what you're saying.
So that's the genius. That's the genius.
Why should we stay with this guy when the entire NFL has a ton of talent that we can find, that we can search? Why should we stay mediocre when there's a possibility of becoming better? It's very defeatist. The only reason why, to me, this guy was in 2 Super Bowls, and you guys know this, is that our defenses put him there.
Oh, God.
Our defenses were so good that they overcame his terrible judgments and bad mistakes.
They averaged 30 points a game
for the defense as well as the head coach,
and they averaged 30 a game last year, Patrick.
And I don't think that you can look at a team that's been to the NFC Championship for the last 5 years and say they're mediocre. This year is feeling pretty mediocre, and they're making a lot of mistakes, and they're undisciplined, and their offense is underwhelming, and their defense has been mostly mediocre or worse, and you have probably the poorest special teams in football.
Yep.
Yes, so all those things together, and you are 1 game out of first in your division. And if you win Sunday night and Seattle loses, well, you're back in first place. Even though that's not great at 4-4, I don't think you can look at this year and start to think about firing the coach and moving off of, the structure that's been in place that's gotten you to where you are.
Yeah, look, this year has obviously not been a good year, and we can point to tons of mistakes and obviously tons of excuses if you want to call them that. I think you're crazy if you don't want to at least acknowledge the trauma that the 49ers have experienced this year. You get into the week to week and you sort of you forget that if we had presented this to you before the game started, you would have said, "Oh bleep, we're going to suck." A lot of you thought that at 4:30 before week 1 when the Jets were in town.
Yeah, with no McCaffrey.
Oh bleep, we're going to stink. And then Mason has a good game and you're like, "All right, never mind. Right back to the same bar." And then there's no Brandon, and then there's no Debo, and then there's no Juwan, and you're like, "Why aren't we good? Why is the offense not playing well? This Brock guy sucks." It's like, look, it's not an excuse, but you have to acknowledge it's a thing. You have to acknowledge it's a thing.
In general, but not yesterday. I don't think
fair.
Yesterday, I look at an offense where you had an offense committing way too many penalties, a couple of gigantic holds on 1st and 10. So now you're at 1st and 20 or 2nd and 20, and that's going to be a punt situation 95% of the time. And you've got receivers who are unable to separate and get open against man coverage, an O-line that didn't face a lot of blitzing by my eye, yet you had trouble protecting your quarterback, and your quarterback was the worst he's been as a 49er.
Ever.
So all those things collectively, and by the way, you can add in the piece where you had a hard time running the ball for the majority of the game. I think Jordan Mason started getting more comfortable in the second half, and then your head coach decided not to run it as much as maybe he probably should have, but you couldn't run it very well. Your receivers couldn't get open. You couldn't protect the QB, and your QB was making reckless and careless throws. That adds up to a loss most of the time.
Let's go to Miguel in Modesto. Hi, Miguel. Thank you for calling. You're on with Willard and Debs.
Hey, thanks for having me, guys. I think a lot of the fans have their red flags raised a little too high already. We all know this team is typically all systems go, fully polished after a bye. So I'm going to give it at least until after the bye to see how things go. And as far as Purdy goes, I'm on the Purdy train. The guy can have a bad game. We played probably the best defense in the league yesterday. With Debo, Debo was part of the game plan, ends up not playing. Brandon Aiyuk falls out because of his knee, unfortunately. So let's give him the slack he deserves, because we've seen a lot of greatness out of him. And as far as Kyle, yes, he can do a better job. But just like you guys mentioned, where else are we going to go? Where else are we going to find a coach? So I just think people need to just relax. We've been in 3-5 before out of a bye and made it to the NFC Championship game. Things will be fine. Christian McCaffrey will be back, and Greenlaw will be back. Health will eventually come. Thank you.
Miguel, thanks. I think your opinion will be heard a little bit better later in the week. But
yeah, maybe.
But he's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. But again, I'm kind of comfortable with this. They've earned this. Their bar is very, very high. And so when they don't meet it, we can have that conversation, in my opinion, without being like, let's start firing people.
Agreed.
That's kind of a wild idea after the success of the last 5 years, everything short of the final trophy, and then you come out to a 3-4 start, which, oh, by the way, they've done before. And made the NFC title game.
This one feels a little different, though.
Does it?
Yeah, because of the injuries and because of, you're hoping to get Greenlaw and McCaffrey back. Aiyuk is not coming back. You're on to your third kicker, and it feels a little bit more shaky for me than it did last time when you were 3-5.
That's fair. However, by week 10, a lot of those people could start coming back. I mean, this is the point that I think many have been trying to drive home for a while now. Oh, I won't really be ready to freak out until I see this look the same way in November and December as it looks in September and October.
Right, because they've normally done great in November, December. Historically, Kyle's been good.
It's all set up for November, coming out of a bye with Christian McCaffrey, to look different. I mean, it's kind of set up to look different this Sunday night, to be honest with you.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to that as the week goes on. But I'm looking at, bigger issues from yesterday. And for me, the one thing that I'm trying to keep in the back of my mind is your words where, they should probably be 5-2 right now, and they're not. And I get that. But based on the way they've played better than a 3-4 record would indicate. The Jets are 2-5, and they look like a 2-5 team. They got run off the field by Pittsburgh yesterday, even though they got their brand new shiny weapon, and they could only score, a couple of touchdowns, and they got absolutely motorboated by Pittsburgh.
Yep, I think they only hit him for three catches.
And he was seen shaking his head on the sideline.
I think he wants to trade.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Well, the deadline still is a couple weeks away. So,
are you allowed to trade somebody that you just acquired in the NFL?
So.
You can't in the NBA.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you can in the NFL.
Yeah.
I'll look it up. But
maybe the Niners should go get Devontae Adams.
Yeah, that'll fix it. No, you did have an idea about their wide receiver room.
I do have an idea about the wide receiver room. I do, which I'll share with everybody coming up next. But 888-957-9570. Nobody needs to try to bury their frustration today. That's sort of the way that I kind of walked in and woke up thinking about it today. You can be mad. I think you're fair to be frustrated. I think you're fair to criticize. I think all of those things are fair. I just look at them as yesterday, not see, they suck. And now we won't pay Brock. And now Kyle should be like that stuff. That's Twitter. That's for Twitter. Unless you honestly have an idea. Someone texted and goes, let's go get Ben Johnson from Detroit. I disagree, but at least that's a thought. But just like fire Kyle because I want someone else. That just sounds like a frustrated rant. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Yeah, we'll keep going with your calls, and I do have a target for the 49ers wide receiver room that we can discuss next on Willard and Dibs.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the...
Quick throw, chip. Oh, and it's intercepted. Went high in the air and it went inside, and the big guy, Kalia Davis, comes down with it.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That's Burkhardt on Fox. Kalia Davis, that was an amazing individual play. It's
pretty awesome,
the bat and the pick.
Yep. It's like the forced fumble and the fumble recovery.
Yeah.
Although in this, there's not really a stat, I don't think, for passes defensed. He doesn't get a pass breakup because he wasn't at the point of reception, but
there's got to be some sort of a, as Greg Cosell would call them, fluky plays.
Right. Although I would argue, and I'll say this for Wednesday with Greg Cosell, nothing fluky about what Kalia Davis did.
Nope.
That's just good, solid defense where you get your hand up and you bat it, and then you go ahead and catch that damn thing as well. And Brock again, couple of batted passes.
Yeah, well, one of them got batted by the back of Dominic Pooney's helmet.
That's true.
So, again, I do think this is fair, and maybe someday we'll have enough technology and the analytics for this. Not all interceptions are created the same.
Right. Patrick Mahomes' second one where Xavier Worthy just straight fell down.
He did, but he wasn't going to be open. Like, it wasn't a good...
but maybe he's able to play like offense turns to defense. Totally. The fact that he fell down made that an absolute gift for Lenore.
Of the 5 picks, Purdy's 3 were all worse than either of Patrick's, for sure. So I don't know if I'll call a batted ball totally fluky, but it's less the fault of the quarterback than if you just misread it or throw it into bad coverage or huck it 15 yards over somebody's head, all of those things. So Purdy's picks were worse than Patrick's picks. To me, there's no question about that. All right, back to the phones in a sec. But what about this? I thought the Steelers made a mistake by not acquiring Mike Williams last week. I was surprised that Mike Williams got in to the Jets game last night and even got a 4th down catch in conversion. But the Jets wide receiver room has been turned upside down because Garrett Wilson thought he was the one, and now I don't know if he's going to be the one anymore. And a presence like Devontae Adams walks into the room. Alan Lazard, who has history with Aaron Rodgers and was the number 2, moves to the number 3. Mike Williams is coming off of injury, but he's achieved some things in this league, and he's a former top 10 pick in the draft. Maybe he hasn't quite lived up to that. This is a good player. This is a good player who can't stay there and can probably be had for a song. Now, the Steelers want him. They may end up with him, but the world changes in the NFL every week. And if I'm the 49ers, that's a call that I can make because it doesn't cost you much and you can fit him right in, and they're going to need some reinforcements. This whole idea, Pearsall, he's played 1 game in his life.
Look pretty good, though.
Yeah, fine.
Yeah, you're right.
But, how much are we leaning on the back of this wide receiver room now knowing that Aiyuk is unavailable? Debo is constantly hurt and not a traditional wide receiver anyway. Juwan Jennings has shown some things this year that's wonderful, but this is still a thin room and a young room. I'm calling and I'm seeing if I can get Mike Williams from the Jets.
I'd have to look at Mike Williams as a blocker because if you want the rock, you've got to block in this system. And, I look at what they have right now, and you invested first-round draft capital in Ricky Pearsall, and now he's healthy. And I thought he looked good enough to warrant a start if you don't have Brandon Aiyuk, and you won't because he's out with a torn ACL and a torn MCL. So does that mean Juwan and Debo start, and then Pearsall now becomes wide receiver 3, or does Pearsall go right in there and take Aiyuk's spot? We don't really know yet, and I guess we'll have to wait until you get into Dallas to find out. But, I wonder about Mike Williams, a guy who definitely fell out of favor in his last spot, and now he has 3 catches in the last 3 weeks.
1-year deal, cheap as can be. This costs you nothing. So all those things, but what about, then it doesn't get in the way of anything. It's just insurance. It's a professional wide receiver who can run a route, has been a deep threat before. He's a big body and I like your point. I don't know the damn thing about Mike Williams blocking, but I do know that he's been a good teammate. He's a professional wide receiver. He's coming back from injury, and I think he's got a lot left in there. He's only 30. He's only 30 years old.
Just turned.
And he's got to go. And we're talking about like a 6th-round pick swap or something like that. That's literally all it would take.
Exactly.
This is going to take no money. This is going to take no capital. I'd do that deal if I'm the Niners.
Yeah, it's probably something you could do for insurance if you feel like you need insurance. But if you look at the room right now, they've got a full room. You've got Conley and Bell, who almost scored a touchdown. He scored, but then he was down at the 1 yard line, and they correctly reversed it. But you've got Conley and Bell. You've got Juwan and Debo. You've got Cowing and Pearsall. Do you really need a wide receiver? I would argue that they probably think that they're good. A team that doesn't do 4 wide receivers ever, so you only really need 3 at a time, and you've got 6.
But you're throwing 2 rookies in there. Ronnie Bell is
Ronnie's back now.
He should be out of favor if he's not. And
big catch on that last drive to get down to the 1 yard line.
Sure, I mean every now and again, right? Like squirrel finds a nut. Chris Conley's run the wrong way on routes yesterday. Like I just think there's tons of room in there for him. They're like I'm not relying on Pearsall and Cowing to be nails starting today with a collective like 2 games under their NFL belt.
I would look at other areas where they have a greater need personally, and among them is
do that too.
Offensive line,
sure,
defensive line. You need help at both of those spots.
888-957-9570. How about let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. And number one reason why they're being like this and, they're not winning the games against good teams is, the core that went all the way in the distance for a few years, they're old, worn out, and broken down now. Number 2, they are so weak, W-E-A-K, at the point of attack, both offensively and defensively. The defensive tackle position is weak. The interior of the offensive line is weak. And the head scratcher for me yesterday, guys, is now I'm seeing them play dumb. And the best example of that is they should have Karlaftis blocked with 2 guys, number 83 and another dude. But you know what happened in the play? They ran into each other and canceled each other out. Karlaftis went untouched, unblocked on his way to Brock Purdy.
Yep.
And another head scratcher for me, guys, is the defense continues to tackle high. That's what happens when you try to go high on a quarterback, Fred. He got stiff-armed. That's man. Shame on the people that's trying to put his name next to Patrick Willis. For me, tank the season. They're not going to go anywhere. They're going to need a bunch of people. Kyle needs a new boss. He needs a new GM that's going to, hold him accountable. They definitely need a special teams coach. They need a new defensive line coach and also a new offensive line coach. Let's go Warriors.
Jonathan, before you leave, who's winning the NFC West?
Either Detroit or Minnesota.
No, NFC West.
The division.
Oh, sorry. NFC West?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're all weak, man.
Well,
so it doesn't matter who wins.
Sure it does.
It doesn't matter who wins the division. It's going to be a 1-and-out.
I mean, I'd bet against that. Jonathan, thank you. Whoever wins is going to host a playoff game. You got more than half the season left. I think you're a little early to Tankville. That's all. A little early to Tankville.
There is no Tankville for this team. Yeah. I don't. Even if you got, how deep would you have to get to? You're 3-4, and if you get into a spot where you're 5-9, is that Tankville? Well, 5-9, you still might be mathematically in it in the NFC West because this division is a hot mess. And, you might be in a spot where 9-8 gets it done because of tiebreakers and all the rest of it. I don't think that anybody's running away with it. If the Niners aren't going to run away with it, no one's going to run away with it. Seattle's 4-3, and they're not great. Arizona Rams, I'm not buying it.
I don't see evidence of this 49er team ending up 8-9, even 9. I don't see the evidence of it. I know today's a frustrating day.
Yeah.
But you've played 7 football games, and I don't know many people who don't think that you were at minimum the better team 5 of the 7 times.
Right, so but you're 3-4.
But you're 3-4. But again, if we're projecting, are we predicting that you're going to have more collapses and where you lose by 1 point to bad teams? Could happen. I'd bet against it, but it could happen.
You've got Dallas coming off a bye, which I know they're favored by 6, but you could say that that's going to be a win. But I'm not giving the Niners any win in any game ever.
No, you got to go.
When you face Seattle again, Seattle will be coming off a bye, and you handled Seattle the first time, but coming off a bye is a big factor, and Kansas City had the rest advantage here, and I think part of that showed. And so what do we remember last year when the Niners went into a bye? You faced Cincinnati at home, and Cincinnati absolutely dominated you.
Yep.
So I see a team that right now is kind of on the ropes and is desperate to have their bye, and yet they have one more game. And it's a rivalry game.
Yeah, it's Sunday Night Football, and you would hope that that's enough to kind of get everybody going and have a better effort. Let's do Grandpa Daddy here in Hayward. What up, GPD?
Hello, gentlemen. Oh, I was at the game sweating my butt off. But first, I want to just lighten it all up and just say congratulations, Mark and Christy. You two make a perfect couple. I love love. I'm a man of love. Congratulations to you two. I love that. You're married. You're a man. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Get down on one knee, brother. I love that one, man.
I appreciate it, GPD, to let our listeners know, and I tried to warn people on Twitter, you're going to have a hard time getting me into a bad mood today, no matter what happened with the 49ers, because
Dodgers in the World Series.
Dodgers are in the World Series. What a perfect weekend to make the Niners and Dodgers drama go away by getting engaged to my lovely Christy. And I know she's probably listening right now, driving around. So I know she knows this. I've said it a billion times just over the weekend, but I love you very much. And GPD, thank you very, very much for your congratulations. That is well received.
You two are beautiful together. But I'm going to tell you, I was at the game, and what I kept on hearing was like, Purdy, what are you doing? And I got a friend that works for the Niners, so I'm going to tell you, Purdy was spooked because he wasn't getting all the protection that he needed, and they are intimidated by Kansas City. It's just a fact. And everybody, we can sit here, fan is short for fanatics. We're just a bunch of fanatics. I'm not a fanatic, and I see the greater picture. That one caller was right. Kyle, don't be so friendly. I'm a boss myself. You can be friendly with your guys, but you don't want to be their friends. I'm not your friend. I'm not your dad. I mean, I'm your dad. I'm like your dad. I'm not your friend. Just like your kids, right? Mark, just like your kids. Yeah, we can be friendly, but I'm your dad. I'm not your buddy.
I don't know, and GPD, thanks. We gotta scoot. I don't know that Kyle does that. Let's address that. Is the perception out there that Kyle is too buddy with the players? I don't feel that way, but we can get into that. Keep the calls coming. Let's get it out. Let's get it out on the table. Where do you want to go with this one? 888-957-9570, the number. We're brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts, Willard and Dibbs.
Stop by O'Reilly.
offense, and Aiyuk couldn't bring it in.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, more Burkhardt and Brady on Fox. I do want to acknowledge really quick a handful of texts that just came in.
Okay.
Comcast Business text line. Thank you. There's a few of them congratulating me after what Grandpa Daddy just announced on the air. But one of them caught my mind as extra amusing. So 925, congratulations right back to you. I'm assuming maybe she. Congratulations to you. We. Congratulations to you. I'm just as happy as my divorce is final today.
LFG.
So there's that.
Yeah. But you and I have
been there too.
We've been on both sides of this now.
That can be a good day too.
It can be.
It can be.
Right. And it's, so good. I mean, when it becomes final, it becomes final.
Yeah.
And as you know, that paperwork, that thing can keep going now.
Oh, for good.
It's longer than an Andy Reid touchdown drive. And I'm looking at
slower than 1,
7, 8, 9. I'm looking at a 13-play drive where they go 79 yards down the field, and he did a Shanahan. Run, pass, run, pass, run, scramble, run, incomplete, 1 yard touchdown on 4th and 1.
Yep.
He Shanahan twice in that second half.
Yeah, no, that one, I mean, listen.
Dude.
There are a lot of ways to lose to the Chiefs. That one really, really hurt. It really, really hurt with the way that it all happened. I think that 49er fans were mentally prepared, certainly for the possibility that they could lose this game. They were a 1-point favorite. It's the Chiefs. Of course you can lose this football game.
Yeah, I actually took the Chiefs. For all you fade the dimmer people.
I'm aware. You have an opportunity.
Y'all going to have to eat that.
Well, you're going to be hot if you get both of them tonight. Well, we'll do that later.
Yeah, the picks are in, so I'm ready.
I'm
locked in.
You're on one in a row, so congrats on that.
Yep.
But anyway, as far as the way this all goes down, for Patrick Mahomes to throw 2 picks and have no touchdowns, but instead the Chiefs beat you by running the ball down your throat and by totally stopping you from being able to do it, and then your budding star quarterback goes out there and has the worst game of his career. And everything is penalized. And undisciplined. Once again, another return on special teams going against you. All of those things add up. That's as frustrating as it could have been. So there's no excusing that away. There's no shortage, I think, of being frustrated, of being disappointed. The only thing I would say is I keep yesterday in yesterday. I don't take yesterday to go, okay, so now Brock sucks, Kyle sucks, Niners suck. No, they did yesterday.
Right. I understand the lack of finality in your takeaway, and that's fair, but I look at a pattern of bad football behavior, and I think, well, to turn this around and to get to where I thought that they had a chance to get to this year, they're still allowed to, and it's still possible, but I'm seeing disturbing trends on this team that make me feel like what we saw yesterday is more the norm than it is the exception.
No, I agree with you. However, like this just came in Comcast Business text line, and I agree with this one. 415 says, I'm more disappointed that we lost to our division foes after we had big leads. Chiefs are an AFC team. The loss is not as consequential. So I get it. No, like today, it hurts. But yes, if you look back on this, it's way stupider that they lost to the Rams and the Cardinals than it is the Chiefs.
Sure.
As disappointing as this effort was.
Agreed. And that's why I said last week, going into the game yesterday, that the Dallas game is bigger than the Kansas City game. And I said it then, and I'll say it again now because it's a conference game. And conference games are more important when you get to tiebreaker than non-conference games. And yes, it hurts that Kansas City beat you for a 5th straight time. And this one was kind of close. And I just look at the way that game went yesterday, and I see 3 or 4 pivot points where you had a chance to still go out there and win the game, score a touchdown, win the game. Brock Purdy with a red zone interception that was ghastly. And, an early mistake where you stopped them on a fake punt, which was great, a great piece of coaching.
Yep.
And Kyle Shanahan and company, they learned from their mistake, and they left the defense on the field. And Kansas City tried to run the same little play that was run against them before, and they stuffed it. And you promptly throw an interception on the very next pass. So many gut punches yesterday from the offense that make me scratch my head. Not about yesterday, because yesterday's done, but I look at the mistakes that were made. Trent Williams with a hold, defensive penalties, unnecessary mistakes. They had 12 men on the field on a play that ultimately didn't kill you because they only got half the distance of the goal, so they went from the 1 to the half-yard line. But little attention to detail things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just watching video of something that was very, very early in the game before Brandon Aiyuk went out, where it looked like Brock Purdy was getting ready to target Brandon. That was option 1 on the play, and Chris Conley ran the wrong route and ran right in front of him. And so Brock had to sort of scramble and just grabbed 2 or 3 yards and falls down. And Brandon's out there giving the palms up what for at Conley. And these are the things we don't even see.
Yeah.
Because they're not even on the TV screen. And you wonder, you're like, all right, well, Chris Conley's not supposed to be out there. But then again, he is. And I'm not comfortable with the idea of just because you're a bench player, that means you're allowed to go in there and not know what the hell you're doing. Like, we don't do that, too. By the way, congratulations also in order today to Moses Moody, who is now, for 3 more years, locked in as a Golden State Warrior at $39 million total dollars. Good for him.
I mean, locked in as an NBA player.
Yeah, he's good. $39 million got locked in.
Yeah.
But how would you feel about him? I didn't know where to go because I don't usually play. Well, no.
Yeah.
It's your job to know what to do when you get in there.
No doubt.
So, I don't know, man. Yes, in the end, it goes everywhere. Everybody wants to pick a blame spot today. Go ahead, pick it.
Yep.
But you can pick whatever you want.
You
it's
sure
all
can.
True.
And I just looking at the game again this morning and taking the notes, as I always take the notes, and I'm looking at Kansas City, and they had a grand total of 0 offensive penalties. And they had just one snap where they were in 2nd and more than 10 or 3rd and more than 10. And you mentioned it earlier, their ability to just get 2 or 3. Kareem Hunt, just get 3, and then a quick pass, get 4. Now it's 3rd and 4, 3rd and 3, and it's Patrick Mahomes. And I can't help but think about some of the plays he made. That little I'm going to scramble shovel pass that he shovels it out for 8 yards, and the one later in the game where he's falling down and he just kind of sidearm flips it to Kelsey, and they move the chains, and they keep moving the chains and avoiding stupid mistakes. And if you think about the biggest mistakes in the game, Mahomes with a couple of picks. One was a Kalia Davis knock it up special, which was great. Shout out, knocked up. Be safe out there, everyone. But other than that, the only other pick he threw, his receiver fell down. End of Kansas City mistakes. Yeah. They were pretty clean.
They were very clean. That's what I'm jealous of when I hear that. It's not like, Mahomes and his devastating arm. No, I'm jealous of the fact that the Kansas City Chiefs offense didn't commit any penalties. The Niners hadn't been on the field for more than 28 seconds when they had already committed their first really kind of back-breaking penalty, because 2nd and 20 is a dead drive.
Yep.
Like probably 90% of the time. And that's your first intro to the fans? It's literally, the game is just starting. The fans are on their feet. The stadium is ready to rock. And before anybody can even figure out who's got the ball, you're already warming your punter up.
Yeah.
It's brutal, man, and there's been too much of that this year.
You mentioned that, and I'm looking later in the first half where Trent holds on 1st down. Now it's 1st and 20. Kittle gets a 22-yard catch. Then Grendo gets 3. Okay, still alive. 2nd and 7. You have a sack where they brought the tight end over and the guard pulled, and they both missed the defensive end. And then another pressure, pass to Aiyuk, incomplete, and then you have to punt. It's like just when you're starting to maybe you convert a 1st and 20 and you're thinking, okay, they avoided the hold and now they're going to get this thing moving, you end up punting.
I've made this comparison already a couple of times this year. The Niners right now moving down the field, and this is very foreign to us because their offense has been so good the last couple of years. Moving down the field to get a touchdown feels like hitting a 4-pick parlay. It's incredibly hard to do. But you have to, it's like, okay, first thing, you have to actually drop back and do all the assignments and complete a pass. But then you have to also overcome the holding penalty. And then you've got to also overcome the offensive line that went the wrong way. And then you have to overcome the 2 receivers that ran into one another. and overcome all of the injuries that you may or may not have on this particular series or game. And if you can do all that, then you're allowed to have a touchdown. Well, good God. What happened to just call the plays and they work 67% of the time and you move down the field?
The old script where it's 12 plays, 70 yards, and you're up 7-0.
Man.
And 3 first downs in the first half, Mark.
Come
3.
on,
and one of them was courtesy of a PI.
No, exactly. I remember that moment. We're early in the game, and the Niners had 3 or 4 drives, and I looked at Christy, and I go, they've got 1 first down, and it's because the stupid Chiefs held somebody.
Yep.
That's it. They have not actually thrown a pass beyond the sticks yet, and we're like middle of the second quarter.
Punt, pick, punt were your first 3.
Dog.
And then you get a PI, and you had to settle for a 55-yard field goal. Hey, you get the lead, 3-0.
Crazy.
LFG.
Crazy. Jaime, San Pablo. Hi. Thanks for calling, Jaime. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
We're good, man.
Hey, so my thing is this. If you guys remember, in 2021, in the beginning of the season, we went through a rough patch, too. We lost 4 in a row, I believe it was. And last year, we lost, 3 in a row also in the beginning of the season. The Niners have started off this way. I don't know if you guys remember or not, but we've started off with bad games at the beginning of the season, injuries, this and that, and this and that. And then it just, one win comes, another win comes, and then we get back on track. Maybe this year doesn't look like that. But I'm just saying, hearing that all this stuff about Purdy and Kyle, it's like, come on, guys. Regardless, Purdy has been doing things that, I don't want to call him any names, but number 10 wouldn't be doing the things that Purdy has been doing in his past couple of games or his past couple of seasons. Kyle, the stash guy before Kyle came, Kyle and Purdy, it's way better than we've had before. Yes, at moments we're mad, we get upset, but we have to relax, calm down, and think about where we're at, where we were at before, and just move on. Kyle might be Andy Reid from Philadelphia Eagles. He might be good enough. We might get there, and we might not. He's young. Too bad for us. He might not win it with us, but he's gonna get there. But as of right now, I'm like, okay, relax. We took that L. They beat our butts, whatever. But just keep it positive. Try to go I like the Mike Williams. Go out there and try to get Mike Williams. And then why not play the rookie? What's his name? The receiver. He had 2 great plays yesterday.
You talking about Pearsall or Cowing? You talking about Cowing? You talking about Jacob Cowing?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You're going to have to. Yeah, Jaime, thanks very much. Yeah. I'm with you in a general sense. However, it's not a day to tell people to calm down. This one hurts. This one, it was very irritating. This is a very irritating football game to watch. Very, very irritating. And so I understand that. Now, I will point out, he brings up 2022. This is a fun exercise. You ready for this?
Let's do it.
All right. In 2022, the 49ers took on the Kansas City Chiefs at home.
I've heard of them.
In Week 7. They lost that football game. They lost that one by 3 touchdowns.
Brock threw a pick in that game.
What
else is new?
He did. It was in garbage time, and he did not start the game. But the 49ers lost that game by 21 points in Week 7 at home to the Kansas City Chiefs and made their record. Yeah, everybody, guess what? Go ahead. Wait for it. What was their record when they lost that game?
Yep.
What was it?
3-4, Mark.
3-4. The very next week, they had to face a rival in a game that they felt they had to have going into their bye week. That year, it was the Los Angeles Rams. It was on the road. The 49ers won it by 2.5 touchdowns. They went to 4-4, and they went into their bye. What happened after that? Guess what? They never lost again until the NFC title game when Brock Purdy's arm removed itself from the rest of his body. So I am not projecting that. I agree with all of you who say the problems look bigger this year than they did that year. But that year, they were 3-4, and there was all kinds of quarterback drama. Trey Lance had already been hurt. Jimmy Garoppolo was back into the fold the year after. We all thought he was gone. Then, of course,
he got hurt.
Yeah, then he gets hurt 3 weeks later, but he went on a 4-game winning streak himself. before Brock Purdy came into the fold.
Right.
So, 3 and 4, go back to Jonathan a few callers ago. That's like, dude, it's time to tank this thing. Let's get some draft picks. The last time they were 3 and 4, week 7, with a week 9 bye, they never lost again. So, they never lost again. They went 13 and 4.
Right. And that season, the parallel that I'm going to draw is the way that 3 and 4 was created, because you were at the first loss in a very wet and rainy. I don't even know if rainy does it justice. I remember you showing me pictures of you and your boys out there in Chicago.
I've never been more soaked in my life.
Right.
At any point in my entire life.
Soaked.
Soaked.
You lost to Chicago, and I think Dante Pettis with a big catch against you in 19-10.
Good memory.
And you lost to Denver 2 weeks later when Jimmy Garoppolo decided to Orlovsky out of the back of the end zone. You lose that game 11-10. So those two losses, you lost to Atlanta on the road, which was a scheduled loss, and I told you back then that that's what it was going to be.
Did you?
Yeah, it was the second game of your little road trip where you go to the Greenbrier, and Atlanta ran it right down your throat. That, for me, was kind of like the Minnesota game where you just got beat, and you tip your cap because sometimes you're going to lose. But the other two losses were fluky, and they went into that Kansas City game, and they probably should have been 5-1. Much like this year, where many people think you should have been 5-1 going into this one.
Probably, yeah.
That, to me, is where the parallels end, because you had Pete McCaffrey on that team. You had a better defense on that team than you did now.
You did not actually have Pete McCaffrey on that team. When you had Pete McCaffrey on that team, they won all the games. McCaffrey was acquired, in fact, 4 days after that loss to Atlanta. And he played part-time in the loss to Kansas City. Once he got up to speed, they never lost again.
That's my point.
Why can't that happen this year?
Because he's not going to play against Dallas, and he's a question mark to even play out of the bye. And if he plays out of the bye, he's not going to be where he was coming to the team. He came into the team, he was healthy, and he was ready to roll.
Right, but larger picture is that Christian McCaffrey might be Christian McCaffrey for the second half of the year. And I'm by no stretch saying that the 49ers are going to roll off 9 in a row. Like, I'm not saying that by any stretch, but could they win 6 or 7 of them? Sure. Well, in fact, I would guess that. That'd be my guess.
You think that they're going to go at least 6-3 after the bye?
I think the 49ers are good for 10 wins this year. Yes, I still do.
So you think they're going to beat Dallas, and then they're going to win 6 of 9 coming out of the bye? I
definitely think they're going to beat Dallas. And then you look to that second half of the season, what would you have left? 8 more games?
Yeah, and this is where...
Well, no, you'd have 9 more games.
This is where I will draw the parallel and say it's not accurate based on just the schedule, because that year when you came out and you ran the table after the bye, you were playing a third-place schedule, and the teams that you played weren't very good. You played a Raider team, a Commander team, you had Arizona twice, and, yeah, you beat Tom Brady, the GOAT, and you beat him here. But
you went to Seattle with broken ribs.
Fine.
On a Thursday night.
It doesn't matter the ribs. We're talking about the schedule.
Well, no, it does. I mean, the difficulty of it was not like a third-place schedule can end up difficult. Seattle was not a bad team.
And it was a short week.
Yep.
A double short week. I look at this schedule coming off the bye, and it's markedly more difficult.
It's harder, but you, in theory, should be actually a more well-rounded team this time.
See, I don't think so.
Well, that time you had a third-string quarterback coming in to play his first NFL games. Like, I would argue you have the opportunity this time around, if blessed with a little bit of health, to be a more mature football team. I'll grant you the schedule is harder on paper.
I don't know if you can say that you're going to be blessed with health, because Aiyuk is gone. He won't be playing. Debo has had a really hard time playing a couple of games in a row. McCaffrey may or may not be ready to go ever this year. We don't know that.
May not. But it's
Jay
possible.
Greenlaw, same thing. He's allowed to play.
No, but right now, the what we're hearing from camp and from reports is good with regard to Christian. His rehab right now is going the way you want it to go. They have not had any setbacks. They are loosening him up each week. It is going well so far over the last 2 weeks.
That's exciting. But in terms of expectations for Christian McCaffrey 2 years ago, he was in a much better spot coming off the bye than he is right now.
But they also went 9-0, and I'm telling you they can go 6-3. That's also very different. I'm granting what you're saying in there, that Detroit and Green Bay and Buffalo and these guys are all on the schedule
and
this year.
Tampa Bay.
Yeah, that'll be a hard one, although that could be McCaffrey's debut. It's also coming off a bye. Niners will have the rest advantage, Dips.
Will they?
Yeah.
Maybe
it's Tampa Bay.
It might be a 3-day rest advantage.
Well, they got a bye.
Right.
And Tampa plays tonight.
Well, Kansas City had a bye this week, and they only had a +3 advantage over the Niners.
Tampa Bay, Tampa Bay plays on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons, while actually, no, I'm sorry. They will play Monday night in Kansas City. They will be on 6 days rest, while the Niners will be on 14.
Oh, that's big.
It's huge.
We'll go ahead and file that away.
+8.
It's a big time +8.
Right.
It's one of the only pluses on the year.
Straight back to the calls in a moment, but Kyle Shanahan is talking right now, and Mark Grandy has these injury updates.
Yeah, I know you guys are talking about Christian McCaffrey. Haven't heard anything from Shanahan about McCaffrey. However, there are a number of ones to run through here from the game yesterday. First of all, Chris Conley has an ankle. He's day-to-day. Okay. George Kittle, a foot sprain. He's day-to-day. Deebo Samuel still out with illness. He has fluid in his lungs. It's some sort of pneumonia. He is currently in the hospital, and the 49ers have no timeline for his return. They will see how he progresses over the next couple of days, and Kyle Shanahan has also confirmed what we already know, an ACL and MCL tear, at least for Brandon Aiyuk. His season is officially over.
Okay. So, and maybe that sheds a little light on the Deebo thing. I think it's hard when people are just here, like you see him in uniform and he goes, I'm sick. Like, it's hard for fans to be like, dude, tough it out. But it's Deebo Samuel. And I had the hard time believing, like, why? I don't understand this. If he's got fluid in his lungs, it's very possible that Deebo's having a hard time breathing.
You could see that.
Yeah,
and they cut to him on the sideline, and he didn't have the I'm so tired oxygen mask that players have all the time. He had the full-on mask and the bag underneath it. He had his own oxygen set up because it was clear, and he actually tried to come back on the field, and he played a couple of snaps and then back to the sideline. So, wow, that one for me is maybe the most concerning of all. Outside of Aiyuk, he's gone for the year. We know that, but Deebo with fluid in his lungs and he's in the hospital?
In the hospital, which certainly brings into question next week. Although, if I know Deebo Samuel and George Kittle, they play in Sunday Night Football against the Dallas Cowboys. They're playing.
George is playing. But
that'd be my guess.
If Deebo has fluid in his lungs, if he's got some sort of pneumonia.
Clear that thing up.
I mean, you might have like something far worse than pneumonia. You could have... what's the other thing that you have? It's not pneumonia. I'll look it up. I can't remember all these illnesses.
I can't believe it. The radio doctor doesn't know the all the illnesses. Do you know all the cheeses? Anyway, we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. It's all your calls all day. Let's keep it going. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
is exactly what you don't need if you're San Fran. You need a little momentum. You need to make a play against tight coverage, and just can't get it done.
Here's Wisnowski's punch. Gardner thinking about a return. Oh, he's going to go Hartman. Turns on the speed. Down to 40. Finally taken down all the way around the 30.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Burkhardt and Brady on Fox. And a series of calls that's going to haunt us for a little while until it doesn't. You know, the beat rolls on. And I think that's a big part of today, too. Like, that was the Chiefs. That was the Chiefs. And so it's just going to keep stinging and stinging and stinging until they find a way to get over the top of that one. And I don't know. They may not get another chance at it for a long time, to be honest with you.
They won't. And I wonder when I guess they'd play them again this isn't even one of those divisional
this is
games.
Not the divisional.
This was we were first, you were first matchup. So I guess they would play them again in 2 years because last time they played that division, they played Denver and the Raiders in 2022. The aforementioned Orlovsky play by Garoppolo, and then they beat the Raiders in overtime. And I think the next time they play that division will be 2026.
Right. So not like likely the way it's trending. It's not impossible, but likely you won't see them next year. Would have to see them in 2026. Obviously, there's always the possibility of a Super Bowl match between the two. Nobody wants to hear about that right now. Well, I mean, they could go to the Super Bowl next year. And they're allowed to go to the Super Bowl this year, too.
They are. And while you take a phone call, I do want to look at the freshest odds to see.
Do you have them?
I'll get them, but go to the phones because we've had so many great callers on the line.
I have this bookmarked because we look at it every week.
Right.
So, yeah, we do. While we go to the phones, you tell me, the Lions beat the Vikings yesterday, and they were the closest ones.
Yeah.
Who do you think the NFC favorite is today, the Lions or the 49ers?
Oh, the Lions. There should be no doubt that the Lions are the favorites. They knocked off the undefeated Vikings, and you fell to the undefeated Chiefs. So I would imagine that the Lions are clearly the favorites to win the NFC.
You're not wrong until you use the word clearly.
It just depends on what you consider clearly.
Well, it's pretty close. Yes is the answer. The Detroit Lions have moved ahead of the San Francisco 49ers in terms of Super Bowl odds. At plus 750, the Niners remain the second choice in the NFC at plus 850, only 100 behind. And by the way, the 49ers, not just second in the NFC, fourth in the league. Fourth in the league. You can think whatever you want. Vegas right now has them ahead of the Bills, the Texans, the Vikings, the Packers, the Eagles, the Commanders, all of them. 49ers Super Bowl odds remain ahead of all of those teams. Fourth pick behind the Chiefs, Ravens, then Lions, then Niners. That's where it sits right now.
Yeah, odds going up, up, up. So if you still believe, wait for them to go out and lose to Dallas, then bet it during the bye week, and you'll get your best possible price.
Or do it now because they're going to beat the doors off of the Cowboys.
If they beat the doors off the Cowboys, the odds probably won't change that much. Because they're heavily favored to beat the Cowboys.
Yeah, but
and the Cowboys are plus 3,600, 36 to 1 to win the Super Bowl.
There's the chance that if the Niners win that game, it moves them back into first place. That kind of changes odds because, right, like, they'd be tracking toward a playoff spot.
Meanwhile, what do you guys think the odds are for the Niners to win the NFC West? I know you guys know they're the favorites still, despite not being in first right now. But what do you think the odds are?
Off the charts. Like prohibitive favorites.
Niners minus 120, Seahawks plus 250.
Minus, yeah.
Right.
So
because the division stinks.
Right.
The Niners aren't very good, but they're the best of 4 teams in their division. Even though Cupper Coop can't stop Cupper Coop. He's coming back on Sunday reportedly. He's going to be cleared, and he's coming back
Thursday.
That's right.
Yep.
Thursday
Night
play.
Football this week.
Seattle is not very good and in first place, and Arizona's deeply flawed coming up here later this afternoon.
You know who's in town on Thursday night to play the Los Angeles Rams and Cupper Coop?
I haven't seen it.
That would be Sam Darnold.
Sammy D.
Minnesota Vikings.
I love it.
New man on the Minnesota Vikings.
Look at you. And yeah, fade the road team on a short week is what the trends would tell you. But I'll save that for Thursday because I'm about 4 hours away from being hot again.
Look ahead is the Vikings -3 on the road. We'd love them home on Thursday night.
Doubt.
All right, let's keep going with you. 888-957-9570. Hey, Stephen in Concord. Go ahead. Thanks for calling, man. What's up?
Oh, hey, congratulations, Mark, on your wonderful weekend.
Thank you, Stephen.
So about the 49ers, I called a couple months back when McCaffrey went to IL, and I talked about their margin of error is so much smaller than it was in years past. And it just speaks true. It's like in years past, they could get over the bad drop passes or the hold. They had plenty of talent to make up for it. It just seems like now with injuries and they don't seem to be playing with the same fire as they have in the years past either. So it's like I'm just seeing lots of issues with the team, obviously. Special teams is still a dumpster fire. So you have all these issues, and I also think they're getting older. A caller mentioned it earlier. They've had a lot of grind on their bodies, and for the first time in a while, injuries are now seriously mounting up. And the schedule does not get any easier after the bye, which Gibbs pointed out. It's tougher this year. They're not getting Hargrave back. They're not getting Aiyuk back.
Yep.
And they desperately need McCaffrey because he seems to be the main guy there that everything gets based around. You can't count on him to stay in games, let alone multiple games in a row or 6 or 7. So I don't blame Shanahan. I don't blame Purdy. He had a bad game. And they're playing against the best team in the league with Patrick Mahomes. And, I mean, they have it all on Kansas City. So I don't blame. It's just a bad game, but it looks bad. And it just kind of exacerbates everything that we've seen up to this point. They make a lot of mistakes, and now they simply can't overcome them. And I wish it was just injuries, but they played a depleted Rams team and got beat. They played a depleted Cardinals team and got beat. So they can't even beat the bad teams that are also injured. So it's just frustrating, to watch. It's frustrating to hear your show today and hear all the frustrations.
Sure.
But, it helps me move along and get to tomorrow. So it is what it is. And I hope they can find something, and it's going to start with the defense. They have to play better. They can't seem to make a big stop. They had a chance to make a stop against the Rams, the Cardinals, and they can't. And that is much different than it has been in years past. You could always count on a Bosa or a Warner to make that big play in the big-time situation, and it's just not happening so far.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen, thanks very much. I think it's a good call. I think here's the concept that Stephen's getting to. It's not just one thing. It's not one thing. So when people go, oh, you can't use the injuries as an excuse. Yes, you can, but that's not everything. That's also...
Well, you really can't use injuries as an excuse because everyone can use it as an excuse, and so it's football, you're going to have injuries.
But let's change the wording then. I know people don't like excuses, but it'd be silly to not take that into account of your assessment of the team. So is there reasoning behind it? Yes. I'm not comparing it to anyone else. I'm comparing the 49ers to themselves. They're a lesser version of themselves right now. Why? Okay, I think that's one of the reasons. It's not the only reason. I think there are two main things that have happened this year. Some would call this a Super Bowl hangover. I don't necessarily look at it that way. This is the way I see it. The regular season success of the last handful of years led the 49ers to come out early this year, and just by human nature, you can criticize them for this, by human nature, they were unable to really conjure up the urgency that's necessary to win at the NFL level. Some would call that complacency. Some would call it reading your own press clippings, what have you. I think the 49ers suffered at times from overconfidence and a lack of urgency early in the season. Then wrap in when you get the proverbial wake-up call and you're like, okay, chop, chop, we got to get going. And the second they try to do that, you're like, oh, God, where are our people? Oh, God, there's no Christian, there's no Debo, there's no Brandon, there's no Juwan. Well, now we're not as good. We're running routes with Ronnie Bell, and the whole thing is and you're playing the undefeated Super Bowl 2-time champs. So none of these are excuses. This is assessment, It's why I still think it's very possible the Niners end up being a good team this year, but right now they're not.
It sounds to me like excuses.
Why?
Because
those are reasons.
Well, the reasons.
I'm not. It's not
football,
me. But I'm not trying to talk my way out of anything.
You don't have to.
I'm not on the team.
You don't have to talk your way out of anything. And you line up on Sunday, or if you play Thursday or Monday, whatever, and you have who you have, and they have who they have, and your job is to go out there and win. And Kansas City had multiple players who weren't available, and they actually lost one of their starting wide receivers, and so they made adjustments, and they went out and they did enough to go out and win the game. And yeah, you lost Brandon Aiyuk, and you didn't have Christian McCaffrey. You haven't had him all year, but boy, no one's going to look at that and say, well, Jordan Mason hasn't been able to carry his load because he's number 2 in the NFL in rushing.
No, but like the idea of excuses means it's almost like I'm sitting in front of the principal and trying to talk him out of something. Like, that has nothing to do with it. Like, this is an assessment of where the 49ers are, and it's not good enough. It's not excusing anything. I've sat here and told you, Brock Purdy's performance yesterday is the worst one of his entire career. So that's that. Like,
right. I look at it like whoever you have out there, you have to go out and execute a game plan, and you have to play in a certain fashion, and you've got professional football players, and you've got a punt coverage team that has been bad the majority of the year. You have a kicker who you brought in who couldn't make an extra point, which ultimately did affect the way you went about things. Your quarterback who's going to make 60 or 65 million, whatever he's going to make, he's the dude. He's the franchise quarterback, and he had a very, very bad game. And you can add up all the other mistakes you made, from your Hall of Fame tackle who had a holding penalty, your center who opened the game with a holding penalty. You had sloppy play in many areas, and for me, it doesn't matter who was there or who wasn't there. Your job is to go out there and execute, and whether or not you had to lean on Conley and Bell and Pearsall and Cowing.
Nobody's saying otherwise.
Right.
Nobody's saying otherwise. So that's what I'm getting at. These two things can be equally true. What you guys all did yesterday was not good enough, not acceptable, not fun, not any of that.
Right.
However, to go into this roster with the same expectation as a team that is loaded with literally some of the top players in the game that are all not available, why would they be as good? Why would they be?
Well, they don't have to be as good.
They're not.
You just have to be good enough to win a game. And you had enough talent yesterday on the field to win that game.
Sure, as did the Chiefs. And they also, here's the perfect comp. People go, well, the Chiefs found a way to win. Right. They're also a lesser version of themselves.
Right.
And they are not playing as well.
So that's where I think you can, for me anyway, you take all of the roster machinations and you throw them out the window.
And they're more buttoned up. And no one's arguing that.
And they gashed you with a running back who they found off the scrap heap, and another guy who no one had ever heard of 4 weeks ago.
Completely.
And a backup tight end who carried the day more so than their Hall of Fame tight end.
So criticize away, and you're right.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean fire people.
Oh, no, I'm with you there.
I know you're not. But that's like what?
And it doesn't mean that Brock Purdy suddenly, his extension is in jeopardy.
Right. And now the guy
had a bad game.
Now we want to tank. And now we want to say Brock's not good, and Kyle is consistently not good enough, and he's never ready for a big game, and he doesn't
0-40 when down by 8 or more in the fourth quarter. That was the stat that was thrown out.
Yeah.
Which I don't know how many, I don't know what the winning percentage though is in general. You'd have to give me a baseline for every team that's ever down 8 or more. What's the winning percentage when you're down by 8 or more in the fourth quarter?
Better than 0.
You would hope. You would think.
Somebody's done it.
Well, it's happened twice this year.
Somebody's done the Raiders won a game this year where they were down by 10 in the fourth quarter.
The Niners lost 2 when they were up by 10 in the fourth quarter.
On the road in Baltimore.
So there you go.
Yeah.
So those things do happen.
And those are totally fair. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. That's the only line I'm trying to walk here. You're not going to hear from me that yesterday was okay.
Of course.
What you're going to hear from me is that yesterday was yesterday. Yesterday was yesterday. It was not a narrative on the entire umbrella of everything that's happened over the last 5 years of 49er football, and so now we need to go in a different direction or we're hosed. That's all. That's all. I got to think that most of you see a middle ground there. No?
You should, or if you don't see a middle ground, you're probably, I think, too irrational. But it's an overreaction Monday.
Sure.
And I get that. And
so do I.
If I put the over under at wins the rest of the year at 6.5, you probably would take the over
for the season.
No, 6.5 more wins.
Oh,
so will they get to 10-7 is the question? Because right now you're 3-4. Can you get to 10-7? If you get to 10-7, you probably are in a tiebreaker scenario in the division. And if one of your remaining 6 wins is against Seattle, then you're probably going to win the division at 10-7. If they are also 10-7, you'd win that tiebreaker.
10 more games, and you're putting the over/under at 6.5.
Right? Can you win? Can you win 7 more of your remaining 10? We know that they're really good in November and December, and you know you're going to get more healthy. And you seem to think that this Sunday night is going to be a layup. It's layup city against Dallas.
That's less about a 49er compliment, and that is more a criticism. I think Dallas is awful. I think Dallas's defense is among the worst in the league. They cannot run the football. It's the most one-dimensional team in the entire NFL. And if you just stick Demo Lenore over there on CeeDee Lamb and back him up with a safety, I don't know what the hell Dallas even offers the football game.
Yeah.
I don't even know what they offer.
We can get into that because it's going to be Cowboys week here before too long. Yeah. But right now we're still reflecting on this disaster. And I look at yesterday and I'm hard-pressed to see that team go to Green Bay, go to Buffalo, beat Detroit. And, you know, these are...
Agree with you.
These are some tough spots.
But this team doesn't have to do that.
They won't be that team.
I don't know what... That's Thanksgiving, and I haven't even made my plans yet. So that means it's still a little ways away.
Well, we're locked in already.
I don't even know what... Do you know what day you're leaving town?
Oh, no, we stay.
Well, whatever. Whatever you're doing. Do you know what day you're doing it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You're hosting?
The Pop hosts.
Okay.
Yeah, he wrote a Thanksgiving cookbook, so this is his Super Bowl.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah.
Could you get me that?
Yeah, it's
Give me a copy.
It's Thanksgiving sides. It's all about the sides.
Oh, it's just the sides. Well, that's kind of what Thanksgiving's all about.
Correct.
Yeah.
His broccoli souffle is restaurant quality.
Broccoli souffle.
Broccoli souffle.
Broccoli souffle.
Yeah, that thing comes out of the oven and it doesn't fall until he says it's time to fall.
But I bet there's an aroma there. That sounds like an aroma dish.
Yeah.
It's good.
Oh, he brings it.
Cooked broccoli doesn't always smell the best.
No, but eat the souffle.
Anyway.
He's got that souffle working.
All right.
Anyway. I'll get you a copy of the cookbook.
All right. Just
for a wedding gift.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll be ready by 2028. Ryan in Irvine is next up. Hi, Ryan. What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'll be honest. I've been on hold for so long, I don't even remember what I wanted to say.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Say whatever's on your mind.
It's okay. Yeah, I've been thinking about what some of the callers have said, and I agree with you in the sense that I guess I have a little bit more measured take. First of all, we're not tanking. That's crazy. But we're also not winning a Super Bowl. And I think that's just the reality of the situation we're in. We're a pretty talented team. We have some pretty amazing talented players, but my personal thoughts are I think Kyle Shanahan's a good coach. But more than likely in the Super Bowl, you're going to be going against a really good coach. And in the case of Kansas City, 2 amazing coaches. I mean, they have 2 head coaches on their staff, you know?
Well, they're very good. I guess, Ryan, can we ask, this would be my only question, because I think what you're saying right now makes all kinds of sense. But, in sports, there's just bajillions of examples of teams that look like crap halfway through a season, and then something adjusts. Somebody gets healthy. Something changes. They go on a run. Every Super Bowl Eli Manning ever won, go check out where they were week 7. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and who is their defensive coordinator? I mean, the guy that's now with Kansas City. So this is my thought. My thought is, we're getting into this insanity realm where we think that we have enough data, we have enough information on Kyle Shanahan to know that if it comes down to him making certain calls, making certain adjustments throughout the game on offense, I just don't think that it's going to work. And so I don't have the answers. What I do know is that he has way too much power. He has control over who they draft, who runs the defense, what the scheme is of the defense, the offensive play calling. He's wearing so many hats. And so my initial thoughts are with that arrangement that he has in San Francisco, it just won't work. And, the difference between Andy Reid, Andy couldn't get it done with Philly.
Right.
And sometimes he stretched himself too thin. He had terrible time management, right? He lucked out by getting a second chance and by getting Mahomes. And I personally think one of the things that he learned from that experience is to have some humility and just trust people around him. Trust that, hey, I'm going to get the best defensive mind that I can get, and I'm not even going to worry about that side of the ball.
Wait, but
I'm going to trust that the.
But Ryan, do you think that Kyle has more power in the Niner organization than Andy has in Kansas City?
First of all, the answer to that is yes. And secondly, I think it's because he wants the power. I don't think Andy wants that power. I think he trusts the people around him.
I think Andy has that power. Ryan, thank you. We want to get to everybody.
Kansas City has 3 head coaches, by the way, because Matt Nagy, the offensive coordinator, is a head coach,
right.
And Steve Spagnuolo, as Tom Brady would call him, he also has been a head coach.
Yeah, but
Spagnuolo.
Matt Nagy is over there getting coffee for Andy. I mean, he's not calling plays. So,
he's probably calling plays, but he works with Andy.
Yeah, the
only thing that I look at Kyle with in terms of Andy is Andy does give his coordinators and his people a lot more control. I see Kyle over there with the play sheet, and I do think that sometimes he's too fixated on being an offensive coordinator, and I'm seeing problems with the special teams and problems with the defense, and I don't know how he goes about allocating his time as the head coach.
Here's how, again, just perception. I have never been on the Kansas City Chiefs sideline.
Right.
From what I've heard, I don't know if it's he gives more power to his coordinators. I think that Andy Reid might be a little more open-minded than Kyle Shanahan, because we've heard a lot where Patrick or Travis will come over to Andy and be like, Andy, this is what will work. Let's do this. Have this guy run a bubble XY, whatever the hell you want to call it. I don't know the terminology. And Andy will be like, you guys think it'll work? Let's try it. Doesn't feel to me like that's something that Kyle's really into. Kyle's like, nah, thanks. We'll take that under advisement.
Well, you saw it yesterday with the Carson Wentz comes into the game, and all of a sudden he's now the quarterback, and Mahomes is behind him just chilling.
Maybe more creativity or more, as I would call it, open-mindedness. So I guess that's fair. But here's for me the larger question. I wonder how you'd answer this, because he says Kyle's got too much power and it's, quote, not working. Well, whatever structure they've built over a 6.5 year period now of Kyle Shanahan, that power structure has or has not been a good thing. Has it not worked?
It's worked, but maybe it's limiting. And maybe it's gotten as far as it can get.
Maybe.
And that's, it's definitely speculation, but I look at things like an overtime coin toss decision and clock management. Yep. And again, yesterday, I didn't love the clock management at the end of the second quarter when you got down in the red zone and you only had one timeout and you chose to throw on second down where you can run it on second down and you still have a timeout and you had 35 seconds or so. I don't love a lot of the things that he does with the clock management, and I don't know if he has those checks and balances.
Look, I my perception is on the Chiefs, there are a few head coaches around the league who, it's their show. And I think the Niners are one of those. I think the Chiefs are too. I know we've heard of their defensive coordinator a hell of a lot more because he's got his lengthy resume.
Yep.
But I don't know that he's doing things that the Niners defensive coaches aren't doing. Kyle's not over there being like, you're messing everything up on defense. We're going to, I think, lets the defensive coaches do their thing. He's had 2 defensive coordinators go on to be head coaches in this league.
Yeah. One still has his job, too.
And doing real well, Anyway, keep them coming. Everybody on hold, we're coming to you. 888-957-9570. Kyle Shanahan spoke short time ago. Injury updates and more. We'll let you hear that in just a moment. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit the friendly, expert technicians at your local Valvoline Instant Oil Change to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Locations and coupons at bayareaoilchange.com.
Willard.com. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari.
Reassessing, lost one. Worthy fell down. It's intercepted by Lenore. Who's got it with a block? Lenore still going. Lenore down inside the 25.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I do love Diamador Lenore.
Diamador Lenore again.
Oh, my.
Yes, sir.
You're welcome, Grandy. That was for you.
The number one team in the nation.
Mm-hmm. Although, kind of a scary spot to be this year.
Yeah.
That's enough
great.
of Oregon for the day.
And scene.
Yeah. I thought you meant the Niners, the number one team in the nation.
Still allowed to be.
Not this week.
Not this week. Yeah. I do like Diamador Lenore. He is making a hell of a case that if the Niners and their salary situation at the end of the year are like Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore, easy call.
Easy call.
Easy call.
Yeah. And it reminds you of yesterday for me.
Yeah.
You come out, third play of the half, boom, Lenore, pick, big return, in business, touchdown Niners, 14-12. Even with the PAT miss, fine. Momentum, Niners, Chiefs go 3 and out. Okay. Here we go. Even though you don't have Aiyuk, he had already been hurt by then, and Deebo Samuel had switched into street clothes, and you had a bunch of rooks on offense and defense. You're down by 2, and you've got the ball. Let's cook, Brock. And he cooks. And then he burns himself in the kitchen. And he drops the dinner on the floor.
He went to the bathroom and forgot that he had the stove on. Yeah.
Overthrows Ronnie Bell by about 9 yards.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. And
what was that?
Maybe it was he thought that Bell would run a little bit of a deeper route, but you still have to see a guy and throw it to the guy, and that was just that was like a Jimmy Garoppolo special.
Shanahan said post-game that Ronnie Bell did not run the wrong route. That's what the route was supposed to be.
They put it on Shanahan, put it on Purdy, and Purdy put it on Purdy. Now, I don't know if that's protecting Ronnie Bell, who's already been through one hell of a week. But
one bell of a week.
Yeah, like I don't know, man.
I'm trying too hard. Yeah, you're right.
If that was just a miss, I would argue that is Brock's most inaccurate throw of his career. I mean, he airmailed that thing by 15 yards.
It was giving me Jimmy Garoppolo vibes.
Even Jimmy didn't miss by that much. I mean,
there were times.
Jimmy would have waited until he could have run Ronnie Bell right into a defender.
See it.
And gotten him a concussion. That's what Jimmy would have done.
Right.
Yeah, possibly. Anyway, speaking of Kyle Shanahan and noises, let's see if he made any earlier today as he addressed the media, and then we go right back to your phone calls. This is just a handful of minutes, but you're going to want to hear it, important stuff, and he starts off with an update on all of the injuries.
Injuries from the game. Chris Conley had an ankle sprain. He'll be day-to-day. George Kittle, foot sprain, day-to-day. Deebo Samuel, he had kind of an odd illness, some fluid in his lungs, so technically pneumonia. And confirming Brandon Aiyuk did tear his ACL. So obviously be out for the season.
Do you have a timeline for Deebo Samuel?
No, he's we'll see how he's in the hospital still, and we'll see how he recovers here over these next couple of days.
Is there any other ligament damage to Brandon that could complicate his recovery?
I know he had the MCL also, but I didn't look into all of it yet. I just finished with the players, but I was told the ACL and there was MCL in there also.
Kyle, you had a lengthy talk with Brock in the locker room after the game. Was there anything you were focusing on in particular when talking to him?
No, we're talking like we always do. I just didn't realize all you guys were standing behind me spying on us. But it was just, I love talking to guys after the game. I just happened to be walking back and he was standing right there. So we stopped and started talking. It really caught me off. I forgot everyone was still in there. We were just hanging out talking about the game and things like that. And then when I looked behind, you guys kind of scared me. I didn't realize everyone was creeping so bad, but that's just what we all do. We talk.
Looking back at the film, is there anything Brock is not seeing or that he is seeing that isn't there? I mean, when you look at the film?
Yeah, every game. I mean, there's always just same with the other quarterback on the other side. But, those 3 picks, I know Brock would love to have back. He didn't have anything on that last one down in the red zone, but he's got to sit there and take the sack so we can kick a field goal and make it a 6-point game.
Are there any coaching points that in particular you're focusing on with him, or is it just all around seeing things the way they are on the field as opposed to what he might think he's seeing?
Yeah, we got coaching points on every single play. So I can't give an overall just narrative for you guys on a coaching point, but each play is different. And Brock's having a hell of a year. Didn't have his best game yesterday, and that's why I'm a little bit late into here. Just finished going through all those 70-something, 80 plays, and got something on all of them for not just Brock but for everybody.
Kyle, when did Debo go to the hospital? Was it something he didn't realize was as bad during the game, or did he go in last night, this morning?
Yeah, he went in last night. I think it started acting up in the middle of the night, Saturday night or early Sunday morning, and then it just kind of evolved as the day went. So once we found out he had the fluid in his lungs and stuff after the game, then I believe they sent him over there. I'm not sure the timeline of it, but I just found out that's where he was Sunday night when I was at home.
Kyle, have you had a chance to catch up with Brandon, and what's his initial reaction to the injury news?
I talked with him last night, just calling him at his house. I haven't seen him today, but he was hurting, just bummed out, as exactly how you'd expect. But BA's a strong dude and spiritual guy, and believes everything happens for a reason, so he'll be all right. But definitely a little down last night, and was just telling him how bad I felt for him, and just let him know we're all here for him through this.
Kyle, I'm sure you probably wanted to ease Ricky in a little bit more than you were able to. But when you went back and looked at the film, what did you see from him, and what are your expectations going forward?
Yeah, I was proud of Ricky just for him having to be ready for some spots that we were hoping he didn't have to be ready for. I mean, not just him, but also Jay Cowing and Ronnie Bell. Conley's been in that role, and we've been utilizing him in a number of spots when guys are out or just taking a couple plays off. But we had to mix a lot of stuff around there in the second quarter and halftime, or mainly halftime. And those guys were in some spots they didn't get reps at, and for the most part, they didn't make too many mistakes and gave us a chance to get back in the game and gave us a chance to win. And hopefully we can build off of that. And these guys are going to get a lot more reps going forward with BA being out, with Juwan and Debo. Not sure if we'll get him back this week or not. So it was a good start for those guys, and they should have a lot more coming.
Where do things stand with Christian and Jake Moody, and also anything on Dre Greenlaw potentially coming back to practice anytime soon?
Christian's still progressing through his rehab. He hasn't had any setbacks, so it's been all good news so far. Be surprised to get him back this week. But hopefully that the bye week will go well and have a much better chance there right after the bye week. And Greenlaw's still a few weeks after that. Everything's still going fine, but no time soon right now. And Jake Moody with a high ankle sprain. I mean, we know we're not going to get him back till after the bye week at the earliest, so we'll have to wait till then to see how he reacts.
Kyle, you talked about a hard last night about a hard look at the film today. What was it like going over there with that team, and how did you think they responded?
I try to cover as much as I can as the team. I don't get as much into the details with the team because there's so many clips to go over. I try to just let them know what happened throughout the game, the perspective of all three phases, and then we break up into our rooms and detail it in the positions a lot more. But it's always hard after a loss like that to come in and watch it. I thought the guys handled it well, though. I wanted to show all the spots that, as bad as it did feel, how many times we had a chance to win, and that I'm not trying to take anything away from Kansas City, but how much we hurt ourselves in that game, and how many things that, despite injuries, despite anything like that, that we can dictate. And we did it at times, which got us close, but it wasn't good enough, and we made too many mistakes. And with the turnovers, with some of the things in the red zone, and there's a number of things that we can do a lot better that can lead to a win. And if you don't correct that stuff, it doesn't matter who you play. You end up being a 500-type team.
Kyle, with the injury to Brandon and the situation with Debo, you talked about Conley and Jennings' hip. How does that shape up your strategy going forward with the trade deadline a couple of weeks now closing in? We saw a couple of wide-out movements. How does that factor into the way you're thinking about the trade deadline now?
It makes you look into everything. I mean, we try to look into everything regardless. Obviously, with more issues that came up yesterday, you still want to look into everything, but has to do with what options are out there, what stuff that we can pull off that doesn't totally hurt us, that helps us now and doesn't hurt us for the future. So there's lots of decisions that go into it. So we'll look into everything, but a lot of times that's just kind of living in hope. Those answers aren't always out there. You got to be ready to get people better in your building and deal with what you got in your building. And if you ever find something that makes sense, we'll never hesitate on it. But that isn't, it's not always available like you hope it is.
Okay, that's Kyle Shanahan, and I think that last one's a dang interesting answer.
About the trade deadline?
Well, I Mike Williams, Cortland Sutton. Those are two names I would keep an eye and an ear on. And if I'm the 49ers, I am absolutely right now canvassing the market for a wide receiver. And I know you said earlier, look, you got two rookies that you drafted, but did you notice his answer earlier in the conversation when he talked about Ricky Pearsall, who did, quote, a good job being ready for things that we didn't want him to be ready for?
Right.
In other words, we don't want to give him too much too soon as his first NFL game. So with no Brandon Aiyuk, now Chris Conley is a little bit dinged up as well. Deebo Samuel's in the hospital today, no timeline for his return. And Brandon Aiyuk is gone for the year. Whether it's for insurance or maybe more, I'm working hard to not get a wide receiver in 2 weeks. I'm working hard to get a wide receiver in for Sunday night. And I don't know if he's going to have a big role or a small one, but no reason to wait for the bye week. Get this person in, get him some work in a practice game week scenario. If it's only a spot duty type of a thing against Dallas, then give that person 2 full weeks to be ready for Tampa Bay. I don't know where this wide receiver room is going. I'm confident it needs help, though.
Yeah, I don't think that you'd be able to bring him in now if you brought somebody in tomorrow via a trade. By the time they have their physical, then you're into Wednesday, and I'm told that the Shanahan playbook is so difficult to learn that you're going to be able to have a guy just step on the field in 4 days as a receiver and learn all the terminology and learn all the pre-snap movement and all of the motions and all the rest of it.
Did Devontae Adams and Amari Cooper not just do that? They just did that.
In this offense.
Well,
we're talking about the Shanahan offense. And all I've heard you say and everybody else say, the Shanahan offense is complicated.
You can dumb it down for 1 week for one player. Again,
I think it's an easier fit to do it during the bye week, and that way the person has 2 weeks of a run-up. It's just my personal opinion. And, even if you were to trade for Williams right now, this very second, and you bring him out, you got to have the physical on Tuesday. There's no practice Tuesday, so now you've got 3 days of practice, and you don't practice Saturday, so feels like a little bit of an aggressive ramp up to get him ready, but yeah, you may need some help in the wide receiver room. If Deebo has pneumonia, and I'm not saying he does, but he's got fluid in his lungs and he's in the hospital. That much we know, and that is scary when you want to go from fluid in your lungs in the hospital to being an elite athlete who is really the most important thing that he does is run really fast. So I don't know, to go from that to that.
It's not great, Bob.
No, it's not. And Chris Conley also is a little bit banged up.
Day to day. I acknowledge what you're saying. Look, this is a difficult time and a difficult situation for the 49ers. I get it. I'm just saying sooner than later is better, in my opinion. I don't even know what kind of a role this person would have this Sunday night, but a role, have this person on the sideline ready to go, because you're so hamstrung now that you're another injury. Is Jawan Jennings certainly back? I don't know if we know that yet. You're literally looking for bodies right now. So I think they're going to need to make a move at that position, and I wouldn't wait. You're allowed to. I know you can wait. The deadline is not yet, but I would do this thing ASAP. And these are not expensive moves. These are not hard moves to make. So
especially when it's a receiver who the team is pretty much looking to move. You might have to, give up a fifth and get back the player in a seventh or some sort of a late pick swap. And you also still have Trent Taylor, who is on your practice squad.
Sure.
And he's a guy you can easily elevate for a week while you're looking to bring somebody in via a trade. The trade deadline's in 15 days. So it's not a total emergency in terms of the deadline itself. So you could wait one more week. You could hope that Jawan's able to play. You could hope that Deebo's lungs get fluid free, and then you don't have such an urgent need, and maybe you could make a move, by the end of next week. And if it's Anderson, or you were talking about Cortland Sutton. Who was another name that's out there.
Mike Williams. Remember they did that deal for Terrace Marshall, put him on the practice squad before the year. I think he would have been up by now if they were loving what they were seeing.
But they cut him, so he's not. Yeah.
Is he gone now?
They did last week.
Okay.
They do have T.O. on the practice squad.
That's right, Tariq Owens. Yeah.
So if you're looking at other possibilities, you have a couple on your practice squad: Trent Taylor and T.O. Tariq Owens. So there's options in the building. And I guess if you loved Trent Taylor, he probably would be active more often, right?
Yeah, so, okay, double fade to Dibbers in 5 minutes, but let's get back to the phones. Connor in San Leandro. Hi, Connor. Thank you for calling.
Hey, guys. Mark, congratulations on your engagement as a new father. I love hearing about Dibbs's, kid, and love knowing that we've got a new we can bank on a permanent fixture of the lovely Christy being a reference for the rest of the show. So it's just fantastic. It's part of the success of the show that everyone loves the people who are on the mics here.
I offered her a very long-term contract, even longer than Moses Moody, and she said yes.
Max money too.
Yeah, well, there's no salary caps.
No.
So listen, what I just heard from Kyle Shanahan, I think, underscores what your last caller said. He's got too much going on. You just lost to the Chiefs in that fashion, and you need to focus on the market dynamics for wide receivers right now. And you know what it makes me think? Like, the thing that comes to mind is stop buying candles and pay the light bill. When you have a fundamental fissure in the trenches on your offensive line, I don't want you focused on just getting to the bye. I think you don't have to say that with other coaches, because Kyle has personnel control. Now, I don't want to fire anyone. I definitely don't want to tank. I think Brock is our guy. He's our franchise guy. But that part of Kyle's arrangement needs to be questioned. Yes, Mark, you've said, well, it's what got us here. I think the Celtics did a shift with Brad Smith that shows you that you don't always need to stick with what got you here in order to acknowledge how great it was. I look at some of the gimmicks around personnel. I look at drafting a kicker in the 3rd round. I even look at Ricky Pearsall as our first pick last year. And I think some of this stuff is just the result of Kyle has too much on his plate. I'm a bit tired of how long personnel adjustment takes. Like, we didn't get Charvarius Ward until 2022, despite everyone calling and saying the obvious since 2019. Hey, we've got a problem in the secondary. And I fear that because Kyle's the only guy who really gets sign off and all this stuff, we don't have the ability to shift like the Chiefs did after they lost to Tom Brady and realized offensive line needs to be the priority. Now, we have an offensive line that helps us basically elevate our running backs. We've got a great run-based offensive line, but the story of the future for the 49ers is Brock. And that means you need to focus on pass protection. And I don't know if there's anyone in the building who's specifically tasked about strategically thinking about that pivot long term. And that concerns me.
Yeah, Connor, look, thank you very much. This is fair. That's a very, very fair assessment of the situation. I know what the Niners' answer at least was coming out of the last draft, which is you can say draft an offensive lineman. And if we get to our pick and we don't think there's anybody there who we feel is worthy of that spot, we're not going to just jam an offensive lineman into this hole. Now, in the 3rd round, they went and got a different offensive lineman who everybody really likes.
No doubt.
They're very excited about Dominic Pooney. So,
and 2 years earlier, you drafted an offensive lineman that everybody likes in Aaron Banks.
That's right.
It took him a year, but now he is a fixture.
So, I'll defend it from that standpoint. I don't think you can say, hey, this is our positional need, automatic, draft that person in 1st round.
Exactly.
I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Especially this year where 3 tackles were already gone.
Right.
The really good 3 tackles were already all gone.
However, could you argue from a larger sense that over a 2-3 year period, the 49ers haven't quite put the resources toward the offensive line that you would like? I don't think that's a terribly unfair assessment.
It's not unfair. Yeah. And there's one glaring reason, rat on the table style, why they haven't had the draft capital to assess that need.
That's a great point.
It's because you traded 3 picks for Trey Lance. And all those 1st-round picks that you maybe could have missed on an offensive lineman, you didn't even have the chance to miss on it. Because you just picked them away. I didn't want to do it, Granny. I'm in a good mood.
Wait, what word did you just say? You picked him away?
Yeah.
Let's make some picks.
It's time for
Fade the Dibbers.
Please explain. Nostradiblis gives out his pick. You bet against it. You make money. Cash me out one time. It's that simple.
Hey, Dibs, your pick stinks.
Dibs. What's the lock of the day?
All right, we got double action tonight. We're going to get a lot of action tonight. Not just those of you who got engaged over the weekend. Got to get some action tonight, okay?
Wow.
You got, and give me the FanDuel lines. Are we at 4 or 4.5?
Ravens by 4.5.
It's at 4.5.
And Chargers by 1.5.
Okay, Chargers favored by 1.5. These are two road dogs on Monday night. Road dogs. So Chargers are the second game, minus 1.5 against the Arizona Cardinals. Meantime, Tampa Bay Bucks will host the Baltimore Ravens, and the Ravens are giving 4.5 dibs. What the heck say you?
They're home dogs. These are home dogs.
That's what I meant.
Yeah,
That's what I meant.
A couple of home dogs. And, man, the Bucks, Mike Evans is on the precipice of history. He is one touchdown catch away from the 100 touchdown club. I expect a high-scoring affair in that one, so I'm going to take Tampa Bay, and I'm going to take the 4.5. Kukush.
Mm-hmm.
Kukush.
And
the other one's a little tougher because
the other one's just there's a reason they're only streaming this one.
Thank you.
Anyway,
and the high scoring affair in the first game as opposed to the ugly kind of grinded out affair of the second game. Harbaugh's trying to win every game 9-8, 11-10 if possible. He wants to squeeze the life out of this product. And I don't love calamari in this game. I do have Trey McBride on my fantasy team, so I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to take both home dogs. I'm going to hold my nose. It's a hold your nose special. I'm going to take the Cardinals and the 1.5.
Okay.
I
got a couple things I need to say.
I don't like.
We're going to go back to the phones in a second.
The Cardinal-Charger game is a stay away.
It's a stay away, completely.
But I don't have that option. And I really do like the Bucks and the points.
This is completely off the subject of your stinky picks.
I'm 10-11. I'm close to a streak.
That's stinky. Anyway, have you seen Jim Harbaugh walk?
Is he healthy? Before I answer,
have you?
Because he had to go in the tent last game. Mid-game, he had to go in the medical tent.
How old is Jim? How old is Jim?
60.
Is he in his 60s? Is he in the 60s,
Yes.
I got him for late 50s. What do you think?
He will be 61 on December 23rd, so he's currently 60.
So he's already 60.
Yeah. Be careful.
Okay. Well, no, this isn't a criticism. It's just uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Like he is all bow-legged and sideways and like... I get it. He's a former NFL player. The body's been through some things.
And a quarterback at
but
that.
He's a quarterback, right? So that's like...
Well, that was back when you could hit the quarterback.
You can hit the quarterback, but it's not like a lineman. Like a lineman, I get it. When you're 60, that's it. You know what I mean? Like you've put your body through hell. Anyway, Jim does not move like he used to, but very good coach. And let me just say, I'll say it quietly because I want to be respectful to my partner. But you're taking both of the home dogs tonight?
Home diggity dogs.
I want y'all to fade the dibber.
Fade the dibber?
Fade the dibbers.
Yeah, I don't...
You could get a parlay tonight.
How'd that work out for you last time there was 2 Monday night games? I went 2-0.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
I think I did.
You didn't.
Last time there were 2 Monday night games was week 4.
You went 1-1.
You went 1-1 because you picked Miami and they lost by 19.
I told you to go with one and not the other, and I hit a parlay.
As much as you talk, big talker, Betty Crocker, you would figure that you'd have a lot more money lying around.
You ain't even you're not in my pockets.
I was trying to zoom in on the engagement ring just to see.
No, man.
Totally. It was pretty sparkly. I give it to you. I'm waiting for my lovely wife's supper to weigh in.
On how much money I have?
No, on the ring.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'll send you a better. I didn't put the close up on Instagram because that's rude.
You got to flex on people.
No.
With all this money fading the dibber.
Instagram is about our love.
Oh, God.
And I'll send you the private picture of the other stuff.
Thank you.
All right.
Take it.
Anyway, presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. All right, the fun's over. It's back to being mad. 5'7", 9'5", If you have anything to get off your chest from yesterday's big crapola fest, now's the time. We got a full hour for nothing but anger about the 49ers on 95.7 The Game in Willard and Dibs 888-957-9570.
I love when you give the number and you do it in such a fast fashion, and I'm going to give a different number in a minute.
multiple blitzers. Picked up. Purdy coming inside is intercepted. It was way high, and it was picked off there by Chris Roland Wallace, the rookie.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. We're working our way into the final hour of a 12-hour 95.7 The Game frustration soiree. And you've all done great. You've done wonderful. I don't think anybody hit anybody, at least not yet.
It's early.
It's not. It's not early. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands and Lathrop, but River Islands is probably furious today because when the Niners lose to the Chiefs, you know how many guests we have on this station?
0.00.
Zippo Dippo.
Yeah.
You the guest. So,
except for the pre-scheduled guests, such as Jerry Rice, who was on this morning, and you were talking about no one has hit each other yet?
Yeah.
Jerry Rice was talking about if he played in that game yesterday, he might be hitting people.
Well, I've got all the Jerry right here. Which
the second one? Play the second one.
All right, here it is.
Back in the day, I'm going to be honest with you. If we played like the way we played yesterday, we would have probably been swinging on each other on the sideline. We would have been fighting each other. That was that was not 49er standard right there. I would say probably what we would do is just simplify everything, go back to route running, go back to where, Brock Purdy is feeling a little bit more comfortable back there in the backfield where he can see the lanes where he wants to throw the football and stuff like that. And let these guys earn their money, man. These guys are professional.
I mean, the GOAT speaks and that's that. And I take it as such. At the same time, that's always the way. I feel like the former players always kind of, back in the day, we would have this, that, and the other. Sure, I get it. Although those were, you talk about the high bar for Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, the bar for Joe Montana and Steve Young and Jerry Rice was even higher because they were coming off of multiple championship victories already. So I get that. I totally get that. Yesterday was incredibly disappointing and frustrating, and my word, undisciplined. And there's all kinds of concern that I think you're fair to project toward that. At the same time, I still think the second half of the season is going to look different than the first.
It might, but I'm just listening to what Jerry was saying beyond the, how mad they'd be and this and that. But he said something in that cut that you played about making it easy on Brock and getting to a spot where you can, make it so he has better throwing lanes, so he doesn't have to, throw through people. And I'm looking at a lot of the routes, having watched it again today, and I didn't see a lot of those easy type throws. And I still think that Kyle Shanahan is looking to push the ball down the field more than, for example, Kansas City did. Kansas City gave Patrick Mahomes many more short throws, easy throws, quick throws, and I'm not seeing him do that for Brock Purdy. And I'm just looking at the second half. In the first 3 drives, he was 4 for 9 with 2 interceptions. And, a lot of those throws were, he's pushing it down the field. He did hit one big to Garendo later in the game. Or I'm sorry, it was Cowing, I think, the 46-yarder.
Yeah, that was Cowing.
41-yarder. And I'm not seeing, especially in a game like yesterday where Kansas City is all up on everyone down the field, like the man-to-man coverage was impeccable. How about more swing passes and screens and just quick throws that you can get the ball in somebody's hands and allow them to make a play?
Yeah, we'll go out to the phones, but I do remember back to the Super Bowl when Spagnuolo said after the game, he's like, we started in a zone and Brock Purdy was picking us apart. So we switched to man. And guess what? That's what they're going to do until you figure it out. That's what they're going to do. And that's on Brock. That's on Kyle. That's on the guys to get open. You're going to have to figure out how to beat the Kansas City Chiefs man-to-man defense if you were to see them again, which right now you're probably not.
Right.
But if you were, you got to figure it out. So if that's different play calling, if that's the guys getting open differently, it's going to come down to scheme. It's going to, and then Brock has got to make better decisions and deliver better and all of those things.
Yeah.
Let's go to Kai in the city. Hi, Kai. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So I actually agree with everything you said. Sorry, my voice is a little shot from screaming yesterday. But essentially, it just feels like Kyle and his drop back passing concepts are a little outdated. You know, I feel like Reed just has his number, Spags has his number every time he tries to do something. These guys are sitting in spots, you know, and I feel like Purdy, sometimes with blitz comes, he's trying to get rid of it. He's trying to do something a little too much. And a lot of it now, especially with guys out, it's just going to force them to adapt. They got to do something different, like you guys just said. Like, something has to change, right? 0-5 against the same team. Like, we're just banging our heads against the wall. It's insanity. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. I don't know what you guys think.
No, Kai, I agree. Thanks so much for calling. It's head scratching. It's head scratching with a little space for I don't know what happens to a playbook. You know, I think this is one thing that we do forget. Okay? Imagine going to a job interview, or even better, go back to when you were in school, okay? And you're getting ready for a big test. You got a big midterm on Thursday, and you study Monday, and you study Tuesday, and you study Wednesday, and you get to the test, and they're like, oh, no, it's on a completely different subject than what you studied. And maybe that's an overstatement of a comparison, but when you put in a game plan, I would imagine, I've never done it before, I would imagine if you put in a game plan as an offensive coordinator, and so many of the plays are centered around Deebo Samuel and Brandon Aiyuk.
Sure.
And then you play the game and they're not there, especially Deebo, because all the kinds of plays that I hear people they wanted to see, and I did too, those are Deebo kind of plays. And like, they don't have another Deebo. They don't really have someone who can do those bubble screens and run the ball and give you that multidimensional threat. I don't know. That's the best I can say. I don't know what happens to a game plan when at the last minute Deebo Samuel's supposed to play and then he has fluid in his lungs.
Well, you got to change it. And, you know, he found out Saturday night that Deebo wasn't feeling well, so there was a chance for some sort of a contingency plan. And, you know, Deebo comes out and he gives it a go, and he had no carries and no catches. I don't even think he was targeted in the game.
No, he ended
up playing about 6 snaps, and it just wasn't going to happen. And I think that Aiyuk was a pretty big part of the game plan, but even when he was out there, he wasn't getting separation. And you didn't have anybody other than George Kittle show a great ability to get open consistently. You know, Kittle was great, and you had the one pass to Cowing that I mentioned. Pearsall had a few catches. A couple of those were late in not quite garbage time, but desperation time. In general, your passing game that you like to do, they were unable to do it. You didn't get separation from your receivers, and so your adjustment was, I don't think your adjustment was really made. You were hoping that Brock Purdy was going to be able to make throws, and he made a few throws, but he had too many that were just bad throws into double and triple teams.
4 snaps.
For Deebo.
4 snaps for Deebo, 25 for Brandon Aiyuk. And as it turned out, their snap count leader at the receiver position was Ricky Pearsall with 48, followed by Chris Conley with 44, followed by Ronnie Bell with 24. Obviously, Brandon in there with 25. Jacob Cowing had 12. Deebo Samuel, 4. There's your wide receiver snap count.
Yeah.
That's not a good group.
It's not.
It's not a good group.
You're right. And so I look beyond that. Okay, so you don't have Deebo. He's out sick, and you lose Aiyuk at halftime. So I would think the next most reliable ball catcher would be George Kittle, and he got a ton of targets, and he played 58 snaps. And then Kyle Juszczyk, he played 26 snaps. 41% of the game for Kyle Juszczyk. And Eric Saubert played 14 snaps. Tung just ended up playing just the 1 snap. But for me, I'm a little bit flummoxed as to why you didn't get more for Kyle Juszczyk. I know he had a big run in the opening drive of the game on 3rd and 19. He got you that 14-yard run, and I think he had a couple other targets, but why not get him involved as a pass catcher? And why not give Jordan Mason a couple of chances on screen passes where, you know, Kansas City was eating you up. Everything that you were trying to throw down the field, they were covering. So where was the adjustment? I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either. I just know all of these things work in concert together.
They do.
You know, the offensive line also has to allow the offensive players to go do all of those things. So, but I'm with you. It was head scratching for sure. Adrian in Hayward is next up. Hi, Adrian. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? Yeah, I want to talk a little bit about Brock Purdy. Since the Christmas massacre, he's 6-6. 11 interceptions, multiple fumble turnovers. He's horrible on pressure at third down situations when they're down. Seems like the tape's out on Brock. Man coverage is what these teams are playing on him. He can't thread the needle. He needs guys to be open 5 or more yards. He's not scaring any defenses in the NFL. He's not that accurate. Once they start playing man coverage, he's got to thread the needle. He's not accurate, and he lacks power. He's not that good. We need to start accepting this. This is a guy you want for the next 5 years. And also, every time they lose, it's never Brock's fault. They're always pointing the finger at someone else, including you guys. You guys were saying he's elite for the last 3 weeks. He's not elite. So stop babying him.
Well, I disagree. I disagree with you, Adrian. But please do not accuse us of not saying it's his fault when we literally started the show by saying I think that's the worst I've ever seen him play. There's no escaping what Brock did yesterday. It was awful. It was awful. What I will continue to say, and I find funny, is when people think one thing about a person over a 3-year period, and then there's an awful game, and they go, see, he's not good. Why would you do that? And I know you want to start your clock where it helps your argument, which is let's not start the clock until Christmas.
6-6, Mark, in his last 12.
And then give a bunch of numbers that are kind of faux numbers because he actually beat Green Bay in the playoffs, beat Detroit from behind in the playoffs, went to the Super Bowl, didn't have a great game, but no one would argue it was a bad game either. Then you start out this year, and you're giving 2 losses to him, which I would argue are not on him because of defensive and special teams collapses in games where they clearly outplayed the opponent. And he is handicapped by not having a lot of his best weapons out there. And every person would argue that up until this point, and Kyle Shanahan even said it, that until yesterday, Brock was, quote, having a very good year. And he is. Yesterday was the biggest stink bomb ever. But that'll be my only point today. Yesterday is yesterday. Yesterday's yesterday. I'm not going to use it for all of you who want to go, all right, we've been here now for 30 games, and Brock looks largely like one entity, but yesterday was the real Brock. You're cherry picking. And that's fine. You can. I'm just not going to do it with you. That's what I think. I do. Yeah. I think he's a very, very good quarterback, and I will not walk back my statements from last week. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the game. He had an awful game. The other guy across the field from him yesterday is supposedly the greatest of all time. Also wasn't great yesterday. He was better, but he wasn't good. We're not going to change our thought on him because it wasn't good yesterday. And I won't do it with Brock either.
Yeah, I thought he was good, the other guy, and it doesn't always come down to passing numbers or touchdowns. He was able to convert on third downs. He made the important plays in the game that needed to be made. He made them, and he made 2 mistakes. One was a weird throw where his receiver fell down, and if his receiver doesn't fall down, he probably doesn't complete it, but I don't think that it would be an interception. It certainly wouldn't be an easy interception, and the other one is a fluky play, as the NFL Films expert Greg Cosell would say, because it's just a batted ball at the line of scrimmage. So beyond that, Patrick Mahomes was fantastic in the plays that needed to be made, including the biggest play of the game when he scrambles down the sideline and jukes one and stiff arms another and goes 33 yards and basically puts them in a position to salt away the game.
His mistakes were nowhere near as bad as Brock's. Absolutely. He was still, even when not playing great, was still in control. I'll give him that. He's also Patrick Mahomes. Nobody has ever said that Brock is Patrick Mahomes, even when Mark Grandy spent time last week saying that he is, quote, playing better. At no point did I take that to mean, well, yes, and Mark now thinks that Brock Purdy is a better player than Patrick Mahomes and would take Brock over, but he didn't mean that. You listen for the context is all I would say. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. You weren't saying that, were you, Mark?
Of course not.
Of course not. Anyway, is it Haniff? Am I getting that right? Is his name Haniff in Philly? Is that your name? I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it.
No, it's Hanif.
Hanif. Okay, thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, y'all? I just want to talk a little bit about these Niners, and I'm really, I don't think we got to press the panic button, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just, me personally, my personal opinion, I just don't know if we got the right people in place to fix what's going on with our team, like this year. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all can agree that Kyle has got like his fair chance because of what he's built, you know what I mean, up until this point. We haven't gotten it done, unfortunately, but it's like, same time, like how long do we continue to like, all right, let's just see this year. Let's just see this year. Let's just see this year. Y'all were saying, all right, like if we're going to fire him, what's our option? I got an option.
Okay.
Like, the guy from the Detroit Lions.
Ben Johnson?
He looks pretty good. Yeah, he looks pretty good. Now, obviously, we ain't saying like he will come in and win us a Super Bowl, but we got to try something different. You know what I'm saying? You got to at least give it a try instead of running it back the same thing, expecting different results. You know what I'm saying? That's where I'm at with it. As far as Purdy, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he looked bad. This ain't his first time he didn't look bad. He looked bad against the Cardinals. You know, Vikings might got him figured out because he looked bad between them this year and last year. But I ain't really out on Purdy just yet. I just feel like maybe he needs somebody else to help him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, how long we going. That relationship with him and Kyle, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how long that's going to work or if he's going to end up getting us a Super Bowl. But I'm out on as far as, like, I don't think Kyle had the answers to try and fix this. You know what I'm saying? He did a good job getting us to this point. You know what I'm saying? Can't, you know what I mean, totally throw him under the bus. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, I just don't know if I think he's gotten us as far as he can get us. You know what I'm saying? And it just kind of looked like the whole league didn't caught up to what we done now from like the past couple of years when we came on the scene. We put this whole thing together. You know what I mean? How good we look. But that's my opinion. That's what I think. I probably could. I really sat and think. I probably can come up with a couple other names. That kid down in Houston, the offensive coordinator. I think Slowick. That helped C.J. Stroud, you know what I'm saying, get off to the
Bobby Slowick, he's from the Shanahan tree.
He came from here, Hanif. Yeah.
Thanks, Hanif.
Thanks very much.
I think it's a good call, and the whole notion of he's taken us as far as he's going to take us.
How do you feel about that?
Well, if that is the case, does that mean he can't again take you as far as he's already taken you, which is where he's been virtually for the last 5 years? Now, so let's say this year doesn't go the way last year did, and you wind up 10-7. And you're a first-round ouster in the playoffs or whatever happens.
Let's say you miss the playoffs.
Let's just say you go 9-8 and you miss the playoffs. And I think that he gets another crack at it. And if you go through next year and it's another year like this and Brock gets paid and you wind up going 9-8 again and it looks like this, undisciplined and a little bit like the window is closing and maybe you aren't able to get to where you used to be, then I think you maybe have a conversation. But right now for me, 3-4, knowing what this year has looked like with 2 losses that you shouldn't have had, maybe they're Kyle's fault, maybe not. You're only a game out, and if you beat Dallas, all of a sudden everything is mostly forgiven headed into the bye. So I understand that sentiment is out there. I'm just not quite ready to start kicking the tires on other candidates.
I'm not even close. I think it is. It's just my opinion now. You want to be mad at Kyle Shanahan? In fact, I was during the game yesterday too. This isn't even about mad at him. If you're questioning Kyle Shanahan's job status, I think you're very early to a party that hasn't started yet.
Agreed.
And I don't even mean that in terms of like what the Niners think. That's me telling you what I think. I think that is. It's almost disrespectful. My opinion, it's almost disrespectful. Like, when you do that, when you want to question Kyle Shanahan's job status right now with the 49ers, I will agree with the callers who call in and say this is a spoiled fan base. Now, I will ask the question in this regard.
Okay.
Am I hearing that some of you think that Kyle Shanahan is Mark Jackson? Is that, and
I don't think so.
Okay,
I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. Because the way Hanif put it is interesting to me. Again, I'm not anywhere near talking job status, but if your thought is, hey, Kyle did great, but we think he's now batting his head up against the ceiling and someone else needs to come in and take him over the top. Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Do you feel that way?
No, the way I feel is something is rotten in Denmark, and as it pertains to what he's doing with his coaching staff, what he's doing from an attention to detail standpoint, I think that Kyle, as an offensive coordinator for this team, he's great. And I could go through my play sheet again, and I could look at play calls that I didn't love, but by and large, the plays that he called either worked or they didn't work. My question is, what's going on with the entire construct of the coaching staff? You've got a new defensive coordinator, and the defense isn't as good as it was last year. And I know you've got new personnel. You've got a special teams coordinator who everyone tells me is the bee's knees, and your special teams are ferocious. You've got clock management that is a little bit of a question mark. So my only question would be, is Kyle Shanahan doing too much? Would he be served by having another person? I don't know, and it doesn't mean that he needs a head coach and you're the OC, or maybe he needs a real OC and then he can just focus on head coachy things. I see a team that is sloppy and special teams that are very poor in attention to detail, and a defense that, again, I watched the game again this morning, and other than Nick Bosa and Floyd, who wrecked a couple of plays, they rush for, they get blocked, they kind of meander, and then the other team either makes a play or they don't. You've had a couple of guys come up and lay some big hits yesterday, but by and large, your defense is just kind of there.
See, where my head goes every time we go, okay, this is interesting. Is Kyle Shanahan doing too much? Well, but why did it work before? And that's why my feeling in this current moment, and I know for some of you, it didn't work. They didn't win the last game. All right, fine. They went to overtime in the last game. They go to the NFC title game every year. You can hate that if you want. My personal opinion, that means you're a good team. You're very good. You're sustainable. You've gotten there with multiple quarterbacks. You haven't won the big one, and that's frustrating. I totally get it. But the construct of this team has largely been very, very successful. So when you're in a moment like this that feels frustrating, I look less at big picture and look more at small picture. I think the Niners are just in a spot. How quickly can you get out of the spot? You have a new defensive staff. They're feeling each other out. Is it a good hire or a bad? I don't know yet. You have some new personnel. You're obviously missing some key personnel. Dre Greenlaw, they're really missing that guy. Golly, I think they're missing him more than any of the offensive players we talk about. If there's one person that I could rewind and make healthy, it would be Dre Greenlaw. And I think this season would be going differently. I really do. But I with a new staff and Dre Greenlaw out, and then all of the injuries they've had, and the negative juju of August, and all of these things, and whether it's a Super Bowl hangover and overconfidence, none of these things are excuses, but they are reality of you're in a spot and you got to get your way out of it. And I would argue that through the last handful of years, you know who's really, really good at getting out of a 3-4 spot? I can think of a coach who's awesome at it. Kyle Shanahan. This is what he has actually done better than anything he does, which is get to about 7 or 8 games in the season, have a big old bleep burger, and then work his way out of it and go to the playoffs. He's done that really well. And I'm not saying I expect him to do it again, but damn it, wouldn't be surprised. And I'm certainly going to sit here and wait and find out.
Of course, but
because the scenario is so to me, this is small picture, not big picture right now.
Well, for me, the picture is pretty big when you go 7 games in, and a lot of the things have become thematic with this team. And you do have a new defensive coordinator, a guy who's never coordinated before, and now he is your DC. And so last year, love Steve Wilks or hate him, but he's a guy who had decades in the National Football League, and he had a tremendous amount of experience, and the same thing with the 2 previous coordinators. And I look at a special teams group that continues to make gigantic mistakes week in and week out, and I wonder where the responsibility for that falls. And ultimately, it falls on Kyle Shanahan.
Sure.
And this 3-4 feels a lot different to me than last year's 3-4 and a previous time when they went 3-5 2 years ago, whatever, when they were 3-4. You get the point. This one feels different to me because your team looks a little bit older. We've had people come on our station and say they look slow and you're sloppy and now you're injured. So I look at this team in this spot and they could go out there and run the table. They could wind up and be 13-4. They're allowed to do so and win 10 in a row to wrap up the year. But the mistakes I see week in and week out are a lot more troubling than what we've seen in previous years.
It's a fun question on the Comcast business text line from the 402, and they'll go back to the phones. Who wins the Super Bowl first? And this person is going on a premise of, okay, fire Shanahan guy, let's do it. Who wins the Super Bowl first? The team that immediately gobbles up Kyle or the Niners without him? Who are you putting your money on?
Probably the Niners without him.
Oh, gosh, I would completely bet on the other team.
Well, it depends on which other team, because usually a team that would be in the market for a new head coach is a team that is rebuilding. So
maybe
Kyle's not going to walk into a great turnkey situation. Usually good teams don't fire their head coach.
Fair, but I would argue that whatever situation he jumps into next, it'll be a hell of a lot better than the one he got when he arrived here. I mean, he was rosterless.
Now, if you want to say which team loses in the Super Bowl first,
that's funny.
Now I got a different answer for you. Thank you, Grandy. I didn't even want to finish it. Appreciate it, Grandy. A 4 from Grandy's really a 5.
Number 4.
Thank you. I'll take it.
Let's
put a smile on my face, Tips. Thanks.
Right on, Grandy. I'm trying.
Everything's better. We're ready for week 8.
Let's go.
Thank you, Denver Claus. Let's go to Sean in Danville. Hi, Sean. What are you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. How are you?
What's up?
Nothing much. I'm just, listening to you guys. Love you guys. And I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of Niner fans. I think we're just frustrated, especially with yesterday, about it was a very winnable game. I think it was a very winnable game with a beatable Kansas City team. But when we get turnovers, when we get penalties like we always do, shoot ourselves in the foot, we can't come back from that. Our team's not built that way. We can't even give a little bit, especially to even a mediocre Kansas City team at the time that didn't have all their weapons. Patrick Mahomes maybe didn't play his best game, but still, what I did like, and I don't know if you guys noticed it, is on defense, we were starting to line guys up on different spots, namely Bosa. I saw him lined up in the middle, and he actually looped around on the third down and almost got to Patrick Mahomes. And I'd like to see things like that. We got to give offenses different looks on defense, and we can do it. And lastly, gentlemen, I want you guys to talk about this. What made me the most mad in that game was towards the end. Malik Mustafa. Malik Mustafa. I love him. He is, hard-hitting safety. He was knocking people out in the game. The last touchdown, Mahomes. And I don't know how you guys felt, but I felt Malik Mustafa held up because he didn't want to get a penalty.
Yep.
And then Mahomes just trucked him in the end zone. And, I was so mad at that. I mean, for me, at this point, take the hit. Lay him out. Hey, get a penalty at that point. And you know what? You got to hit him. Because if we can't get to him, you know what? At least we should be able to hit him, make him pick himself off the ground.
It's really,
we're there.
Yeah, it's an interesting subject, Sean, and a lot of people are talking about this. Thank you for the call. And I don't just mean yesterday, but the Mahomes run into the end zone, the Mahomes run that went 33 yards, the longest of his career, or take any other NFL game. Has there sort of become a loophole in protecting the quarterback to where now these quarterbacks know. They know if they're up against the sideline. They also know if they're about to go into a slide. They know how to do it in such a way where they put the defenders completely at a deficit because they're like, well, I could either hit you and I'm going to get penalized, or I'm not going to hit you and I run the risk of you faking me out and running for 10 more yards.
Exactly.
It is. It's a tough pickle. It is hard to be a defensive player in the NFL right now. With
Super
the rules.
hard. Yeah, and I'm trying to pull it up here on my screen just to confirm, but I thought on the 1 yard Mahomes run, I thought he was already in the end zone when Malik Mustafa was coming over to lay the lumber.
It's pretty close, right on the goal line.
I just don't think that Mustafa is a guy who's going to turn down contact and a few like go back to the game yesterday. He had 2 hits that were like Mustafa missiles, where he just flies in and absolutely destroyed somebody. He's the closest thing to Drake Greenlaw that they have. And yeah, I'm looking at it here, and it was right on the goal line. And I guess he did kind of get run over, but he's coming at a 45-degree angle. So even if he lights him up, Mahomes is going to score anyway, but maybe there was some reluctance over not wanting to draw the 15.
I just don't know what you do about it,
right?
Because I understand that, the NFL may look at this even and be like, well, boy, it's not fair. And you know what their answer would be? But tough cookies.
Right, but Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, like you did. I know that we want, rough, tough football. Come on, back when men were men. You know what the networks want? They want the quarterbacks to play. I mean, Jaden Daniels might miss this Jaden Daniels versus Caleb Williams matchup that's supposed to happen this weekend. And that sucks. It's nobody's fault.
Right.
Nobody hit Jaden incorrectly or anything like that. But
you got the ribs, right?
Yeah, and he's week to week, and right now they're hopeful that he can play. But the bottom line is this is still entertainment, and the league wants the quarterbacks in. They don't want them hurt. It's not, the whole XFL thing, Jeff Brom or whatever, is this or is this not the XFL? Like, nobody thinks that's funny anymore. It's funny to listen to now. Nobody wants the quarterback, like the Tua thing. Nobody wants that.
Right.
That makes everybody cringe.
Yeah.
And it makes the Dolphins unwatchable.
That's right.
For 6 weeks now.
Well, now the Browns are going to be without Deshaun Watson.
They may be better, but
they might be. But as far as star quarterbacks go, and that's just an Achilles, not just an Achilles, but it's not the same thing as going out there and lighting somebody up, like Bill Romanowski used to say on the station when we had him on a weekly. Sometimes you got to take a 15, okay? And just the way he would go about it, and it's kind of an old school thing. And nowadays, you just don't go about doing that, and the product is better for it. You don't want your quarterback taken out.
No, but I get it. I feel for the defensive guys. Maurice in Sacktown. What's up, Maurice? Thank you for calling.
Hey man, how y'all doing?
What's up?
Hey, I wanted to call, and this is more about Kyle, and I'm always skeptical of people who don't change. It's like when the news say, the weatherman say it's going to rain, and you put out your clothes for the next day for a rain, and then it's sunny outside, but you still wear your rain clothes. Like it's troubling to me. Like he doesn't have a feel for the game. There's a couple ways to complain. You can do it verbally. You can do it with your body language. He does it when he calls plays. And the biggest difference I saw yesterday was when you saw Andy Reid calling plays, it's like he's scraping at the bottom of the barrel. Like he's trying to come up with, I'm not just talking about the run plays. I'm talking about the pass plays. He's scheming ways to get Noah Gray the ball. I don't even know who that guy is. It's weird. We talk about the receivers. Oh, the receivers aren't getting separation. But it's like, wait, dude, you don't do no screen passes. You don't do no end arounds. You don't do any bunch situations when you always sending a guy in motion. How about you send a guy in motion across the field so it's harder for somebody to cover him man coverage? I don't look, and I'm coming up with this stuff. And it's like, does he not see it? And this brings me back to, I think it was 3 callers ago, you were talking with the guy, and he was saying that, we want Ben Johnson. And I haven't done my research on any of the coordinators, but he was saying, I don't think Kyle is the correct quarterback for Purdy. I don't think he is either. I think Purdy's potential mentally, I think he dumbs that down. And Tom Brady pointed this out when we played Arizona. He praised Arizona for how they were giving Kyler Murray the keys to the ignition. He was checking out of plays. You see this from Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay. You, of course, see this from Patrick Mahomes. It's like Purdy has to go to the line and just run the play. There's no checks. It's like if it's a run play to the left and they got 7 dudes over there to the left, we're still running over there. And I think Purdy's at the ability to where he can actually check out of stuff. I don't think Kyle's ever going to get there with him.
Well, you know what's fascinating about your call, Maurice? You know what's fascinating about your call, though? We're like still in the twilight of people saying that Brock Purdy is a concoction of Kyle Shanahan. And now you're saying Kyle's not the right guy for him. Most people think that Kyle's the reason that Brock Purdy is good.
Jimmy. A guy like Jimmy, I think Purdy can actually mentally be very good before the snap when looking at defenses, because he does it when he's throwing the ball. But I don't think Kyle's going to allow Purdy to bring that out in his game. I don't think Purdy is just another robot. You just say, go out there, run my play. I think he can actually make checks before the play, and I don't think Kyle knows how to develop quarterbacks that way. That's an issue.
Yeah. Maurice, thank you. He actually has said that he prefers that the play be run as called, and the quarterback knows where the hot is. If he gets to his first read and it's taken away by the defense, then the play is designed for him to go elsewhere with the ball. It's not so much that he goes out there and changes it and checks out of stuff. And if it's a run play, run the run play, and you count on your guys to win and make the play actually work.
I mean, there's decisions sort of like within the play, not decisions necessarily before the play.
Exactly.
And we forget. I mean, this is still a young player. Like, I think that there's more on his shoulders and more on his plate now than there was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But we're still talking about someone who's in his first 30 games as a professional football player. And to your point, that is the way that Kyle does stuff. And I can tell you, like, to hear that today, where it's like Kyle's not the right guy for Brock, sort of like discounts what we've heard, 28 NFL people
exactly
over the last 1 year, calendar year, say what? Boy, Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan are the absolute perfect marriage of one another. Perfect coach for the quarterback, perfect quarterback for the coach. I'm still going to lean on that despite yesterday's frustration. What's up, Grandy?
To go back to what the caller was talking about, Shanahan has addressed in the past quarterbacks and allowing them to check out and audible at the line of scrimmage, and he even mentioned it with Matt Ryan when he was the OC at Atlanta.
Yep.
He's given their quarterbacks, and who knows exactly what's happened with Brock, at least as you were talking about, maybe when he was first starting as a rookie, he's given quarterbacks the option to have that power, but his thought process, and he's talked about this a couple of times, is the quarterback has so much to worry about. I'm going to take that off their plate and just allow them to focus on the play that's called, and you'll run that play better. And I remember him telling a story with Matt Ryan. He had this same conversation with Matt Ryan and allowed him to try both. And Matt Ryan ultimately found that he liked it better when he didn't have to worry about all that extra stuff and could just go out there and focus on that one play.
I mean, look, there's obviously some intricacies to this that those of us with televisions don't see. And so I maybe this is a fault of mine, but I am going to lean on just the oodles and oodles of NFL personnel who have consistently said for years, man, Kyle really knows what he's doing when he's drafting an offense. I think the one thing that we can really question is not whether or not Kyle Shanahan understands offense, whether he knows how to put a quarterback in a good position to win. I think all of that stuff has been proven over and over. The idea of the adjustments when chaos comes up, that to me is the interesting topic, because that's where we've seen struggles. When you're trailing, when people are committing penalties, when you're in 2nd and 20 as opposed to 1st and 10, when you're down by 8 points in the fourth quarter, that's when I want to know, why does that not look better? That to me is where the conversation lies.
And it's because his offense isn't built for that. It's not built for chaos. His offense is built the way Kansas City's was yesterday. And if you just want to watch what Kyle would like to do offensively, go back and look at the Chiefs and their final 2 drives when they ran the ball almost every single play. The first touchdown drive that made it 21-12, they threw it 3 times. And on the final drive that made it 28-12, they threw it 2 times. And other than that, it was Kareem and Steele and a little bit of P. Ryan, and it was just straight ahead smash mouth, push you off the ball football, which is what Kyle wants to do. But they couldn't do it yesterday because Kansas City's defense was denying the run. The one thing that I agree with Maurice on is where are the screens, where are the quick throws, where is the passing game ingenuity? Because I was just looking at the intended air yards per attempt, and they're up this year for Brock Purdy by 1.5 yards per throw. They're throwing the ball in the air a lot more down the field than they did last year, and it's not really working all the time.
No, and
so how about some quick screens and maybe a quick pop and get the ball into somebody's hands and let the yak actually happen again.
I don't disagree with you at all. I would guess, if Kyle was given that question that you just threw out, my guess would be that that's a personnel thing. It's like you just said, the kind of play you want to run. Who are the two 49ers?
It's Debo and McCaffrey.
Thank you. And one of them has not been there at all, and the other one has been totally in and out all year. I do wonder if you might start putting a little small, like a mini package for that kind of stuff with Jacob Cowing.
Exactly.
Just because he's your fastest guy.
Like a jet sweep.
Yeah, I'd love to see that, but he's barely in. They don't make a package for the guy who's been in 4% of the snaps all year long.
Yep.
But here we are. And if Debo's out again this week, maybe you see that on Sunday night. So I agree with you there, but I think that would be his answer, which is we don't have remember what was it what playoff game was it where they came out and ran one of the sweeps to Debo, but Debo wasn't in the game, so it ended up being Juwan?
Yeah, that was the first play of the half,
Was that the Packers game or the Lions game?
I think it was the Lions game, but it was one of those two.
One of those.
Sure.
Y'all remember the play I'm talking about, and it looked ridiculous.
Jet sweep to Juwan, and he lost 7 yards.
Exactly.
And it was
you got to have the personnel to run that package.
But they do have the personnel.
Do they?
They do. Is Jacob Cowing not active every game? And here's my thing. You look at Andy Reid, and Andy Reid's got Mecole Hardman. They got stuff that he's doing.
Right, Mecole Hardman's been in the league for 5 or 6 years.
But Jacob Cowing has the ability to run really fast and get the ball and then keep running really fast.
Run really fast. But again, I'm going to always do this with rookies when we go, they've got that skill set. We don't know.
Xavier Worthy was able to, in the first game of the year.
Yes.
Here, take the ball with your 4.2 speed and go score.
So now first-round draft pick and, the fourth-round draft pick. Xavier Worthy, the plan for him was very different than the plan for Jacob Cowing.
Right, but it's because they made the plan.
But because they repped that in practice and worked on that for weeks leading up to it. Cowing barely gets any reps with Brock.
Right.
Barely any.
But
ever.
why? Who doles out the reps?
Well, but
it's Kyle Shanahan.
Okay, so we should maybe,
get the guy ready to do something with his speed.
At the expense of the people you think are going to play. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do, but
you're not going to put Debo.
You're going to at least give him
practice.
Just maybe try a couple of plays. Give him a spot to maybe do something.
I get it, but
you're going to have to now.
Yeah,
because now you don't have anybody.
Well, maybe. I don't know what Debo's going to do this week.
Well, he's in the hospital right now. Hopefully he gets better.
Now. Yeah. John in Napa, I think wants to talk about this very subject. Hi, John. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I want to give a quick shout-out to Derek and Will that are listening, but I want to talk about Baldy said something last week that really troubled me, where he was breaking down the plays in the end zone and at the previous game, and was just kind of he was like, bottom line, I don't know what the play is supposed to be, and that scares me, right? It's where you have a point where if you break down a play, even if it doesn't work, you should be able to know where it's supposed to go. And even he, as an NFL analyst, is like, I don't know what's supposed to happen on this play. And I'm switching tactics here because I was going to talk about we need screen passes. And you guys covered that. Also, for Kyle Shanahan, I do not want him fired or anything. That's the last thing you do. It's not the first thing you do. Is there corrections that need to be made within the personnel? Maybe. I'm not sure exactly what the first ones are, but at the end of the day, I really think that we have to be, I don't want to go to Jim Tomsula days. I remember Trent Baalke standing there and saying, this is a playoff caliber team, and people on the staff didn't even know how to spell Jim Tomsula's name, and it was a whole mess. So I'm grateful to be where we're at. At the same time, we've learned to expect better, and I think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I do too, John. John, thanks. I mean, listen. I would imagine that all the things we're talking about, they're looking at them as well. You'd hope. I mean, sure. Again, my question about Kyle Shanahan is why does it seem like you have such a hard time in these chaotic situations, which, again, those are the harder situations, but it seems like other teams have a little bit of an easier time with them than you do. So that's where the question needs to be asked. If you're going all the way back to the beginning and questioning, like, just the entire, like, turns out I don't think Kyle's a very good coach at all. Like, he's not. It's like, wait a minute. There's just way too many questions to answer about why this has been so good for so long to ask that. And I'm sure they're trying to answer those questions. I hope they are. And the personnel is a very, very big piece of that. Like, it's one thing to be missing people, and then it's another thing to be missing people that you didn't know you were going to be missing. And I don't think there's anything harder for an offensive coordinator in the NFL.
When you get a late scratch and then you get a big-time injury right before halftime.
Your game plan is around people who then suddenly aren't in the game.
But it is incumbent on you as a head coach to have your backups prepared. And, no doubt. I'm thinking about, a basketball team with a head coach who has been accused of not necessarily loving his younger players. And so you get into a spot where sometimes you need them to be up and ready, and that's what is happening with the Niners now. Pearsall, you played him more than you wanted, and Cowing, you're going to have to start playing him more, it looks like, and Garendo is going to have to tote the ball more if J.P. Mason has shoulder restrictions going into this game.
Seemed like he was okay yesterday.
He was all right.
Yeah,
I don't think that he was as physical as he normally is.
Yeah, I don't know. He did look a little hesitant at times. I don't know if that's the shoulder or the fact that he was going up against a much better defense.
Very good defense,
and there were no holes.
Yep.
There were no holes early in that game. Finally, he busted through some toward the end. Speaking of basketball coaches, Steve Kerr, in 23 hours and about 30 minutes, about 23 hours and 30 minutes, Steve Kerr with his first weekly session here on Willard and Dibs every week, all year long, and he will do his first tomorrow night at 5 o'clock.
I don't care.
Well, I do, because the opener is Wednesday.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do. I really do. I care a lot. And so that is tomorrow at 5 as we get ready for the opener on Wednesday. And by the way, the Warriors right now are
a sight for sore eyes.
Kind of a glass of fresh water on a hot day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Totally. So
looking forward to that tomorrow, and they open up at Portland.
Want to know
Wednesday? And
sorry,
you'll hear that right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll play the schedule game tomorrow with Steve.
I've got him at 80-2.
Yeah, there you go.
I do. That's the way I look at sports.
And those 2 losses, I'm sure, will just be forfeits because there's no way any team would ever beat them.
No, Steph Curry load management.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Paul in Palo Alto. Hi, Paul. What are you doing?
Hey guys. Just listening to you. Thanks for taking my call.
Sweet, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been listening to everything you've been saying about Kyle, and my take on it is he is a great head coach. He's a great head coach. He's great at putting together all the bits and pieces and training and planning and prepping and, hiring the right personnel, picking great players. I don't think he's a great offensive coordinator. I think he has an abysmal record in close fourth quarter games. He has not done well in big games throughout his entire career. And his play calling's been highly questionable in tight big games, even pre-Niners. So I think, like I said, he's a strong head coach. I don't think he, when in crunch time, I don't think he's the strongest offensive coordinator.
Yeah, there are questions in there, Paul. Thanks so much.
That's always an interesting one.
Well, okay, take my opinion out of it. So forget me for a second. I want to ask you a question, Dan.
Okay.
All right.
He's 12-8 and they're 8-4 in the playoffs.
Okay.
So
he's never won big games and loses all the close games. I get it. I don't want to be sarcastic. I understand.
Yeah.
They're close games. They're trailing. There is some history of problems in those moments. If Kyle Shanahan is not a good play caller, if he's not a good offensive coordinator, if he doesn't know what he's doing in close games, why does everybody in the league think he's one of the best. Forget my opinion.
Yeah.
Forget me. I genuinely want an answer to that.
Well, probably because, and I'm looking at the stats right here, over the last 6 years, here's their rank in yards, offensive yards. And I think yards are important to be able to gain yards.
They're
Usually
big.
yards lead to points. They are 4th, 15th, 7th, 5th, 2nd, and 3rd in yards, offensive yards in the NFL.
Okay.
The one year that they weren't, they were 15th. That was 2020, and that was the year of the injury when they had no quarterback. As far as I can remember, that was the year that they lost Jimmy Garoppolo early in the year.
And the other years where they were all top 10 with a guy who now is a backup in the league.
Correct.
And everybody thinks is not a good football player. Now right?
Interesting, though, the caller, as he was saying it, I think he's a better offensive coordinator than he is a head coach. And he's a very good head coach. I think he's an elite offensive coordinator. And if I was going to look at areas of improvement for Kyle Shanahan, the offensive coordinating would not be high on the list.
I agree with you.
It would be other things I think that he needs to get better
That's
at.
a genuine question from me. I wondered if, you know what I mean? We have a lot of NFL analysts, people who played the game on all of our shows. Do a lot of you think that all of them are lying to you? It's just a question. I don't mean it to sound leading or sarcastic. I really mean that. Is that how you feel? Because that's what the whole league thinks he's amazing. The whole league thinks that. But I get it on a frustrating day if you feel otherwise. More calls, some final thoughts coming up. Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank. And you know you've got that family-owned feel when you go into Fremont Bank. They've been doing it now for 60 years in business. And when they started this back in 1964 at the mothership down there in Fremont, it was a community that they were trying to build. And they've done such a great job of that. I've been a customer now for 6 years, and I love the fact that my money, when it's deposited coming up this Friday, direct deposit, shout out payday, it goes into the bank.
steps away, gets away.